Li Xian found himself transported to the world of Naruto. Upon awakening, he discovered that he was standing on a rooftop within a peculiar space, with a coffin lying beneath him, marked by a prominent four-character inscription. To one side stood Orochimaru, the first and second Hokage, while the third Hokage was situated on the other side. As all eyes turned towards him, Li Xian fell into deep contemplation. In this scenario, it was inevitable that Orochimaru would seek to capture him for experimentation, and the third Hokage would not let him go easily. Fortunately, at a critical moment, he acquired the Rinnegan of Tendo, along with the abilities of Universal Pull and Almighty Push. Li Xian declared, "I am Kami. Uchiha Sasuke, Kimimaro Neji, they are all me." Chapter 1, Brother Chow. During the Chunin exams in Konoha, within the confines of the Four Purple Flames formation, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, executed the Shadow Shuriken technique, charging towards Orochimaru. His hands moved with such swiftness that the formation of seals was nearly imperceptible. In the blink of an eye, the shurikens, as if endowed with life, multiplied into a myriad of sharp projectiles, rushing towards Orochimaru with the speed of lightning. Yet, in the face of Hiruzen's fierce assault, Orochimaru remained unerringly calm. Summoning technique, reanimation. He clasped his hands together and began to chant. As the incantation concluded, two coffins rose swiftly from the rooftop, inscribed with the characters for first and second, heralding the arrival of these legendary figures. What technique is that? Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of grave concern. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru would dare to employ such a forbidden jutsu. At that moment, a third coffin revealed itself, marked with the character for 4. Hiruzen understood the urgency. He had to prevent this third coffin from being opened. He swiftly formed seals, attempting to suppress the impending emergence of whatever lay within. Just as the third coffin was on the brink of being restrained, the lid exploded, unleashing a formidable energy that sent the first and second Hokage flying from their confinement. The watching Umbu were left speechless. A strange figure emerged slowly from the shattered coffin. "This is..." Li Xian rubbed his eyes, realizing he stood in an unfamiliar realm. Before him lay a scene shrouded in swirling mist. He struggled to comprehend his surroundings, which appeared utterly surreal. He vividly recalled playing a game in his dormitory. How had he suddenly found himself here? Wasn't I just gaming in my dorm? Could it be that the dorm caught fire? Panic surged within him as he dashed through the smoke in search of an exit. Upon finally glimpsing the outside world, he was met with overwhelming astonishment. "My name is Li Xian, a university student who was playing the Naruto mobile game, utterly defeated by Brother Chow. In a fit of rage, I smashed my phone. I never expected to be transported to the Naruto universe. Now, with Orochimaru and the first and second Hokage on one side, and the third Hokage on the other, what should I do? I urgently await assistance. Everyone, I can explain," he stammered, scratching his head awkwardly as all eyes fixated on him. How intriguing. Orochimaru licked his lips with his elongated tongue, casting a chilling gaze at Li Xian. Clearly, he had not anticipated the emergence of such an unexpected figure. A living person had emerged from the reanimation technique, stirring within him a profound curiosity. "Orochimaru, is this your doing as well?" Hiruzen narrowed his gaze, fixated on Orochimaru. That he was acutely aware of Orochimaru's dangerous nature, and the sudden appearance of Li Xian added an unpredictable element to the confrontation. "Teacher, would you believe me if I said I also do not know?" Orochimaru replied with a smile. Xian watched in horror as Orochimaru thrust a kunai inscribed with talismans into the heads of the first and second Hokage. A chill ran down his spine. He wouldn't use that on me, would he? He swallowed hard. He could not remain idle and needed to devise a means of escape from this perilous situation. "Orochimaru, how dare you desecrate the first and second Hokage?" Hiruzen's eyes brimmed with vigilance and fury, closely monitoring Orochimaru's every move. He understood Orochimaru's ambitions and dangers all too well, remaining perpetually wary of his former pupil. Orochimaru let out a cold laugh, disregarding Hiruzen's warning. His focus was entirely consumed by the sudden appearance of Li Xian. He licked his parched lips, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and greed. He then commanded the first and second Hokage to attack Hiruzen while he lunged towards Li Xian, his neck elongating like a venomous snake poised to devour him. Hiruzen, beleaguered by the onslaught of the first and second Hokage, found himself at a loss. Wait. Li Xian's complexion turned as pale as a sheet in the face of Orochimaru's abrupt assault. He had no time to evade and instinctively raised his hands to shield his head, attempting to fend off the lethal strike. Ding. The Naruto transformation system has been successfully bound. Altering the tragic fate of others will yield substantial rewards. A beginner's gift package has been issued. The Rinnegan of Tendo has been delivered. The main quest is to survive. Failure will result in becoming a fruit of the Akatsuki clan. In this moment of peril, a mechanical voice echoed in Li Xian's ears, and the visage of Brother Chao suddenly materialized in his mind. Brother Chao, akin to a martial arts master, imparted his lifelong teachings into Li Xian's consciousness, teaching him the three-stage grasp and almighty push. At that instant, time seemed to freeze. Brother Chao awakened his Rinnegan, gradually merging with Li Xian, who felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. Universal pull, Li Xian shouted, extending his hand and miraculously seizing Orochimaru by the neck. Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply, emitting a terrified cry. He attempted to break free from Li Xian's grip, but it was futile. In a flash, Orochimaru unleashed his ultimate technique, the snake tongue sword. The sharp Kazekage blade lunged towards Li Xian's head, but just as it was a mere 0.01 meters from his eyes, Li Xian shouted again, "Almighty push." A tremendous repulsive force sent Orochimaru flying, crashing into the rooftop and carving a deep trench. He tumbled to the ground, his expression one of sheer terror as he stared at Li Xian. "What is this?" Orochimaru's voice trembled, recalling the fear he had experienced under Pain's dominion. The Umbu witnesses could not help but exclaim, "Incredible, so powerful." Meanwhile, Hiruzen, amidst his fierce battle with the First and Second Hokage, noticed the commotion. Observing Orochimaru sprawled on the ground, a sense of unease gripped him. This mysterious individual evoked a feeling of danger within him. He utilized Earth Release to block the Second Hokage's water release attack before casting a glance at the composed Li Xian, a wave of inexplicable panic surging within him. Bang! The First Hokage's fist suddenly struck Hiruzen's face, followed by a relentless flurry of punches that left him disoriented. He struggled to rise, but found his body swaying uncontrollably. "Orochimaru, cease this at once!" Hiruzen shouted in desperation. He was uncertain of Li Xian's stance and intentions. At that moment, he wished for Orochimaru to halt his assault. However, Orochimaru paid no heed to his plea, merely casting a dark glare at Li Xian. Although he felt fear towards Li Xian's power, his inner greed and ambition prevented him from withdrawing easily. In truth, Li Xian was equally anxious. The techniques he had just executed, Universal Pull and Almighty Push, had drained a significant portion of his chakra. If not for the need to project an image of strength to intimidate Orochimaru, he would likely have been incapable of continuing the fight. He cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was struggling under the assaults of the First and Second Hokage, and ultimately decided that retreat was the wisest course of action. "Lord Third, let us collaborate to eliminate Orochimaru. I harbor no ill intentions towards Konoha. On the contrary, I am a native of this village. I have even invested 10 contributions of 648 to protect it." Li Xian earnestly conveyed his stance to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Though perplexed by Li Xian's words, Sarutobi understood the peril posed by Orochimaru and recognized that he could not face two formidable adversaries alone. After barely withstanding a fierce strike from the First Hokage, he swiftly leaped to the treetops, creating 4 shadow clones. After careful contemplation, he declared, "Child, I believe in your sincerity. Together, we shall confront Orochimaru and safeguard Konoha." Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt a surge of joy in his heart and moved closer to Sarutobi Hiruzen, preparing to join forces against their foe while searching for an opportunity to slip away. Orochimaru had already discerned that Li Xian was at the end of his strength. Thus, he unleashed his formidable technique, attacking Li Xian with his serpentine prowess. "You scoundrel, Orochimaru! Shinra Tensei!" Li Xian roared in fury, unleashing a powerful repulsive force that sent Orochimaru crashing against the 4 purple flames formation. Flames rapidly engulfed Orochimaru, eliciting a cry of anguish as he collapsed to the ground, motionless. Li Xian knew that this crafty serpent was not so easily vanquished. In truth, Orochimaru began to shed his skin, emerging anew, albeit with a significantly weaker aura. Li Xian, too, had reached his limits, panting as he gazed at the prostrate Orochimaru, contemplating whether to take the risk and eliminate him. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with the aid of the Monkey King, successfully employed the dead demon consuming seal to seal the first and second Hokage. Li Xian exhaled a sigh of relief, but suddenly, one of Sarutobi's clones appeared from behind and firmly restrained him. Shortly thereafter, a great hand covered in runes emerged from Sarutobi's abdomen, slowly pulling Li Xian's soul from his body. "You wretched old man." A profound terror enveloped Li Xian, leaving him cold all over. Before him stood a horrifying reaper, adorned with 2 horns and flowing white hair, draped in a shroud. It slowly grasped the blade it held, extending its long tongue to lick its lips, gazing greedily at Li Xian. Meanwhile, Orochimaru found himself in a similarly dire situation. Sarutobi had now transformed into a harbinger of death, tightly seizing Orochimaru, his eyes flashing with a resolve to perish alongside his disciple. Witnessing this, Li Xian felt a flicker of balance within himself. The dead demon consuming seal requires the practitioner to offer their own soul to the Reaper for the technique to function. This is a ninjutsu that demands a life, Sarutobi explained as he executed the seal. His voice grew faint, yet every word resonated with unwavering determination. "I cannot utilize ninjutsu." Orochimaru attempted to summon his powers, only to be horrified as he realized his chakra was frozen, unable to flow. As this seal concludes, my soul will also be consumed. This is the very technique once wielded by the hero who saved this village. Now, you too shall perish beneath its might. Sarutobi regarded him with a smile that blended punishment for Orochimaru with nostalgia for the village's hero. Is this the very technique that sealed the Nine Tails so many years ago? Orochimaru's voice trembled with fear that Li Xian, too, felt an unprecedented dread as he sensed his soul being tugged. "Quit your incessant prattling, Orochimaru. We are both on the brink of death. Let us join forces to eliminate this old man. You pursue the collapse of Konoha, while I seek my path to freedom." Li Xian shouted in desperation, striving to find a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. "It is futile. I shall extract your souls and seal them." But Sarutobi's voice struck like a cold hammer, heavy upon their hearts. Both Orochimaru and Li Xian felt the weight of their waning lives. "My body is no longer under my control." Orochimaru found himself paralyzed, unable to move. "Orochimaru, speak to me," Li Xian exclaimed in alarm, shouting, "Quickly, use the Kusanagi sword to slay him." Orochimaru struggled to maneuver his fingers, summoning the Kusanagi sword. Yet the Monkey King appeared just in time, seizing the sword and rendering Orochimaru's final struggle futile after enduring 2 of Li Xian's Shinra Tensei. "You old fool. You disregard the rules of combat. I was merely passing through." Li Xian shouted in fury, unable to accept such an ending. "I shall show no mercy to any enemy that threatens Konoha. Wherever Konoha stands, the fire shall eternally burn." Sarutobi gazed at the scene with a serene smile, as if he had transcended life and death, that he knew that even in his passing, the spirit of Konoha's flame would endure. "Blast it! Just as I have crossed over, I am about to perish. I shall fight back." Li Xian watched as the Reaper raised its scythe, poised to claim his soul. In this moment of life and death, a surge of courage surged within him. He opened his mouth and bit down fiercely on the blade held by the Reaper. To his astonishment, the resilient blade shattered under the force of his bite. The Reaper, perhaps never having encountered such a spectacle, gazed at the broken blade in deep contemplation. In the fleeting moment of the Reaper's distraction, Li Xian struggled to regain a modicum of control over his body. Shinra Tensei. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his ultimate technique, releasing a powerful repulsion that obliterated Sarutobi's clone in an instant. Before vanishing, the Reaper cast one last profound glance at Li Xian. Gasping for breath, each inhalation felt like a weight upon him as he endeavored to steady himself and regain his strength. Meanwhile, not far off, Orochimaru met with misfortune. In the final moments of life, Sarutobi secured Orochimaru's hands, plunging the once great ninja into despair. "You old wretch, return my hands at once." Orochimaru bellowed in rage, his voice rife with bitterness and indignation. Sarutobi merely smiled faintly, looking at Orochimaru with a hint of regret. "You have grown foolish, Orochimaru. I lament that I cannot perish alongside you, but my disciple, I shall await you on the road to the afterlife." With that, he collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. "You insolent wretch! How dare you take my ninjutsu?" Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept such a fate, let alone tolerate the loss of his ninjutsu to Sarutobi. This manner of demise suits you, one who has pushed the bounds of the shinobi way. The weary Monkey King sighed as he uttered his final words, transforming into a cloud of smoke. Orochimaru-sama. The four members of the Sound Four dispelled the barrier and hastened to Orochimaru's side. The battle is over. Retreat. Orochimaru inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury, and commanded. The system has issued an S-rank mission. Please evacuate Konoha immediately. Rewards include an upgrade to the Rinnegan and unlocking the abilities of the other 5 paths. Li Xian realized he needed no system to prompt his escape. Remaining in Konoha under these circumstances would lead to certain death. Seizing the distraction Orochimaru provided, he hastened to find an opportunity to slip away. Several Umbu members rushed toward Orochimaru's fleeing direction, only to be intercepted by Kido-Maru's ninjutsu, forcing them to retreat. Kakashi, shall we pursue? Guy turned to Kakashi, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of determination. Kakashi shook his head. No. Wait a moment. His voice was low as his gaze shifted towards the battlefield. Lord Hokage. Simultaneously, other members of the Umbu infiltrated the forest created by the First Hokage. Within this grove, a group of ninjas surrounded the lifeless body of the Third Hokage, their faces etched with a myriad of complex emotions. Li Xian, having played with a yo-yo, was on the verge of escaping the village when an imposing figure blocked his path. It was Jiraiya. Faced with one of the legendary Sannin, Li Xian felt a profound headache. He held a certain admiration for Jiraiya's character. He had no desire to clash with him, especially given his current state, which left him uncertain of his ability to withstand the legendary ninja's assault. Moreover, other ninjas from Konoha could arrive at any moment, complicating the situation further. And to make matters worse, Guy was still present. Should he unleash the 8 gates, the consequences would be dire. Lord Jiraiya, I harbor no ill will towards Konoha, Li Xian attempted to explain, but Jiraiya remained unmoved. That I know not who you are, but I cannot simply allow you to leave. Jiraiya's voice was resolute and icy. Realizing that Jiraiya was not going to relent, Li Xian felt a surge of desperation and decided to employ a tactic of misdirection. He pointed behind Jiraiya and exclaimed, "There's a beautiful woman over there without any clothes." Where? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya quickly turned to follow Li Xian's finger, eager to chastise such behavior. However, upon seeing nothing, he grasped that he had been deceived. Turning back, he found that Li Xian had already vanished beyond the village's edge. Jiraiya shook his head in resignation, a bitter smile crossing his lips. He chose not to pursue Li Xian. The village had just endured such a harrowing upheaval, and with the situation surrounding Naruto, he could not afford to stray too far. Chapter 3. The upgrade of the Rinnegan. At this moment, Li Xian had successfully escaped from Konoha village. He stood in an open space, basking in the warmth of the sunlight and inhaling the long-lost fresh air. The feeling of having narrowly escaped death swept away the gloom in his heart, replaced by an indescribable exhilaration. Li Xian found a sturdy tree and leaned against its trunk, beginning to carefully explore the changes within his body. He felt the surging energy circulating inside him. It was the power of chakra. He clenched his fist, savoring the wondrous sensation that this power bestowed upon him. Now, with the ability of the Rinnegan, as long as his chakra was sufficient, he could face any threat that lay before him. Of course, this was predicated on not provoking Guy. Once angered, with all 8 gates unleashed, Li Xian would be unable to withstand even a single kick. Though he felt some pressure regarding Obito and Uchiha Madara, Li Xian believed he still had time. He possessed a strategic advantage in information. As long as he did not act recklessly, he could carve out a sliver of survival in this brutal world of shinobi, achieving personal freedom. Especially with the existence of the system. The system rewards had been dispensed, and his Rinnegan had upgraded. Just as he was contemplating this, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. A powerful surge of chakra suddenly flooded into his body, and he now sensed the transformation of his abilities. Li Xian also discovered that his mental strength was exceptionally robust. He suspected this might be related to his encounter with the Shinigami. The Shinigami's sharp blade seemed to have some mysterious connection to its essence. Now, even Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi could not affect him. As for Amaterasu, laughable. Had that ever truly incinerated anyone? In high spirits, Li Xian began to plan his next moves. The most pressing concern was to find food to satisfy his hunger. So he made his way to the riverbank. Gazing at his reflection on the water's surface, he noticed concentric circles of patterns appearing in his eyes. replacing his previously mundane gaze. With a faint smile, he realized that he could conceal his newly acquired Rinnegan at will, revealing it only when necessary. At the riverbank, Li Xian skillfully caught several fresh fish and adeptly set up a grill. As the flames danced, the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. After a hearty meal, he felt rejuvenated and strolled leisurely through the woods. Suddenly, a chilling aura of murderous intent swept over him like a biting wind. Moments later, a sharp scythe hurtled through the air from deep within the forest, aimed directly at Li Xian. He reacted swiftly, catching the scythe with ease, not allowing himself time to ponder the situation. Almost immediately, a scarecrow wielding a scythe leapt from the thicket, launching a fierce assault on Li Xian. With quick reflexes, he hurled the scythe back, pinning the scarecrow against a tree. As the curse mark on the scarecrow's face began to dissipate, Li Xian felt a strange force attempting to seize control of his body. To his astonishment, he realized that his consciousness was being drawn by an external power, revealing his original position. This was the Wind of the Mountain's heart puppet curse technique. That old coot, Danzo. In an instant, Li Xian recognized this ninjutsu. It was the signature skill of the Wind of the Mountain, Danzo's personal bodyguard. With a surge of willpower, he broke free from the curse's control and repelled the mental force of Wind of the Mountain. The hidden figure, Wind of the Mountain, felt an overwhelming impact crashing into his mind, shattering his secret technique. Blood poured from his mouth and nose as he collapsed to the ground, teetering between life and death. "Are you a coward lurking in the shadows, afraid to show yourself?" Li Xian called out loudly into the depths of the forest. Before long, countless masked ninjas surged from all directions, surrounding Li Xian. Among them, a particularly striking figure caught the eye. He wore dark robes and goggles, exuding an air of mystery and coldness. Li Xian recognized him instantly as one of Danzo's elite guards, the prodigy of the Yamanaka clan, Inuzuka Toryun. "Sir, Lord Danzo requests your presence. We hope you will accompany us." Toryun's voice was deep and commanding. Li Xian merely smiled faintly, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the surrounding ninjas. Each one was an elite of root, their strength not to be underestimated. Even Orochimaru would find it difficult to retreat unscathed from such a formidable assembly. Fortunately, Li Xian had inherited the unparalleled power of Super Brother, surpassing even the six paths of pain. With this ragtag bunch, let that old man Danzo come to meet me in person, he scoffed at Toryun's invitation. Seeing Li Xian's audacity, Toryun ceased further conversation. With a single command, the surrounding ninjas transformed into a killing machine, launching a relentless assault on Li Xian. Shuriken and kunai flew from all directions, besieging him from every angle. Yet, in the face of this tempestuous onslaught, Li Xian remained remarkably calm. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force erupted from within him, like an invisible shield, deflecting all incoming attacks. The kunai embedded with explosive tags detonated around him, yet Li Xian emerged unscathed. Toryun again hurled shuriken at him. Li Xian furrowed his brow, dodging with a swift motion. The root ninjas had long since laid a trap, and as soon as Li Xian landed, two root ninjas lunged at him with blades aimed for his vital points. Universal pull. Li Xian reacted swiftly, raising his left hand. A tremendous force drew the two ninjas closer. Simultaneously, he extended a black chakra rod from his palm, piercing through them in an instant. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Seeing their comrades fall, the root ninjas unleashed their ninjutsu, with fire and wind techniques cascading forth, enveloping the battlefield in a dazzling display of jutsu. Li Xian remained unfazed. He spread his hands wide and shouted, "Shinra Tensei." An even more potent repulsive force erupted from him, mercilessly repelling all ninjutsu attacks. Even the root ninjas were swept away by the force of his power. Sweat began to bead on Toryun's forehead. Li Xian's ninjutsu was too peculiar and formidable. But he quickly realized that this technique was not invincible. He swiftly stripped off his clothing, allowing poisonous insects to cover his body, turning his skin a deep shade of purple. He once again threw a kunai embedded with an explosive tag at Li Xian, who chose to evade. The explosive tag detonated where he had previously stood. Seeing this, Toryun felt a surge of delight. As expected, you cannot use that technique again in such a short time. Toryun, a true genius of the Yamanaka clan, had astutely identified Li Xian's weakness in a matter of moments. No wonder in the original story he quickly discovered Obito's intangibility weakness. Indeed, no renowned ninja is a fool. You can't possibly think you can contend with me. Li Xian's gaze was sharp as a hawk's, his eyes narrowing as he focused on Torian. Torian remained remarkably composed in the face of Li Xian's disdain, a slight smile gracing his lips, as if he had already cast aside the notion of life and death. I am aware that I cannot escape death this time, he stated calmly. However, I have already transmitted vital intelligence. My mission is accomplished. Even in death, I shall find purpose. With that, he charged fearlessly toward Li Xian, a resolute determination burning in his eyes. Chapter 4. I am your father, Universal Pull, Li Xian declared in a low voice. Torian's body was drawn toward Li Xian as if pulled by an invisible force, completely out of control. To his surprise, he felt a surge of hope, believing he had found an opportunity, and reached out to touch Li Xian. However, a black chakra rod pierced through Torian's body like lightning. His body suddenly froze, immobilized. The distance that had once seemed so near now felt like an insurmountable chasm. His hand was merely a step away from Li Xian, yet he could not advance an inch. Li Xian set down the black rod, calmly observing young Chigan. I am pain. Remember this name. His words resonated like a verdict, heralding the end for Yun Chigan. As the blade pierced Yun Chigan's heart, a flicker of unwillingness crossed his eyes before he slowly closed them. Li Xian turned to leave, casting a casual glance at the motionless Shanchongfeng nearby, lying on the ground. Unaware of his fate, his figure gradually vanished into the night, leaving behind a profound silence and darkness. In the dead of night, in a desolate, abandoned village in the land of fire, a few wild dogs and exposed corpses occasionally came into view. Li Xian discovered a dilapidated wooden cabin, cleverly concealing his presence before wearily leaning against a corner. The system issued an SS-level mission to collaborate with Orochimaru and research the perfect original Hokage cells. With a reward of sage body, the system released another task, but Li Xian paid it little heed. He had intended to seek Orochimaru's assistance all along. With Konoha off limits and the Akatsuki a troop of lunatics, collaborating with Orochimaru was his only viable option. After a day of intense combat, he craved nothing more than a moment of peace and sleep. Just as he began to close his eyes, ready to succumb to slumber, his formidable mental acuity detected an unusual disturbance. Who is there? Li Xian snapped his eyes open, muscles tensed, his gaze sharp as he directed his voice toward the source of the anomaly. Oh dear, it seems I've been discovered, came a comical yet slightly mocking voice. Another somber voice followed. Silence. White Zetsu, it's your fault for revealing our location. How was I to know this fellow had such keen perception? White Zetsu retorted. Li Xian's mind raced as he swiftly assessed the situation. Soon, he devised a plan. Little Black, is that you? He called toward the concealed location of Black Zetsu. Startled, Black Zetsu had not anticipated that Li Xian would recognize him. Who are you? Little Black, I'm your father, Li Xian replied with a mischievous smile, deliberately adopting a tender tone. What nonsense are you spouting? Even Black Zetsu, who had lived for 1,000 years, nearly lost his composure upon hearing these words. Seizing the moment of Black Zetsu's distraction, Li Xian acted swiftly. Using the universal pull, he drew White Zetsu into his grasp. With no mercy, he crushed White Zetsu's life in his hand. Black Zetsu, aghast, immediately unleashed his skills in a bid to escape. Li Xian did not stop him right away, merely stating, "Do you still wish to save your mother?" This sentence struck Black Zetsu like a thunderclap in his mind. He stared at Li Xian in disbelief, his eyes filled with profound fear. Who exactly are you? He stammered. I told you, I'm your father, Li Xian cheerfully replied. Nonsense. My mother is the goddess of the moon. How could you possibly be my father? Black Zetsu angrily countered. Oh, Little Black, how much can you truly comprehend? Kagaya, as the princess of the Aitsuki clan, first descended to this world and encountered my previous incarnation. Captivated by my charm, we became engulfed in a passionate love, ultimately falling into a romantic entanglement. Yet, fate played a cruel joke on us. We bore 2 offspring, Hikari and Hakamura, who turned against our wishes and callously sealed their mother on that distant moon. In her final moments before the seal, she poured all her strength into creating you, hoping you would one day rescue her from her suffering. Li Xian's words struck Black Zetsu's fragile heart like a hammer, plunging his thoughts into a chaotic whirlpool. He had never considered that he might have a father. This is promising. Li Xian keenly detected Black Zetsu's wavering resolve, swiftly masking his smile with an expression of feigned sorrow. I had hoped you would swiftly rescue Kagaya from her seal, granting her freedom. Yet, 1,000 years have passed, and you remain utterly ineffectual. Do you understand how deeply disappointing and painful this is for me? Do you know that throughout these long years, Kaguya has endured endless torment and longing on the moon? No, that's not true. I have always worked hard and never given up hope of saving my mother. Black Zetsu fervently defended himself, deeply affected by Li Xian's words. A glint of cunning passed through Li Xian's eyes. He deliberately wiped away 2 tears, continuing with heartfelt emotion. I have felt Kaguya's calls throughout my reincarnations. Her voice is filled with unending pain and despair. She told me she has been waiting for our rescue. As her beloved, how could I stand by idly? Thus, I resolved to descend once more into this world, revived by Orochimaru's means, to shoulder the responsibility of rescuing Kaguya alongside you. Black Zetsu was moved by Li Xian's rhetoric, beginning to believe every word he spoke. He stammered. Li Xian decided to push further. He gazed intently at Black Zetsu, continuing, Kaguya consumed the fruit of the divine tree to protect our love against the encroachments of other Aitsuki clan members. In the end, she was betrayed by Hikari and Hakamura. For a millennium, she has borne the suffering of her seal in solitude, filled with boundless longing and anguish. As for me, I gained the power of the Rinnegan from the divine tree's fruit, and when I sought to rescue Kaguya, I was betrayed by those 2 ungrateful children. Therefore, my child, I need your assistance. Let us join forces to free your mother, my beloved Kaguya, from her seal. Li Xian's impassioned words brimmed with conviction, persuading Black Zetsu to believe his claims. As for whether Kaguya would strike him upon her release, that was a matter for another time. You really are my father? Black Zetsu's heart was already beginning to believe, as there were elements of Li Xian's narrative that he had never known. Li Xian regarded Black Zetsu with an expression of ineffable kindness and sentimentality. Indeed, my child, I am your father. Though internally he reveled in triumph, he maintained a facade of composure. Father, Black Zetsu's voice quivered. After enduring a prolonged struggle and anxiety, he had finally found a sense of belonging. For 1,000 years, he had fought alone, groping through the darkness, willing to sacrifice everything to rescue his mother, experiencing countless failures. Now, he was no longer alone. Black Zetsu's eyes glistened. Had he been able to weep, tears would surely have streamed down his face. Li Xian gently caressed Black Zetsu, striving to keep his inner laughter at bay. My dear son, let me embrace you. His voice was tender, as if imparting boundless strength to Black Zetsu. Li Xian smiled, declaring, with our hearts united as father and son, we shall undoubtedly rescue Kaguya. Yes, father, Black Zetsu steadied his emotions. What should our next course of action be? We shall proceed according to your original plan. I will provide cover, and at the critical moment, you must offer me the necessary assistance. But remember, our identities must remain concealed, otherwise, all will be in vain. We have but one chance. Li Xian pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Father, I understand. Black Zetsu affirmed. We will surely succeed in rescuing Mother. All right, you may return for now. Li Xian nodded, indicating that he would seek assistance when needed. He established a connection with Heiju through his formidable mental strength, ensuring that the two could respond to each other in critical moments. As he watched Heiju vanish into the shadows, Li Xian finally exhaled in relief. The hidden mission from the system had been accomplished, successfully deceiving Heiju and earning a reward, a rather inexpensive son. System, did you concoct this hidden task? And this reward is rather extraordinary. I am already his father. Li Xian mused, feeling somewhat dubious about the reliability of the system. Unbeknownst to him, however, this boomerang would eventually come back to haunt him. Chapter 5. Itachi and Kisame. Having dealt with the greatest conspirator in the Naruto world, his plans advanced significantly. Next, he needed to confront Orochimaru to obtain the First Hokage's cells and attain the Sage Body, while simultaneously utilizing Heiju to intercept the Ten Tails and become the Sage of Six Paths. Li Xian had no desire to be an innocent bystander, nor to become fodder for the God Tree, or worse, a meal for the Akatsuki clan. Thus, he resolved to ascend to the pinnacle of this world step by step. Amidst a myriad of thoughts, his eyelids grew heavy, and he ultimately succumbed to slumber. The following day, Li Xian found himself standing in a tranquil forest, surrounded by silence. Having walked for an extended period without encountering a single soul, the Naruto world lacked navigation guidance, and he possessed no map, leaving him embarrassingly lost. Just as he hesitated to call upon his ally for assistance, a melodious chime of wind bells pierced the surrounding stillness. Curious, He followed the sound and discerned two figures emerging from the mist, clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. One tall, the other short. Both wearing wide-brimmed hats that obscured their faces. It was Itachi and Kisame. Li Xian's pupils dilated in recognition. He identified them as the members of the Akatsuki, the Vermilion Bird and the Southern Dipper. It dawned on him that after the Chunin exams, it was the appearance of Itachi and Kisame to warn Danzo and relay intelligence. As he pondered this, Itachi and Kisame drew nearer. Li Xian's senses heightened, prepared to respond at any moment. Their prowess far surpassed that of the current Orochimaru. His unexpected presence in this desolate area undoubtedly raised suspicion. Li Xian feigned nonchalance, and it appeared that Itachi and Kisame were unaware of his existence. Brushing past him like strangers, he breathed a sigh of relief, believing himself to be safe. However, just as he felt secure, the environment around him abruptly transformed. The sky turned a ghastly red, and the ominous cawing of crows filled the air. A swarm of crows began to circle above his head. Is this an illusion? It seemed that the ninjas of this world had little regard for martial ethics. Yet, Li Xian remained composed, observing the unfolding changes. The crows gradually coalesced, morphing into the likeness of Uchiha Itachi. You are no ordinary individual, lacking a ninja headband, yet possessing immense chakra. I surmise you are a mysterious ninja allied with Orochimaru in the assault on Konoha, Itachi asserted. Li Xian internally mused, what an astute deduction, surely. It was the little dark one who informed you, as I had not yet contacted him at that time. Faced with the combat genius Uchiha Itachi, Li Xian did not underestimate him. Perhaps he could leverage the information gap to persuade Itachi to abandon the shadows. Calmly facing Itachi, a faint smile graced his lips as he began, Uchiha Itachi, I am aware of who you are, as the man burdened with the slaughter of the Uchiha clan's sins. Enduring alone for the sake of Konoha, I can empathize with your pain and struggle. Li Xian's words conveyed profound sympathy and understanding, causing a flicker of emotion in Itachi's gaze. Before Itachi could respond, Li Xian continued, however, you have not completely ended the tragedy of the Uchiha clan. For one still lives, your brother, Uchiha Sasuke. I understand that this represents both redemption and a burden for you. Confronted with Li Xian's frankness, Itachi's cold demeanor finally showed signs of disturbance. Did Orochimaru reveal all this to you? Or do you intend to use Sasuke to threaten me? Li Xian shook his head with a smile. Mr. Itachi, what I know far surpasses Orochimaru's knowledge. For instance, the mysterious figure who accompanied you, wearing a mask. Itachi's brow furrowed as he scrutinized Li Xian, his eyes gleaming with danger. Yet Li Xian remained unfazed, continuing with a smile. Mr. Itachi, your patience seems lacking. I have much more to share, yet you are eager to interrupt me. Just as he finished speaking, the illusionary space began to shatter like glass, and Li Xian was thrust back into the real world. Without hesitation, he distanced himself from Itachi and Kisame. At that moment, Kisame's blade glimmered as it struck, cleaving a deep chasm where Li Xian had stood. This guy's reaction speed is astonishing, Kisame remarked, then hefted his sword, flanking Itachi as they encircled Li Xian. Undaunted by the two formidable foes, Li Xian smiled faintly. Mr. Itachi, your choices are indeed regrettable. Before he finished speaking, Li Xian dashed toward Kisame. His speed was remarkable. Kisame immediately raised his blade to defend, but Li Xian's velocity exceeded his expectations. With a mere gesture, Li Xian unleashed a tremendous repulsive force that sent Kisame sprawling. What is this? Kisame exclaimed in alarm, embedding his sword into the ground to anchor himself. Yet he was propelled several dozen meters away. At this moment, Li Xian soared into the air, looking down upon Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, allow me to witness your true mettle. Itachi offered no reply, but his expression sharpened. Kisame hastily formed hand seals, preparing to attack. Yet Li Xian seemed to possess foresight. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed another wave of repulsion that sent Kisame flying once more. How dare you underestimate me? Die. Water style, great shark bomb technique. Kisame retaliated, but Li Xian, unfazed, absorbed the ninjutsu with the power of the hungry ghost path. What is your relationship with pain? Itachi finally inquired, his tone calm, yet imbued with deep vigilance. Li Xian merely smiled, choosing not to answer the question but instead raised his hand to activate universal pull. A tremendous gravitational force drew Uchiha Itachi towards him. Itachi's Sharingan transformed into a three-pronged pinwheel, and black flames began to emanate from Li Xian's palm. Amaterasu? Li Xian frowned, but remained unperturbed, swiftly employing the power of the hungry ghost path to absorb it. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Following that, Itachi unleashed a flurry of ninjutsu. Yet Li Xian did not evade. He intended to test whether his strength could rival that of Uchiha Itachi. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force erupted from him, repelling all of Itachi's ninjutsu. Following the successful absorption of Amaterasu, Li Xian's strength seemed further enhanced. His shoulder twitched, and an arm from the Shura path extended, launching several missiles towards Kisame below. Kisame could only awkwardly evade, attempting to fend off the unexpected assault. Li Xian's barrage did not cease. Summoning technique. He swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming. A thunderous roar echoed as a colossal monstrous bird materialized from thin air, flapping its wings and launching a fierce assault on Kisame. Shortly thereafter, a gigantic, split hound leapt from the ground, baring its sharp fangs as it charged toward Kisame, ready to rend its foe. Amidst this relentless onslaught, Kisame found himself in dire straits. Itachi observed the unfolding chaos. After the failure of the two great ocular techniques, Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, he increasingly felt the threat posed by Li Xian, whose danger was comparable to that of pain. To Itachi, anyone who could ally with Orochimaru was certainly no benevolent individual. Deep within, Itachi weighed the pros and cons, hesitating whether to use his trump card to completely eliminate Li Xian. Chapter 6. Seeking Orochimaru. What troubles you, Mr. Itachi? Where is your Susanoo? Or perhaps Izanami? Or even Kotoame Tsukumi? At that moment, Li Xian's mocking voice resonated through the air. Who exactly are you? Itachi's pupils constricted sharply. He looked up to see Li Xian with arms outstretched, wearing an expression akin to that of a deity. I am Pain. I am Kami, Li Xian proclaimed loudly, his tone brimming with confidence and arrogance as he deliberately mimicked Pain's demeanor to create confusion. Itachi remained speechless. He had encountered the real Pain. Yet Li Xian's tone and charlatan-like appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of the Akatsuki leader. Planetary devastation. Li Xian suddenly clasped his hands and shouted. He then hurled a black singularity, a powerful gravitational force erupting instantaneously, drawing everything around it, including Itachi and Kisame, toward the singularity. The beasts summoned by Li Xian dissipated into smoke before this force. Mr. Itachi, Kisame shouted from atop a massive rock, his body uncontrollably pulled toward the singularity. He looked to Itachi, hoping he might devise a plan. Itachi's eyes suddenly opened to reveal his Mangekyo Sharingan, a crimson blaze igniting around him. Almost immediately, his skeletal structure became pronounced, followed by his muscles, ultimately forming a complete suit of armor. His Susanoo, Kisame, attacked that singularity. Itachi swiftly analyzed the weakness of the planetary devastation. He wielded the Yada mirror, striking forcefully at the center of the singularity. Water release, Great Shark Bomb technique. Kisame fiercely countered, unleashing an even larger shark water bomb toward the singularity. The two formidable forces collided in the air, causing the planetary devastation to shatter and collapse. Impressive as always, Mr. Itachi, Li Xian remarked, unable to conceal his admiration. He was not surprised that Itachi could counter the planetary devastation. Mr. Itachi, I have matters to attend to and shall not linger. Conserve your strength for your brother. He waved farewell, utilizing the powers of the Deva path to ascend into the sky, leaving one to wonder what other cards Uchiha Itachi might hold as the son of Kishimoto. Itachi did not pursue Li Xian. His ocular power had been excessively depleted, rendering him incapable of further combat. Clutching his bleeding eyes, he crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. Mr. Itachi, are you all right? Kisame rushed to his side, helping him up. Itachi shook his head gently. His vision was becoming increasingly blurred. I'm fine. Head to Konoha, he replied softly, freeing himself from Kisame's support and walking slowly in the direction of Konoha. Li Xian sped through the dense woods, fervently seeking any living soul to guide him. He wisely chose not to engage with Itachi and Kisame, if faced solely with Uchiha Itachi. He was confident he could prevail due to Itachi's ongoing weakened state. However, with the addition of Kisame, the so-called tailless beast, even a victory would come at a dire cost, something that did not align with his nature. The immediate priority was to locate Orochimaru, ideally to recruit him and leverage his abilities to attain the sage body. coupled with the resources amassed by the little black creature over the years. He was confident he could successfully collaborate with Orochimaru. It seems there are people ahead. Li Xian detected faint voices in the distance. With a surge of interest, he quickened his pace, swiftly approaching the source of the sound. Perched on a tree branch, he observed the scene before him. A group of rogue ninjas was robbing a merchant convoy. "Please, we are willing to surrender all our possessions. We only ask that you spare our lives," trembled an elderly man with a hat, white beard, and red nose, pleading with the rogue ninjas. The rogues, however, laughed mercilessly as they seized the convoy's goods. Taking advantage of the innocent women, Li Xian scrutinized the old man, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall specifically who he was. The system issued a B-rank mission: rescue the merchant convoy to receive a map of the ninja world. Upon hearing the system announce a new task, he decided to intervene, primarily to inquire about the route to Shanzai Street. Just as the rogue ninjas were about to strike the convoy, Li Xian leaped from the tree like a bolt of lightning, entering the fray. He kicked one ninja away, swiftly seized another's weapon, and parried an attack from a third. In rapid succession, he dispatched a fourth rogue with lethal precision, while his left hand unleashed several black chakra rods, pinning the fleeing rogues against the tree trunks. The entire process unfolded in the blink of an eye. By the time the convoy members regained their composure, the rogues lay lifeless in pools of blood. "Thank you so much, sir, for your timely rescue." The elderly man from the convoy looked at Li Xian, his eyes filled with gratitude and awe. Other members of the convoy cast appreciative glances toward Li Xian, though tinged with a hint of fear. "There is no need for thanks," Li Xian replied with a smile. "I merely passed by and could not tolerate such oppression of the weak. Of course, if anyone could direct me to Shanzai Street, I would be even more grateful. Just head south for several days, and you will reach Shanzai City." The old man promptly pointed southward. Seeing that Li Xian still appeared somewhat puzzled, he respectfully produced a detailed map from beside him and presented it to Li Xian. "This map is a small gift for you, sir." Ding. Mission complete. Rewards have been issued. A map of the ninja world. Indeed, this system is anything but ordinary. Li Xian accepted the map, which meticulously marked numerous locations. A glimmer of delight flashed in his eyes as he coughed lightly, carefully stowing the map away, preparing to depart. Just as he was about to leave, a snow ferret suddenly darted from behind the canvas of the cargo rack, agile and adorable, exuding a faint air of mystery. "Nilligu, come back." The old man's expression changed drastically as he urgently shouted. Upon hearing this name, Li Xian's heart stirred. Nilligu was a name that resonated with him. He curiously observed the snow ferret, contemplating its significance. The old man appeared increasingly anxious, interrupting Li Xian's thoughts, and respectfully offered him a substantial sum of coins. Sir, we have urgent matters and must take our leave. This is just a token of our appreciation." Li Xian nodded slightly, accepting the coins without further inquiry. Seeing that Li Xian had no objections, the convoy members hurriedly departed from the scene. Holding the coins, Li Xian felt little emotional fluctuation as he made his way toward Shanzai Street. Nilligu? Grail Stone. He suddenly recalled that the name Nilligu was associated with a merchant convoy from the movie Phantom, the underground ruins. What intrigued him further was Grail Stone. Rich in chakra and abundant life energy, Grail Stone possessed the power of rejuvenation, providing potent healing effects on living beings. Furthermore, it displayed miraculous fertilization properties, allowing crops and livestock to thrive, thus addressing humanity's hunger issues. Perhaps I shall retrieve it personally after some time and invite Orochimaru to study it alongside me. Li Xian chose not to pursue the convoy immediately. The snow ferret merely carried fragments of Grail Stone, while he truly sought the entire vein. Chapter 7: The Plump Sheep. A few days later, Li Xian finally arrived at the location where Tsunade was currently residing in the town of Duance. Along the way, he witnessed countless desolate and dilapidated villages, where the faces of the villagers were etched with fatigue and despair. Their frames were gaunt, and their eyes reflected a numbing acceptance of life. In the face of the officials' greedy exploitation, the ruthless plundering by bandits, and the merciless killings by wandering ninjas, their lives seemed to wither away with alarming ease. Li Xian settled a frail horse, purchased from the villagers, to the side before quietly entering a casino in the town. He chose an inconspicuous corner to sit, observing everything within the establishment in silence, awaiting the appearance of the plump sheep. He intended to use this plump sheep to lure out a snake. Before long, a striking figure entered the casino. She had long, light yellow hair styled into a high ponytail, wearing a tea-green long coat with black edges, paired with a loose, sleeveless top reminiscent of a kimono, cinched at the waist with a black sash and deep blue cropped pants. Her figure was voluptuous, her curves graceful, exuding the charm of a mature woman, as she confidently carried a small box filled with coins. Following closely behind her was a young girl with short hair draped over her shoulders, her face displaying a hint of dissatisfaction, cradling an adorable pet pig in her arms. Finally, she had arrived. Li Xian felt a stir of excitement within him. Sitting up slightly, his gaze fixated on Tsunade as she entered the casino. He refrained from immediate action, patiently waiting for the opportune moment. The atmosphere in the casino was tense yet lively. Soon, an announcement echoed through the speakers. Congratulations to the guest at table 44 for winning the jackpot. Everyone, feel free to place your bets. Li Xian recognized this as the signal that Tsunade had won. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Tsunade left the casino, her demeanor tinged with unease. Today had been unusually lucky for her, with consecutive jackpot wins, which filled her with an inexplicable sense of anxiety. Li Xian promptly rose, trailing behind Tsunade and Shizun from a distance. As they exited the casino, they arrived beneath the castle of Duance. Ah, Duance is indeed magnificent. No wonder it has been recognized as a cultural heritage site, Shizun remarked, gazing up at the towering fortress in awe. Enough of this leisurely talk. We must leave this town at once, Tsunade urged, her mind preoccupied with unease and a foreboding sense, hastening Shizun to depart. Come on, Lady Tsunade. Take a moment to appreciate it. Admiration costs nothing, Shizun replied, somewhat reluctant, yet she jogged to keep pace with Tsunade, while the pet pig dutifully followed at her feet. Suddenly, Tsunade halted, an inexplicable premonition surging within her. Had she sensed my presence? In the distance, Li Xian also came to an alert stop, his gaze locked on Tsunade. However, her eyes were not on him, but rather fixated on the distant Duance castle. Her expression grew serious, as if anticipating an ominous event about to unfold. In that instant, the once impenetrable walls of Duance began to crumble like eroded sand, and through the billowing dust, two figures emerged, Orochimaru and Kabuto. Beneath them coiled a massive serpent. Orochimaru made quite the entrance, creating such a commotion. Li Xian observed the scene from the ruins with a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Orochimaru. Tsunade's brows furrowed, her gaze fierce. Orochimaru, I have finally found you, echoed Orochimaru's raspy voice as he and Kabuto leaped down from the serpent's back, standing before Tsunade. Ah, Orochimaru. I have finally located you as well. Just as Tsunade confronted Orochimaru, Li Xian's figure suddenly appeared, wearing a mischievous smile. A flicker of shock crossed Orochimaru's face. Tsunade also noticed Li Xian's abrupt entrance and Orochimaru's reaction, her heart filled with confusion. Who is this man? Why does Orochimaru seem so startled by him? Orochimaru, I specifically came to find you, Li Xian said with a grin. One day apart feels like 3 autumns. Orochimaru's face glistened with cold sweat, not from Li Xian, but from the excruciating pain radiating from his arm. He had come seeking Tsunade's assistance for his injured hand. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Li Xian, but you may call me Xian. To be frank, Tsunade cannot heal your hand, but I can assist you. Li Xian's words left Tsunade feeling somewhat displeased, for she was renowned as the foremost medical ninja in the shinobi world, now being questioned by a younger stranger. Orochimaru quickly regained his composure, watching Li Xian with intrigue and curiosity. This sudden appearance seemed to possess profound insights into both him and Tsunade. Ever since Li Xian had been reincarnated through the impure world reincarnation technique, he had been astounded. Xian-kun, you truly astonish me, Orochimaru rasped. You were summoned as a complete life form by the impure world reincarnation. This is something I have never witnessed before. I have perused countless texts and found no similar case. To be honest, Xian-kun, I find you quite fascinating. Please, I have a preference for women, Li Xian replied, his smile fading as he regarded Orochimaru seriously. I can aid in the restoration of your hand and even help you explore the mysteries of life. However, you must assist me with a task. Orochimaru's gaze turned sinister, as if scrutinizing the authenticity of Li Xian's words. He calmly responded, Xian-kun, how can you convince me of the truth in your claims? You have no choice but to trust me, Li Xian replied with a nonchalant smile, as if he had already discerned Orochimaru's cards. Tsunade cannot possibly heal you. Your self-righteous, impure world reincarnation technique merely resurrects a puppet-like version of yourself. Do you truly believe this can compel her to submit? Li Xian's words darkened Orochimaru's expression instantly. Tsunade, hearing this, felt an indescribable shock stir within her, glaring furiously at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you scoundrel, you deserve to die? Her anger nearly drove her to madness, and with a single punch, the wall behind her collapsed. This astonishing display of strength made both Li Xian and Orochimaru flinch. Kabuto, standing nearby, silently marveled, so powerful and so terrifying. This person must be single. Scoundrel! Shizen could no longer contain herself, stepping in front of Tsunade as a poison needle shot towards Orochimaru. Kabuto reacted swiftly, shielding Orochimaru with a specially crafted kunai, easily deflecting the poison needle. Shizen brandished a surgical knife, ready to charge forward, but was halted by Tsunade's timely admonition. Shizen, calm down. Shinkuin, you have truly caused me a great deal of trouble. Orochimaru observed the unfolding chaos, his shoulders beginning to shake, before laughter erupted like a tempest. Orochimaru, and you? You truly are in cahoots. Just then, Jiraiya and Naruto rushed onto the scene. Jiraiya immediately spotted Orochimaru and Li Xian, decisively positioning himself in front of Tsunade, shielding her behind him. Chapter 8: The Reunion of the Three Legendary Ninjas. Jiraiya, what brings you here? Tsunade's eyes widened as she recognized Jiraiya's presence. Glancing between Orochimaru and Li Xian, finally comprehending why she had won so much today. It is an honor to witness the legendary Sannin reunited once more, Li Xian remarked joyfully, subtly maneuvering to shield Orochimaru and Kabuto behind himself. Long time no see, Jiraiya. Orochimaru's lips curled into a peculiar smile as he greeted Jiraiya. Your gaze is still as wicked as ever, Orochimaru, Jiraiya replied with a smile, engaging in light-hearted banter as if they were merely old friends. Indeed, years of shared experiences had forged an unspoken bond between them. Kabuto, is it? Naruto, in disbelief, pointed at Kabuto. Naruto, Kabuto responded nonchalantly. The atmosphere around them seemed deceptively tranquil. Tsunade, I have come to seek your assistance. Why are Orochimaru and this individual present? Jiraiya's brow furrowed, his gaze shifting between Orochimaru and Li Xian. Orochimaru is here seeking treatment for his injured hand, and as for this fellow, he appears to be searching for Orochimaru. Tsunade pondered for a moment before turning to Jiraiya and inquired, what is your purpose in seeking me? I have come to persuade you to return and assume the role of Hokage, Jiraiya replied solemnly. Orochimaru has slain the old man, and he is a dangerous ally. Exercise utmost caution. Hey, don't say such things. I am also a victim here. It was Orochimaru who summoned me. The third Hokage died, sealing Orochimaru's hands. And he wanted to seal me too, but I was merely fortunate. Orochimaru can attest to that, Li Xian explained with a smile, sensing the hostile glances from Tsunade and Naruto. Indeed, this is true. I can vouch for it. Xuan is in no way involved. Orochimaru slightly nodded, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Well, it's better not to explain at all. Li Xian shrugged off their doubt, scanning the crowd. He asked, do you intend to reminisce or engage in battle? If it's the latter, let us find a more secluded location. It would be inconvenient otherwise. As Li Xian's words fell, the tension in the air escalated, as if a storm were on the horizon. It seemed that a confrontation was inevitable. Jiraiya closed his eyes momentarily before suddenly opening them wide, leading Naruto away from Shortbook City. Tsunade cast a deep glance at Li Xian and Orochimaru before following Jiraiya closely. Orochimaru, what are your intentions? Fear not. I will not let you perish. Li Xian gazed at Orochimaru, hoping for clarity. Orochimaru, with a hoarse voice and a slight smile, replied, Xuan, I appreciate your goodwill. With those words, he pursued Jiraiya's departing figure. Li Xian glanced at Kabuto and followed suit. They arrived at a desolate clearing where Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others awaited. Since Jiraiya had not been drugged by Tsunade, Li Xian surmised that the injured Orochimaru would suffer greatly, and he prepared himself to intervene at any moment. Kabuto, Orochimaru commanded, casting another glance at Li Xian. Understanding, Kabuto swiftly bit his finger and made a cut on Orochimaru's arm, while Jiraiya and Tsunade simultaneously formed hand seals. Summoning technique. The voices of the three echoed, and a massive cloud of smoke engulfed the clearing. As the smoke dissipated, three colossal summoned beasts emerged. Manda, Gamabunta, and Katsu. Li Xian perched upon a large stone, witnessing the showdown among the three legendary ninja. He couldn't help but marvel. Witnessing the clash of the three legendary ninjas was truly awe-inspiring. Manda and Orochimaru, Tsunade and Katsuo, faces reminiscent of the past. Gamabunta, with his iconic large pipe, exhaled smoke that seemed to carry the weight of time. He glanced at Jiraiya and quipped, "Jiraiya, are you hosting a nostalgic reunion? Fool, I haven't summoned you in ages. Spare me your trivial jokes," Jiraiya replied, his gaze fixed firmly on Orochimaru, shaking his head. "I seek to resolve our long-standing grievances. Today, I shall defeat Orochimaru here." "Orochimaru, don't summon me for such trivial matters," Manda hissed discontentedly, coiling his massive body. "Be cautious, or I shall consume you, Orochimaru. Prepare 100 living sacrifices for me afterward." Gamabunta chuckled at this, taking a deep drag from his pipe before blowing smoke towards Manda. "I'll turn you into frog stew, you rascal." Manda, enraged, arched his body, preparing to strike. "I just happen to need a snakeskin wallet." Gamabunta gripped his sword's hilt. "Orochimaru, you are too wicked. We are no longer comrades." "Comrades? Ha ha ha, what a laugh," Orochimaru scoffed. "The title of the three legendary ninjas ends here." Katsuo initiated the assault against Manda, launching a stream of acidic liquid. However, the attack missed, eroding the nearby stones instead. Manda deftly evaded the assault and lunged at Katsuo, wrapping around her tightly, ready to devour her. In that critical moment, Gamabunta swung his sword at Manda. Manda swiftly dodged, sinking his fangs into Gamabunta's sword. The three gigantic summoned beasts locked into a stalemate on the battlefield. Katsuo, ensnared by Manda, struggled fiercely, ultimately forced to disintegrate into countless miniature versions of herself to escape. These diminutive Katsuos quickly reformed into their original size. Seeing this, Gamabunta immediately released his sword and leaped back to distance himself from Manda. Manda's ability to take on two foes was indeed formidable. Li Xian, observing the battle, sighed. Jiraiya turned to Tsunade, saying, "Tsunade, you handle that fellow Li Xian. I will deal with Orochimaru. That guy's strength is not to be underestimated. Be cautious." "Understood, and you too, be careful." Tsunade nodded resolutely as Katsuo aimed at Li Xian. Releasing a corrosive acidic spray, "Why are you attacking the audience?" Li Xian did not flinch. He remained composed, gently pushing his palm forward to unleash Shinra Tensei. The highly corrosive liquid was effortlessly repelled in midair, unable to approach. "What is this?" Tsunade's expression turned grave as she witnessed the scene. Truly realizing Li Xian's formidable power, "You have summoned beasts, so I cannot be at a disadvantage either." Summoning technique. A faint smile graced Li Xian's lips as he swiftly formed hand seals, slamming his palm against the ground. Instantly, a massive cloud of smoke enveloped the area. And when it cleared, Li Xian stood firmly atop the head of a split hound. "Lady Tsunade, are you pleased with this display of summoning prowess?" Li Xian inquired, observing Tsunade's shocked expression. She was utterly astounded, never having anticipated that Li Xian could summon so many powerful beasts simultaneously. His power had far surpassed her expectations. Chapter 9. Treatment for Hemophobia. Tsunade. Jiraiya, seeing Tsunade in peril, felt a surge of urgency and prepared to rush to her aid. Just as he became distracted, Orochimaru extended his long neck, executing the technique of snake's tongue, sword of the serpent, with a sharp blade of energy aimed directly at Jiraiya. Ninjutsu Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's white hair instantly hardened, densely covering his body like needles, successfully blocking Orochimaru's assault. Due to Orochimaru's entanglement, Jiraiya found himself unable to break free to assist Tsunade. Anxiety consumed him. He needed to end this confrontation with Orochimaru swiftly. "Xuan, you continue to surprise me," Orochimaru noted, increasingly intrigued by Li Xian's actions. Tsunade and Katsuo were perilously surrounded by numerous summoned beasts, struggling against their assaults with an unfavorable situation. "Gamabunta, keep Orochimaru occupied," Jiraiya observed with deep concern, taking a deep breath as he clasped his hands together to gather natural energy, preparing to unleash a more potent sage mode. "Jiraiya, you truly are a master of putting others in difficult positions." Although Wanta was somewhat reluctant, he valiantly resisted the onslaught of Orochimaru and the myriad snakes. Buying precious time for Jiraiya. Eliminate that nine-tails brat. Having defected from the Akatsuki, Orochimaru was determined not to let their plan succeed, thus instructing Yakushi Kabuto to dispose of Naruto. "As you command," Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto rushed into a fierce confrontation with Naruto and Shizune. Orochimaru, I warn you not to kill that brat, or I shall end you. Witnessing Kabuto's lethal attacks on Naruto, Li Xian felt an overwhelming urgency and shouted a warning. Kabuto, yet to engage Tsunade, remained in peak condition, while Naruto had yet to master the Rasengan, and Shizune was of little help. If Naruto were to perish, the Nine Tails would die with him, forcing his and Kuro's plans into indefinite stasis. Thus, he could not allow Naruto to meet his demise at this critical moment. Kabuto swiftly defeated Shizune, putting Naruto in grave danger. Li Xian disregarded Tsunade and charged towards Kabuto. Stop! Your opponent is me. Tsunade, misinterpreting Li Xian's intentions as a threat to Naruto, had already released her sealing technique and blocked his path. Get out of the way. That Nine-Tails brat is on the verge of death. Li Xian shouted in anger, using Shinra Tensei, which sent Tsunade crashing to the ground with immense force. Thanks to her creation rebirth technique, her injuries were not severe. How do you know the secret of the Nine Tails? Who are you? Tsunade gazed at Li Xian in astonishment. He offered no response, merely casting a chakra black rod that pinned Kabuto firmly to the ground. Subsequently, he utilized universal pull to draw the unconscious Naruto back to his side, coldly instructing Tsunade, I also know you are a 50-something old virgin. Stop dawdling and heal this brat. Awakened from her stupor, Tsunade hurried to Naruto's side, ready to administer treatment. However, upon seeing the blood on Naruto, she fell into a state of extreme terror, as if all her strength had drained away, collapsing to the ground. I forgot you still suffer from hemophobia. You worthless piece of cake. Li Xian felt a headache coming on. Glancing at the pinned Kabuto, he approached and removed the chakra black rod. Kabuto looked at him in confusion, and Li Xian threatened, You will heal Naruto without any tricks. Otherwise, I will make you regret ever coming into this world. Understood. Lord Xian. Kabuto sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Li Xian and dared not resist. He glanced at Orochimaru, who was locked in battle with Jiraiya, and began healing Naruto as instructed. Undoubtedly a genius in medical ninjutsu, Kabuto, however, could only barely sustain Naruto's flickering life force due to his own dwindling chakra. I'm sorry, Lord Xian, I've done my best. A deep sense of guilt laced Kabuto's voice as he lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously adjusting his glasses. It seems you two are worthless. Li Xian observed the scene, realizing he may have gone too far. He approached Tsunade, grabbing her collar. Tsunade, wake up. Where is your will of fire? You are meant to be the 5th Hokage's woman. Think of your brother, as the granddaughter of the First Hokage. Are you truly going to be defeated by something as trivial as a fear of blood? No matter what Li Xian said, Tsunade continued to tremble, overwhelmed with fear. It seemed he must resort to extraordinary measures. He suddenly slapped her across the face. Jiraiya, Shizune, Kabuto, and Orochimaru all stared in shock. That slap appeared to awaken her. What are you staring at? Save him. Seeing Tsunade regain her senses, Li Xian discreetly released her. Tsunade shot him a fierce glare, but then rushed to Naruto's side to begin her healing techniques. Ding. Hidden task completed. Cure Tsunade's hemophobia. Gaining improved impressions from Jiraiya and Tsunade. What use are these accolades? Useless system, Li Xian thought with an internal sigh. As time passed, Naruto's vitality gradually returned, and the heavy stone in Li Xian's heart finally lifted. The reason he did not simply take the Nine Tails was that he did not wish to be beset by the Akatsuki and Konoha unless he possessed overwhelming power. Jiraiya, observing Li Xian's efforts to save Naruto, noticeably softened in his demeanor. He ceased his action to enter Sage mode and returned to Wonta's back. Due to the previous fierce battle with the myriad snakes, Wonta was now battered and bruised. Wonta, can you still fight? Jiraiya, you are truly ridiculous to ask such a question. Wonta found himself at a loss, having already exerted himself against the myriad snakes, let alone facing Orochimaru too. Wonta, use oil. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals and then exhaled a burst of flames, while Wonta expelled oil. Fire style, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. The flames combined with the oil mist, forming a colossal fire oil bomb that instantly engulfed the myriad snakes. The power of this technique could rival Uchiha Madara's great fire destruction. The silhouette of the myriad snakes seemed to dissolve in the flames, but when the fire subsided, all that remained was the snakeskin. The true myriad snakes burrowed underground, launching a fierce attack on Jiraiya. Rasengan. Jiraiya formed a massive Rasengan and slammed it down onto the myriad snake's head, pinning them firmly to the ground. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Marsh. Jiraiya followed up with an Earth-style technique, trapping the myriad snakes in a vast swamp. He understood that while he was unable to extricate himself earlier, Li Xian could have easily killed Tsunade and Naruto, yet he chose not to. It seemed Li Xian was not a malevolent individual. Thus, Jiraiya decided against entering Sage mode and opted to confront the disarmed Orochimaru in his ordinary state. Deprived of the myriad snake support, Orochimaru was thoroughly overwhelmed by Jiraiya, his skin peeling away to reveal a stranger's face. Jiraiya noticed that Orochimaru's face did not belong to him, tightening his brows with a serious expression as he fixed his gaze on Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you truly are beyond redemption. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya, you are so full of yourself. I am immortal. Once I regain my hands, I will certainly destroy Konoha. Orochimaru laughed dismissively, his laughter cold and eerie, as his form slowly melded into the earth. Realizing the situation was turning against him, he chose to flee. I came specifically to find you. Orochimaru, you cannot escape. Li Xian utilized universal pull, firmly anchoring the retreating Orochimaru in his grasp. Ugh! Orochimaru emitted a faint, grotesque sound as Li Xian seized him by the throat, clearly ensnared in Li Xian's absolute control. Chapter 10. Allow me to examine you. Mr. Jiraiya, Ms. Tsunade, I have matters to discuss with Orochimaru. I shall take my leave. Li Xian offered a brief farewell before disappearing from their sight, with Orochimaru in tow. Observing this, Kabuto quickly formed hand seals and wisely chose to retreat as well. Jiraiya watched as Li Xian departed, shaking his head in resignation. He could not pursue, nor did he particularly wish to. He turned back to Tsunade, noticing the red handprint on her face, and felt a pang of concern. Tsunade, are you alright? Tsunade shot him a fierce glare, offering no response, and silently walked in the direction of Konoha. Her heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions, both grateful for Li Xian's cure of her hemophobia, restoring her confidence as a medical ninja, and simultaneously filled with dissatisfaction and anger towards his method of treatment. She found it unacceptable to be healed in such a manner. Li Xian led Orochimaru to a desolate area, where silence reigned, interrupted only by the whisper of the wind through the foliage. With a chakra black rod, he firmly pinned Orochimaru to a sturdy tree trunk, ensuring his escape was impossible. Orochimaru, seemingly unfazed, wore a cold smile as he rasped, "Xiankun, your approach hardly reflects that of a friend." Li Xian's expression remained impassive. He understood Orochimaru's cunning and dared not underestimate him. He swiftly formed hand seals, and a transparent barrier instantly enveloped them. Gazing intently into Orochimaru's eyes, he said, "Enough of the pleasantries, Orochimaru. I am here for your assistance in a matter." Curiosity flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he inclined his head slightly, indicating his willingness to listen. "I can aid in healing your arm's injuries, and in return, you will assist me in attaining the sage body. I shall reveal to you the mysteries of ninjutsu and help you explore the essence of life," Li Xian continued. "Oh, Xiankun, I am honored by your regard. However, I have a small request," Orochimaru replied, his eyes gleaming with a fervent light as he licked his dry lips. His voice slightly hoarse. Li Xian furrowed his brow, well aware of Orochimaru's insatiable appetite, yet resolved to hear his request. "What is it?" he inquired in a low tone. "My request is quite simple. I wish to conduct some research on your body," Orochimaru stated, his gaze fixed intently on Li Xian, as if attempting to peer into his soul. A chill ran through Li Xian at his words. "Xiankun, do not wear such a grim expression. I merely seek a small sample of your cells and blood. Should you consent, I will do everything within my power to help you realize your ambitions." "I can see that you are a person of great ambition," Orochimaru assured him. "Very well, Orochimaru. I trust your wisdom and decisiveness will lead you to make the right choice," Li Xian replied, taking a deep breath to steady his tumultuous thoughts. Orochimaru chuckled at Li Xian's swift agreement, his tongue flicking over his lips, eager to commence his research. Li Xian withdrew the chakra black rod, releasing Orochimaru from his constraints. Upon regaining his freedom, Orochimaru licked his lips and gazed at Li Xian for a moment before saying, "Xiankun, follow me." With that, he turned and walked into the depths of a dense forest, with Li Xian closely trailing behind. In the land of rice fields, at the Sound Ninja village, Orochimaru led Li Xian into his secret base. Lord Orochimaru, Kimimaro, and the 4 Sound Ninjas welcomed him back with reverence. Upon noticing Li Xian, They displayed expressions of astonishment and swiftly assumed defensive stances. Xian is my friend. Stand down, Orochimaru calmly instructed. Kimimaro cast a deep glance at Li Xian before bowing his head and stepping aside. Li Xian observed Kimimaro, the last surviving member of the Kagaya clan, who stood silently. His eyes filled with fervent admiration for Orochimaru. Xian, this way please. Orochimaru gestured for Li Xian to follow. Li Xian nodded slightly, trailing behind him. The sound ninjas, witnessing Orochimaru's demeanor towards Li Xian, were enveloped by an indescribable curiosity and astonishment. In Li Xian's presence, Orochimaru appeared exceptionally humble. They traversed a dim corridor, arriving at a vast laboratory. The atmosphere was dark and damp, saturated with the stench of blood and chemicals. Various scientific instruments cluttered the surroundings, and glass jars contained human bodies, their fates unknown. What do you wish for me to do? Orochimaru asked, handing Li Xian a syringe, his eyes sparkling with fervor. I desire to attain the sage body, akin to Senju Hashirama, Li Xian replied, accepting the syringe and drawing a vial of blood from his arm, which he then tossed to Orochimaru. Ah, Xian's ambitions are indeed grand. Do you aspire to rival the god of ninjas? Orochimaru remarked, taking Li Xian's blood and licking his lips as if savoring a delicacy, despite the burning sensation in his arm. Rival the god of ninjas? No. That is merely the beginning. Li Xian's voice rose passionately. I seek the sage body, merging it with my existing Rinnegan, to wield the power of all creation, surpassing the sage of six paths and vanquishing Kagaya Aitsuki. I shall become a true deity. His voice echoed through the laboratory, a hint of madness glimmering in his expression. Listening to Li Xian's declaration, Orochimaru's eyes ignited with an unprecedented fervor. To transcend the legendary sage of six paths and become a genuine deity. In that moment, he felt a profound resonance with Li Xian, as if he had discovered a kindred spirit. Xian seems to possess great confidence. Might I satisfy my curiosity? Who is Kagaya Aitsuki? Orochimaru inquired, his interest piqued. Li Xian regarded him thoughtfully. To enlist this brilliant scientist, he needed to grant him a measure of trust. Thus, he began to divulge part of the truth. The Aitsuki clan hails from a distant planet, blessed with lifespans that transcend the ordinary. They plant divine trees upon chosen planets, whose roots burrow deep, siphoning the life energy of all beings until existence itself fades. Once the divine tree has consumed everything, it bears colossal chakra fruits, imbued with immense energy and genetic information. Those of the Aitsuki clan who consume it evolve, gaining unparalleled power and immortality. The divine tree is the 10 Tails. The 10 Tails? Orochimaru gasped, his heart racing with a thirst for the unknown. Li Xian continued, the legendary sage of six paths, whose true name is Kagaya Aitsuki, had a brother named Hagoromo. When the 10 Tails ran rampant, Kagaya and Hagoromo united to seal it upon the moon. The remaining chakra of the 10 Tails was divided into 9 parts, which became the current tailed beasts. The chakra we ninjas utilize is merely a product of the divine tree. Li Xian's words were mostly true, yet he skillfully concealed critical information. Orochimaru quietly absorbed this knowledge. Chuckling softly, it seems Xian is still holding back some details. There is ample time, Orochimaru. I trust you will make wise choices, Li Xian replied nonchalantly. Chapter 11. Kimimaro, I am honored to collaborate with you. Xian Orochimaru transitioned smoothly. However, the First Hokage cells are challenging to control. I will require more time. With that, he composed himself, carefully placing Li Xian's blood in a secure location. I have faith in your success, and I shall offer my assistance, Li Xian stated, observing Orochimaru's retreating figure. Before arriving at the Sound Ninja village, he had already contacted Black Zetsu, instructing him to bring centuries of accumulated knowledge to support his collaboration with Orochimaru. Lord Xian, a plant resembling a pitcher plant suddenly appeared before Li Xian, slowly unfurling to reveal Zetsu's face. Li Xian had previously instructed Black Zetsu to refer to him by name in front of others. You are Zetsu? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed at the sight of Black Zetsu's black cloak adorned with red clouds, his body tensing as he regarded the unexpected visitor. Long time no see, Orochimaru. Black Zetsu greeted him in a low voice. Orochimaru, there is no need to be anxious. Li Xian observed Orochimaru's tension with a half-smile and explained. Kurojitsu is one of my people. Ah, I see. It appears Lord Xian possesses remarkable abilities, Orochimaru replied, regaining his composure, although his pallor remained due to the pain from his injuries. Kurojitsu. Li Xian turned to Kurojitsu and instructed, please hand the items over to Orochimaru. Yes, my lord. Kurojitsu replied, directing White Zetsu to deliver a bundle of scrolls to Orochimaru. These scrolls contain the secrets of the universe and the fruits of research on wood release techniques, an invaluable gift for Orochimaru. Orochimaru glanced at Li Xian and, utilizing his unique tongue, deftly coiled the scrolls and swallowed them without hesitation. However, your current state may hinder your research. You should first tend to your hand injuries, Li Xian remarked, observing Orochimaru's decaying arm and the cold sweat on his forehead. Within the ruins of the Uzumaki clan lies a mask of the Shinigami. I believe you have the means to restore your hand. Moreover, those insignificant beings outside lack research value. I shall provide you with more suitable subjects for your studies. With that, he gestured for Kurojitsu to produce several white zetsu as research materials for Orochimaru. If you require more, do not hesitate to seek me out. There are plenty of these creatures, far more useful than those insignificant beings. You truly possess a kind heart, Lord Xian. Orochimaru smiled in agreement. Let us dispense with idle chatter and depart for the ruins of the Uzumaki clan, Li Xian declared, turning towards Orochimaru's lair. Kurojitsu slipped silently into the shadows. Lord Xian, you are indeed an intriguing individual. My curiosity about you has only deepened, Orochimaru mused darkly as he watched Li Xian's retreating figure. As they passed jars filled with subjects of human experimentation, Orochimaru calmly instructed Kurojitsu, release those individuals. They are no longer needed. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. Came a respectful voice from the darkness. Xuan Yamaru and the other selected subjects were transported to the arena, their fates sealed in a hellish struggle for survival, with only the last standing becoming Orochimaru's vessel. Just as despair began to envelop them, Junmaru suddenly appeared, halting the massacre. Lord Orochimaru has given his orders. You are unworthy to become his vessel. You may leave, Junmaru coldly announced before departing the arena. The remaining individuals exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Some wept bitterly, praying to be chosen as Orochimaru's vessel. Others rejoiced in their survival, while many fell into confusion and disbelief. Xuan Yamaru was among them, struggling to understand why Orochimaru would make such a decision. Yet he and his kin were spared from this infernal fate, no longer living in the shadow of fear. On the journey to the ruins of the Uzumaki clan, Junmaru's gaze was tinged with unmistakable dissatisfaction, fixed on Li Xian. It was this man's presence that had compelled Lord Orochimaru to abandon him, simply because Li Xian had said, I find this young man quite admirable. Orochimaru had chosen to make Junmaru a follower of Li Xian. Junmaru had devoted his life to becoming Orochimaru's vessel, and now, thanks to Li Xian, that aspiration lay shattered, leaving him in disarray. Orochimaru, I must admit, your ability to influence others is quite remarkable, Li Xian remarked, chuckling at Junmaru's forlorn expression. You flatter me. But Junmaru is indeed talented, though afflicted by a terminal illness with a brief lifespan, Orochimaru replied with a serene smile, his gaze sweeping over the bewildered Junmaru. I believe with your skills, you can heal him. The boy's impulsiveness stems from a lack of education. A little discipline should suffice, Li Xian commented nonchalantly, dismissing the matter. After a period of travel, Li Xian, Orochimaru, and the 5 from the Sound Village finally arrived at the Uzumaki clan's ruins, where Kurojitsu awaited them. My Lord Xian, please follow me. We have located it. Kurojitsu led them to the ancestral hall of the Uzumaki clan, where various grotesque masks were displayed. Orochimaru selected one and donned it. He then commenced a mysterious ritual, the temperature around them plummeting as a chilling aura enveloped the space. The 5 from the Sound Village, save for Junmaru, trembled in fear from the cold. Soon, a colossal and terrifying figure of the Shinigami materialized above Orochimaru. Upon encountering the Shinigami again, Li Xian felt a familiar sensation that made his skin twitch. The Shinigami's gaze was fixed greedily upon Li Xian, filled with a blend of avarice and curiosity. Li Xian's soul had bestowed upon it an unparalleled delight, and now it regarded him as if savoring a long-cherished flavor, licking its lips in anticipation. Under Orochimaru's command, the Shinigami tore open its own abdomen, while Orochimaru endured immense agony as an invisible force sliced into his belly, crimson blood gushing forth. Contrary to the original account, Dozens of souls surged forth from within the Shinigami's belly. Among them, one particularly stood out, small yet exceptionally pure, akin to a brilliant star. It soared directly toward Li Xian's body. Li Xian was suddenly overwhelmed by a dizzying sensation, as though the world were spinning around him. This discomfort lasted mere seconds before clarity returned. Ding! Hidden task completed. Heal Orochimaru's hand injury. Reward: a strand of pure soul power has been granted. He disregarded the unreliable system, astonished to find that his soul power felt as though it had undergone a baptism, becoming even more refined and potent. At the same time, an indescribable sensation surged within him, as if he had touched upon some profound secret, though he did not delve into its origin. Orochimaru had transformed into a massive white serpent, burrowing into White Zetsu's body, regaining a new form in the hands he had lost. He flexed his fingers, an unprecedented exhilaration coursing through him, akin to a rebirth. My hands have finally returned. Orochimaru murmured softly, feeling a surge of pure life energy coursing through him, imbued with remarkable healing properties. Chapter 12. The Grell Stone. Orochimaru, this body has been specially prepared for you. It will bring you delightful surprises. Kurojitsu observed with a peculiar smile as he regarded the reborn Orochimaru. Then I must extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Kurojitsu, Orochimaru replied with a similarly sinister smile. Li Xian, observing the subtle atmosphere between the two, couldn't help but think to himself, being with these two will surely turn anyone into a villain. Clearing his throat, he interrupted their exchange. Orochimaru, your injuries have healed. Please retrieve the items I require. I intend to acquire something valuable to bring back for your research. Orochimaru nodded. Rest assured, Lord Xian, I will complete it promptly. May I ask what this valuable item is? After a moment's contemplation, Li Xian deemed it appropriate to share. It is the Grell Stone. A flicker of surprise crossed Orochimaru's eyes. I see. I once came across references to it in an ancient text, but alas, it has long since vanished. I never imagined Lord Xian would locate its whereabouts. He licked his lips, an unabashed expression of greed illuminating his face. After bidding farewell to Orochimaru, Li Xian and Junmalu embarked on their journey towards the border of the Land of Fire. Along the way, Li Xian commanded Junmalu to perform various tasks, including fishing, cooking, washing clothes, and making the bed. Although Junmalu was typically gentle, he could not tolerate Li Xian's demands any longer. His patience had reached its limit, and he decided to strike. Very well, let your strength do the talking. Noticing Junmalu's agitation, Li Xian proposed a deal. Do as you wish, go wherever you desire. I shall not hinder you. I will only use one hand. He extended a single finger as he spoke. How dare you? Junmalu, thoroughly enraged, unhesitatingly entered his cursed seal state. Corpsebone path, 10-finger puncture. His fingers transformed, becoming as hard as steel, shooting towards Li Xian like bullets. Li Xian's reaction speed surpassed anything Junmalu could have imagined. He slightly sidestepped, easily evading the lethal attack, and swiftly seized Junmalu's bone blade, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Junmalu's face, sending him flying. Corpsebone path, dance of the iron thread flower. Unwilling to back down, Junmalu immediately transitioned into the second state of his cursed seal, glaring at Li Xian as he launched a more ferocious assault. Witnessing Junmalu's reckless determination, Li Xian did not wish for him to perish so easily, for then he would have no one to command. Divine power, heavenly pull. Li Xian sent Junmalu flying once again, and just as Junmalu was about to hit the ground, he used universal pull to firmly control him. In defeat, one must submit. Obediently do my bidding. When you can defeat me, I shall return your freedom. Although Junmalu felt a deep unwillingness, he had no choice but to comply for the time being. Recognizing that Li Xian was far too powerful, he could not even graze the hem of his garments. This is the medicine Orochimaru provided for you, capable of temporarily controlling your affliction. Now go catch some fish. Remember to call me when it's done. Li Xian retrieved a vial of pills from his pocket and handed it to Junmalu, then leisurely leaned against a branch, preparing to take a short rest. Junmalu accepted the vial, took a deep breath, and silently turned to catch fish. Not far from where Junmalu was fishing, Naruto had engaged in a confrontation with a young knight, and soon both of them fell into a chasm, only to be discovered and rescued in time by a passing merchant caravan. Lord Xian, the merchant caravan you were looking for has appeared. Junmalu roused Li Xian from his rest. All right, let's go. Li Xian leaped down from the tree and looked up at the darkening sky. As long as he followed this caravan, he would be able to locate the Grial Stone Vein. The system issued an S-rank mission, acquire the Grial Stone Vein. Reward, Grial Stone Vein. Damn it, you worthless system. Must the rewards be so perfunctory? Li Xian maintained a safe distance from the caravan, ensuring he remained undetected. He merely needed to wait patiently for Heide and the others to uncover the vein. Days passed, and Li Xian and Junmalu stealthily followed Naruto into a majestic ruin. At the center of the ruins, the elder of the caravan was brought by the knight Timzi to 3 circular platforms made of massive stones. You should know the way forward. Lead on, Timzi urged the elder, who reluctantly guided the way. Wait! A loud shout suddenly rang out as Naruto appeared, followed closely by Sakura and Shikamaru. Let the old man go. Naruto leaped in front of Timzi, locking eyes with him, the atmosphere instantly tense. At that moment, a tremendous roar reverberated throughout the ruins, as a colossal moving fortress burst through the thick walls, revealing its massive form. As the platform of the fortress slowly descended, Heide finally emerged. Now was not the opportune moment for Li Xian to act. A skilled hunter always possesses boundless patience. Lord Heide, the Grial Vein is just below us. Timzi knelt, reporting to Heide. Thank you, Timzi. With your assistance, our utopia will soon be realized. Heide smiled and nodded in gratitude towards Timzi. Beside Heide stood 2 beautiful ladies. Li Xian recognized that they were no ordinary individuals. One could transform into a bat of the night, named Camilla, while the other could shift into a wild werewolf called Fengwai. Li Xian quietly observed the dispute between Heide and Naruto regarding the meaning of justice and the ideal state. Uncle, what is this so-called noble sacrifice? Can it be dismissed with just a name when it is one's own comrade who falls? Naruto clenched his fists, questioning Heide. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. Heide replied dismissively. What is your so-called ideal state? Dreams that do not cherish comrades are trash, and I shall shatter them. Just as Naruto declared this, the elder of the caravan discreetly activated a mechanism, causing the platform to suddenly sink, taking Timzi and the elder into the abyss. Here it comes. Li Xian's gaze sharpened. He was waiting for that crucial key to appear. Enraged, Heide leaped from the platform, striking Naruto and sending him flying, then approached the mechanism and shattered the heavy stone slab with a single punch. Fengwai, descend with the fortress. Heide commanded his female knight and, along with several subordinates, jumped into the chasm. Naruto struggled to rise, following closely behind. Wait! Shikamaru attempted to stop them but was blocked by Camilla. Sakura was also engaged in fierce combat with Fengwai. Divine power, heavenly pull. Li Xian suddenly appeared at the center of the battlefield with unparalleled might, instantly eliminating Camilla and Fengwai with a single move, while using universal pull to capture Sakura, launching her like a projectile towards Shikamaru. The two crashed against the wall, instantly losing consciousness. Li Xian surveyed Heide's moving fortress with satisfaction, remarking, "This fortress is now mine. Junmalu, remain obedient. Clear out those who resist. Do not kill these 2 from Konoha. They are still of use to me." "Yes, Lord Xian." Junmalu moved with agility, weaving through the crowd like a specter, and soon cleared out most of the resistors. The remaining individuals, sensing the dire situation, knelt before Li Xian, choosing to submit. "Excellent. I greatly admire those who know how to seize the moment. I treat my own well. Follow me, and you shall not regret it." Li Xian gazed down at the newly submitted subordinates with a benevolent smile. He turned to Junmalu and instructed, "Junmalu, keep watch here. I must retrieve what is mine." With that, Li Xian approached the cave entrance, gazing into the abyss below, and with a gentle leap, vanished into the darkness. Guided by his perception of Naruto and the others' battle, he tracked them to the depths of the Grand Hall. Chapter 13. All is mine. As he stepped into the hall, Heide's boisterous laughter echoed throughout the spacious chamber. "Timzi, you foolish pawn, unable to recognize the enemies of your parents, yet you cling to me so closely. What a delightful piece on the chessboard." Heide's voice dripped with mockery. "Now that you know the location of the stone, you are of no further use." As he spoke, Heide harnessed the power of the Grial Stone to attack Timzi. His form underwent a shocking transformation. His clothes ripped apart, his eyes turned crimson, and his muscles darkened. He seized Timzi, delivering a punch that created a gaping hole in Timzi's chest, extracting the Grial Stone from within him. "Timzi!" Naruto cried out, supporting the injured elder of the caravan as he shouted Timzi's name. "Everything in this world is now mine." Heide sneered as he carelessly tossed the wounded Timzi aside. "Do you even deserve it?" That belongs to me. Li Xian's figure emerged within the hall, his lips curling into a half-smile as he strode towards Hade. Who are you? Hade exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of the man before him. You are the one associated with Orochimaru, aren't you? Naruto exclaimed, pointing at Li Xian, struggling to recall the latter's name. Listen well, I am Li Xian. Step aside, this does not concern you. Li Xian smiled gently at Naruto, causing him to instinctively take a few steps back, anxiously regarding Li Xian, unable to fathom why he was present in that moment. How dare you disregard me? Hater. Infuriated by Li Xian's blatant disdain, roared and charged at him. So eager to meet your demise, Li Xian calmly raised his hand and unleashed a powerful Shinra Tensei, sending Hater crashing forcefully into the wall, immobilized. Subsequently, a chakra black rod was precisely driven into Hater's throat, ending his life in an instant. Naruto was momentarily stunned by the sheer magnitude of Li Xian's power. Clenching his fists, he finally summoned the courage to shout, "What have you done to my comrades?" Nothing much. I simply disposed of them, Li Xian replied nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips as he picked up the key to the mine and shattered it without hesitation. With the key's destruction, the ruins began to tremble violently, and the surrounding structures collapsed like dismantled blocks. Damn it! Upon hearing Li Xian admit to having killed Shikamaru and Sakura, a torrent of anger and sorrow surged within Naruto. His eyes turned crimson, and his body was enveloped by a powerful force, the cloak of his nine tails. Enraged and unhinged, Naruto charged at Li Xian, vowing to engage him in a battle to the death. Be quiet, kid. Li Xian merely raised his hand, casting another Shinra Tensei that sent Naruto flying, followed by a chakra black rod that pinned Naruto's hands firmly to the ground. Naruto's fox cloak gradually dissipated, and he fell into unconsciousness. How could this happen? The elder of the merchant group, witnessing the unfolding events, was filled with disbelief as he recognized Li Xian as the hero who had once rescued them from rogue ninjas. Yet now, he had become the harbinger of destruction. The structures within the ruins had nearly collapsed entirely, and above them, a liquid emanating destructive energy began to cascade down like a waterfall. Stop it. If this continues, half the continent could be obliterated. The elder cried out hoarsely to Li Xian. My lord, please cease at once. Timothy, having recovered from his injuries, bravely stood to face Li Xian once more. However, Li Xian didn't even glance his way, swiftly knocking him unconscious. Li Xian approached the center of a magical array, gazing up at the torrent of mind energy pouring down. Feeling the vast power contained within, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Come on, let me witness the energy of the Grial Stone. He unleashed the absorption power of the hungry ghost path, fervently drawing in the energy from the mine. In that fleeting moment, he felt akin to a lone boat adrift in an immense ocean. The colossal energy surged into his body, causing his veins to ache painfully, the sensation intensifying to the point he feared he might burst. He knew he could not succumb. He fought to remain conscious, driven by an insatiable desire not to surrender. The violent energy continued to erode him, and just as he was on the brink of collapse, a pure force deep within his soul erupted forth. In that instant, his thoughts crystallized with clarity, and the powerful spiritual energy bolstered him against the onslaught of mind energy. Time became an enigma. It could have been countless years or merely a fleeting moment before Li Xian completely absorbed the mind's power. Mission accomplished. The reward of Grial mind energy has been granted. I procured this myself. Useless system. He inhaled deeply, clenched his fist, feeling the overwhelming life force and chakra energy within him, revealing a smile akin to that of the esteemed director Jean. Who is Jumaru fighting? Li Xian's smile faded as he sensed the fluctuations of battle. He approached the unconscious Naruto, extracting the chakra black rod. Then, he swiftly lifted Naruto, Timothy, and the elder of the merchant group, soaring to the ground. Due to the upheaval of the mine, the entire ruins had collapsed into a wasteland. Li Xian casually discarded the three of them and turned his gaze toward the fierce battlefield not far away. He beheld Junmaru and Gaara locked in a fierce struggle. Despite Junmaru's formidable strength, he seemed to be countered by Gaara's ninjutsu, with both exchanging blows in a delicate balance of offense and defense. Junmaru ceased this. As Junmaru was about to activate his cursed mark mode, Li Xian swiftly intervened, standing before him and enduring Gaara's sand tsunami with his own flesh. After the storm of sand passed, Li Xian emerged unscathed, merely brushing off the dust from his attire. Lord Xian. Upon seeing Li Xian, Junmaru immediately retracted his cursed mark mode, addressing him with respect. He sensed Li Xian's aura was more potent than ever, as though he were facing an unfathomable ocean. "Who are you?" Gaara questioned, astonished that his attack had been effortlessly thwarted by Li Xian's physical form. "A mere child. I am Li Xian. Remember this name. It shall become a legend in the ninja world." Li Xian replied calmly, having absorbed the mind's energy, rendering him nearly invincible. "How do you know?" Gaara's words were cut off as Li Xian interjected. "Could you perhaps engage in dialogue with a bit more depth? To me, you are but ants, and I harbor no interest in you." With that, Li Xian and Junmaru entered the moving fortress. Shortly thereafter, the fortress emitted a deafening roar, heading toward Orochimaru's base. "Gaara, what should we do?" Kankuro, gravely injured, anxiously inquired of Gaara. "Naruto, wake up." Gaara ignored him, rushing to Naruto's side, calling his name. "Naruto." Moments later, Naruto regained consciousness, his first sight falling upon Gaara. He quickly sprang up, scanning the surroundings for his comrades, spotting Sakura and Shikamaru unconscious on the ground. He rushed to their side, calling their names. "Naruto, they're merely unconscious. There is no danger to their lives," Gaara reassured, observing Naruto's anxious demeanor. Naruto exhaled in relief, noticing the drastically altered environment, and asked Gaara, "Thank you, Gaara. What on earth transpired here?" Gaara shook his head in uncertainty. "As long as you are unharmed, I must take my leave." With that, he departed alongside Kankuro. Chapter 14. Healing. Junmaru. The mine is gone, which may be for the best. That esteemed individual does not seem to be a truly malevolent person. The elder from the merchant group sighed as he gazed at the ruins, and suddenly, the snow ferret, previously slain by Hater, dashed out, rushing into the elder's embrace. "Little Nilu, how wonderful that you are unharmed," the elder exclaimed joyfully, cradling the ferret. Timothy also survived, his heart heavy with guilt as he apologized to Naruto. "I am sorry." Naruto smiled, comforting him. "Timothy, we are comrades." Yet deep within, he felt perplexed and unsettled by Li Xian's deceit regarding the fate of his comrades. Within the vast moving fortress, Li Xian reclined languidly in a soft armchair, eyes closed, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Ever since he had unexpectedly traversed into this foreign world, he had been enveloped by an ineffable sense of urgency, akin to the sword of Damocles hanging overhead, constantly reminding him of the dangers lurking in this realm. Now, having finally acquired sufficient power for self-preservation, he could temporarily set aside the burdens of his heart, allowing his weary body and mind a moment of respite. Li Xian opened his eyes, gazing at Junmaru, who stood nearby. He beckoned gently. "Junmaru, come here." Junmaru approached Li Xian respectfully, inquiring, "Lord Xian, what is your command?" Without uttering a word, Li Xian's fingertips gradually coalesced into a glimmer of grail energy, which he gently pressed against Junmaru's forehead. "What is this?" Junmaru felt an overwhelming surge of life force flooding into his body, rapidly healing his ailments and restoring his malignant cells. He experienced an unprecedented sense of health and vitality, as if reborn, filled with gratitude towards Li Xian. "Thank you, Lord Xian," he said, kneeling on one knee, his tone imbued with reverence. The hidden task of curing Junmaru's terminal illness was complete, yielding a reward of a devoted follower. Li Xian ignored the dog system's task notification, gesturing for Junmaru to rise, and spoke. "Now, I grant you the opportunity to pursue your own life, free from the obligation to live for others. I will explain matters to Orochimaru." Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion and panic crossed Junmaru's eyes. After a moment of silence, he mustered the courage to ask, "Lord Xian, have I done something wrong?" "You have done nothing wrong, Junmaru. You have always been exceptional. Understand that one is not merely a tool. Each individual is a distinct existence. The meaning of life is not solely to live for others," Li Xian replied, shaking his head with a smile. Junmaru bowed his head in contemplation, seemingly touched by Li Xian's words. "Lord Xian, may I ask you a question?" he inquired, looking up. "Have you loved?" Li Xian answered lightly. Junmaru fell silent for a moment before looking back at Li Xian, his eyes brimming with a thirst for the unknown. "Lord Xian, what do you believe is the meaning of life?" Li Xian rose and walked to the window, gazing at the scenery outside as he spoke slowly. "The meaning of life varies for each individual. For me, it is about self-actualization and the pursuit of freedom. The significance of life is not static. It evolves with our growth and experiences." Junmaru, venture forth, explore, and seek to comprehend the essence of life. If one were to distill a singular meaning, it would be to cherish. Li Xian continued, cherish those around you, treasure every moment, and value all that you possess. Junma fell into deep thought upon hearing this, and after a moment, he looked resolutely at Li Xian. Please allow me to remain by your side, Lord Xian. I wish to follow you in search of life's true meaning. Very well, as you wish, Li Xian replied, casting a glance at him and giving a slight nod before turning back to the scenery outside. Days later, Li Xian and Junma piloted a mobile fortress, resembling a towering behemoth of steel, as they slowly entered the Sound Village. The villagers were astounded upon witnessing this colossal structure for the first time, their emotions a whirlwind of tension and curiosity. When they beheld the figures of Li Xian and Junma emerging from the fortress, their unease dissipated, replaced by awe and respect. Lord Xian, Lord Orochimaru is diligently researching the cells of the First Hokage. He has instructed me to welcome you and has prepared a resting place for you. Please follow me. Kabuto, a capable assistant to Orochimaru, greeted them at the village entrance, adjusting his glasses and smiling as he bowed to Li Xian. Li Xian nodded slightly, instructing Junma to properly arrange the mobile fortress and his subordinates. Not having seen Zuijin and Duo Yu, curiosity stirred within Li Xian, prompting him to ask Kabuto, Kabuto, where have the Dark Dragon King and the others gone? The Dark Dragon King? Kabuto responded with surprise, evidently unfamiliar with the term as he looked at Li Xian in confusion. I mean Zuijin, Duo Yu, and the others. Li Xian clarified. To be honest, Zuijin's punk appearance bears a striking resemblance to the Dark Dragon King. They were ordered by Lord Orochimaru to retrieve Sasuke, Kabuto replied, adjusting his glasses again as he led Li Xian to a tranquil and elegant residence. He respectfully opened the door for Li Xian, saying, Lord Xian, this is the accommodation arranged for you. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall not disturb your rest. Wait. Give this to Orochimaru and inform him that I have matters to attend to outside. He need not dwell on Sasuke, Li Xian instructed, conjuring a piece of grail stone and tossing it to Kabuto. Kabuto caught it steadily, sensing the life energy within the grail stone, a wave of shock coursing through him. As a medical ninja, he was particularly attuned to such life energies, and he nodded solemnly before turning to depart from Li Xian's presence. The system issued an A-level task requiring the rescue of the Sound Four, with the reward being their loyalty as the host's most devoted followers. Considering the current scarcity of available talent under Orochimaru and the potential value of the Sound Four, Li Xian thoughtfully decided to assign this task to Junma. Junma, you are to set off immediately and bring back Zuijin and the others alive. Do not eliminate those Konoha brats. They still hold value for me. Li Xian commanded. Junma bowed in acknowledgement and swiftly vanished from Li Xian's sight like a specter. Father, a ghostly figure known as Black Zetsu emerged silently from the ground, standing quietly behind Li Xian. Little Black, go capture that white-eyed boy pursuing Sasuke. I want him alive. Li Xian said calmly. I understand, Black Zetsu replied in a low voice, gradually submerging back into the earth as if he had never been there. Meanwhile, the Sound Four, burdened with a barrel containing Sasuke, exerted every ounce of strength to flee from Konoha's pursuit, having already sustained significant injuries from a fierce battle with two Konoha Jonin. They left Jirobo to act as the rear guard. In Naruto's team, Choji stepped forward, willingly facing Jirobo alone to allow his teammates to continue their pursuit. When Junma arrived at the battlefield, Choji had already consumed a red pill, transforming into an immensely powerful butterfly form, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Jirobo. In the critical moment, Junma flashed between the two, easily neutralizing Choji's attack with his hardened bones and countering, causing Choji to faint from exhaustion. Junma spared Choji's life, merely casting a brief glance at the fallen ninja before seizing Jirobo and swiftly moving on to the next battlefield. Simultaneously, the battle between Kidamaru and Neji reached a fever pitch. Just as Kidamaru was about to secure victory, Neji, utilizing his keen insight, seized upon Kidamaru's flaw, delivering a fluid series of gentle fist strikes that nearly incapacitated him. Fortunately, Junma arrived in time, intervening to save Kidamaru. He adhered to Li Xian's instructions, merely repelling Neji without taking his life, before hoisting Kidamaru and continuing his search for the next target. Neji watched Junma's retreating figure, filled with frustration and fatigue. ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and collapsing to the ground. Naruto, it's up to you now. No sooner had he spoken than tendrils emerged from the ground, ensnaring Neji tightly and silently whisking him away. With astonishing speed and precision, Junma-Lu swiftly dismantled the puppets controlled by Kankuro, rescuing Zuijin, who had narrowly escaped death. Apart from the severely injured Kidomaru, Jirobo and Zuijin were able to proceed on their own. The group converged near Duoyu, facing the vigilant Naruto, Shikamaru, and Temari, who wielded a giant fan nearly matching her height, protectively positioning Shikamaru behind her as she fixed a steady gaze on the suddenly appearing Junma-Lu and his companions. Is this the perfect vessel that Lord Orochimaru has long desired? Junmaru whispered, resting his hand on the container that held Sasuke. However, the once fervent obsession had long dissipated after following Lord Xian. Now, his sole mission was to remain loyal to Lord Xian and execute all tasks assigned to him. Did Lord Orochimaru send you to take Uchiha Sasuke? Manu, witnessing Junmaru's arrival, secretly rejoiced, well aware that Junmaru's formidable prowess could turn the tide of battle. No, it is Lord Xian who has sent me to rescue you. Junmaru gently shook his head. The mention of illness stirred gratitude in Manu towards Lord Xian, along with worry for Junmaru's condition. Lord Xian has already treated me, Junmaru replied with a calm smile. The pain is no longer a burden. With that, he turned to take Sasuke away, only to be interrupted by Naruto's furious roar. You scoundrel! I won't let you take Sasuke. The flames of determination burned fiercely in Naruto's eyes as he vowed to stop Junmaru from taking Sasuke. Clenching his fists, he vanished momentarily before launching a fierce assault on Junmaru. Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto swiftly formed seals mid-air, conjuring multiple clones that surged towards Junmaru in a coordinated attack. Naruto. Shikamaru, realizing the disparity in strength, couldn't help but call out a warning, but it was too late to prevent Naruto's impetuousness. Yet, he resolutely followed Naruto into the fray, throwing a kunai equipped with a smoke bomb. Temari, witnessing this, cursed him silently for his foolishness, but did not hesitate to brandish her giant fan and join the battle. Take Sasuke away. Junmaru decisively entrusted Sasuke to Manu and the others for a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, he unsheathed his sharp bone blade, defeating Naruto's clones with astonishing speed. Just then, Shikamaru's smoke bomb exploded, enveloping the battlefield in a thick cloud. Seizing the opportunity, Shikamaru employed the shadow possession technique to temporarily restrain Junmaru and shouted, Naruto, you go after Sasuke. I'll handle this. Upon hearing this, Naruto's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly as he glanced back at Shikamaru, reading unwavering determination and trust in his gaze. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely turned towards the direction Sasuke had fled. Wind release, Gale Palm. Temari seized the moment to launch her attack, swinging her fan to unleash a storm infused with razor-sharp wind blades straight at Junmaru. Corpse Bone Technique, Dance of the Larch. Junmaru effortlessly broke free from Shikamaru's shadow bind and used his iron-hard bones to withstand all the wind blades' assault. As he faced the seemingly invincible Junmaru, Shikamaru felt beads of sweat form on his forehead, realizing the dire situation they were in. Corpse Bone Technique, Dance of the Camellia. With this incantation, Junmaru moved like a phantom, swiftly closing the distance and easily knocking Temari to the ground, leaving a pool of blood and her uncertain fate behind. Shikamaru's heart sank, and he sighed inwardly. It seems this is where I meet my end. Just as Junmaru's bone blade was about to pierce Shikamaru's chest, a gust of wind swept through. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Rock Lee descended like a divine warrior, kicking Junmaru away and launching a relentless barrage of strikes, attempting to turn the tide of battle. After several exchanges, Lee's attacks began to lose their vigor, and he found himself on the verge of succumbing to Junmaru's bone blade. Wait! At a critical moment, Lee suddenly shouted, raising his hand to signal a pause. Junmaru, being a man of honor, halted his assault. Shikamaru seized this opportunity, rushing to Temari's side to assess her injuries. Relieved to find her still alive, clearly, Junmaru had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, which took Shikamaru by surprise. Please allow me to take some medicine to recover. As he spoke, Lee pulled out a vial from his pocket and drank it in one gulp. Junmaru did not intervene. He had completed the task entrusted to him by Lord Xian and turned to depart gracefully. Stop! Shikamaru attempted to intervene, but his body, pushed to its limits from the earlier battle, faltered, and he stumbled to the ground. He raised his head abruptly, intending to call out to Lee to stop Junmaru, only to be taken aback by the sight of Lee, intoxicated from the mysterious liquid, flailing his fists as if performing a drunken martial art. "Lee, what are you doing?" Shikamaru stared in confusion at the delirious Lee, who had let the empty vial roll to Shikamaru's feet. Picking it up and sniffing it, Shikamaru's face darkened. This fool. He actually drank alcohol thinking it was medicine. At this moment, Jumaru's figure had vanished from sight. Shikamaru surveyed the scene. Temari lay unconscious, Lee was inebriated, and he himself was utterly exhausted, unable to suppress a bitter smile. "I truly am a failure of a captain, Naruto." Naruto relentlessly pursued until he cornered Manu and the others in an expansive open area. Manu, panting, set down the barrel containing Sasuke and confronted Naruto. Left with nearly depleted chakra, Jirubu struggled to stand, bearing the weight of the unconscious Kintaumuru, finding it arduous to move. Among the four, only Manu retained a glimmer of fighting spirit, yet he felt utterly powerless against Naruto. In an instant, Naruto summoned hundreds of clones, surrounding the group, and the dawn of victory seemed within reach as he prepared to eliminate them. Chapter 16, Jumaru vs. Gaara. At this moment, Sasuke, unexpectedly awakening within the barrel, forcibly broke the seals that bound him. His long, grayish-white hair billowed in the wind, exuding an air of defiance and arrogance. Naruto, seeing this, felt an indescribable joy surge within him, urgently calling out to Sasuke, "Sasuke, come back with me. Everyone is worried about you. Sakura and Kakashi-sensei are waiting for your return." Yet, Sasuke merely smirked disdainfully, nonchalantly spreading his hands as if mocking all the world's constraints. "Sasuke, what are you doing? Come back with me," Naruto implored again. But Sasuke offered no response, merely departing. Confusion and anxiety filled Naruto's heart as he desperately sought Sasuke's return, but was met with silent rejection. Ignoring everything, he chased after him. The others, under Orochimaru's orders, were compelled to do whatever it took to obstruct Naruto's actions. In this critical moment, Gaara appeared before them. Sand binding coffin. He swiftly utilized his sand techniques to firmly restrain Manu and the others, granting Naruto a precious opportunity to escape. "Naruto, you go after Sasuke. I will handle this here." Surprised and grateful at Gaara's appearance, Naruto exclaimed, "Gaara, thank you." He hastily uttered a word of gratitude before racing towards the direction Sasuke had fled. Gaara quietly watched Naruto's retreating figure until he turned to face the bound enemies. Slowly extending his palm, he prepared to deliver their final judgment. Sandstorm funeral. Just when it seemed everything had settled, Jumaru appeared like a specter. Corpse bone technique. 10-finger piercing. He swiftly launched an attack, using his razor-sharp finger bones as projectiles aimed at Gaara. Gaara hastily employed sand for defense, barely managing to fend off Jumaru's assault. With Jumaru's assistance, Manu and the others successfully escaped. "Jumaru," they gasped in gratitude. Jumaru replied coolly, "Lord Xian is waiting for your return." He then transformed into the second state of his cursed seal, ready to engage Gaara in a genuine confrontation. Having clashed with Gaara before, he was determined to settle the score now that he had the opportunity. The dance of skeletal veins and iron vine flowers. In that fleeting moment, Kimimaro drew forth his whip-like spine, slicing through the air with the grace of a serpent, directly advancing towards Gaara. Confronted by this sudden melee threat, Gaara, who excels in manipulating sand from a distance, displayed his agile prowess, swiftly creating space between them. With a flick of his fingers, countless grains of sand transformed into sharp arrows, densely shooting towards Kimimaro, attempting to suppress him with a ranged advantage. Yet, Kimimaro moved like a specter, effortlessly weaving through the sandstorm, evading every attack while accelerating towards Gaara, akin to a cheetah pouncing on its prey. With an irresistible force, he lifted Gaara high before crashing him down violently. In quick succession, Kimimaro's eerie bone whip coiled around Gaara's body, binding him tightly. Simultaneously, his left hand morphed into a razor-sharp bone spear, aimed directly at Gaara's heart, with the intent to end the battle. Gaara summoned the shield of the one-tailed beast, an impenetrable wall forged from pure defensive will, which not only withstood the lethal strike of the bone spear, but also shattered it upon impact, exemplifying absolute defense. Buried sands. Unyielding, Gaara utilized his supreme control over sand to transform the battlefield into a sea of quicksand, the ground beneath Kimimaro seemingly coming alive, morphing into an endless abyss that devoured him, burying him hundreds of meters below. Did he win? Just as Gaara believed victory was assured and began to relax, the ground erupted with astounding force. Skeletal veins, dance of the early fern. Countless sharp bones burst forth from the earth, intertwining into a forest of white bones. With keen intuition, Gaara leapt onto a floating sand platform, narrowly avoiding the sudden onslaught of the bone forest. Just when he thought he had escaped, Kimimaro's figure appeared behind him like a phantom, the bone spear glimmering with a deathly light, poised to pierce his chest. In this life and death moment, several seemingly ordinary yet intricately designed vines surged forth, ensnaring Kimimaro tightly like a cage. It was Kurizetsu, who had been observing from the shadows, intervening just in time to salvage the rapidly spiraling situation. If the Jinchuriki were to be eliminated now, his and Li Xian's plans would be rendered futile. Lord Xian has instructed you to retreat. Do not kill him, came Kurizetsu's voice from the shadows. I understand. Upon hearing this, Kimimaro sheathed his weapon, dispelling his cursed state, and turned to leave. This left Gaara standing alone on the battlefield, interwoven with quicksand and bones, his heart filled with shock and trepidation. Ultimately, he had succumbed to Kimimaro. In the Valley of the End, during that breathtaking confrontation, Sasuke vanquished Naruto. Following this, he embarked on a solitary journey toward Orochimaru's lair in the Sound Village. As he stepped into the village's entrance, a chilling wind swept past, and a guard ninja from the Sound Village stood in his path, his eyes filled with disdain. Who dares to intrude here? Leave at once, lest you seek your own suffering. I have come to find Orochimaru. Summon him, Sasuke demanded. His gaze fierce and his tone as cold as ice. You think a mere child like you can meet Lord Orochimaru? You should count yourself fortunate that Lord Xian is in power. Otherwise, I would have already shown you true hell. The guard smirked with a cruel smile. Sasuke chose not to respond further. The power surging within him erupted instantaneously, the cursed seal's patterns flickering upon his skin, and his eyes transformed into the mesmerizing three-tomo Sharingan. Radiating an entrancing light, he intended to teach this arrogant fool a lesson. Faced with this sudden surge of power, the guard's expression changed instantly. But it was already too late to react. Sasuke, akin to a leopard, swiftly subdued his opponent without giving him a chance to fight back. Just as he prepared to conclude the battle with Chidori, a figure flashed in like a specter, Li Xian, the new master of the Sound Village. Li Xian effortlessly seized Sasuke's arm, about to unleash Chidori, and with a simple twist, the sound of cracking bones echoed. A powerful kick followed, sending Sasuke flying across the ground, leaving a deep trench until he collided with a large tree. Sasuke landed in a heap, blood spilling from his mouth, his cursed state dissipating on its own. This scene evoked memories of his past torment at the hands of Itachi Uchiha, reminiscent of bitter pain. I will kill you. Sasuke struggled to rise, his eyes ablaze with vengeful flames as he yelled at Li Xian. However, his grievous injuries rendered standing a tremendous challenge, and after a few unsteady steps, he collapsed again. Thank you, Lord Xian. The guard ninja, who had narrowly escaped harm, expressed his gratitude, relief flooding his heart. Li Xian merely replied indifferently, watch your gait. He then effortlessly grasped the nape of Sasuke's neck, lifting him with ease and departing the scene. Chapter 17. Who agrees and who disagrees? As Sasuke slowly opened his heavy eyelids, the surrounding cold and dampness flooded over him like a tide. His body was tightly bound by rough ropes, rendering him immobile. After a struggle and the return of consciousness, he finally focused on his surroundings. Orochimaru's sinister and complex visage, along with Kabuto's usual indifferent expression, and a stranger, a man of similar age to Itachi named Li Xian, scrutinized him with a complex gaze. Xian, you were a bit heavy-handed, Orochimaru remarked with a cold smile, one that seemed to mock Li Xian while also hinting at a sense of relief. His gaze briefly passed over Sasuke, but the once fervent obsession with the Sharingan had gradually faded with his exploration of broader realms of knowledge. I want this one. And you need not covet his Sharingan. Acquiring the Rinnegan will not be an issue in the future, Li Xian asserted, his words leaving no room for doubt. Simultaneously, he felt some sympathy for Sasuke. In his eyes, the Uchiha clan's fate was tragic, and both Itachi and Sasuke were no exceptions. However, compared to the madness and pathology of others in the Uchiha clan, Sasuke might still be considered a breath of fresh air, merely blinded by hatred, awaiting the time and trials to awaken the light within. Xian, you jest. I have little interest in his body, Orochimaru replied, licking his dry lips. Such words can easily lead to misunderstandings, Li Xian retorted, exasperated by Orochimaru's perverse nature. The research on the first Hokage's cells has reached a critical juncture. And with the Greer stone you provided, I believe completion is not far off. Orochimaru cast one last deep glance at Sasuke, his eyes reflecting an indescribable complexity of emotions before he turned and disappeared into the darkness of the room, leaving behind a final remark. Xuan, this child is in your hands now. With Orochimaru's departure, Kabuto lingered momentarily, casting a cryptic glance between Li Xian and Sasuke before silently following Orochimaru. Suddenly, a system alert resonated in Li Xian's mind. Ding. Hidden mission eagle takes flight triggered. Reveal the truth to Sasuke. Mission completion reward. One disciple of Indra's reincarnation. Hearing the name of the mission, Li Xian was left speechless. What on earth is eagle takes flight? Well then, it seems we are left with just the two of us. Do you have anything to say? Li Xian stepped closer to Sasuke, crouching down, his gaze penetrating deeply into Sasuke's eyes. Who are you really? Sasuke, fully aware that it was Li Xian who had effortlessly defeated him, found himself devoid of anger at this moment. My name is Li Xian, Sasuke. You seek Orochimaru for power. I am stronger than Orochimaru. I can help you kill Itachi Uchiha. As Li Xian spoke, an overwhelming force erupted. A palpable aura of murderous intent that left Sasuke momentarily breathless. He harbored no doubt regarding Li Xian's assertion that he surpassed Orochimaru. However, he was perplexed as to how Li Xian seemed to possess such intimate knowledge of his affairs. Was it Orochimaru who divulged this information? It was not Orochimaru who informed me, Li Xian replied, as if he could see through Sasuke's inner turmoil. Ignoring Sasuke's skepticism, he continued, Next, I shall unveil the truth behind Itachi Uchiha's massacre of the Uchiha clan. The choice of how to proceed rests solely with you. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's pupils dilated, and he abruptly lifted his gaze, fixated on Li Xian, as if searching for any hint of deceit. He fell silent, awaiting the so-called truth. How should I put this? Such matters are better suited for Orochimaru. After all, I am not particularly adept at preaching, Li Xian mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He then recounted the tale with a tone reminiscent of recounting history. Although Itachi Uchiha was unhinged, his feelings for you were profound and pure, transcending all boundaries. The origins of this saga trace back to the founding era of Konoha village. As Li Xian narrated, a long-buried history began to resurface, revealing the intricate entanglements of grievances between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, alongside Itachi's heartrending choice. Sasuke listened, his heart overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. Years of hatred and obsession trembled at the brink of collapse within him. You are lying. This is impossible. Sasuke could no longer contain his agitation, his voice rising in anger as he grappled with a truth that shattered all his previous understandings. Li Xian merely smiled calmly, liberating Sasuke from his shackles. The truth lies before you. When you become strong enough, seek out Itachi Uchiha to verify it yourself. While I do not condone Itachi's extreme methods, I choose to respect them. Perhaps the world may despise him, but you must not. With those words, Li Xian turned to leave, leaving Sasuke alone to confront the tempest within him amidst the dim shadows. His figure appeared so solitary and adrift, as if he had lost all sense of direction. In the protracted night, a novel possibility quietly began to germinate, awaiting Sasuke's discovery and decision. Upon returning to his abode, Li Xian found Kimimaro and the ninja under his command assembled and awaiting him, their eyes shimmering with reverence and anticipation. Lord Xian, they spoke in unison, their tone imbued with respect. Indeed, you have worked hard, Li Xian acknowledged with a slight nod. I presume Orochimaru has informed you of the situation. I am now in charge here. I have but one demand. My rules are to be followed. Who is in favor and who is against? As he spoke, his gaze swept across the gathering with an intensity that compelled every ninja present to bow their heads, their breaths turned cautious in the presence of his overwhelming aura. Li Xian's prowess had already established him as an insurmountable mountain in their hearts, further solidified by Orochimaru's explicit directives, affirming his absolute authority within the organization. In a realm where strength reigns supreme, Li Xian undeniably stood atop the pyramid. Excellent. It appears we have reached a consensus, he remarked with satisfaction before addressing Kimimaro and Taiyuya. You three, depart immediately to our various strongholds, gather all personnel, and instruct the respective leaders to report directly to me. I wish to personally ascertain the situation at each location. Understood, Lord Xian, they responded promptly, swiftly executing his orders. Once they had departed, Li Xian meticulously arranged other matters, ensuring everything remained under his control. While Orochimaru's subordinates each possessed their own strengths, few could truly shoulder the entire burden. Though Kimimaro and Kabuto were formidable, they struggled to uphold the greater scheme. The likes of Suigetsu, Jugo, Karen, and others, while unique, still required honing. As for Sasuke, his potential was immense. Yet he was still mired in the pangs of growth, rendering him unreliable. Thus, Li Xian silently resolved to swiftly identify and cultivate a more dependable and capable cadre of aides, preparing diligently for the imminent arrival of the Akatsuki. In this world, where power is paramount and currents run deep, only by continually augmenting one's strength can one remain undefeated. Ding. Side quest triggered. Recruit a group of ninjas for personal use. Reward. A batch of loyal ninjas. Dog system. Be a decent entity. Chapter 18. The caged bird. As all others departed, a shadowy figure emerged, silently placing the slumbering Neji Hyuga upon the ground. Father, I have brought this child back, he announced, referring to Neji, the caged bird, whose fate had been fraught with misfortune. Li Xian's gaze fixed upon Neji, a blend of scrutiny and sympathy reflected in his eyes. He parted his lips and whispered softly. Then, with a subtle movement of his fingers, a stream of pure power emanating from the Grayleer stone flowed gently, soothing all the wounds upon Neji's body. Ding. Hidden quest caged bird activated. Assist Neji Hyuga in breaking free from the chains of fate. Reward. A pair of rare and pure Byakugan. The dog system has finally shown some conscience. Li Xian inwardly grumbled. Perceiving a subtle pattern in the triggering of quests, interacting with each individual in the Naruto world could likely unlock varying opportunities and challenges. Though the dog system often failed to act humanely, Neji awoke in a haze, instinctively tensing at the sight of his unfamiliar surroundings and the stranger before him, Li Xian. He sprang up like a coiled spring, swiftly maintaining a safe distance. Where's this place? Who are you? Li Xian smiled serenely, his gaze profound. Who I am is of little consequence, Neji. The caged bird can only find true liberation in death. His words struck like a sharp blade, piercing Neji's inner anguish. What does this have to do with you? Neji retorted, furrowing his brow in inquiry. Li Xian paced slowly, his voice resonating with conviction. The weakness of Konoha has cost you dearly, and the decaying system of the Hyuga clan has shackled you in relentless darkness. You are merely a pawn in the hands of the main family. How can a caged bird ever speak of freedom? His words hammered against Neji's heart, echoing with a painful truth. What exactly do you intend to convey? What are your motives? Neji's eyes flickered with suspicion and vigilance. Li Xian continued. I can help you break free from the caged bird's constraints, and I can guide the Hyuga clan toward rebirth. Neji Hyuga, to rewrite the rules, one must first possess strength, and I am the one who can bestow that strength upon you. His words brimmed with allure and hope. Give it up. I will not be swayed by your flowery rhetoric, Neji replied coldly, his resolve unyielding. With that, he closed his eyes, channels within him surged, and his Byakugan activated. A fierce combat spirit erupting from within, aimed directly at Li Xian. In the face of Neji's defiance, Li Xian remained unperturbed, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. It seems I am ultimately not adept at persuading hearts with words. Very well, I shall spare you today and allow you to depart. When you yearn for strength and seek change, I shall be awaiting your return. Oh, and regarding Naruto's lineage, you might glean the answers from your uncle. Discover the truth of this ninja village. Neji, confirming the authenticity of Li Xian's offer of freedom, vanished into the night with astonishing speed. The figure of Black Zetsu reappeared, his tone laced with a chilling undertone. Father, have we failed? Li Xian smiled faintly, his eyes shimmering with profundity. Not necessarily. Sometimes, sowing a seed requires patience. Perhaps unexpected fruits shall be reaped in due course. Black Zetsu, return and keep an eye on Obito and Pain, proceeding as per the original plan. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu gradually melted into the darkness. The following morning, after enduring a long night of pain and struggle, Sasuke sought out Li Xian. I yearn for the power to alter my fate and uncover all the mysteries. I implore your assistance. Sasuke stood before Li Xian, his gaze imbued with both determination and a subtle hint of entreaty, having temporarily set aside his past pride. Li Xian did not respond immediately. Instead, he slowly raised his head and scrutinized Sasuke with profound intensity. One must approach a request with the proper demeanor. I am not Orochimaru, Sasuke. Power is not easily acquired. It often demands a steep price. Had you possessed the overwhelming strength back then, perhaps the tragedy of the Uchiha clan could have been rewritten. With that, Li Xian resumed attending to the affairs of the Sound Village. Orochimaru was a commendable leader, albeit somewhat eccentric, and he needed to reform certain irrational practices. Upon hearing these words, Sasuke's emotions surged. He bowed his head, clenching and unclenching his fists, ultimately deciding to relinquish all remnants of arrogance. I wish to become your disciple. Master. Li Xian gazed at the kneeling Sasuke, and after a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. Very well, train alongside me. Your immediate goal will be to surpass Kimimaro. Yes, master. Sasuke bowed once more, then respectfully stood beside Li Xian, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. Ding. System notification. The task of the fledgling eagle has been achieved, and the reward, the reincarnation disciple Indra Sasuke, has been automatically assigned to the host. Dog system. Are you ever done? Though Li Xian felt a tumult within, his exterior remained composed, reflecting on Sasuke's growth and transformation. Ding. A new side quest has been activated. Assist Uchiha Sasuke in awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Success will yield one disciple possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan. The system notification echoed once more. After concluding his current tasks, Li Xian led Sasuke to the training ground, where several ninjas from the Sound Village were diligently honing their skills. Upon seeing Li Xian, they all greeted him with utmost respect. Bring me Jirobo and Kidamaru, Li Xian commanded succinctly, and a ninja promptly obeyed, returning shortly with Jirobo and Kidamaru. Lord Xian, they greeted in unison, their eyes filled with reverence. Li Xian nodded and announced to the group, to expedite your strength enhancement, I will personally train you. Remember, you must fight with the determination to defeat me, or else I shall obliterate you. With that, an astonishing aura erupted from Li Xian, akin to a tempest, instantly propelling all three, including Sasuke, back several meters. Impressive. Sasuke, awestruck, felt an even greater respect for Li Xian, realizing that his master's strength far surpassed anyone he had ever known, including Itachi Uchiha. In that moment, he solidified his resolve to follow Li Xian in pursuit of ultimate power. Let the battle commence, Li Xian commanded, faced with his mountain-like pressure. The three stood frozen like stone statues, not daring to tremble, let alone muster the courage to contend. What is the matter? Have you lost the courage to strike? I have no need for the worthless. His bellow pierced through their hearts like a chilling wind. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. In an instant, his three-tomo Sharingan shone brilliantly. He understood that relying solely on taijutsu would not suffice. He had to exert all his strength and challenge this formidable opponent with his strongest blow, even if it meant merely grazing the edge of his clothing to claim victory. Excellent. A flicker of approval danced in Li Xian's eyes as he acknowledged Sasuke's courageous spirit, while Jirobo and Kidamaru appeared dim in comparison. Sasuke had never entertained the thought of fighting alongside the two. His Sharingan precisely locked onto Li Xian as he unleashed the sound of chirping birds and rocketed forward like a bolt of lightning. Reaching Li Xian in the blink of an eye, Li Xian refrained from utilizing the supreme power of the Rinnegan, mindful not to dampen his disciple's fighting spirit, and instead opted to demonstrate the Rasengan. The two forces collided violently in midair, creating a blinding light and a deafening crash, with dust swirling around them. As the dust settled, Li Xian remained unscathed, while Sasuke appeared utterly disheveled, one of his arms fractured in the exchange. He knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat, astonished by Li Xian's ferocity. Witnessing this, Kidamaru and Jirobo were left in shock, their respect for Li Xian deepening. Chapter 19. Healing and saving lives. Li Xian walked slowly towards Sasuke, his fingertips swirling as a vibrant energy coalesced, merging into the site of Sasuke's injury. In a fleeting moment, to the disbelief of all present, Sasuke's arm miraculously restored itself to its original state. Continue. In the days ahead, I shall be quite ruthless, beating you to the brink of destruction, only to heal you, then beat you again. Li Xian's smile resembled that of a devil from hell, sending shivers down the spines of Sasuke and the others. From that day forth, amidst his bustling responsibilities in the Sound Village, Li Xian relentlessly forged Sasuke and his comrades through a near-cruel regimen. Each extreme challenge teetered on the edge of life and death. Every injury was met with the gentle touch of Greel's power, granting rebirth. This was not merely a test of the body, but also a trial of will and belief. Including the later arrivals, Kimimaro, Do, Sakan, and Yugo, all experienced the intertwining of pain and growth in this hellish training. Lord Xian's training method is truly unforgettable. After assisting Orochimaru, Kabuto arrived at the training ground, observing Sasuke and Kimimaro being mercilessly tormented by Li Xian, shaking his head in lament. He felt fortunate to be immersed in research, thereby escaping a similar fate. Due to her unique Uzumaki clan physique, Corinne, under Li Xian's special arrangement, practiced the sealing techniques of her clan and did not partake in the harsh training. Kabuto, if you wish, I could inform Lord Xian to let you join the training. Corinne teased, glancing at Kabuto. No, I must assist Lord Orochimaru with research and aid Lord Xian with daily affairs. I truly lack the time. Kabuto's expression shifted momentarily as he hurriedly departed the awe-inspiring training ground. Corinne's gaze lingered on the figures within the training field, her heart swirling with complex emotions. She felt immense gratitude toward Li Xian. Initially, when summoned urgently by Do, anxiety had gripped her, fearing that Lord Orochimaru had designs on her. Upon arrival, she discovered it was Lord Xian's directive. This man, not only formidable in strength, but also charming in demeanor, commanded such authority and allure that even Lord Orochimaru was willing to bow in obedience, evoking deep respect. Lord Xian had also granted her the liberty of choice. In this ruthless world of ninjas, where could she go? She chose to remain by Li Xian's side, her loyalty stemming from a cherished appreciation for freedom. More importantly, her gaze often drifted toward Sasuke, whose youthful bravado stirred ripples within her heart. Occasional moments of infatuation revealed her innermost secrets. Sasuke is truly captivating. After training, Corinne rushed toward Sasuke, her concern palpable. You're so annoying, go away. The stoic Sasuke, however, was unappreciative of her attention. During this time, Sasuke's prowess had surged to unprecedented heights. Apart from Kimimaro, he was confident in overcoming the others, even in unison. Sasuke fixated on Kimimaro's silhouette, fists clenched, vowing within his heart to surpass this formidable rival within a month. I feel like I'm going to die. Yugo, pull me up. Suigetsu's body seemed to have lost all support, collapsing into a puddle of water as he weakly called out to Yugo. I have no time for you, Suigetsu. Yugo, now resembling a child, had eyes only for Kimimaro, coldly responding to Suigetsu's cries. What kind of people are you? Are you all insane? Lord Xian is truly something else. Can I withdraw from training? I'm on the verge of breaking down. Suigetsu gradually regained his original form, slumping to the ground, filled with resentment. Just as Suigetsu immersed himself in self-pity, a sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. Lord Xian, how have you returned? Xiangling's voice, tinged with surprise and urgency, called out behind Shueiwa. I'm sorry, Lord Xian. I was wrong and will never dare again. The shout reverberated like thunder, leaving Shueiwa pale with shock. He turned abruptly, only to find the space empty, the echoes of Xiangling's laughter lingering in the air. Damn you, Xiangling. How dare you toy with me? Realizing he had been the subject of her jest, fury surged within him. He sprang to his feet, ready to exact revenge. Come on, foolish Shueiwa. If you have the guts, chase after me and hit me. Xiangling, with a mischievous grin, nimbly hid behind Sasuke, poking her head out to stick her tongue at Shueiwa in a taunting manner. With his eyes wide and teeth clenched, Shueiwa pursued her. And a playful chase unfolded in the training grounds, illuminating the otherwise arduous training period with a rare splash of joy. Junmaru silently observed the lively scene. Since the arrival of Lord Li Xian, it felt as though a warm spring breeze had swept through Hidden Village, dispelling the gloom and infusing the atmosphere with a refreshing vitality. His internal confusion and uncertainty dissipated like morning mist under the rising sun. Li Xian had decisively dealt with a group of disobedient individuals, and now, throughout Hidden Village, even Orochimaru had not dared to question Li Xian's decisions. The entire village basked in an unprecedented sense of order and harmony. Upon returning to his residence, as the new leader of Hidden Village, he gradually cast aside Orochimaru's unreasonable ideologies and initiated a profound transformation in the villagers' mindset. Preventing past mistakes and saving lives became his guiding principle. The system's task of altering one person's tragic fate could yield a considerable amount of chakra. In the current Hidden Village, while one could not claim that every individual was virtuous, at the very least, indiscriminate slaughter had ceased. Given Orochimaru's notorious past, not a soul dared approach the village, let alone a mere dog. Li Xian aimed to change this grim reality, a daunting task ahead. Fortunately, Orochimaru had made groundbreaking progress in his research on the Grailer's Stone. This wondrous energy promised to become a powerful catalyst for agricultural production, facilitating rapid growth in crops and livestock, fundamentally enhancing the productivity of Hidden Village. Elevating productivity was paramount at all times. Food equated to resources, and possessing the means of production was akin to holding the lifeblood of this world. All wars ultimately revolved around the contention for resources. However, one must possess commensurate strength. Otherwise, all efforts would be as ephemeral as reflections on water. Thus, he devoted himself to both the ideological transformation of the villagers and the enhancement of productivity while simultaneously amassing strength to confront potential challenges. Lord Xian, the Wind Demon Clan's ninja requests an audience with Lord Orochimaru. An anxious hidden ninja interrupted Li Xian's reverie. The Wind Demon Clan? Li Xian mused with curiosity, then turned to the side to consult Kabuto. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, slowly explaining, the Wind Demon Clan, once a glorious but now declining ninja clan, once entered into a pact with Lord Orochimaru for power, becoming a tool for his ambitions. As he spoke, Kabuto handed Li Xian detailed information about the Wind Demon Clan. Li Xian perused the documents swiftly, recalling vividly the ninja who, despite her grotesque appearance, could transform into a charming young girl. Bring them to me, Li Xian commanded. As you wish, Lord Xian, the hidden ninja replied promptly before departing. Soon after, 3 ninjas of distinctly different appearances entered the grand hall. One was hunchbacked with protruding teeth, another was bald with a menacing scar across his face, while the third appeared rather ordinary, save for the large, uniquely designed scissors he clutched tightly. This is Lord Xian, the new leader of Hidden Village, and even Lord Orochimaru submits to him, Kabuto explained at the opportune moment. Lord Xian, the 3 ninjas intoned solemnly, kneeling in unison to show their respect. What business do you have with Lord Orochimaru? Li Xian inquired coolly. We wish to restore the glory of the Wind Demon Clan and are willing to pay any price. The ninja with the scissors replied first. What does your desired glory entail? Li Xian pressed, observing their averted gazes and flickering eyes. Noticing their reluctance to meet his gaze, he continued. One must rely on their own abilities, yet I can offer you an opportunity. Serve me, and I will allow your clansmen to enter the village and provide them with protection. Thank you, Lord Xian. The Wind Demon Clan is willing to do anything for you. The 3 bowed again, their words earnest and loyalty evident. Your name is Qingling, correct? Li Xian turned his gaze toward the hunchbacked ninja. Yes, I am Qingling. What is your command, Lord Xian? Qingling looked up, his eyes filled with confusion and anticipation. Is it true that you can transform? Li Xian asked as he approached Qingling. Indeed, there exists such a technique, Qingling replied. It is akin to a mayfly larva emerging from the earth, stretching its wings in the sunlight only to vanish in an instant. Thus, if you transform, you will perish? Li Xian inquired, stepping closer to Qingling. Yes, came Qingling's unwavering affirmation. Then transform. I wish to see, Li Xian said with a sudden smile, causing a palpable tension among those present, as it was clear he was asking for Qingling's life as a spectacle. Kabuto's glasses glinted with an unusual light as he subtly adjusted them, casting a peculiar glance at Li Xian's back. As you command, Lord Xian, Qingling replied, gazing up at Li Xian. His face, though unappealing, bore an extraordinary determination. Qingling. Her companions gasped, but under Li Xian's formidable aura, they could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene. For the future of the Wind Demon Clan, Lord Xian has made a promise. For my entire clan, I am willing to. Before Qingling could finish, her body began to transform, and a brilliant light enveloped her. When the radiance dissipated, the rocky shell that once defined her faded away, revealing a breathtaking girl with 4 wings sprouting from her back. A miraculous sight that also foretold the sacrifice of a warrior. How intriguing, Li Xian remarked, observing the once ugly Qingling now transformed into an ethereal beauty, his admiration evident. Lord Xian, I implore you to protect my clan amidst the storms. Qingling's beauty shimmered like dew in the morning sun, splendid yet fleeting, as her form began to fade, reminiscent of an ephemeral mayfly. Her 2 companions could only grit their teeth, their eyes filled with helplessness, a poignant reminder of the plight and sorrow of the weak. You may choose to protect yourself. After all, I am not a perverse being like Orochimaru, Li Xian stated, his fingertip gently gesturing as a pure, unblemished life force coalesced and surged into Qingling's being. Miraculously, her fading form began to regain its solidity, as if reborn. She gazed down at her transformed self, disbelief flooding her eyes as she looked up at Li Xian, gratitude and reverence filling her expression. Her companions exchanged incredulous glances. I believe this form is far more appealing, Li Xian remarked, turning to Kabuto with a faint smile. Indeed, Lord Xian, I also find it far more appealing, Kabuto replied. Adjusting his glasses, Qingling vows to devote her life to follow you, Lord Xian. She knelt once more before him. The other two, deeply moved by Li Xian's miraculous act, imitated Qingling, kneeling to pledge their loyalty. Very well. You two shall return to your clan and lead your people here. Kabuto will ensure everything is arranged appropriately. Li Xian concluded, nodding in agreement as he made plans for the trio. As the crowd dispersed, the figure of Baiju silently appeared beside Li Xian, bearing crucial intelligence. Lord Xian, the item you requested has been located. Understood. You may leave. I shall retrieve it myself, Li Xian replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. A notification chimed. System has initiated a hidden mission. Acquire the meteorite from Star Ninja Village and transform it. Reward, Celestial Meteorite. The annoying system is back again. Li Xian mused inwardly, before promptly ordering the gathering of Junma-Lu and Sasuke, preparing to venture to the land of bears to seize the meteorite. Leading Sasuke, Junma-Lu, and Shino, Li Xian traversed through the dense forest, moving with such swiftness that it seemed as if they raced with the wind. He detailed the mission to his companions. Our target is the land of bears, specifically the Star Ninja Village, where a mysterious meteorite is concealed. Our primary adversary is the acting star shadow, Qi Xing, who possesses only the strength of a Jonin. Reports indicate that Neji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tenten from Konoha have been dispatched to assist in safeguarding the meteorite, and Naruto is likely involved as well. As he spoke, Li Xian's gaze inadvertently swept past Sasuke, who, though silent, exhibited a noticeable hesitation, clearly unsettled. Remember, if you encounter Naruto in battle, make sure to strike first verbally. Li Xian smirked. Upon hearing this, both Sasuke and Junma-Lu exchanged puzzled glances, finding no further clarification from Li Xian. After an arduous journey, the quartet finally entered the domain of the Star Ninja Village in the Land of Bears. This village was extraordinary, nestled within the crater of a meteorite, enveloped by toxic mist, with formidable natural barriers that deterred ordinary folk. Yet, to Li Xian and his companions, these were mere trifles. They effortlessly penetrated the layers of obstruction, stealthily infiltrating the village like specters. Lord Xian, shall we engage directly? Junma-Lu inquired from his perch atop a tree, surveying the crowd below. Not yet. Li Xian shook his head, summoning the hidden Baiju. Baiju, enlighten us on the situation. Baiju's form gradually emerged from the tree trunk. Reporting, the Star Ninja Village has harnessed the power of the meteorite to study a secret technique known as the Peacock Mystic Arts. However, this meteorite harbors fatal side effects that have already led to numerous casualties. The rogue ninja, Xia Rixing, has secretly stolen the meteorite to prevent further harm to her clan. Subsequently, the meteorite was reclaimed by the acting star shadow, Qi Xing, and concealed within a certain structure in the village. They appear to be lying in wait for Xia Rixing's arrival. Understood, you may retreat. Li Xian nodded after hearing Baiju's report. Baiju complied, melding back into the tree, vanishing from sight. Lord Xian, someone approaches. Junma-Lu's keen senses detected an unusual presence. Li Xian had a vague recollection of the events surrounding the Star Ninja Village, but the details were clouded in obscurity. He only remembered the captivating meteorite. Baiju's account reminded him of the female Jonin, Xia Rixing, whose singing was quite melodious. At this moment, she was likely the one infiltrating the structure. She seemed to have a son, and her goal was to destroy the meteorite. Li Xian could never allow her to succeed. Just as Li Xian was about to issue the command to seize the meteorite and eliminate the obstacles, the system notification chimed again. Ding. Triggered SSR level hidden mission, Melody of Bonds, a harmonious encounter. Such a celestial melody, if allowed to fade away, would be a great loss to the world. Capture Xia Rixing and make her your eternal melody. Successful completion of the task would reward the complete scroll of the Flying Thunder God technique. This annoying system should be called the Thief System. Chapter 21. Reunion with Naruto. Despite his disdain for the system, Li Xian resolved to accept the task, mainly for the sake of the Flying Thunder God technique, and not due to Xia Rixing's beauty. After all, the Flying Thunder God was a vital tool against Obito. Otherwise, if he entered the Kimui space, Li Xian would be rendered helpless. Junma, secure the meteorite, Li Xian commanded. Noticing the flicker of battle intent in Sasuke's eyes, he added, Sasuke, your task is to intercept the ninjas from Konoha. Their fates are yours to decide. Shino, your mission is to safely bring that woman back, alive. With Li Xian's orders given, the team sprang into action, each racing towards their designated battleground. Meanwhile, Xia Rixing ventured deeper into the Star Ninja Village, where the meteorite was concealed. She gazed at the meteorite, seemingly pulsating with celestial energy, murmuring, even if it costs me my life, I must destroy the stars. With that, she knelt, using her pen as a sword to inscribe a complex formula upon the meteorite platform, attempting to obliterate it. Madam, I kindly advise against such actions. Lord Xian has taken a liking to this item. Junma appeared like a wraith, effortlessly disrupting Xia Rixing's balance with a subtle strike, causing her technique to falter. Who are you? Xia Rixing steadied herself, her gaze filled with wariness and uncertainty towards the unknown intruder. Junma remained silent, coldly grasping the meteorite and preparing to depart. Put the stars down. Qi Xing and his two subordinates suddenly burst onto the scene, having intended to ambush Xia Rixing, only to encounter unforeseen circumstances. Xia Rixing, how dare you conspire with outsiders to steal the village's treasures? Qi Xing seethed, glaring at Xia Rixing. She offered no explanation, her sole focus being the destruction of the meteorite. Junma intervention was, to her, a form of relief. Ignoring Qi Xing's furious outburst, Junma ascended with the meteorite, soaring into the sky. Halt! Stop him! Qi Xing urgently commanded the ninjas of the Star Ninja Village to intercept. However, Junma prowess was beyond what mere mortals could contend with. Corpse bone path, 10 fingers piercing. Bone blades rained down like a torrential storm, instantly dismantling the obstructing ninjas while ensuring no fatalities. Peacock Mystic Arts, Beast Transformation. Qi Xing responded by unleashing his jutsu, transforming his chakra into a ferocious beast that lunged at Junma. Corpsebone Path, Dance of the Larch. Junma, adorned in a suit of bone armor, effortlessly withstood the beast's assault and swiftly closed in on Qi Xing, delivering a lethal blow to his throat, ending the senseless conflict. Ugh! Qi Xing's voice faltered as blood poured from between his fingers, and in an instant, he drew his last breath, the surrounding air thick with tension. Lord Qi Xing is dead. The ninjas of the Star Ninja Village exchanged incredulous and terrified glances. Faced with Junma's overwhelming presence, they found themselves momentarily paralyzed, as if they had lost their way. It's all Xia Rixing's fault. She colluded with outsiders to steal the village's most sacred treasure and even murdered Lord Qi Xing. Kill her to avenge Lord Qi Xing. The grim-faced Shirzong, under Qi Xing's command, dared not confront Junma directly and instead turned his ire towards the helpless Xia Rixing. Kill her to avenge Lord Qi Xing. In a surge of fury, the ninjas of the Star Ninja Village rallied, advancing on Xia Rixing, the flames of vengeance blazing in their eyes. Xia Rixing stood silently, with no intention of resistance. Her gaze was resolute and serene, having long since relinquished her concern for life or death, solely devoted to the noble mission of destroying the meteorite to protect the next generation of the village. I'm sorry, Mother must leave you again. Please forgive me. She gently closed her eyes, bracing for the fate that awaited her. Ninjutsu, Shadow Bubble. Shino appeared just in time, her wings transforming into a highly corrosive poison, swiftly neutralizing several approaching ninjas. She then quickly seized the bewildered Xia Rixing, her voice gentle as she said, Apologies, but Lord Xian wishes to see you. You cannot die yet. In an instant, Shino and Xia Rixing vanished, leaving the stunned ninjas behind. Though Summer Star yearned to resist, her excessive reliance on the peacock's mystical arts left her drained and extinguished, akin to a candle burned at both ends. The secret technique, drawing upon meteoric influence, was indeed formidable, yet it functioned as a double-edged sword that ultimately led to demise. Junmaru and Tanbo accomplished their mission, disregarding the remaining shinobi of Star Village as they made their way back to report to Li Xian. Lord Xian, the task is complete. Thank you for your hard work. Li Xian nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Summer Star before he departed from Star Village, with Junmaru and Tanbo trailing closely behind, bearing the meteorite and Summer Star in pursuit of his steps. Meanwhile, Sasuke exhibited extraordinary prowess, effortlessly vanquishing Naruto, Neji, and the rest of their former allies, including Summer Star's son, Ong, and a little girl named Beidou. At that moment, even against Kakashi, who had not activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke found himself evenly matched, let alone the current Naruto and others, who fell before him in mere exchanges. Sasuke, why is this happening? Naruto lay on the cold ground, confusion and bewilderment filling his eyes. He could not fathom why his erstwhile comrade, with whom he had fought side by side, now stood before him as a stranger of immense strength. Silence, you bottom feeder. I have no desire to listen to your prattle, Sasuke replied coldly, looking down at Naruto with a near contemptuous demeanor. I am no longer the person I once was, Naruto. I have no interest in indulging in childish games. You need not seek me out again. Our paths are destined to diverge. Confusion and resentment swelled within Naruto as he pressed on. Sasuke, you were never like this. Why? Before he could finish, Sasuke interrupted harshly. Enough. You lack the right to converse with me. I could eliminate you now, but you are not worthy of my hand. When you can truly stand on equal ground with me, then speak. Though Sasuke's words were resolute, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. He sensed Li Xian's approach, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. He feared Li Xian might take actions detrimental to Naruto. I will never give up. I will bring you back to the village, Naruto declared, as if endowed with invincibility, struggling to rise from the ground. The chakra of the Nine Tails began to surge within him, enveloping his body, his face contorted with fury, his whiskers appearing more fearsome than ever. Naruto, Neji, lying not far away, observed this scene with a tumult of emotions. He was moved by Naruto's resilience, yet astonished by Sasuke's might. Never had he imagined that Sasuke would ascend to such heights, rendering their collective efforts futile. At that moment, the image of Li Xian flashed in Neji's mind. Sasuke felt a slight tug at his heart from Naruto's determination, yet his resolve remained unyielding. He had many unfinished business, including revenge against Konoha. As he prepared to brace for Naruto's next assault, Li Xian's figure suddenly appeared between them. With a gentle wave of his hand, he employed the almighty push, sending Naruto flying and rendering him unconscious. I told you, when engaging him, start with the words, Li Xian remarked to Sasuke. Yes, master, Sasuke replied, lowering his gaze. Though his eyes remained on Naruto, a flicker of concern igniting within him. He is merely unconscious, Li Xian stated calmly, then turned his attention to Neji. So, what will it be? The caged bird, have you made your decision? Neji gazed into Li Xian's profound eyes, rendered speechless. However, Li Xian exhibited no urgency, displaying remarkable patience. Junmaru and Tanbo arrived at the scene, their presence adding weight to the already tense atmosphere. Summer Star, witnessing her son's unconscious form, felt her heart wrenched with anguish. She broke free from Tanbo's support and rushed to Aang's side, holding him tightly and calling his name with desperation. He is not dead, just unconscious. Li Xian's voice was calm and indifferent, yet it acted as a soothing balm to Summer Star's anxiety. Who are you? Now that you have the star, please let us go, she implored, looking up at Li Xian with a mixture of pleading and confusion. Li Xian wished to release them, but was drawn by the alluring reward of the Flying Thunder God technique, which beckoned him like a magnet. I am the villain here. Summer Star, you wouldn't want your son to remain one, would you? I can spare him and even elevate him to the position of Star Shadow. The cost is that you must accompany us. Summer Star's heart was an amalgamation of emotions. She embraced on one final time, imprinting the warmth of maternal love upon him, then resolutely released him, locking her gaze with Li Xian's. I accept your terms, and I hope you keep your promise. Of course, Mrs. Summer Star. I am a man of my word, Li Xian smiled in response. Let us depart. The group slowly exited, and as a final gesture, Summer Star cast a lingering glance back at Aang, her eyes a blend of reluctance and hope. Ding. Mission completed. Reward. Full scroll of the Flying Thunder God technique has been granted. The system's notification echoed, and Li Xian's mind flooded with the essence of the Flying Thunder God technique. A satisfied smile graced his lips. Though the system often seemed trivial, this reward held significant value for him. His excitement was palpable, and he could scarcely wait to embark on mastering the Flying Thunder God. The group returned smoothly to the Sound Village. He instructed Junmaru to deliver the enigmatic meteorite to Orochimaru's research facility, hoping it would bring new technological breakthroughs to the village. Simultaneously, he tasked Tanbo with ensuring Summer Star's well-being. After completing these duties, Li Xian retreated to his abode. The Flying Thunder God, created by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama and later popularized by the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, was a space-time ninjutsu renowned for its astonishing speed and teleportation capabilities, earning Minato the moniker of the Yellow Flash and instilling fear throughout the ninja world. Now, with the powerful Rinnegan at his disposal, coupled with his vast chakra reserves and astonishing healing abilities rivaling the first Hokage, Li Xian possessed unparalleled advantages in mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Once acquired, he would stand invincible in the ninja world, becoming a being second only to the Sage of Six Paths, capable of reshaping the very fabric of the shinobi realm. With a focused mind, Li Xian commenced his study and training of the Flying Thunder God. In the training grounds of the Sound Village, Uchiha Sasuke sat solitary among the branches of a great tree, his gaze fixed upon the vast night sky. As if he could penetrate the stars and touch the memory of his brother, Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, I will defeat you myself and compel you to reveal the truth. Within him burned the flames of vengeance, intertwined with complex emotions for his brother. Hey, Junmaru, I heard you and Lord Xian returned with a beauty? Meanwhile, below in the training grounds, the curious voice of Mizuki shattered the night's tranquility as he inquired of the newly returned Junmaru. Do tell me, how does the woman look? Does Lord Xian fancy her? If he finds a companion, does that mean we will no longer endure his beatings? Mizuki believed that Li Xian's boundless energy was the reason for their daily thrashings. In response to Mizuki's probing, Junmaru merely smiled indifferently, offering no reply, which only fueled Mizuki's curiosity further. Mizuki, if you're not afraid of dying, go ask Lord Xian yourself, Kankuro chimed in with a laugh. Shut up, you foolish woman. I'm not going, Mizuki retorted. In a secluded corner of the village, Summer Star sat alone upon the rooftop, gazing at the starry sky that echoed her innermost sentiments. Her heart's longing drifting far away. If you wish to leave, you may do so at any time. I shall not hinder you, came Li Xian's voice. Imbued with a subtle tenderness, Summer Star turned, her gaze meeting Li Xian's, yet she quickly averted her eyes, remaining silent. Li Xian understood her apprehensions. Rest assured, my promise remains steadfast. Tomorrow, Junmaru shall journey to the land of bears to assist your son in becoming a star shadow. Summer Star continued to remain silent. Having come to a resolution, in this accursed world, even becoming a star shadow would not guarantee peace. True strength rendered them as mere ants, easily manipulated. Much like the Red Star, who dreamt of becoming a star shadow, only to be effortlessly slain by Li Xian's disciple. The weak could only cling to the strong to seek a glimmer of survival. Before you depart, I wish to hear you sing that song once more. Li Xian settled beside Summer Star, both of them gazing up at the stars, as he felt a pang of nostalgia. Sensing the longing in Li Xian's eyes, Summer Star slowly began to sing. Summer Star, why are you so red? Last night, I had a sorrowful dream, crying with swollen eyes. Summer Star, why the confusion? Searching for the smiles that have faded away. Her voice flowed like a crystal-clear spring, resonating through the night sky. Carried by the wind to every corner of the hidden Sound Village, stirring the softest parts of Sasuke's heart. Listening to the familiar melody, the blurred yet warm smile of Uchiha Mikoto gradually became vivid in his mind. In that moment, the villagers involuntarily gazed up at the vast expanse of stars. Their eyes fixed upon the brilliant Summer Star, their hearts laden with longing and endless concern for their loved ones. Each ray of starlight seemed to bear their tenderest messages, transcending the boundaries of time and space, conveying warmth and reminiscence across mountains and rivers. The following day, Li Xian instructed Junmaru. You and Summer Star shall return to the Star Ninja Village. Assist her in becoming a star shadow, and once the mission is complete, return. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, send word. Do not overexert yourself. Yes, Lord Xian, Junmaru replied. He and Summer Star embarked on the road back to the Star Ninja Village. Accompanied by the 4 members of the Hidden Sound, their figures gradually fading into the distance. After watching them depart, Li Xian slowly turned and entered the research facility of Orochimaru, which he had meticulously planned and rebuilt. Unlike the former cold and damp lair resembling a snake's den, this place now radiated with brightness and vitality, its sturdy concrete walls casting aside the darkness and oppression of the past, showcasing a new visage where modernity and technology coexisted. Walking through the spacious, well-lit corridors, Li Xian nodded in greeting to the ninjas passing by. These ninjas, who once lived in fear and uncertainty, now bore expressions of unprecedented peace and hope under Li Xian's leadership. Lord Xian. Every time a ninja spotted Li Xian, they greeted him warmly. Since Li Xian became the leader, he not only guided them toward a new direction, but also instilled in each member a sense of dignity and value previously unknown to them. Li Xian entered Orochimaru's laboratory, where none dared to impede him. Inside, various intricate scientific instruments glimmered with cold light, reflecting Li Xian's resolute countenance. Lord Xian, you are in such fine spirits today. What brings you here? Orochimaru's voice was low and hoarse. Without turning, he recognized the visitor's identity. As he spoke, his experiments continued unabated, demonstrating his fervent pursuit of science. Orochimaru, what is the progress on the Greerstone research? Li Xian's gaze swept over the complex instruments, unable to comprehend them, and thus sought Orochimaru's insight. I have made adjustments to the internal energy structure, diluting the violent energies. It should be ready for production in a few days, albeit with significantly diminished healing effects. Orochimaru replied, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation, yet underscored by an unwavering dedication to scientific exploration. That is of little concern. As long as it can serve as a catalyst for crops and enhance yield, that suffices. He understood the importance of food. When granaries are full, one knows etiquette. When clothing and food are sufficient, one recognizes honor and disgrace. Pardon my candor, Lord Xian, but I find it perplexing why you pursue this endeavor. Your strength must be nearing that of the god of ninjas. Orochimaru licked his lips, both curious and bewildered by Li Xian's actions, which transcended conventional notions of strength. I have my own objectives. Though Senju Hashirama is powerful, he is but an ant before the likes of the Sage of Six Paths. Li Xian's gaze seemed to penetrate the barriers of time, envisioning a distant future. By the way, is that meteorite of any research value? While that stone can accelerate a ninja's training, the chakra it emits possesses dangerous radiation, posing great harm to living beings. In the long run, its research value is rather low. Orochimaru glanced at the meteorite resting in a special device and shook his head. I see. Then we shall disregard it for now and continue with the Greerstone research. The work on the original cells can be set aside for a while. Do not overexert yourself, or I shall have to summon Kabuto to resurrect you for more labor. Li Xian jested, his laughter echoing softly. Your humor has truly reached new heights, Lord Xian. However, Kabuto is indeed a remarkable child. Orochimaru's cold laughter reverberated in the lab, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Though Kabuto's abilities were formidable, his disposition was overly somber. This was largely due to Danzo. It would be wise for you to limit your interactions with him, as I harbor a grudge against him. At the mention of Danzo, a glimmer of lethal intent flashed in Li Xian's gaze. I understand, Lord Xian. I possess numerous secret intelligence reports concerning Danzo. Perhaps you might find them intriguing. No need. I am already aware of most of that cunning fox's secrets. You should focus on your research, Li Xian concluded, turning to leave. His silhouette elongated under the glow of the lights. What a fascinating individual, Lord Xian. I am eager to see how far you can go. Orochimaru murmured as he watched Li Xian depart, as though he foresaw an impending storm that would alter the very fabric of the ninja world. In the Hidden Sound Village, within the office building, Li Xian summoned Sasuke and instructed, Sasuke, you, along with Suigetsu and Jugo, shall lead a squad to the daimyo's estate in the Land of Rice. I intend to gain complete control over the Land of Rice. Any dissenters shall perish. Sasuke, upon hearing this, bowed in acquiescence. Yes, master. Without hesitation, he turned to summon Suigetsu, Jugo, and a team of hidden sound ninjas, setting off for the daimyo's estate in the Land of Rice. Li Xian leisurely strolled to the window, gazing at the distant mountains shrouded in mist, contemplating future strategies. With a flick of his wrist, a kunai inscribed with a unique emblem slipped from his fingertips, casting it out the window, accompanied by a barely perceptible ripple in space. His figure instantly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, it was at the very location where the kunai had landed. This signified the completion of his mastery over the flying thunder god technique. Simultaneously, in a hidden corner, within a dimly lit cave, several indistinct figures flickered under the faint candlelight. Among them, A pair of eyes adorned with concentric circles stood out, as their owner spoke in a calm, yet indifferent tone. According to reliable intelligence, Orochimaru is currently hiding in the hidden sound village of the Land of Rice. Who will eliminate this traitor? Upon these words, a murmur rippled through the cave. One figure, hunched and filled with venomous intent, exclaimed, "That despicable Orochimaru has finally shown himself. I have long awaited the chance to deal with him personally." Master Scorpion, you still harbor such thoughts about Orochimaru? Silence, Deidara. Enough. This is not the time for disputes. Subsequently, Pain's gaze shifted to the taciturn Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, I have heard that your brother is also with Orochimaru, is he not? Itachi merely nodded slightly, his tone indifferent. Yes, he is indeed there. His response was brief and ambiguous, leaving no insight into his true thoughts. Observing this, Pain refrained from further conversation with Itachi and scanned the figures present, stating, "Then, who is closest to there?" According to intelligence, Kakuzu and Heiden were currently nearer to the Land of Rice. At that moment, a peculiar figure resembling a pitcher plant slowly spoke. Upon hearing this, Pain immediately commanded, "In that case, let Kakuzu and Heiden proceed to eliminate Orochimaru." With that, his form dissipated like a phantom. After the gathering dispersed, Kisame could not help but inquire of Itachi, "Why didn't you inform the leader about that person?" Itachi slowly shook his head, a hint of doubt glimmering in his eyes. He was uncertain of that person's true origins. Their connection to Orochimaru was significant, as they had appeared together in Konoha. He couldn't help but feel concern for Sasuke's predicament. He longed to see Sasuke, but the time was not yet right. In the dead of night, within the borders of the Land of Rice, silence enveloped the land, interrupted only by two figures cloaked in the distinctive black and red cloud garb, gliding like phantoms through the path. Their destination was the Sound Village. One of them wielded a massive red scythe, his silver hair slicked back, and his eyes deep and dark like amethyst, with a forehead protector casually draped around his neck, a pendant of ominous aura hanging from his chest. The other concealed his face with a black mask, leaving only a pair of emerald eyes gleaming with a chilling light. These two were the formidable immortal duo of the Akatsuki, Heiden, and Kakuzu. They were dispatched by Pain to terminate the traitor Orochimaru. The leader is truly something else, sending us to this desolate place where not even a single soul for amusement can be found. Heiden grumbled as they walked, voicing his dissatisfaction about the mission's location. Shut your mouth, Heiden. Orochimaru's head is worth quite a fortune. I intend to claim it, Kakuzu interjected coldly, a flicker of impatience crossing his brow. Someone is approaching. Just as the two conversed, Kakuzu's sharp senses detected an unusual presence, his expression shifting dramatically as he whispered a warning. Heiden, though dismissive, followed Kakuzu's gaze and saw a figure elongating in the moonlight, standing silently. Is it Orochimaru? No, it is someone else. Whoever it is, I've grown impatient. Kaku, don't you dare steal my fun. Heiden could no longer restrain himself and charged toward the figure with his scythe raised. Chapter 24, The Unfortunate Heiden. Damn it. This person seems formidable. The aura radiating from Li Xian instilled a sense of dread in Kakuzu, his instincts warning him of the individual's extraordinary danger. Yet Heiden, like a wild stallion, recklessly rushed toward Li Xian. In the face of Heiden's assault, Li Xian did not rush to counterattack. Instead, he gracefully sidestepped, deftly avoiding the sharp scythe. The cold blade grazed his skin, a crimson drop staining Heiden's weapon. Kakuzu, your caution is excessive. This brat is merely an ant. Easily crushed. I've already got him. Heiden laughed maniacally, gazing at the bright red on his scythe, then extended his tongue to greedily lick the blood, symbolizing victory. Meanwhile, the ground beneath him was covered in a mysterious array formed of circles and triangles, heralding the commencement of a bizarre ritual. Kakuzu watched in disbelief as Heiden's effortless success left him questioning. Could my instincts be mistaken? Heiden's laughter grew increasingly deranged, strange patterns emerging on his face as if corrupted by some malevolent force. His eyes locked onto the seemingly calm Li Xian, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Now, let me relish in the pleasure of tormenting you. With that, he abruptly drew a spear and ruthlessly stabbed it into his abdomen, blood gushing forth, a gruesome sight. Li Xian felt a surge of pain as if experiencing every agony Heiden endured, blood uncontrollably flowing. The pain was real and intense, causing him to furrow his brow. Does it hurt? This is merely the beginning. If I truly injure a vital spot, the sensation will be even more exquisite. Heiden's laughter echoed in the air, carrying a morbid excitement. So, which part shall I target next? He thrust the spear viciously into his shoulder. In tandem, Li Xian felt a heart-wrenching pain in the corresponding area, yet a green light blossomed from his wound, miraculously healing as if he had never been injured. He had intentionally allowed himself to be hit, not out of a desire for suffering, but to personally unveil the principles behind Heiden's technique, to experience the unknown power firsthand. This seemingly intangible essence is, in fact, a curse, elusive yet undeniably real. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a pure surge of soul energy suddenly erupted within him, like a slumbering giant awakening, coalescing behind him into a colossal specter of death. Through the eyes of this spectral figure, Li Xian astonishingly observed that within Heiden's array, a vague shadow entwined, exuding a dense aura of malevolence, seemingly linked to Heiden in an indescribable manner. A slender thread woven from dark energy silently bound the two together. The death specter behind Li Xian moved swiftly and decisively, one colossal hand reaching out to seize the thread connecting them. Simultaneously, another hand wielding a sharp blade swung down, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being cut, severing the thread with a snap. In an instant, the shadow enveloping Heiden emitted a chilling scream, only to be grasped by the death specter's outstretched hand, swallowed whole. How is it? Now, allow you to personally experience the true essence of death. Heiden remained oblivious to these changes, continuing with his predetermined actions as he mercilessly drove the spear into his chest. At the moment the spear pierced his heart, blood gushed forth, while Li Xian stood by unscathed, coldly observing the scene. Heiden's eyes brimmed with disbelief, unable to accept that his prideful immortality had failed him, that his invincible body had perished. His heart punctured. He genuinely felt the flow of life ebbing away. He had died, slain by his own hand, engulfed in endless confusion and resentment. What? Kakuzu, witnessing from the sidelines, felt equally astonished and perplexed. Heiden's notorious immortality, which would not falter even if his head were severed, had suddenly resulted in death. He could not comprehend how Li Xian had accomplished this. For Li Xian, this validated his earlier speculation that the soul energy indeed held a connection to death, though currently, this power posed no threat to him. Perhaps he could investigate further with Orochimaru. Initially, he had intended to rely on his formidable healing abilities to withstand Heiden's attacks, ultimately subduing him for his own purposes. However, Heiden's sudden demise disrupted his plans. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this, for a more powerful Kakuzu awaited. Ding. Task activated. Subdue Kakuzu. Successful completion will reward a loyal financial management talent. The system has never failed to meet Li Xian's expectations in dealing with inappropriate individuals. He gazed at Kakuzu, a playful smile gracing his lips as he slowly inquired, "Mr. Kaku, what are your plans next?" Kakuzu furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Li Xian. Filled with confusion and wariness, he was astonished by Li Xian's extraordinary abilities, which had led to Heiden's demise, leaving him acutely aware of Li Xian's enigmatic nature. However, Kakuzu was not one to easily concede defeat. Facing such a formidable opponent, he would not simply resign himself to fate. In an instant, a surge of powerful chakra enveloped Kakuzu as he activated his Earth Grudge Fear mode, revealing two grotesque masks on his shoulders, seemingly imbued with endless resentment. They aimed at Li Xian and unleashed two formidable jutsu: fire release, head hardening, wind release, pressure damage. The flames, fueled by the wind, coalesced into a cataclysmic tempest, sweeping toward Li Xian with an unstoppable force, determined to engulf him entirely. In the face of this overwhelming assault, Li Xian merely raised his right hand, nonchalantly murmuring, "Shinra Tensei." In an instant, a tremendous repulsive force erupted from his palm, effortlessly deflecting all jutsu, its radius so vast that it obliterated everything within a 10-mile vicinity, leaving not even ashes of Heiden's remains. Kakuzu himself was severely injured by this destructive power, his body launched like a cannonball, demolishing all obstacles in his path before being embedded deep within the ground, rendered immobile. "Xian, your methods are truly ruthless." Orochimaru's figure appeared beside Li Xian, gazing at the unfathomable pit with a knowing smile. "One must be ruthless to stand firm. He is not yet dead." Li Xian's expression remained indifferent as he swiftly teleported to Kakuzu's side, looking down at him with an emotionless tone. "Do not feign death. You still possess a heart." Do you not? With that, he grasped Kakuzu's throat with his left hand, while his right hand summoned a black rod of chakra, poised directly at Kakuzu's final heart, threatening imminent death. This scene caused Orochimaru's eyelids to twitch. He too had once been subjected to Li Xian's control. Who are you really? Why do you possess eyes akin to pains? Kakuzu struggled to open his heavy eyelids and questioned Li Xian. Li Xian's gaze was as cold as ice as he replied. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is your choice at this moment. Will you continue to plunge into the abyss of death, or will you seize a thread of hope? Chapter 25. Are you a demon? Kakuzu fell into silence upon hearing this. Having lived for over a century and witnessed countless tribulations, he found himself reminded of Hashirama Senju, revered as the god of shinobi, under Li Xian's pressure. Since being betrayed by his village, he had ceased to trust anyone, with only money serving as his sole reliance and faith. Reflecting on the mottled years of his past, Kakuzu's lips curled into a self-mocking smile as he murmured, "In my lifetime, I have killed countless people and anticipated this day long ago. Go ahead, strike." He closed his eyes, awaiting the final chapter of his fate. Contrary to his expectations, Li Xian did not take his life, but instead tossed him to the ground. Recently, one of my subordinates, a young man named Kabuto Yakushi, has perfected a forbidden technique known as impure world reincarnation, which can resurrect the deceased in another form and compel them to obey the caster unconditionally. Li Xian's words pierced Kakuzu's heart like ice, rendering him incredulous as he opened his eyes wide. Observing Kakuzu's reaction, Li Xian smiled playfully, his next words sending a chill down Kakuzu's spine. After your death, I will have him revive you in this manner, forcing you to work in the factory I establish, without any compensation, as you will no longer require food or rest. Such free labor is too good to pass up. You demon, Kakuzu exclaimed, unable to contain himself. The notion of enduring eternal unrest post-mortem and becoming a wageless slave was utterly monstrous. Who on earth invented such a technique? I yield, what must I do? Unable to accept the prospect of dying only to work for free, Kakuzu surrendered. Excellent. You shall continue to be an undercover agent within the Akatsuki organization. Carry out your duties as usual, and I will ensure you are contacted when the time is right. Li Xian nodded in satisfaction. Proceeding to outline the subsequent plans, upon your return, claim that you encountered a trap set by Orochimaru, resulting in Heiden's sealing and Orochimaru's severe injuries, leaving his fate uncertain. Rest assured, others will coordinate with you. Others? Kakuzu's heart raced upon hearing this revelation, realizing there were traitors within the organization. Now he too was a traitor. Understood. How should I address you? Kakuzu inquired humbly. Call me Xian. Ding. Mission completed. Rewards have been issued. You have acquired a financial management talent. Understood, Lord Xian. Kakuzu replied respectfully. As he departed, he silently mourned Heiden for a moment before embarking on his complicated journey home. Upon Li Xian's return to his residence, the figure of White Zetsu suddenly materialized, his expression grave. Lord Xian, there is trouble. The Star Ninja Village has requested assistance from Konoha. Komihiro has been ambushed by Konoha ninjas, and the Summer Star mother and child have also been kidnapped. White Zetsu reported urgently. Who are the assailants? Li Xian's eyes sharpened, his tone calm as he pressed for details. Kakashi, Kurenai Yuhi, and Asuma Saratobi, White Zetsu continued. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's mind began to formulate a plan. I see. You may withdraw for now. After White Zetsu departed, Li Xian swiftly set out towards the Star Ninja Village. In the Land of Bears, at Star Ninja Village, Komihiro had unlocked his second cursed seal state, standing alone in the center of the battlefield, facing the three elite jonin from Konoha, the calm and wise Kakashi Hitaki, the Jinjutsu specialist Kurenai Yuhi, and the versatile Asuma Saratobi. On the battlefield, many of Komihiro's allies, including Muto and Kidomaru, lay fallen, their fates uncertain. Kakashi's chakra reserves were nearly exhausted, his weary face locked onto his formidable adversary. Asuma was also in poor condition, while Kurenai retained a relatively robust stamina due to her reliance on Jinjutsu. The ninjas of Star Ninja Village surrounded them, their glares intense, the atmosphere tense. Komihiro stood isolated and unsupported, tasked with safeguarding the Summer Star mother and child, a sacred mission bestowed by Lord Xian that he vowed to fulfill at all costs. Once, Orochimaru had been the beacon of his spirit. Now, that loyalty and faith had shifted entirely to Li Xian. Unfazed by the overwhelming odds, he swung his bone whip, vowing to keep his enemies at bay. Give up, Kumihiro. Kakashi's gaze was fixed firmly on Kumihiro, recognizing the immense challenge posed by this opponent. The fact that 3 elite jonin from Konoha could not subdue a single Kumihiro would be the subject of ridicule. Impossible. As long as I stand here, I will not allow you to take them, Kumihiro declared, as the bone whip coiled around Kakashi like a serpent, followed closely by a sharp-boned spear. Yet, to his astonishment, Kakashi's pierced form transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly paralyzing Kumihiro. Fire release, ash pile burning. Asuma immediately unleashed a jutsu towards Kumihiro, the high temperatures and ash coalescing into a deadly net, seeking to engulf him. Corpse bone pulse, dance of the camellia. Kumihiro's bones hardened into a formidable armor, effortlessly withstanding the inferno. The enemy's assault did not relent. Kakashi's true body surged forward, electrified, targeting Kumihiro's vital points. With a thunderous crash, the bone armor shattered, forcing Kumihiro to distance himself from Kakashi. At that moment, cherry blossoms began to fall, heralding the arrival of Kurenai's Genjutsu. Genjutsu? Kumihiro felt a chill run down his spine. As he unwittingly fell into the illusion, Kurenai darted forward like a ghost, her form merging with the night, save for the kunai in her hand gleaming with cold light. Resembling the scythe of the Grim Reaper, aimed directly at Kumihiro's throat. Asuma, unwilling to fall behind, gripped the blade imbued with the supreme brilliance of chakra, launching a lethal strike towards the vital points of Kimimaro with tremendous force. Their seamless coordination escalated the tension on the battlefield to a fever pitch. At that moment, Kimimaro resembled a fragile boat tossed about in a tempest, on the verge of capsizing. His bone armor shattered under Kakashi's Raikiri, crumbling like delicate porcelain. And its restoration would take time. Suspended in midair, with no leverage to rely upon, Kimimaro appeared to be trapped in a dire situation. Peacock magic, beast form. At this critical juncture, Yujito unleashed a jutsu that inflicted severe damage upon herself, speeding towards Kimimaro like a streak of light, rescuing him from peril. This is a miscalculation. Asuma exhaled a cloud of smoke, witnessing Kimimaro's salvation, realizing the formidable nature of their adversary. Yujito's ally, Kurenai, solemnly concurred, "They are far more troublesome than we anticipated." Yujito, you traitor! How dare you conspire with the enemy to seize the treasure, even leading to Lord Akatsuki's demise. The stern visage of Shizune, the elite shinobi of Star Village, glared daggers at Yujito, his words laden with fury. Both she and her son are rogue ninjas. They must be eliminated. With his command, the ninjas of Star Village surged forward, anger boiling over as they approached Yujito and her son, the atmosphere thick with tension. Though Kakashi and his companions were present, they adhered to the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of another nation, opting to observe the unfolding events, their sights set on a different target. That star poses a danger to humanity. The third star shadow, and my husband perished because of it. My intent in destroying that star is to prevent our next generation from repeating the same tragic fate. Yujito's voice rang out with unwavering conviction amidst the chaos. Yet it seemed few were willing to listen. Wait. Suddenly, a youthful voice pierced the charged atmosphere. Little Hoshigaki, supported by her friend from the same village, stumbled forward with great difficulty. The boy, pale and unsteady, was one of the victims of that star. Aunt Yujito speaks the truth. That star is harmful to humans. Though weak, the boy's words struck deep, resonating within the hearts of those present. The ninjas of Star Village exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion and contemplation. Shizune seized the moment, fanning the flames of discord. Do not heed their nonsense. They are in league with the traitor and will naturally defend Yujito. A bearded ninja stepped forward, asserting, "They are our children. I believe their words." In an instant, the crowd erupted into fervent debate, splitting into factions, one trusting the testimonies of the children, while the other remained resolute in condemning Yujito as a traitor deserving of punishment. Yet, despite this division, the undeniable fact remained. Yujito had betrayed the village, colluding with outsiders to murder Lord Akatsuki. A voice rang out, filled with anger and resentment towards Yujito. She must pay for her crimes. Chapter 26. Mere ants. In that moment, the ninjas of Star Village unleashed their jutsu, aimed directly at Yujito and her son, seeking to engulf them in an abyss of darkness. Corpse bone technique, dance of the larch. With astonishing resolve, Kimimaro summoned the hardened bones within him. Standing firm like an impregnable fortress before Yujito, deflecting the relentless barrage of jutsu. Although each attack was individually weak, their sheer volume bore down upon him, ultimately forcing him to expel a mouthful of blood. Yujito observed this scene, complex emotions swirling within her. Why don't you step aside? This has nothing to do with you. Because this is a task entrusted to me by Lord Xuan. I must see it through, Kimimaro replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. In a swift motion, he pivoted, launching himself at the gathered ninjas of Star Village with the swiftness of a leopard, his martial prowess striking awe. How much longer do you intend to stand idly by, leaf ninjas? Remember, we paid a hefty price to hire you. Shizun's fury erupted like a volcano as he glared at Kakashi and his team. Faced with this sudden accusation, Kakashi and Asuma exchanged a resigned glance before they resolved to join the fray against Kimimaro. The entrance of these two elite ninjas shifted the tide of battle, and under the dual assault, Kimimaro found himself increasingly beleaguered, ultimately suffering the loss of an arm, blood spilling profusely, staining his garments. Now spent and on his knees, Kimimaro's gaze remained bright, his mind echoing the words of Li Xuan and Orochimaru. Lord Xuan, I believe I have found my answer, he whispered to himself, and a surge of unprecedented power coursed through him. Struggling to rise, he faced the encroaching enemies, ready to deliver his final dance. Corpse bone technique. Dance of the early dawn. In that moment, it seemed he would burn his life to transform the battlefield into a stage for his art. Just as life and death hung in the balance, Li Xuan appeared beside Kimimaro, grasping his remaining arm tightly. A warm, potent energy surged from his palm. The miraculous energy of Griel, healing all of Kimimaro's wounds in an instant, even restoring his severed arm. Kimimaro stood in stunned silence, gazing at Li Xuan with disbelief. Lord Xuan, he murmured, filled with newfound resolve and faith. Li Xuan's other palm suddenly opened, directed at the throng of encroaching ninjas. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, an unprecedented force erupted from his palm, akin to a raging tempest, mercilessly sweeping away the foremost ninjas, casting them in all directions. The battlefield erupted in cries of despair. Even Kakashi and Asuma, seasoned warriors, were not spared, sent crashing to the ground, their bodies carving deep furrows in the earth. Insignificant ants, overestimating yourselves. Li Xuan stood tall, like a deity descended from the heavens, overlooking the chaos below. Aside from the closely following Kimimaro and Yujito, none could maintain their footing amidst the devastation. It was you. Kakashi struggled to lift his head, astonishment flickering in his eyes. At that moment, he, Asuma, and Kurenai found themselves trapped in a dire predicament. Suddenly, a vast number of leaf ninjas surged forth from within Star Village, clad in uniform attire, evidently belonging to Danzo's root organization. Encircling Li Xuan and his allies in a tightly woven net. I am truly honored that you would go to such lengths for me, Li Xuan remarked with a faint smile, surveying his surroundings as though everything were under his control. For someone like you, we must naturally go all out. A root ninja replied coldly, having received intelligence that Li Xuan had seized the treasure of Star Village, thus laying numerous traps in wait for his arrival. Do you think you can stop me? Li Xuan chuckled lightly. Before he finished speaking, the leaf ninjas launched their assault. Earth-style ninjas initiated with a hell of yellow springs to ensnare Li Xuan, followed by a torrential downpour of fire-style, wind-style, and various jutsu, enveloping Star Village in a cataclysmic force. Do these leaf ninjas intend to kill us too? The surviving villagers of Star Village were filled with terror, gazing at the impending inferno with hearts heavy with despair. Shinra Tensei. With a mere flick of his wrist, Li Xuan effortlessly nullified all surrounding jutsu, the sheer power scattering the attacks like fallen leaves. Then, he ascended gracefully, like a crane soaring into the heavens, effortlessly breaking free from the heavy shackles of the netherworld marsh, revealing his extraordinary prowess and demeanor. Fire release, great fire destruction. Li Xian swiftly formed hand seals in midair, unleashing an unprecedented torrent of searing flames that transformed the sky into an ocean of fire, instantly engulfing the Leaf Village ninjas below. The battle was far from over. With a flick of his fingers, several kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god seals sliced through the air, akin to harbingers of death, precisely tracking the remaining enemies. His figure ghosted across every corner of the battlefield, each flicker accompanied by the extinguishing of life, leaving behind a shocking scene of carnage. This was the flying thunder god technique. Not far away, Kakashi, having just extricated himself from the melee, witnessed this spectacle, his pupils constricting in disbelief. This was the signature technique of his mentor, the fourth Hokage. How could it appear in the hands of a young junior like Li Xian? Amidst his shock, a kunai sliced through the air, aimed directly at him, followed by Li Xian's spectral presence materializing before him, a black rod of chakra coalescing in his palm, aimed at Kakashi's heart. In a life-or-death moment, Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly activated, attempting to counter this sudden crisis with the power of his ocular technique. Yet, Li Xian's speed surpassed imagination. Even the Kamui seemed inadequate, unable to catch up. Leaf, great whirlwind. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a green whirlwind rushed in, forcefully pushing Li Xian back. It was the mighty Might Guy arriving just in time. The blue beast of Konoha has made his entrance. Kakashi, are you alright? Guy asked with concern as he confronted Li Xian. Kakashi seized the opportunity to catch his breath, inwardly relieved. I'm fine, thank you, Guy. Guy's gaze remained fixed on Li Xian, his expression gradually growing solemn. He understood that the adversary before them was formidable, and defeating him would not be a task achievable by mere individual effort. Guy, be cautious. This person is exceptionally powerful, Kakashi warned. Recalling the scene of the root ninjas being effortlessly annihilated by Li Xian, still haunted by the memory. I understand. He is indeed strong. Guy nodded, his eyes sweeping over the battlefield's devastation, deepening his understanding of Li Xian's capabilities. Just as the tension between the two sides reached its zenith, Jiraiya descended upon the battlefield, riding a gigantic toad, shattering the momentary stillness. Stand down, Xian. Jiraiya's voice was steady and firm. He was acutely aware of the complex political struggles hidden behind this confrontation. Upon learning of this situation, I rushed here immediately. This decision against you is solely Danzo's unilateral action. Chapter 27, Research Results. In response to Jiraiya's persuasion, a cold smile crept across Li Xian's lips. Very well, but some debts must be repaid with interest. With that, he vanished in a flash, appearing before Asuma, seizing his blade and striking in one fluid motion. Asuma's arm fell away, blood gushing forth. He interrupted my disciple's hand. I have severed one of his arms. Quite fair. Wouldn't you agree? A chilling murderous intent radiated from Li Xian's eyes. The evening sun's red hue witnessed this, filled with grief and fury, wanting to rush forward but was held back by Asuma, who grimaced in pain. Hinata, don't act impulsively. I'm fine. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, his gaze toward Li Xian filled with both anger and helplessness. Xian, it is time to cease. You need only ensure that Orochimaru poses no further threat to Konoha, and our grievances shall be wiped clean. Li Xian smiled slightly, seemingly not opposed to Jiraiya's proposal, yet he was already plotting a more profound strategy in his heart. Meanwhile, Jiraiya silently worried about how Li Xian had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Could it be Danzo again? I never intended to target the Leaf Village. As for Orochimaru, I cannot say. Li Xian's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he spoke slowly. His figure shifted again, returning to the side of Shirishing. Now, Shirishing is the star shadow of Star Shinobi Village. Who is in favor? Who is against? Li Xian declared with imposing authority to all present. Upon hearing this, everyone involuntarily lowered their heads, filled with deep respect for Li Xian's extraordinary elegance and unparalleled strength. His invincible presence had been indelibly etched in their hearts, unerasable. Shirishing gazed at Li Xian, her eyes flickering with complex and subtle emotions. Her son looked at Li Xian with admiration and fervor, secretly vowing, "This is the true strong. I aspire to become such a person in the future. Let us go, we shall return. And Konoha will no longer interfere in the internal affairs of Star Shinobi Village." Jiraiya sighed softly, his eyes reflecting a mixture of relief and resignation as he cast a complicated glance at Li Xian before leading Kakashi and others away. After months of absence, this young man had far surpassed him. Lord Xian, I apologize for not completing the mission. Junmaru knelt on one knee, his tone filled with self-reproach and guilt. Li Xian gently shook his head, his voice calm. It's not your fault. You did well. Remember, always prioritize your life. Without it, nothing else matters. After speaking, he turned to heal the injuries of Doya and the others. No matter how severe the injuries, as long as life remained, miracles could always be achieved in his hands. Upon hearing this, Junmaru felt warmth surge within him, gazing at Li Xian's busy figure, experiencing a long-lost sense of belonging and security. After arranging the subsequent matters, Li Xian ordered Doya and the others to stay and assist Shari-Shing in stabilizing the situation in Star Shinobi Village, while he returned to the Sound Hidden Village with Junmaru. With his strength, if he were to engage, Jiraiya and the others would undoubtedly struggle to retreat unscathed, but that depended on whether Guy was willing to risk his life. Otherwise, he would have to consider retreating. The reason he reached this agreement with Jiraiya was that he did not wish to provoke a ninja world war at this moment. Firstly, the Three Tails had yet to be revived, and the timing was not right. Secondly, before attaining 6 Paths level strength, he had no desire to become a target. Avoiding unnecessary conflicts and sacrifices. The day after returning to the Sound Hidden Village, Uchiha Sasuke, accompanied by Suigetsu and Jugo, returned with a person in tow to meet Li Xian. Master, this is the former Minister of Finance of the Land of Rice, Sanada Jiro. Sasuke's words bore a hint of fatigue, with dried blood still staining his collar, clearly indicating they had endured a fierce battle. Thank you for your hard work. You should go rest. Li Xian nodded gently. Then his gaze fell deeply upon the stout, somewhat anxious man before him. I am Sanada Jiro, the former Minister of Finance of the Land of Rice, paying my respects to Lord Xian. Sanada Jiro hurriedly knelt, his forehead nearly touching the ground. His voice laced with unmistakable awe and fear. He genuinely feared, as all those who resisted the daimyo had been eradicated by this man's subordinates. Even the dogs were met with blows, and the eggs were scrambled. I am willing to serve Lord Xian faithfully, entirely devoted to your will. As he spoke, Sanada Jiro trembled as he presented the detailed financial records and household registrations of the Land of Rice, demonstrating his sincerity. Li Xian accepted these documents, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. Your choice is wise. Remember, loyalty and talent are both essential. I shall not treat you unfairly. Continue to manage the finances of the Land of Rice well, allowing this land to flourish anew. Gazing at the documents in hand, Li Xian contemplated deeply. The Land of Rice, a small nation struggling to survive in a crevice, faced economic decline and sparse population. To develop and realize its ambitions from this foundation would be a long journey ahead. However, fortunately, Orochimaru's research projects were on the verge of breakthrough. Once successful, productivity and technological levels would leap forward, naturally attracting population and prospering the economy. The key lies in swiftly consolidating all available resources in the Land of Rice, firmly grasping power in his hands. As a relatively isolated and inconspicuous small nation, the Kingdom of Tian provided Li Xian with a precious buffer period, allowing him to quietly accumulate strength while closely monitoring the movements of the Akatsuki organization. After 2.5 years, when the Akatsuki began to attract the attention of the ninja world, he seized the opportunity to consolidate all forces and ultimately confront the invasion of the Aitsuki clan. A month had passed in the Hidden Sound Village. After completing a day of tedious administrative duties, Li Xian was about to head to the training ground to hone the skills of young ninjas like Sasuke. Just as he was about to take a step, he was halted by the somewhat urgent voice of Kabuto. Lord Xian, Lord Orochimaru has urgent matters to discuss with you. Understood, I shall go at once. A flicker of curiosity crossed Li Xian's brow as he nodded and made his way to Orochimaru's laboratory. Upon entering the research room, he was enveloped by a profound atmosphere of scientific inquiry. Orochimaru was immersed in a realm of intertwined shadows created by test tubes and instruments. Typically reclusive and focused on his scientific explorations, today he had summoned Li Xian, indicating a significant breakthrough in his research. Orochimaru, what is it that you require? Li Xian inquired. Ah, Shinkuin, you have arrived. I have wonderful news to share with you, Orochimaru replied, slowly turning around with a meaningful smile curving his lips. Stop keeping me in suspense, just tell me. Li Xian, busy with the modernization of the Hidden Sound Village, was eager for information. The cells of the First Hokage have been successfully studied. Oh, that's splendid. Show me, he exclaimed, a tremor of excitement coursing through him. The First Hokage, the legendary god of ninjas, possessed a power contained within his cells that all ninjas yearned for. Now, this power was within reach. How could it not stir one's heart? Please follow me, Shinkuin. Following Orochimaru, they traversed layers of guards until they arrived at an exceedingly secretive underground chamber. Here lay Orochimaru's most treasured experimental ground, where a body of white zetsu, surrounded by complex apparatus, was observed, flourishing with vibrant vegetation. Is this it? Li Xian initially felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly realized this was merely the surface. Do not be hasty, Shinkuin. The cells of the first Hokage now exhibit no strong rejection response and can be transplanted at any moment, Orochimaru explained, licking his lips. Yet even if the transplant is successful, it will not reach the power of the god of ninjas. I have studied the materials provided by Kaguya. Senju Hashirama attained his status through the mastery of sage techniques. Ah, I see, Li Xian responded, then inquired, do you have any discoveries regarding Hashirama's sage techniques? Orochimaru shook his head gently, a rare hint of regret in his expression. I have searched ancient texts but have found no clues about the source of his sage techniques. However, with your strength, even without the enhancement of sage techniques, you would be more than capable in the ninja world. The wood release powers exhibited by the first Hokage cells are undoubtedly more pure and powerful, far surpassing that of the failed specimen. You refer to Tenzo, do you not? Li Xian understood that the failed specimen was Yamato and continued, I have already developed formidable self-healing abilities, so I do not require Hashirama's healing power. However, acquiring wood release techniques would be beneficial. When can we proceed with the transplant? We can do it now, Orochimaru replied. Then let us proceed immediately. What do you need me to do? It is not so troublesome, Shinkuin. Orochimaru smiled as he produced an exquisite syringe containing the precious cells of the first Hokage. Simply inject the completed specimen into your body and endure the period of rejection, which varies from person to person. I believe, with your strength, it should not take more than a few days. Very well, Li Xian nodded, taking the syringe from Orochimaru. Without hesitation, he positioned the needle against his arm and slowly pushed the plunger, allowing the energy within to flow into his body. As the cells of Senju Hashirama permeated his being, he experienced a violent upheaval within. Initially, a wave of dizziness washed over him, followed by a surge of nausea. However, the rejection response was not as fierce as he had anticipated. Instead, it was swiftly quelled by the vigorous energy coursing through him. The energy within him seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, rapidly and precisely repairing every damaged cell, engaging in an unprecedented fusion with Hashirama's cells. Within merely a few hours, he witnessed the miraculous transformation of two powers from rejection to symbiosis. It appears I have underestimated your strength, Shinkuin. I did not expect you to complete the fusion so swiftly, Orochimaru observed, a glint of astonishment in his eyes as he murmured in admiration. Indeed, it feels quite remarkable. Li Xian smiled faintly, clenching his fists as he felt the changes within. Aside from the mysterious sage techniques, he had now fully mastered Hashirama's wood release techniques. The research on Hashirama cells has reached a conclusion. You should take some time to rest, Li Xian remarked. The Grell fertilizer factory is now on track, even if it only realizes the function of catalyzing crops. He feared that Orochimaru might exhaust himself, and he would then have to resort to using the Edo Tensei technique. Though it was not without its merits, as Edo Tensei could provide free labor. Shinkuin, one does not tire in the pursuit of truth. I have yet to conduct my research on you, Orochimaru replied cheerfully. Suit yourself, continue your efforts. Li Xian was indifferent as he departed from Orochimaru's laboratory, leaving him to immerse himself in his world of research. Upon returning to his residence, Li Xian summoned Kaguya, inquiring about the origins of Hashirama's sage techniques. I am not entirely certain. However, Azura, the son of the Sage of Six Paths, also possessed them. I once attempted to approach him, but it was unsuccessful. Thus I turned to Indra, who was easier to control. Kaguya's voice was low as he revealed some clues regarding sage techniques. Perhaps the three great sages might have some insights. The Sage of Six Paths' techniques were also taught by the Great Toad of Mount Myaboku. After hearing this, Li Xian formulated a plan. Perhaps he could find answers from the three great sages. Mount Myaboku and the wet-boned forest may not welcome me, but perhaps I could consult the Whitesnake Sage. Thus, he instructed Orochimaru to send for information regarding the Dragon Cave and the summoning technique. He resolved to venture into the Dragon Cave, arriving at an open area outside the village, where he signed a contract on the summoning scroll. Li Xian attempted to summon the Great Serpent of the Dragon Cave. Summoning technique. With a massive plume of smoke, the air around him vibrated violently. He swiftly evaded the ensuing forceful impact, teleporting several meters away in a flash. In that moment, a terrifying crimson giant figure surged forth from the dense smoke. It was a menacing giant serpent that lunged at Li Xian with its gaping maw, intent on swallowing him whole. Unfazed by this sudden threat, Li Xian clapped his hands together and called out, "Wood release, wood dragon technique." Instantly, A colossal dragon formed from vibrant trees soared into the air, rapidly expanding to an astonishing size, wrapping tightly around the crimson serpent while greedily absorbing its chakra. In mere moments, the once arrogant crimson serpent found itself immobilized by the wood dragon, its furious roars echoing. "You wretched brat. I will make you pay for this." "I initially thought it would be the great serpent, but it turns out it's you, Shinya," Li Xian remarked with a calm smile, stepping closer to the giant serpent's face and meeting its gaze. "You are far weaker than the great serpent." His words ignited even greater fury within Shinya, who retaliated by spewing forth a noxious venom capable of petrifying a person instantly, attempting a final desperate struggle. "I did it. Indeed, foolish humans." Witnessing Li Xian's body gradually petrify, Xianya's eyes sparkled with an increasingly fervent light, yet her triumph had yet to transform into laughter. However, Li Xian's voice drifted from the side. "It seems that the wood-release clone is quite practical." With a delicate flick of his finger, the wooden dragon entwined around Xianya tightened, inflicting excruciating pain upon her. "How is this possible?" Xianya cried out in despair. She had never anticipated that she would fall so easily into the hands of a human. Li Xian directed the wooden dragon to extend a slender branch, deftly extracting the reverse scale from Xianya's body. This act instantly quelled her fury, rendering her docile. "Now, we can converse properly." Li Xian retracted the wooden dragon, allowing Xianya a moment to catch her breath. Bowing her head, her tongue flickering gently, she expressed her reverence and apology to Li Xian. "I deeply apologize. My impulsiveness has led me to offend you." Li Xian nodded, moving directly to the point. "Let us dispense with idle chatter. You shall return to the dragon's lair and use the reverse spirit communication technique to bring me there." "Yes, my lord." Upon hearing this, Xianya dared not delay, and with a resounding boom, she transformed into a wisp of green smoke, vanishing without a trace. Shortly thereafter, Li Xian felt a powerful summoning force. Without hesitation, he allowed this energy to guide him to the enigmatic dragon's lair. The scene before him gradually clarified, as Xianya utilized the reverse spirit communication technique to transport him to the dragon's lair. "Xianya, why are you here? And who is this human?" The gatekeeper, a massive python adorned with gray scales, displayed a look of confusion. Xianya, known for her temperament more volatile than a multitude of serpents, often attacked any snake that ventured too close. "I have come to lead Lord Xian to meet the white serpent immortal." "This is indeed Lord Xian," Xianya calmly stated. At this revelation, the gatekeeper python was even more astonished, for Xianya's transformation was as gentle as a spring breeze, almost unbelievable. Could it be due to the presence of this individual before her? Without further ado, the gatekeeper python granted passage. Chapter 29, Trials of the Dragon's Lair. As they walked, Xianya elaborated on the rules of the dragon's lair. "Lord Xian, to meet the white serpent immortal, one must pass the trials of the three elders. Success will grant you the chakra of the white immortal. Failure will result in being devoured by the elders." Li Xian merely smiled nonchalantly at this, nodding in understanding. Soon, the two arrived at the first trial location. The air was laden with an inexplicable solemnity and anticipation. Suddenly, a melodious laughter seemed to float down from the heavens, followed by the appearance of a woman clad in a pristine white robe, her beauty unparalleled, adorned with a golden crown encrusted with dazzling jewels. She was Tianxin Shinji, one of the three serpent sisters of the dragon's lair. At the sight of Xianya and Li Xian together, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. But she quickly regained her ethereal composure. "Human, to obtain power, you must pass my trial. Should you fail, I shall consume you." Tianxin Shinji's words were soft, yet in an instant, her demeanor transformed into a fearsome visage, her golden slit-like pupils glimmering with a chilling light, dark eyeshadow extending to her nose, revealing her sharp fangs and long tongue in all their terrifying glory. "Let us begin swiftly. I wonder if you can truly consume me," Li Xian replied, unperturbed by her threat. At his words, Tianxin Shinji felt a ripple of intrigue. It had been some time since she encountered such a calm individual. She then conjured a magnificent castle, filled with an array of delectable dishes, all mere illusions designed to lure Li Xian into a trap. "Next, please." Li Xian immediately saw through her ruse, not even sparing a glance at the sumptuous feasts, instead urging her to proceed to the next trial. Tianxin Shinji was taken aback. She had never encountered a human who defied convention in such a manner. Yet, bound by the rules of the dragon's lair. She had no choice but to allow Li Xian into the next trial. Upon entering the subsequent trial, Li Xian found himself in a vast space, where a petite and charming girl, Shikadage, adorned similarly to Tianxin Shinji, gracefully stepped forth. As one of the Serpent Sisters, she emanated an extraordinary aura. With a gentle wave of her hand, a massive boulder fell, sealing the path ahead. To pass, you must fill the hole in this rock with crystals. Failure will result in me consuming you. What a bother! Li Xian dismissed the notion of playing such a puzzle game. In response to Shikadage's puzzled gaze, he approached the boulder and raised his right hand slightly. Shinra Tensei. With the incantation of his technique, a cataclysmic force erupted, shattering the boulder into a cloud of dust. Shikadage's eyes widened in astonishment, quickly morphing into dissatisfaction. She flitted like a swallow, her form appearing behind Li Xian, her gaping maw aiming to devour this unconventional opponent. Would release, silent binding technique. Anticipating her move, Li Xian clapped his hands, and countless vines erupted from the earth, entwining Shikadage like living creatures, binding her tightly. Now, little girl, do not be mischievous, Li Xian chuckled, playfully pinching Shikadage's pouting cheek. Fuming, Shikadage glared at him, her tongue transforming into a lively serpent, breaking free of her bonds and biting into Li Xian's neck. A powerful binding force descended, holding Li Xian firmly in place. Humph, foolish creature. Let us see how you escape my grasp, Shikadage declared triumphantly, having devoured the defenseless Li Xian. Though she despised consuming living beings, Li Xian's provocation compelled her to make an exception. However, her pride was short-lived as she soon felt turmoil in her stomach, a wave of agony forcing her to expel her meal. To her surprise, it was merely Li Xian's wooden clone, while the real him had silently moved on to the next trial. Cursed fool, how dare you toy with me? Shikadage fumed, stamping her foot, her eyes blazing with rage and indignation as she realized she had been outmaneuvered by Li Xian. Now facing the final of the three Serpent Sisters, Tuanjinji, who bore a resemblance to her two siblings but exuded a more gentle charm, Li Xian found himself ensnared in a mesmerizing illusion woven by her unique celestial technique, silently eroding the will of those who stepped into her realm, consuming anyone who failed the trial. She suddenly opened her gaping maw, lunging toward her own neck. Yet Li Xian effortlessly subdued her with a universal pull, expressing his dissatisfaction. Why does everyone immediately aim for the neck upon meeting? The bound Tuanjinji showed no sign of panic. Instead, she smiled softly at him. In the blink of an eye, her form dissipated like morning fog before Li Xian's eyes. When she reappeared, her sharp fangs were perilously close to Li Xian's neck. Here, you must obediently accept the trial. Tuanjinji licked her lips, gazing at Li Xian, now entrapped in her carefully laid illusion, a smug smile gracing her lips. Dear girl, you might be celebrating too soon. Such illusions are merely child's play. Li Xian's voice, like a gentle breeze, pierced through the confines of the illusion, echoing in her ears. With that, an overwhelming aura radiated from Li Xian, firmly restraining Tuanjinji, her neck ensnared, rendering struggle futile. Who are you? Release me at once. Tuanjinji gazed incredulously at the young man before her, exuding a powerful presence, her voice trembling. I am a villain. The kind that delights in serpent stew, Li Xian replied with a teasing smile, drawing closer to Tuanjinji's face. Tuanjinji opened her mouth, a beam of white light shooting forth, transforming into a stunning girl who stood a short distance away, her expression dark as she fixed her gaze on Li Xian. In Li Xian's hand remained only a discarded serpent skin, which he casually tossed aside, speaking with an air of indifference. Now, may I meet the white serpent immortal? With a heart full of resentment, Tuanjinheim glared at Li Xian, ready to erupt. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the air as Tianxinheim and Shichudoheim arrived together, standing side by side with expressions brimming with hostility, as if they intended to devour him whole. Are you three going to team up against me? I assure you, I won't show any mercy, Li Xian taunted, his gaze shifting provocatively among the three goddesses. I wonder who will be the first to beg for mercy, little ones. Tianxinheim responded with a charming smile, her words laced with subtle sharpness, evidently displeased by Li Xian's disdain. You will know soon enough. Would release. Technique of the wood dragon. With a clap of his hands, a massive wooden dragon erupted from beneath his feet as he looked down at the three goddesses, signaling the commencement of their contest. Stand down, young man. I already understand your intentions. Just as tensions escalated, and the atmosphere thickened to the point of suffocation. An elderly woman clad in a pristine long robe and with silver hair flowing gently entered the battlefield. Her gaze was warm yet profound as she fixed her eyes on Li Xian, her voice calm but infused with formidable power. With her arrival, an immense, boundless chakra of Shansu began to emanate from her, and even Li Xian felt a slight stir within himself. The legendary White Snake Sage, a contemporary of the Six Paths Sage, was indeed formidable. He couldn't be certain of defeating her. White Snake Sage. Li Xian retracted his poised wooden dragon technique and gracefully descended. Since you are aware of my purpose, might I ask you to enlighten me? The White Snake Sage gently swayed as she spoke. Young man, I do not possess the answers you seek, but you may inquire at the Whetbone Forest. As if sensing Li Xian's inner hesitation, she continued, however, the Shansu of my dragon cave is not inferior to that of the Whetbone Forest. You have passed the trial. If you wish, I can bestow upon you the Shansu chakra. But you must agree to one condition. I have no interest in your Shansu. Li Xian swiftly rejected, unwilling to transform into a bizarre figure like Orochimaru. Do not be so hasty in your refusal, young man. Although the methods of cultivating Shansu differ, they ultimately lead to the same destination. A perfect Sharon body will not render you strange. The White Snake Sage predicted his reaction, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if she could read his heart. Upon hearing this, Li Xian furrowed his brow, and after a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. What is your condition? With a gentle nod, the White Snake Sage articulated her expectation. You must understand that we are at odds with Mayaboka Mountain. They constantly promote their ideals and Shansu under the guise of saving the world, boasting exceptional ninjas like Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze. The only notable figure here is Orochimaru, who, due to his frequent use of the impure world reincarnation, cannot cultivate Shansu. I can agree to your request, but they must adhere to my rules. After careful consideration, Li Xian nodded in agreement. Grandmother, I do not wish to follow him. Shichudo Haim expressed her reluctance to accompany him. This matter is non-negotiable. You cannot remain so weak-minded in trials. You must broaden your horizons, the White Snake Sage asserted firmly, leaving no room for dissent. She then turned to Li Xian. Now, do not resist. I shall bestow Jinsu chakra upon you, and how far you go from here depends on your own efforts. But I trust my judgment will not be mistaken. Facing the White Snake Sage, Li Xian opened his arms, signaling his complete readiness. The White Snake Sage transformed into a magnificent, serpentine creature, its scales shimmering with the light of the moon. Suddenly, its sharp fangs precisely sank into Li Xian's neck, bringing forth an unexpected surge of pain. Why do all snakes enjoy biting? Orochimaru is the same, Li Xian thought, but the pain was swiftly overshadowed by an overwhelming, pure natural energy flooding into him. This force surged like a torrential flood, coursing through his veins and stirring ripples within him. Initially, the Greer energy and Hashirama cells within him resisted. Yet they soon seemed to resonate in harmony with the Shansu chakra, intertwining to forge an unprecedented, more refined, and powerful chakra. Your potential far exceeds my expectations, young man. The White Snake Sage resumed her elderly form, though her breath was slightly fatigued, her eyes glimmering with admiration for Li Xian. I believe you will surpass the Six Paths Sage and create your own legend. I share the same belief regarding surpassing the Six Paths Sage, Li Xian replied. Feeling the transformative power within him, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. As he gently released the newly acquired Shansu chakra, he was enveloped in a soft, radiant white light, from which a pair of dragon-like horns miraculously sprouted from his head, and two vividly animated white serpents manifested behind him, majestic and divine, evoking a sense of reverence. This is truly astonishing. Even the experienced White Snake Sage was taken aback. The power you exhibit has far surpassed my imagination. The three serpent goddesses were equally awestruck, deeply moved by Li Xian's divine presence, not only filled with awe, but also an indescribable sense of belonging. They no longer resisted the White Snake Sage's decision to follow Li Xian. Instead, they brimmed with anticipation. Li Xian reigned in his awe-inspiring power and gently descended before the White Snake Sage, offering a slight bow. Thank you for your assistance. I shall not forget the friendship of the Dragon Cave. The White Snake Sage nodded in satisfaction, turning to depart, but not before reminding him, my children, I entrust their care to you. Rest assured, I will, Li Xian solemnly promised, before leading the three serpent goddesses away from the Dragon Cave. On their journey, he addressed the three goddesses, I have but one request. Do not eat humans without my permission. He lightly tapped Shichido Heime's head as a reminder. And refrain from baring your teeth at me, he added. The youthful Shichido Heim puffed her cheeks in protest, glaring at Li Xian while covering her head. Li Xian couldn't help but pinch her little face, provoking further dissatisfaction from Shichido Heim. Tianqin Heim and Tuanjin Heim remained silent, acknowledging Li Xian's authority. Together, they returned to the Hidden Sound Village. The ninjas, seeing Li Xian return with 3 stunning beauties, collectively chose to remain silent, internally marking these 3 women as individuals they could not afford to provoke. When Orochimaru witnessed the 3 goddesses, a tumultuous wave stirred within him. Did Su Jun take away the 3 goddesses from the Dragon Cave? Would the White Snake Sage truly agree? However, reflecting on Li Xian's unfathomable strength, Orochimaru quickly reconciled himself, as everything seemed to fall within the realm of reason. Cough, cough. Orochimaru, do not look at me like that. I am different from you. It was the White Snake Sage who asked me to introduce them to the world, Li Xian explained upon encountering Orochimaru's knowing smile. Su Jun, there's no need for explanation. I understand everything. If possible, I could also transform into a woman, Orochimaru remarked, his chilling smile intensifying, as if he saw through it all. In that case, I will have to end your life. Li Xian felt a chill run down his spine, nearly retching at the mere thought. After a playful exchange, he turned to the 3 serpent goddesses, advising them. You may explore anywhere in the village except for the research facility. It's best you do not leave the village for now. Wait until I have finished my tasks before venturing out. Shichikushima Heim could no longer contain the excitement swelling within her. Upon hearing those words, she burst forth from the office building like a wild stallion, beginning to weave freely through the revitalized village of Odo. The village had long shed its previous gloom and darkness, now replaced by the vigorous strides of modernization. The scale of the village had expanded significantly, the marketplace thrived, and an atmosphere brimming with the vitality of new beginnings enveloped every corner. Sasuke, a new barbecue restaurant has opened over there, and I've heard the food is quite delightful. Shall we go try it together? Proposed Xuan, who was closely following Sasuke. I have no time. Sasuke coldly declined her invitation. After freeing himself from Xuan's entanglement, he inadvertently brushed past Shichikushima Heim. He gazed at her unfamiliar visage, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes as he keenly detected the unusual chakra fluctuations emanating from her, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Sasuke discreetly trailed behind Shichikushima Heim. She moved through the village like a child newly arrived in a bustling metropolis, her eyes wide with curiosity and a thirst for exploration. Whether it was the tantalizing delicacies or the intriguing toys, everything captivated her attention and footsteps. Although Sasuke perceived nothing particularly extraordinary about her, his vigilance remained unwavering, maintaining a respectful distance as he followed silently. Sasuke's excessive attention towards Shichikushima Heim sparked discontent in Xuan. Determined, she resolved to create trouble for this unfamiliar woman. Chapter 31. Gale not good, Lord Su. They've started fighting. A flustered jonin from Odo village rushed into Li Su's office, nearly running as he gasped out the report. Stay calm. Who is fighting? Li Su inquired with a composed tone, his brow furrowing slightly. It's Lord Sasuke and the 3 ladies you brought with you. The jonin replied swiftly. How could they come to blows? I'll go see. Upon hearing this, Li Su gently set aside the matters he was attending to, and in a flash, he vanished from the spot. The jonin gazed in admiration at the direction Li Su had disappeared, filled with respect. Lord Su's strength is indeed unfathomable. In an instant, Li Su stood at the center of the confrontation between Sasuke and the 3 women. With a deft and precise movement, he effortlessly separated them, quelling the conflict. What happened? Li Su's gaze lingered momentarily on Sasuke before sweeping across the surroundings. Fortunately, they had all exercised restraint, resulting in no casualties. Only some minor property damage. I apologize. I just found them suspicious and ended up in a conflict with them, Sasuke said, relieved to see Li Su, as he quickly bowed in apology. No, Lord Su, it's all my fault. It's not Sasuke's doing, Xuan interjected, her eyes red and her tone anxious. Enough. Let today's incident end here. They are my guests. Since it was a misunderstanding, let us all disperse. You must not turn against one another, otherwise, I will personally take action to resolve it. As he spoke, an air of authority and a chilling intent spread subtly, enveloping everyone present with an unprecedented pressure that made them shiver involuntarily. After managing the sudden incident, Li Su returned to the office building, regaining his customary calm and efficiency as he continued to strategize for the village's future development. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 years had quietly passed. Oto Village had undergone a remarkable transformation, its scale now nearly rivaling the flourishing Konoha village. While gaps in heritage and overall ninja strength remained, it had undeniably begun to flourish with vibrant energy. Kisame, Kabuto, Sasuke, and others, under the meticulous guidance of Li Su and the three snake ladies, had mastered the sage art of the Ryuchi cave, their powers soaring to new heights. The curse mark's power of Yugo stemmed from the subtle mutation of the sage art chakra, resulting in a qualitative leap in strength for those like Kisame after acquiring the sage techniques. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, having fused with Hashirama's cells and the energy of the Grey Realm, had gained an extended lifespan, gradually rejuvenating and freeing himself from the dependency on the reanimation technique, showcasing unprecedented vitality and vigor. Before the crystal-clear floor-to-ceiling windows of the office building, Li Su stood quietly, his gaze penetrating the glass as if reaching into every inch of Oto Village's burgeoning prosperity. The broadcast resonated melodiously, filled with praises for the transformative changes in Oto Village, in the vast ninja world. Oto Village is undergoing a profound and glorious transformation from ancient to modern. Behind this brilliant metamorphosis stands the towering figure of an exceptional leader, Lord Su, who steers with foresight, sails with unwavering faith, and rows with a practical spirit, guiding Oto Village to navigate the waves and carve a bright path in the journey of modernization. In confronting the past's seclusion and backwardness, Lord Su understood that only by breaking the shackles of thought could a grand blueprint for the future be drawn, allowing Oto Village to blossom anew. Through Lord Su's relentless efforts and the collective dedication of all villagers, Oto Village had achieved a magnificent transformation from a quaint village to a modern pastoral urbanity. Here, the convenience and efficiency bestowed by modern technology coexist harmoniously with the tranquility and beauty of rural landscapes. Industries flourish, culture is deeply rooted, and the quality of life for villagers has significantly improved, with happiness and contentment evident in their expressions. Looking ahead, under Lord Su's wise leadership and the united efforts of all villagers, Oto Village will continue to write a magnificent chapter of revitalization, becoming a brilliant gem in the revitalization strategy of the land of rice, shining ever brightly. Upon hearing the accolades in the broadcast, Li Su himself nearly lost his composure. Eager to discover the talented individual behind this remarkable piece, he must be properly promoted. Who wrote this piece? Li Su inquired. Kabuto, adjusting his glasses with a subtle smile in his eyes, replied, "It was Finance Minister Sanada Jiro." Li Su nodded slightly, smiling. He is indeed a talent. Kabuto also smiled, producing a sealed confidential document, presenting it with both hands before Li Su. Li Su took the document, swiftly scanning its important information, then flicked his fingertip, igniting a flame that quietly consumed the document, leaving only a wisp of smoke. The Akatsuki organization has already taken action. Kabuto quickly inquired, "What should we do next?" Li Su pondered for a moment, then replied slowly, "There is no rush. Let us observe how things unfold." Kabuto nodded in response, then recalled something else, adjusting his glasses again as he retrieved a scroll from his sleeve, containing the records of the magical creature, the Morning Spirit. Additionally, the magical creature you instructed us to monitor has shown some recent activity, and the details are recorded here for your review. This thing can destroy the world? I find that hard to believe. A hint of disdain curled at the corner of his mouth as he spoke, then turned serious. Send the order down. Have Kisame and the others come immediately. I want to see for myself just how formidable this Morning Spirit is. Also, dispatch the Eagle Squad to secretly bring back the Scorpion. I want him alive. As you command, Lord Su. Upon hearing this, Kabuto promptly bowed and left. Subsequently, Li Su assembled an elite team consisting of 5 individuals, including Kisame and Kabuto, embarking on a journey to the land of demons. Hades sought to utilize the power of the Morning Spirit to create an immortal army akin to the Terracotta Soldiers, intending to resurrect the Morning Spirit and fulfill his millennial dream of a kingdom. The soul of the Morning Spirit was sealed by the previous generation, Uchiha, in the underground palace of the land of demons, while its physical form lay trapped in the shrine of the land of Marsh. Li Su's journey aimed to verify whether the morning spirit was indeed as powerful as the legends suggested, and the development of the land of rice required some energy resources. Perhaps the morning spirit could be harnessed for electricity. Within the palace of the land of demons, the contemporary witch, Xuan, awoke suddenly from a nightmare. She was born with the extraordinary ability to foresee the future, yet this gift rendered her the subject of fear among mortals, gradually molding her rebellious and willful character. Within her dreams, she initially beheld the tragic image of Naruto's courageous sacrifice, but in a miraculous twist, it transformed into a vision of him fighting alongside her to seal the malevolent spirit. However, in recent days, those prophetic dreams twisted once more. Naruto was absent, replaced by a stranger who, accompanied by a formidable entourage, stealthily abducted her. More terrifyingly, he had undone the seal of the malevolent spirit, unleashing a terrifying power capable of annihilating the world. Before Xuan, flames soared, and sorrow echoed, as the entire world seemed to plunge into an abyss of darkness and despair. Chapter 32. The malevolent spirit. Just as her heart raced with terror, a sudden, urgent chime pierced the air like an alarm bell. Moments later, fierce sounds of battle erupted outside the palace. Miss Xuan, we are under attack. Please come with me. We vow to ensure your safe withdrawal. Her loyal guardian, Zusue, led a cadre of elite warriors, bursting into her chamber with unwavering resolve to protect her. The four underlings of Xuan, akin to hellish emissaries, swiftly dispatched Xuan's guard, leaving only Zusue to hold the fort. Ah, so you were here. A white-haired ninja clad in a white robe laughed maniacally as he joined forces with the other three, closing in on Xuan. Among them, a strikingly handsome man with flowing purple hair bore a sinister smile, proclaiming, "The witch's life will end today at my hands." As he spoke, serpentine forms writhed around him, darting towards Xuan. Corpse pulse, dance of the iron flower. Just then, a figure flashed before Xuan. It was Junmaru, whose bone whip sliced through the repulsive creatures like lightning. Following the four underlings of Xuan, Li Xian entered with four elite warriors from the Sound Village, Midoriya, Zoken, and Jirubo, advancing slowly. It's him. He has arrived. Xuan's gaze fixed on Li Xian, her heart swelling with shock and fury. For this man was the very demon from her dreams who unleashed the malevolent spirit, leading to the world's destruction. Eliminate them. With a subtle flick of his fingers, Li Xian unleashed a tremendous power from the Sound Village warriors, who entered sage mode and launched a fierce assault upon Xuan's underlings. Demonic flute, magical sound lock. Midoriya's illusion ensnared the enemy's minds like invisible shackles. Spider cocoon. The silk spun by Kimimaro ensnared the four, enveloping them completely. Arhut fist. Jirubo's massive fist struck down like an avalanche, obliterating one enemy instantly. Zoken and Riku swiftly coordinated their efforts, seamlessly splitting and dispatching two adversaries without a trace. Spider battle bow, piercing cry. Ultimately, Kintomaru's lethal arrow decisively ended Xuan's four underlings. From the onset of battle to its conclusion, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Returning the scene to tranquility, Li Xian approached Xuan, observing the remarkably developed young woman, a warm smile gracing his lips. "Miss Witch, please accompany me." "No. I would rather die than go with you." Xuan shook her head vehemently, her eyes flashing with resolve as she swiftly seized a sharp blade from Xuan's grasp, unhesitatingly positioning it against her slender neck, clearly declaring to Li Xian, "If you advance another step, I shall resist with my life." Li Xian's eyes flickered with surprise, quickly transforming into a calm smile as he gently snapped his fingers. The air seemed to ripple with a subtle wave, and Xuan's gaze gradually became hazy, her eyes slowly closing as she sank into a profound slumber. "Miss Xuan," Zusue exclaimed in alarm, attempting to rush forward, only to be rendered unconscious by Junmaru's hand strike. At Li Xian's indication, Midoriya lifted the sleeping Xuan onto his back, and the group set forth to the Land of Swamps, where the malevolent spirit's physical form was sealed. The Land of Swamps, a desolate expanse. A volcanic cave loomed ahead, the fabled site of the seal. Is this truly the place where the malevolent spirit is sealed? Li Xian mused, surveying the barren landscape, where a regiment of meticulously arranged terracotta soldiers stood silently, creations of Xuan harnessing the power of the malevolent spirit. "Junmaru, you will keep these puppets at bay while I investigate the malevolent spirit's true nature," Li Xian commanded. Accepting Xuan from Midoriya's shoulders and launching himself into the cave, like an arrow released from a bow. Inside, the path twisted and turned, with magma bubbling below, waves of heat enveloping them. Unfazed, Li Xian continued deeper into the cave with Xuan in tow. There, a middle-aged man with long black hair and a stern visage sat at the center, none other than Huangquan himself, surrounded by several loyal terracotta soldier guards. Upon seeing Li Xian, a flicker of surprise crossed Huangquan's eyes, swiftly replaced by a serene smile. I am Huangquan. Regardless of who you are, I am grateful for your bringing the young witch here. He rose slowly, his tone calm and profound, as if everything were within his grasp. Then please, hand her over to me. As his words fell, several terracotta soldiers approached with heavy strides, inching closer to Li Xian and his companions. Li Xian remained unfazed. They were mere puppets. With a gentle wave of his hand, an indescribable force surged forth, sending the terracotta soldiers plummeting into the boiling magma as if they were stones cast into a lake, unable to rise again. Huangquan, witnessing this scene, narrowed his pupils, astonished, recalibrating his estimation of Li Xian's strength. Ha, you've come here for the power of the malevolent spirit, haven't you? We can join forces. Before he could finish, Li Xian ensnared Huangquan with the universal attraction, rendering his struggles futile. A chakra-infused black rod pierced through Huangquan's throat, pinning him to the ground. Enough of your prattle. With no mercy, he kicked Huangquan into the depths of the magma. Ha. Thank you for eliminating this old fool. A chilling, low laugh echoed through the chamber as the spirit of the malevolent entity emerged, speaking to Li Xian with a taunting tone. I must express my gratitude. Without the witch, the power to unseal this shrine is unattainable. As soon as the words left its mouth, the ground trembled violently, and countless purple tendrils radiating a sense of destruction burst forth from the earth, like venomous serpents attempting to engulf Li Xian and his companion. My body has returned. You shall witness the end of this world. The malevolent spirit's laughter grew increasingly deranged, yearning to see fear reflected in Li Xian's eyes, but met only with indifference. Is this truly the legendary creature capable of annihilating worlds? Li Xian's tone dripped with disdain and regret. Arrogant fool, I hope you can still laugh after this. Provoked by Li Xian's scorn, the tendrils morphed into a purple dragon, lunging viciously at him. Li Xian, nimble as ever, weaved through the dragon's attacks while deftly hurling chakra black rods, each striking true and neutralizing the ferocious assaults. In that moment, the malevolent spirit might seem utterly impotent, thwarted by the peculiar black rods, rendered immobile. Curse you! You dare to release me. Once my body perfectly merges with my spirit, you shall truly understand despair. The malevolent spirit roared, filled with rage and resentment. Very well, I shall grant you another chance. Otherwise, your power cannot sustain even a nation's energy supply. Li Xian replied with a serene smile, withdrawing all the chakra black rods, granting the spirit an opportunity to prove itself. Chapter 33. You owe me, scoundrel. What do you take me for? The wrath of the malevolent spirit surged forth like a volcanic eruption, liberating its physical form as it accelerated the profound merging of body and soul. It roared at Li Xian, if you dare, hand the witch over to me. Once I fuse with her, I shall attain the perfect form. Li Xian hesitated for a moment before swiftly removing the bell from Xuan's grasp and casting it to the spirit. The power of this girl and the witches of ages past is sealed within this bell. She possesses no strength of her own. At that moment, Xuan stirred from her slumber, witnessing the scene with immense shock, exactly as foretold in her dreams. No, an inexplicable force surged from the depths of her heart, allowing her to break free from Li Xian's grasp as she recklessly lunged toward the bell, which was about to fall into the hands of the spirit. Xuan made a desperate effort, her fingertips finally brushing against the cold surface of the bell, yet she found herself on the verge of being consumed by the spirit. Li Xian furrowed his brow, intending to pull her back, when he heard Xuan utter something about her mother. In an instant, the bell erupted with dazzling light, illuminating the cavern as if it were day. Within that radiance, Xuan's garments disintegrated, revealing her flawless form, with ancient and mystical patterns emerging upon her skin. What kind of test is this? Li Xian was astonished, unable to tear his gaze away from the spectacle, as the powers of the witches were fully unsealed. Xuan was enveloped in light, while the spirit emitted piercing wails, clearly sensing an unprecedented threat. Hurry, stop her. If I remain sealed, I cannot generate power for you. The spirit pleaded in terror. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian unleashed the universal attraction technique, pulling Xuan back to his side, yet the witch's power surged within her, resisting all restraints. In a moment of desperation, he snatched the bell back, returning it to the malevolent spirit, and swiftly removed his outer garment to drape it over Xuan. If you disappoint me, I will personally end you, Li Xian declared coldly to the spirit. Foolish mortal, I will not let you down. I shall transform you into my most perfect slave. The spirit, having absorbed the power from the bell, grew in might, rivaling even the nine-tailed beasts, laughing maniacally as it vowed to bring about the end of this world. Now, let you all taste true despair. The spirit transformed into a colossal octopus-like beast, each tentacle brimming with destructive power, advancing toward Li Xian. You demon, releasing the spirit means it is all over, just like in the dream. Xuan despaired and closed her eyes, gripping Li Xian's outer garment tightly as she awaited death. Although you still disappoint me, you will suffice for generating power. With a deep sigh, Li Xian pressed his palms together and intoned, would release, would dragon technique. In an instant, a massive wooden dragon erupted from the solid rock, accompanied by a thunderous roar, swiftly coiling around the spirit, ravenously consuming the chakra within its form. What is this? The spirit was horrified, feeling its strength wane like a receding tide as its immense body was ensnared by the wooden dragon, immobilized. Immortal technique, dragon of the celestial realm. Li Xian formed hand seals again, whispering incantations. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to merge with the essence of the earth, entering a sage mode, surrounded by pure and potent sage chakra that radiated as if it were a tangible force. Horns sprouted upon his head, and two vividly animated dragons entwined around his back. With the command of his will, the sage chakra coalesced into a gigantic white dragon, which opened its massive jaws and entirely engulfed the spirit, slowly drawing it into Li Xian's being, sealing the formidable creature. Li Xian then rotated his palm lightly, manifesting a peculiar entity resembling an octopus, the compressed form of the spirit. What have you done to me? The spirit's voice had become faint, impotent in its fury within Li Xian's grasp. You shall serve as a source of power for me. Li Xian spoke calmly, disregarding the spirit's howls, sealing it within a specially crafted scroll. I. This scene left Xuan in utter astonishment. She had believed the spirit invincible, yet it had been subdued with such ease. Had her prophecy failed? Though I am not a virtuous man, I do not engage in the senseless slaughter of the innocent. You may return to your homeland. I can arrange for your passage, Li Xian stated as he prepared to depart. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the cave began to collapse, with falling debris and molten rock weaving a nightmarish tableau. Xuan, caught off guard, nearly stumbled, and in a moment of panic, she leaped into Li Xian's embrace, causing his outer garment to slip away, revealing a glimpse of spring. Miss Witch, I am not that kind of person. Li Xian steadied Xuan in his arms, feeling a delicate softness, the subtle fragrance she emanated quickening his heartbeat, almost overwhelming his composure. Xuan blushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment, attempting to push him away only to stumble again due to the unstable ground. The awkwardness of the moment was palpable. A sudden thud as she felt caused her pain, and a massive rock plummeted from above. Li Xian reacted swiftly, deflecting the stone while retrieving his outer garment and gently draping it over Xuan's shoulders. He scooped her up and dashed out of the crumbling cave. Outside, the once menacing terracotta warriors, stripped of the spirit's power, stood motionless like marionettes. Junmaru and the others quickly gathered around, shielding Li Xian and Xuan. They knew Li Xian to be invincible, so their worries were minimal. Moya, return the witch to the land of demons, and find her a suitable outfit, Li Xian instructed as he handed Xuan to Moya. You rogue, you've taken away my bell. You owe me. Xuan's voice carried a note of grievance. That bell had been a gift from her mother, now used to pacify the spirit. Moya and the others, witnessing this exchange, dared not inquire further. They simply followed Li Xian's orders. Seeing Xuan's tearful expression, Li Xian sighed and replied in a soothing tone, Name your price. How much? Money? I want you. Xuan's boldness left Li Xian momentarily speechless. Miss Witch, this doesn't seem appropriate. Yet Xin merely smiled serenely, stating, The power of witches is passed down through generations. If you sever this lineage, you must bear the responsibility of its legacy. Why are you being so wishy-washy? Are you not a man? Xuan shot a teasing glance at Li Xian. All right. Today I shall prove my manhood to you. No true man could tolerate such an insult. Li Xian swiftly lifted Ziyuan, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to instantaneously return to his residence in the Hidden Sound Village. He tossed Ziyuan onto the soft bed, preparing to properly address her. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task of bidding farewell to the title of single dog. Reward, 1 witch companion. Dog system, I.U. Chapter 34. Long time no see, Kakashi. At noon, in the Land of Wind. The team consisting of Sasuke, Yugo, Karen, and Suigetsu traversed the lush terrain with astonishing speed. Their mission was to retrieve the red sand scorpion. Sasuke, I sense 6 powerful chakra signatures ahead, Karen whispered softly to Sasuke, her unique perception abilities at work. Sasuke furrowed his brow, swiftly analyzing the unexpected intel. Our target is likely there. No one is to act without my command, he stated calmly, adjusting their course to follow Karen's indication toward the source of the chakra. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the bank of a small river. On the opposite shore, a cavern came into view. Its entrance once sealed by a colossal boulder that had been shattered by brute force, revealing an expanse of unknown darkness. Sasuke stood at a distance, peering through the cave's mouth, and faintly discerned several familiar figures. At that moment, a tumult of complex emotions surged within him, as if 1,000 words were clamoring for expression yet remained unuttered. Naruto, Kakashi, Sakura, how long it had been. He silently recited their names in his heart, each syllable laden with memories and sentiments of the past. Zhongwu, standing nearby, keenly sensed the subtle shift in Sasuke's demeanor. He cast a brief glance at Sasuke's silhouette and softly inquired, Sasuke, they are your former teammates, aren't they? Yes, that was in the past. It has nothing to do with the current me. I shall observe and wait for the opportune moment to act, Sasuke replied, burying his turbulent emotions deep within, his tone indifferent. With that, he found a concealed and safe spot to sit, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts, as if the tumult of the outside world could not sway his resolve. The Kusanagi sword at his waist glimmered with a cold light under the sun. Zhongwu, Xianglin, and Shueiyue, recognizing the gravity of the situation, also took the opportunity to regroup, remaining acutely vigilant. Xianglin maintained her focus on the cave's interior, her eyes shut, providing crucial intelligence support to the entire team. Naruto, witnessing Gaara's body being disdainfully sat upon by Deidara, felt his rage ignite like a spark, surging uncontrollably, the menacing outlines of the nine-tails fox flickering across his face. What are you sitting on? Naruto bellowed. Deidara paid no heed to Naruto's fury, a sardonic smile curling at his lips. Oh, this guy is the Jinchuriki, the first to scream. Itachi truly knows how to identify traits, he taunted, slapping Gaara's cheek as if challenging Naruto's limits. Gaara, wake up. This is not your resting place. Naruto's eyes transformed into beast-like slits, his fangs gleaming with cold light. Fixated on Gaara, his heart brimming with despair and defiance. Had Kakashi not intervened in time, he would have recklessly charged at the two adversaries. Calm down, Naruto. Impulsiveness will only lead us into more perilous circumstances. Kakashi's voice was steady as he positioned himself before Naruto, his gaze sharp as he assessed Deidara and Sasori, rapidly devising a strategy in his mind. Sasori, leave that Jinchuriki to me, Deidara asserted, his eyes alight with a thirst for battle. We had an agreement. Each of us is responsible for our own targets. Do not overreach, Deidara. Sasori's voice emanated from his Hiriko, imbued with undeniable authority and gravity. To pursue the pinnacle of art, how can one be confined by agreements? Deidara countered, his fervor intensifying. What did you say? Your explosions count as art? Art is eternal. True beauty is everlasting. Sasori coldly retorted, steadfast in his unique interpretation of art. While I hold great respect for you, Sasori, to me, art is the ephemeral explosion, the most splendid blossom of life, Deidara declared. The two artists dismissed Kakashi and his companions entirely, engaging in a debate over the definition of art. What is wrong with these two? Sakura questioned, bewildered and unable to comprehend their artistic dispute. Deidara, it seems you still do not grasp the essence of true art. It is Sasori who fails to understand. You two bastards. Naruto could no longer endure, roaring as he withdrew a bundle of scrolls from his robes, swiftly unfurling them and unleashing wind shuriken towards the duo. This attack was easily deflected by Sasori's Hiriko, the two remaining engrossed in their artistic debate, barely acknowledging Naruto. You all are infuriating. Naruto's fury peaked, his fists clenched, chakra surging dangerously close to overflowing, vowing to avenge his dear friend. Your puppet manipulation skills remain as adept as ever, Sasori, Chiyo remarked gravely, her gaze locked on Sasori, her words betraying a complex array of emotions. Art is the explosion itself, Deidara proclaimed, swiftly molding a colossal bird from clay, its beak opening to securely grasp Gaara's lifeless form. Amidst Sasori's fierce onslaught, Deidara nimbly leapt onto the bird's back, a provocative smile gracing his lips. Farewell, Sasori. Accompanied by Naruto's anguished gaze, the bird flapped its wings, engulfing Gaara and soaring above the heads of the gathered, vanishing beyond the cave's entrance. Keep up, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Deidara's voice echoed within the cavern, dripping with provocation. Bastard! Stop right there, Naruto thundered, his sole obsession to reclaim Gaara driving him recklessly after Deidara's retreating figure, Kakashi attempting to intervene but arriving too late. I'll handle the enemies outside, while Sakura and Granny Chiyo deal with the ones inside, Kakashi swiftly determined, following Naruto closely. Naruto's focus was solely on rescuing Gaara, and with Sasuke and his companions expertly concealed, he remained oblivious to their presence. However, Kakashi detected an anomaly. A kunai imbued with explosive tags sliced through the air, accurately targeting Sasuke's hiding spot, instantly enveloping the area in smoke, revealing Sasuke and his comrades amidst the explosion's aftermath. Just as skilled as ever, Kakashi. Long time no see. Sasuke emerged from the smoke, his Sharingan gleaming with a cold light as he locked eyes with his former teacher. Sasuke, what brings you here? Kakashi's pupils dilated slightly, betraying disbelief and a whirlwind of emotions. The sight of his former disciple, now seemingly far more powerful, left him perplexed. Is it Orochimaru or Xuan? Kakashi's voice took on an urgent tone as he noted Sasuke's silence. The situation was precarious. He could not afford to be away from Naruto for long, lest the consequences be dire. At that moment, Sasuke's unexpected appearance, accompanied by several formidable allies, undoubtedly complicated the situation further. Chapter 35. Forgive me, Sakura. Kakashi-sensei. If you do not pursue, the Nine-Tails may be in danger, Sasuke's voice was calm. He did not wish to engage Kakashi, for he had learned from Li Xian that Kakashi's fate was equally fraught with misfortune. Sasuke, what is your intention? Kakashi's anxiety mounted. Naruto could not afford to be harmed, and Sasuke's sudden involvement only added to the uncertainty. He glanced back towards the depths of the cave, where Sakura remained. In that moment, Kakashi faced a daunting choice: to protect Naruto while remaining wary of Sasuke, all the while ensuring Sakura's safety. My goals are unrelated to you, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke remained motionless, plunging his Kusanagi sword deep into the ground, closing his eyes to meditate, as if the world's turmoil bore no relevance to him. Kakashi regarded Sasuke's figure, a mix of emotions flickering in his eyes, ultimately culminating in a resigned sigh. He gazed intently at Sasuke before turning away, pursuing Naruto's direction. Along the way, he instructed his ninja hounds to seek assistance from Guy nearby, ensuring all bases were covered. As Kakashi's figure vanished from view, Sasuke's eyes suddenly snapped open, his Sharingan slowly rotating. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he resolved to take action immediately, intending to retrieve the scorpion of the red sand with all due haste. Sasuke, the cave is beginning to collapse. Xianglin's urgent voice alerted him. I understand. The operation begins now. Sasuke's voice was calm as he stretched his form and leaped to the edge of the collapsed cave, his gaze piercing through the iron sand barrier to observe Sakura, who was locked in a fierce battle with Sasori. With a swift punch, Sakura obliterated the third Kazekage puppet, a testament to her significant growth. Sakura, you've come a long way, he mused. Sasuke. Sakura turned in shock, disbelief flooding her eyes. She almost thought it was a hallucination brought on by her own poison. No, she had indeed injected the antidote. Tears welled in her eyes, cascading down like a torrential flood. She could hardly believe that the Sasuke who had once departed from her life was now standing before her. Sasuke. She dashed toward him recklessly, tears mingling with sweat, oblivious to the lethal strike from Sasori that approached silently from behind. Sakura, be careful. Chiyo's exclamation sliced through the air as she maneuvered the head of the third Kazekage puppet, swiftly saving Sakura in the nick of time. Indeed, chakra strings were set during the previous skirmish. Sasori regarded Chiyo with a faint smile before shifting his focus to the advancing Sasuke, the younger brother of Itachi Uchiha. In the face of Sasuke's iconic Sharingan, there was a subtle hint of excitement in Sasori's tone. At this moment, Sakura was rendered powerless by Sasuke's Genjutsu, collapsing helplessly to the side. "Forgive me, Sakura," Sasuke murmured as he circled around her to confront Sasori alone. While Yugo and Suigetsu formed a protective perimeter around Chiyo to guard against any unforeseen threats. Karen stood by, poised to assist, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the unconscious Sakura, her heart a tumult of emotions. "Uchiha Sasuke?" Chiyo's voice was laced with wariness and doubt. She was uncertain of the intentions of this group, but her instincts warned her that they were no benevolent beings. White's secret technique, puppeteer of Chikamatsu. Without hesitation, she summoned the puppets to confront Suigetsu and Yugo, simultaneously ensuring Sakura was shielded behind her. "This is a bit troublesome," Suigetsu remarked as he unsheathed his sword. "Let us refrain from initiating an attack," Yugo replied, the cursed seal gradually manifesting on his cheek. Both maintained a calculated distance, waiting for Chiyo to refrain from interfering with their plan to capture Sasori. "Sasori of the Red Sand, my master summons you." Sasuke's usual indifferent gaze bore down on Sasori, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Master? Orochimaru? How fitting." Sasori smirked coldly, which soon erupted into a mad laughter that echoed across the desolate battlefield. "I must witness how far you've come, Itachi Uchiha's brother." Red's secret technique, performance of 100 puppets. Sasori bellowed, rapidly manipulating the scroll to summon hundreds of red-clad puppets, surging forth like a tidal wave, casting a shadow over the entire battlefield. Faced with the overwhelming puppet army, Sasuke's lips curled into a confident smile as he slowly drew the Kusanagi sword, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, as if capable of perceiving all illusions. "Boring theatrics," he muttered softly, before suddenly darting into action, weaving through the puppets like a specter. Each evasion precise, the Kusanagi carving brilliant blue trails in the air, accompanied by the disintegration of puppet after puppet. "Lightning release, Chidori blade," Sasuke murmured, his body enveloped in lightning, transforming into a bolt that charged straight for Sasori. The Kusanagi, infused with the ferocity of lightning, aimed directly at Sasori's vital point. Unperturbed, Sasori coolly commanded the puppets to form an impenetrable defense, while several specially designed puppets launched surprise attacks on Sasuke from unexpected angles, seeking to disrupt his assault. At a critical moment, Sasuke's Sharingan evolved into a kaleidoscope of six-pointed stars, unleashing an unprecedented terror. "Amaterasu!" he roared, blood spilling from his eyes as black flames, akin to demons from the abyss, quickly consumed countless puppets, possessing the terrifying ability to devour all and burn eternally. Under the onslaught of Amaterasu, Sasori's puppet army rapidly crumbled, while Sasuke emerged from the inferno, Kusanagi, sword in hand, aimed directly at Sasori's core. With a resounding crack, the Kusanagi struck with the force of thunder, shattering Sasori's true form, its core component falling into Sasuke's grasp. Sealing technique, sage art. He formed a one-handed seal, his pupils transforming into serpent-like orbs, small horns emerging from his forehead, as a unique sage chakra surged forth, completely sealing Sasori's core. With the sage mode dissipating, Sasuke calmly addressed Yugo and the others, declaring, "The battle is over, retreat." Konoha's whirlwind. Sasuke swung his arms to block a sudden strike from Guy. Though he was pushed back several meters, he appeared unscathed, merely using the opportunity to create distance. "Sasuke!" Karen rushed forward, eager to assist him, but he gently pushed her away. "Retreat," Sasuke reiterated, swiftly departing the scene with Yugo and the others. "Lee, do not pursue," Guy instructed, watching Sasuke's retreating figure, opting not to chase after the eager Lee. Has Sasuke truly grown to this extent? Neji pondered as he gazed in the direction Sasuke had vanished, his fists clenched, a swirl of complex emotions stirring within him. Lee's words echoed in his mind once more. "Sakura," Tintin anxiously called out, hastily lifting the still unconscious Sakura onto her back. Might Guy furrowed his brow, surveying the battle's aftermath, imagining the fierce struggle that had taken place. Thankfully, his comrades were all safe, which brought him a modicum of relief. "This place is no longer safe. We must provide immediate support to Kakashi and the others. Lee, Neji, Tintin, let us move." Guy then gave a thumbs up to the group, his signature enthusiasm and encouraging tone shining through. "Yes," they responded in unison. following Guy's lead as they raced toward Kakashi's location. Meanwhile, Chiyo gazed after Sasuke and his companions, murmuring to herself, her heart a tumult of emotions. Steeling herself against the pain, she rejoined the group in search of Gaara. Chapter 36. Chiyo's realization when they finally located Naruto. Deidara was nowhere to be found. Naruto stood alone before Gaara's cold form, tears streaming down his face like a spring, silently expressing his sorrow and despair. Kakashi, usually calm and composed, appeared unusually fatigued as he sat beside Naruto, attempting to offer him a semblance of comfort through his presence. Faced with such an unexpected blow, Naruto's inner turmoil of pain and anger surged forth. Why must it be Gaara? Why does he always have to bear such a fate? He has just become Kazekage. Naruto's words were filled with resentment and sorrow, each one striking like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. Calm down, Naruto Uzumaki, Chiyo urged gently. Her eyes filled with complex emotions as she observed Naruto's trembling form. Shut up. If you Saiyan Shinobi hadn't placed that monster inside Gaara, this wouldn't have happened. Naruto snapped, his emotions on the brink of collapse, turning to Chiyo with fervor. Kakashi and Guy remained silent, fully aware of Naruto's pain and helplessness. Had anyone truly inquired about Naruto's feelings during his own struggles with loneliness and misunderstanding? Kakashi closed his eyes, filled with a profound sense of helplessness, silently bearing the weight of overwhelming sorrow. What do you know of the Jinchuriki, you lofty beings, who always speak grandiloquently, yet never truly comprehend our anguish? Tears streamed down Naruto's face, each drop a testament to the turmoil within his heart. As Chiyo listened to Naruto's lament, she was engulfed by guilt and remorse. Lowering her head with a deep sigh, I cannot save Sasuke, nor can I assist Gaara. Naruto choked out while wiping his tears. I have trained desperately for 3 years, only to find myself still so powerless, unchanged from 3 years ago. Chiyo slowly rose from the ground, each step heavy as if burdened by the years of hardship and relentless fatigue. She moved with faltering steps towards Gaara. At that moment, Naruto had ceased his weeping, his eyes filled with confusion as he intently observed Chiyo's every movement. As Chiyo knelt beside Gaara, her weathered eyes gazing upon his tranquil face, memories surged forth like a tide. During the Second Shinobi World War, she had carved her own legend on the battlefield with her extraordinary medical ninjutsu and exquisite puppet techniques. Whether it was neutralizing Hanzo's deadly poison or discerning the enemy's weaknesses, her wisdom and bravery were deeply admired. Yet, the ravages of war had inflicted irreparable wounds. Scorpion's parents had perished in battle, and she had buried the pain of losing a beloved child deep within, turning instead to impart her puppet techniques to her grandson, hoping to soothe his lonely heart. Fate, however, played a cruel hand, as Scorpion ultimately chose treachery, not only slaying the third Kazekage but also being intricately linked to the death of the fourth Kazekage. Now, he was taken away by Sasuke and others, leaving his fate uncertain. Facing the dilemma of the vacant one-tailed Jinchuriki in Sunagakure, Chiyo resolved to seal Shikaku within Gaara, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of Sunagakure. At this moment, her hand gently rested upon Gaara's chest, the residual chakra within him surging forth like a torrent. She sacrificed her own life to save Gaara. What are you doing, Granny? Naruto exclaimed anxiously, rushing forward to inquire, only to be restrained by Kakashi's steady arm. The flow of chakra was unmistakable, and Neji, utilizing his Byakugan, perceived the abnormality in Chiyo's chakra, understanding her resolve and sacrifice. Damn it, there isn't enough chakra left. The aged Chiyo gradually felt her strength waning. Granny, use my chakra, please. Naruto cried out desperately, extending his hands in hope of aiding her. Chiyo gazed at the young man before her, warmth swelling in her heart. She recalled Kakashi's words regarding Naruto's extraordinary potential and his incredible power to change the future. Thus, she willingly accepted Naruto's chakra, as if envisioning a brighter future for both Sunagakure and Konohagakure. The future of Sunagakure and Konohagakure will be drastically different because of your generation. Chiyo's words brimmed with expectation and solace. Naruto, you are the only one who understands Gaara's pain, and Gaara understands yours, so please save him. With those words, Chiyo's vitality began to fade, yet her face radiated a smile of contentment and peace. In that moment, she finally fulfilled her lifelong mission and redemption. Gaara gradually regained his vitality amidst the hopes of those around him, awakened by Naruto's call. Naruto, Gaara's voice was faint as he slowly opened his eyes. Discovering himself surrounded by numerous ninjas from Sunagakure, their anxious faces now illuminated with joy at their reunion, all there to search for and protect him. What is happening? He gazed around, bewildered. Everyone came to save you, Naruto replied with a gentle smile, his eyes filled with reassurance and encouragement. This heartwarming and touching reunion ignited a fervent atmosphere, cheers rising in waves, as if celebrating the indomitable spirit of life. Sakura. In the midst of this joy, Naruto suddenly realized that another important companion remained unconscious. Sakura was still asleep. His heart tightened, and he hastily turned to rush towards her, calling her name. Sasuke. In Naruto's anxious calls, Sakura's consciousness seemed to be gently stirred by a soft breeze, slowly awakening. Her eyes were hazy as she murmured Sasuke's name, the deepest concern within her heart. When she finally opened her eyes completely, she was met not with the visage of Sasuke she yearned for, but with Naruto's concerned face. Naruto? Where is Sasuke? Where is he? Sakura abruptly sat up, her sudden movement causing Naruto to stumble back a few steps. She urgently scanned the surroundings for that familiar figure. It hurts. Naruto covered his reddened nose, looking at Sakura with an innocent expression. Sakura, what are you talking about? Where is Sasuke? Doubt and unease began to swirl within him. Sakura's eyes dimmed as she searched fruitlessly, helplessly collapsing onto the ground, hands covering her face. Tears slipping silently down her cheeks. Sasuke, he was here. Why can't I see him? Her voice was filled with despair and confusion. This scene cast a heavy silence over all present, and Naruto's earlier joy at Gaara's revival was overshadowed by an indescribable weight. Sasuke? He came? Naruto looked questioningly at Kakashi and Guy, seeking answers, but both remained silent. Days later, Sasuke and his companions successfully completed the mission assigned by Li Xian and returned to the hidden sound village in the land of rice. Master, the mission is complete. The scorpion has been brought back, he said, presenting the core component of scorpion before Li Xian. Well done, you deserve a few days off to rest. Li Xian replied softly, then proceeded to unseal scorpion. Great, we can go soak in the hot springs, King Kuro exclaimed, waving his arms excitedly. Turning to Sasuke with a blush on his cheeks. Sasuke's thoughts were elsewhere, his gaze frequently lingering on Li Xian, as if he had something to say but hesitated. Li Xian keenly sensed Sasuke's subtle emotions and asked, Sasuke, if you have something to say, just speak. After a moment's hesitation, Sasuke said, I want to search for Itachi. Wait a while, I will accompany you personally, Li Xian replied after a moment of contemplation. Sasuke bowed to Li Xian and then exited the office. Once the others had departed, Li Xian waved his arm lightly, and a white Zetsu materialized. He placed Scorpion's core within the body of the white Zetsu. Before long, Scorpion's figure appeared before Li Xian, looking at him with confusion. You are not Orochimaru. Who are you? You may call me Lord Xian. I am the actual leader of the land of rice, Li Xian said with a slight smile, introducing himself. Scorpion furrowed his brow, unimpressed by Li Xian's proposal. Li Xian continued to entice him. I can help you realize your artistry, allowing your talents to truly shine. Our newly developed robotic puppet project is in dire need of a genius like you. Seeing that Scorpion remained unmoved, Li Xian's tone shifted to a darker one. Of course. You have the right to refuse. But I must warn you, I can grant you rebirth, and I could easily eliminate you. Even using the impure world reincarnation to make you serve me for eternity. You, my friend, evoke a sense of revulsion akin to that of Orochimaru. Scorpion harbors considerable discontent towards Li Xian's morally reprehensible actions. Thank you for the compliment. I trust you will make judicious choices. Li Xian smiled faintly as he unbound Scorpion from his restraints. Scorpion scoffed, expressing his dissatisfaction with Li Xian's methods, yet ultimately yielded. I can assist you. But I refuse to have my freedom curtailed. Li Xian nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall grant you a degree of freedom, but without my permission. You must not take lives indiscriminately, nor conduct experiments on living beings. The 5 great nations import their grain from me. I possess ample research materials. Upon hearing this, Scorpion's lips curled into a sardonic smile. It is truly laughable that someone like you would show compassion towards the weak. Li Xian remained unfazed, responding with a chuckle. Each individual has their own principles to abide by. Just focus on your work. I will allocate you 2 days of rest each week. Moreover, I shall construct a dedicated research facility for you to fully realize your talents. But remember, do not attempt to challenge my boundaries. Feeling the formidable aura emanating from Li Xian, Scorpion could not help but feel a twinge of fear. It is astonishing to encounter such a powerful individual. My resistance to assisting you has diminished. May our collaboration be fruitful. Li Xian extended a friendly hand towards Scorpion, who hesitated momentarily before shaking it. Ding! The fate of the Scorpion has been altered. The task is complete, rewarding one proficient in puppet techniques and toxin research. After concluding a busy day, Li Xian returned to his courtyard. The witch Ziyuan awaited him, a faint smirk gracing her lips. Ah, you returned so early today. The haughty Ziyuan regarded Li Xian with a lofty demeanor. Li Xian chose to ignore her arrogant attitude. She boasts with her words, yet within moments she cries out for mercy. Humph, still maintaining your queenly pose. When will you return to the land of the dead? Ziyuan's brow furrowed at his remark, a flicker of anger and defiance flashing in her eyes. You scoundrel, do you wish to drive me away? I have yet to obtain the power of the witch's legacy. You shall not make me leave. She raised her neck, akin to a swan, locking eyes with Li Xian. Li Xian sidestepped her, calmly removing his coat and hanging it on a rack. Surabhi had already prepared dinner, awaiting his return. I have no intention of driving you away. I merely ponder whether the land of the dead would descend into chaos in your absence. Li Xian sat at the dining table, accepting the bowl and chopsticks handed to him by Surabhi. Ziyuan's bright eyes gradually dimmed, tinged with a hint of melancholy. I do not handle daily affairs, and those loathsome individuals would undoubtedly rejoice at my demise. Then I shall eliminate all those you despise, Li Xian said with a smile, sensing her despondence. No, you villain, Ziyuan hastily interjected, her gaze falling upon his mischievous grin, realizing he was teasing her, and she shot him a playful glare. Her mood began to stabilize as she shifted closer to Li Xian, seeking warmth and comfort. If you dislike the land of the dead, then stay here. The conditions are far superior. As long as you are happy, you may do as you please. If you are bullied, invoke my name. Acknowledging Ziyuan's reliance on him, Li Xian offered her words of solace. After dinner, Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with mischief as she contemplated a prank, beginning to stir restlessly beside Li Xian. Hey, we just finished eating. Don't cause trouble. Li Xian seized her mischievous hand. Would you care to try something else, something even more delectable? Ziyuan was undeterred, leaning closer to his ear and playfully biting it, her daring attire revealing a glimpse of alabaster skin, causing his hand to tremble slightly. You shall not regret this. I will not concern myself with your tears later. Li Xian inhaled deeply, steadying his restless heart. Huh, I certainly want tea. He swept the defiant Ziyuan into his arms and strode towards the bedroom. Surabhi, who had just tidied the dining table, soon heard sounds that made her blush. Instinctively clenching her legs together, gazing out at the star-studded night sky, Li Xian fell into profound contemplation. Why does one live? Perhaps it is for the sake of sincere emotions, to protect loved ones, and to seek inner peace and fulfillment. By his side, Ziyuan had already succumbed to slumber, tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight gently caressed the eaves. After savoring the breakfast skillfully prepared by Surabhi, Li Xian strolled leisurely through the village's spacious and tidy streets. Shops of every variety had lifted their curtains, welcoming the bustling vitality of a new day. Villagers mingled with the passing merchants and travelers, creating a vibrant tapestry of market life, each face radiating love and anticipation for life. Good morning, Master Xian. A melodious child's voice interrupted Li Xian's reverie. A young girl, her cheeks flushed from her morning run, gazed at Li Xian with admiration and joy. She waved enthusiastically, as if encountering a dear friend. Her mother stood nearby, offering a gentle smile and greeting Li Xian as well. He responded with a warm smile in return. Chapter 38. The envoy of Yuan Village. Li Xian's gaze swept over the increasingly prosperous Yuan Village, where every detail revealed the villagers' contented existence. As he entered the ninja office building, the interior buzzed with activity, Yuan's ninjas diligently preparing for their respective missions. The rapid development of the land of rice had left Li Xian feeling the strain of a talent shortage. As he pondered, Yakushi Kabuto gently knocked on the office door, interrupting his thoughts. Come in, Master Xian. The envoy from the land of lightning has arrived and is currently awaiting your reception in the reception hall. The leader is Darui, a jonin from Yunin Village, accompanied by elite ninjas Samui, Omoi, and Karui. Yakushi Kabuto entered, carrying a hefty stack of documents and reporting respectfully. Upon hearing this, Li Xian nodded and instructed Yakushi Kabuto. Understood. Be sure to treat them well. I will meet with them shortly. His gaze returned to the mountain of documents. A dull ache forming in his head. Clearly, relying solely on Yakushi Kabuto was insufficient. He needed more manpower. Kabuto, summon Honglian back. Form a small office team, with Honglian as the leader, to assist me in handling daily affairs. Yes, Master Xian, Yakushi Kabuto acknowledged before departing. In the Yuin village reception hall, the leader of the Land of Lightning envoy, Durui, and his team were taking a brief respite. The hall exuded an air of antiquity, with every detail reflecting the host's exquisite taste. How much longer must we wait here? Is this how Yuin village treats its guests? Karui, with fiery red hair and ebony skin, displayed a forthright personality, clearly losing patience as he voiced his discontent. Calm down, Karui. We have only just arrived. A graceful woman interjected. She was Samui, renowned for her beauty and figure, her fair skin and ample bosom rivaling Tsunade's, clad in a cleverly designed low-cut gray garment, with a protective lining subtly visible beneath, paired with a black miniskirt, striking red arm guards, and long boots. She wore a waist belt unique to Yuin village, blending elegance with femininity. Samui delicately massaged her slightly fatigued shoulders, gracefully seated on a genuine leather sofa, exuding an air of sophistication. I heard this place used to be Orochimaru's territory. That guy acts strangely. What if he poses a threat to us? Omoi, with a lollipop in his mouth, voiced a hint of concern, fully aware of Orochimaru's infamous reputation in the ninja world. Fool, your delusions are growing worse, Omoi. Karui could no longer endure the anxious demeanor of his companion and delivered a punch to Omoi's face. This was indeed troublesome. Darui, feeling helpless, intervened to separate the two, stating, "This is no longer the era of Orochimaru, and it is rumored that he has perished. Currently, the Sound Village is managed by someone named Xuan." Upon arrival, he noted that the prosperity of this place was not inferior to that of the Cloud Village, and he expressed a desire to explore. Samui stood up, seemingly ignoring the scuffle between the two. "I apologize for the wait on behalf of Lord Xuan," said Yakushi Kabuto as he entered the hall with a warm smile, his demeanor sincere and polished. "When will our leader meet with us?" Darui inquired. Karui's expression was sour, clearly dissatisfied with the attitude of the Sound Village. "Lord Xuan is currently occupied with pressing matters. He will receive you personally once he is finished," replied Yakushi Kabuto, adjusting his glasses. His smile unwavering, yet his eyes concealed behind the lenses seemed to pierce the souls of those he regarded. "What could be more important than meeting with us from the Cloud Village?" "It seems that your leader looks down upon us," Karui retorted. The gaze of Yakushi Kabuto behind his glasses tightened slightly, yet he maintained his smile. "Lord Xuan will attend to you once he is able." "Enough, Karui," Darui interjected, having sensed a subtle threat emanating from Yakushi Kabuto. "My apologies for our abruptness. If convenient, we wish to experience the culture of your esteemed nation," Darui continued. "Of course, it would be our honor," responded Yakushi Kabuto with a smile, promptly adding, "I have arranged for your comfortable accommodations, and you are welcome to explore at your leisure. However, I must request that you refrain from visiting the research facility area to avoid any misunderstandings." "The research facility?" Darui's expression shifted slightly, yet he replied gently, "Certainly. We will respect your nation's regulations." After a round of polite exchanges, Yakushi Kabuto led the guests to the hotel prepared for esteemed visitors, thoughtfully arranging a guide to showcase the culture of the Sound Village. As they wandered through the streets of the Sound Village, Darui and his companions were captivated by the bustling scene. Shops lined the streets, voices filled the air, and every face radiated love and yearning for life. They mused to themselves, "It seems that the leader here is quite an impressive individual." What startled Darui most was the young girl who served as their guide. Dressed in a pristine white kimono and adorned with a magnificent crown embellished with large golden beads, she resembled a princess from a fairy tale, innocent yet enigmatic. Darui felt a surge of caution. He could detect no chakra fluctuations within this seemingly ordinary girl. It was inconceivable that the Sound Village would assign an average person to monitor them, indicating that this young girl was far from simple. The girl tasked with observing them was none other than Ichiki, one of the three snake sisters. She felt disgruntled about the errand assigned to her by Li Xuan, but accepted it, as he had promised her a chance to play soon. As Darui and his party meandered through the village, aside from witnessing the modernized progress and vibrant life within the Sound Village, they uncovered no further clues. Their primary objective was to unveil the truth behind the surge in rice exports from the land of rice, which had nearly monopolized the market. The major nations increasingly relied on the land of rice for their food supply. Establishing diplomacy was merely a facade. The true goal was to uncover the secrets here and, if necessary, employ extraordinary measures. As night fell, Li Xuan personally received the delegation from the Land of Lightning. Beside him stood Honglian and Yakushi Kabuto. In the meeting room, Li Xuan engaged in cordial discourse with Darui and his group. They had not anticipated that the leader of the Sound Village would be so youthful. Yakushi Kabuto introduced the members of the Land of Lightning's delegation while Li Xuan scrutinized them. Darui, the future Fifth Hokage, caught his attention, while Karui and Omoi seemed insignificant. The striking beauty of Samui drew his gaze multiple times. Indeed, she was a beauty rivaling Tsunade. Ding! An SSR-level task triggered. As the strongest man of the era, how could one be without a beautiful companion? Win Samui's heart to earn mastery of 5 elemental ninjutsu. Wang Defa? Samui was valued at mastery of 5 elemental ninjutsu. However, recalling the nature of the system, he felt at ease. After all, acquiring the Summer Star could grant him the Flying Thunder God technique. Dog system. I have no time for romance. Can you assign a different task? He called out to the system, but received no response. At worst, I shall discard it. I, Li Xuan, cannot be constrained by others. Chapter 39. A gift for the Hokage. We hope to establish cooperation with your nation, sharing core technologies to contribute to global food supply, Darui asserted, his tone calm, yet assertive. Apologies, but we are not particularly interested in the technology of the Land of Lightning. Increasing rice exports is acceptable, but nothing beyond that, Yakushi Kabuto declined. I hope your nation will seriously consider this. A small country lacking the support of a great nation cannot sustain itself. As exemplified by the Land of Rain and the Land of Whirlpool, Darui remarked slowly, the threat in his words unmistakable. There is no need for further discussion. Although we are a small nation, we will not easily compromise. Yakushi Kabuto dismissed the threat. Lord Xuan, have you given it proper thought? As Yakushi Kabuto remained unyielding, Darui turned his attention to Li Xuan. He noticed that Li Xuan was deeply captivated by Samui. This scene made Darui internally chuckle. It appeared that this leader was not as formidable as he seemed. Perhaps it was Yakushi Kabuto who truly held the decision-making power. My apologies for being distracted. Li Xuan sheepishly smiled at Darui. What were you saying just now? He spoke while wiping his mouth, attempting to cover his blunder. Darui became further convinced of his assessment of Li Xuan as a mere puppet thrust into the limelight. Not a problem, Lord Xuan. I merely wish for your side to thoroughly consider our proposal. Oh, I will consider it, Li Xuan replied with a look of confusion. Samui felt repulsed by Li Xuan's leering gaze upon her, yet she refrained from reacting in the moment, pretending not to notice him. Lady Samui, might I have the pleasure of enjoying a moonlit conversation with you tonight? We could further discuss the matter of cooperation, Li Xuan said, leering at Samui's figure. Lord Xuan, I believe we should conclude today's discussions and continue tomorrow. Yakushi Kabuto interjected, breaking the awkward atmosphere and suggesting the end of the meeting. Li Xuan's expression darkened, casting a fearful glance at Yakushi Kabuto before storming out with a displeased countenance. My apologies, everyone. Lord Xuan is feeling unwell. We shall reconvene another day. Honglian, let us depart. Yakushi Kabuto softly addressed Honglian beside him, and the two exited the meeting room. Darui, did you glean anything? After Yakushi Kabuto and his group departed, Samui inquired of Darui. It seems that the true leader here is Yakushi Kabuto. He gives off an enigmatic aura, while Li Xuan is merely a puppet, Darui analyzed. However, we must proceed with caution and refrain from making hasty conclusions. Upon returning to their hotel, Darui and his companions meticulously scanned the area multiple times to ensure there were no surveillance or listening devices, deliberating their next course of action. Meanwhile, in a spacious and well-lit office, Li Xuan stood before a large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the night landscape, his expression contemplative. Lord Xuan, everything is under control, Yakushi Kabuto respectfully stated. Indeed, your efforts will be appreciated. It is unwise for me to appear in the sights of the 5 great nations at this time. Li Xian nodded gently, his gaze drifting to the shadows concealed by the night outside the window. In a low voice, he remarked, we must find a way to draw the world's attention to the Akatsuki. Inform Jiao that he may commence his actions. What was the name of his new partner again? Bei Lu Hu. Yaoshirdo adjusted his glasses perched on his nose. Indeed, the inhabitants of Yunin village must not be harmed. Allow them to return and send some gifts to the Raikage, with the condition that we retain that woman, Samui. Understood. Lord Xian. Yaoshirdo did not hesitate, nor did he ever question Li Xian's decisions. His spirit was wholly devoted to him. The night was as dark as ink as the Darui team stealthily approached a heavily guarded location. Utilizing their exceptional infiltration skills, they swiftly incapacitated a sentry and learned the precise location of the research facility through interrogation. Subsequently, they entered the facility like phantoms. Their movements so swift they left one astounded. The strength of the Sound Ninja village paled in comparison. Indeed, apart from the 5 great countries, the other ninja villages seemed inconsequential. How weak, Karui whispered, disdain evident in his tone. Stay vigilant, Karui. What if there is something terrifying lurking here? I have a feeling we're heading for trouble, Omoe expressed. Worry etched on his brow as he sucked on a lollipop. Silence. Your paranoia is worsening by the day. If it weren't for our mission, I would have given you a good beating, Karui retorted. Darui and Samui worked in perfect harmony, easily dispatching the guards along their path until they arrived before a heavy iron door. The door was tightly shut, exuding an oppressive aura. This must be the place. We need to act swiftly and quietly. We cannot alert others, lest we face the enemy's reinforcements, Darui commanded. You are being overly cautious, Captain Darui. The guards here are so weak, Karui scoffed. Remain calm. Never underestimate your opponent, Samui said as she stepped forward and effortlessly unlocked the iron door, revealing a pitch-black unknown space beyond. I have a bad feeling about this, Omoe muttered gloomily. As the Darui team crossed the heavy iron door, an inexplicable chill crept up their spines. The scene before them abruptly transformed, revealing a vast cavern, while their original escape route had vanished without a trace. It's a trap. We've been ambushed. Darui's expression turned grave. The 4 quickly repositioned themselves, back to back, forming an impenetrable defensive circle, vigilantly scanning every corner for hidden dangers. Meanwhile, those guards they thought they had eliminated had transformed into countless white Zetsu. Outside the research facility, led by Jinmaru, the 5 Sound Ninja stood silently like specters, not rushing to attack, but waiting patiently. Will they make it out alive? Jirobo questioned with uncertainty. I don't know. Perhaps Lord Xian has special arrangements, Kadamaru replied, his voice chilling as if foreseeing the tragedy within. However, even if they do escape, it won't require our intervention. Within the cavern, one by one, Samui and the others fell, leaving only the strongest, Darui, to resist fiercely. Little brother, you possess some strength. Your essence must be delectable. It has been ages since I've feasted on the living. The snake deity, Tenshin Shinki, extended her long tongue, licking her lips as she gazed coldly at the battered Darui. Shichikujima Heim and Mizutsun Heim also watched him with sinister amusement. Lightning release, thunderstorm. Darui exerted all his strength. His hands clasped together as he flawlessly fused lightning and water release, unleashing several beams of laser-like energy towards the 3 snake deities. Yet, the forms of the snake deities were elusive as phantoms, and the lasers merely struck the hard rock, raising a tempest of dust. The cavern echoed with the chilling laughter of the 3 snake deities, relishing the torment of their prey. I'm sorry, Lord Ai, I have failed in my mission. Darui's voice was heavy with self-reproach and helplessness, his body trembling from exhaustion as he sank to one knee, his vision blurring. The cavern's rocks seemed to come alive, turning sharp and piercing, swiftly penetrating Darui's body. Blood trickled down the stalactites, staining the cold earth crimson. That should suffice. If we continue, someone might die. And then Xian will be angry. Shichikujima Heim's youthful voice echoed in the cavern. Haha, are you afraid Xian will scold you? Tenshin Shinki teased. Not at all. No way. It's you who gets flustered every time you see Xian, Shichikujima Heim retorted, pouting. Tenshin Shinki's face flushed slightly at the mention of Li Xian, unable to contain her emotions. Mizutsun Heim, exasperated, covered her head, wishing to avoid the sight of the two. They used their sage chakra to preserve the lives of Darui and the others, casting them out of the cavern. As expected, standing in yields lying out, Kadamaru remarked with a smile as he observed the throned figures. At that moment, Yaoshirdo quietly appeared behind them, relaying Li Xian's orders. Jinmaru. Lord Xian commands that these individuals be returned to Yunin village, along with a special gift for the Raikage. He handed a sealed scroll to Jinmaru. Understood. Jinmaru accepted the scroll. Subsequently, the others, including Doyu, began carrying the unconscious Darui and his companions toward the land of lightning's Yunin village. Chapter 40. The source of all evil. Danzo in the land of fire, at the Hokage building, in Konoha. Tsunade-sama, we have an emergency. Naruto is missing, Shizune exclaimed, her demeanor frantic as she rushed to Tsunade's side. Tsunade, upon hearing this, rested her chin on her hands, a look of worry knitting her brow. Shizune, calm down and explain what happened. Naruto escaped from the Umbu and left the village alone. Shizune struggled to steady her breath as she recounted the events. How could he evade the Umbu? Where's Jiraiya? Tsunade exclaimed, springing to her feet, gripping the edge of the table tightly. This is serious. It's impossible for Naruto to leave the village alone. Don't worry, I will go find him right away. Jiraiya's figure appeared by the window, not betraying a hint of panic. Then hurry and bring him back. Tsunade urged him sternly, slamming her hand on the table. Shizune silently cursed, fearing for the table's fate. Relax, I'm on it. Just as Jiraiya prepared to depart, an unexpected voice interrupted him. Jiraiya, I have dispatched someone to secretly follow Naruto to ensure his safety. The door creaked open as a man entered, his right eye and arm wrapped in bandages. His neatly combed brown hair framed a singular eye that glimmered with cunning and depth, while a cross-shaped scar on his chin added an air of mystery and authority. Danzo. Tsunade resumed her seat, her gaze fixed intently on the uninvited guest. This man is as insufferable as ever. Jiraiya halted, his distaste for Danzo palpable. A subtle yet charged atmosphere enveloped the room, causing Shizune to unconsciously take a step back. What do you want? Tsunade demanded, rising once more to confront Danzo. Do not be hasty, Tsunade. Everything I do is for the future of Konoha, Danzo replied impassively, leaning on his cane. Shizune, issue an order to bring Naruto back safely. If anyone obstructs us, eliminate them without hesitation. Tsunade's command radiated the authority of the Hokage. Danzo slammed his cane onto the ground, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at Tsunade. Tsunade, you are challenging the authority of the Elder Council. All the decisions we make are for the greater good of the village. As the words lingered in the air, the advisors, Kotetsu and Shino, entered the room in succession, positioning themselves beside Danzo. Tsunade, you must understand that as Hokage, every decision you make determines the fate of the village. The Elder Council has reached a consensus on this matter. I urge you to think carefully. Faced with this sudden pressure, Tsunade clenched her fists and advanced towards Danzo, fury blazing in her eyes. You stubborn old men. Are you willing to sacrifice Naruto's future all in the name of so-called interests? At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was charged with tension. Jiraiya silently approached Tsunade, standing resolutely by her side. The land of rice has what we need. It is the hideout of the S-rank rogue ninja Orochimaru and the dangerous individual Hoshigaki Kisame. The remnants of the Uchiha clan are also there. I have the right to apprehend them. Danzo's voice was low and unwavering as he locked eyes with Tsunade. Tsunade-heim, as Hokage, knowing that these threats are imminent. Your inaction disappoints me. Do you truly deserve the title of Hokage? The Elder Council unanimously decided that we must pursue the S-rank rogue ninja Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru and Kisame directly led to the death of the third Hokage. This is a disgrace that Konoha cannot tolerate, and we must take action. Kotetsu chimed in at the opportune moment. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's hands formed tight fists, her nails almost embedding into her palms as she glared at Danzo and the others. Are you trying to use Naruto to acquire the techniques of the Sound Village? Have you considered the calamity such actions would bring to the village? If it spirals out of control, it could very well ignite a war among the ninja world. Danzo chuckled coldly, unfazed by Tsunade's rage. That would be most fortuitous. If Konoha can seize this opportunity to rise and unify the ninja world, it will surely march towards glory. Shut up, you bastard. Tsunade could no longer contain her fury and swung her fist, striking Danzo squarely in the face. Danzo and the others quickly dodged, but Tsunade's fist crashed into the wall, leaving a gaping hole, the air thick with tension and the scent of gunpowder. At this critical moment, Jiraiya intervened, blocking Tsunade's intent to strike again and shaking his head. Tsunade, calm down. I will go bring Naruto back. Tsunade took a deep breath, striving to quell her emotions, shooting a disdainful glance at Danzo and the others before returning to the Hokage's seat. Danzo watched Jiraiya's departing figure, his words laced with meaning. Jiraiya, you will regret your decision. He then left the Hokage building alongside Kotetsu and Shino. On the road to the land of rice, Naruto raced alone like a gust of wind towards the Sound Village. Why? Why did you keep it from me, Sasuke? He is right there. Why hide it from me? The turmoil within Naruto surged like crashing waves, his pace unyielding as he muttered. Why did the perverted sage deceive me into thinking Sasuke and Orochimaru were missing? Sasuke is clearly in the Sound Village. Meanwhile, behind him, a group of root ninjas stealthily followed, including Sai. Obeying Danzo's orders to exploit the power of the Nine Tails within Naruto at a critical moment to annihilate the Sound Village. Naruto, please be safe. Jiraiya's heart raced. He knew well what kind of existence awaited in the Sound Village, and it would be unwise to confront him unless absolutely necessary. Naruto continued his relentless sprint until he reached the Valley of the End, a place laden with memories. Here, he had once fought Sasuke, a place that bore the pain of losing his dear friend. Bringing Sasuke back had become an unwavering obsession in his life. Just as he was lost in these memories, a familiar figure appeared atop the statue of Uchiha Madara, surreal, as if drawn from a dream. Sasuke? Naruto gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief. Rubbing his eyes to confirm if it was an illusion. Sasuke, is that really you? Overjoyed, Naruto nearly leapt forward, eager to bridge the broken bond. Are you coming back to the village with me? In response, Sasuke brandished the coldly gleaming Kusanagi sword, which was firmly planted at Naruto's feet. Like a frigid barrier severing all illusions and hopes. You are still so naive, Naruto. Sasuke's voice was icy. Why? Come back with me, Sasuke. Naruto gazed at Sasuke, his eyes filled with confusion and pleading. You understand nothing. Sasuke slowly approached, their gazes locking in the air, seemingly engaged in a silent dialogue. Isn't your dream to become Hokage? Instead of chasing after me, you should focus on training. If you cannot even save your comrades, how can you aspire to be Hokage? Naruto retorted. Say what you will. Come find me once you possess the power to match me, Sasuke replied, and in an instant, his Sharingan transformed into a six-pointed star, casting an illusion that easily brought Naruto to the ground. Chapter 41. Danzo's fury. Naruto collapsed helplessly, still whispering his friend's name. That guy, those eyes. Just like that despicable person. At that moment, the Nine Tails within him sensed the threat posed by Sasuke's Sharingan. A wave of intense hatred and unwillingness surged forth, stirring the beast to awaken, seeking revenge by harnessing Naruto's power, even at the cost of consuming Naruto's soul to seize his body. So this is what resides within you. Sasuke appeared before the Nine Tails, his Mangekyo Sharingan fixated on the turbulent chakra. You can actually peer into Naruto's heart, those disgusting eyes. The Nine Tails roared, its visage contorted in fury. Sasuke offered no chance for retaliation. The power of the Mangekyo swiftly plunged the Nine Tails into a profound slumber. Forgive me, Naruto. I have my own path to follow. Sasuke cast one last deep gaze at Naruto before shifting his attention to the restless root ninja. His eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent. He kicked the Kusanagi sword towards the rushing root ninja. The sword gleamed in the sunlight, tracing a brilliant arc as it whistled through the air, forcing the ninja to evade. Just when they believed themselves safe, the Kusanagi suddenly erupted with dazzling lightning, the result of his unique lightning chakra coursing through the blade. With a sharp command from Sasuke, a powerful lightning strike exploded, tearing through the surrounding air, consuming several root ninja before they could react, reducing them to charred remains. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke's hands flew through the seals, conjuring a massive fireball that surged skyward like an enraged dragon, charging at another unprepared group of ninja. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Several root ninja, unwilling to back down, unleashed their water techniques, attempting to douse the fire and creating a thick mist. Sasuke's figure flickered as he leaped into the air, the Kusanagi sword in hand, weaving through his enemies with deadly precision, clearing a space in mere moments. Suddenly, a chill swept over him from behind. Sasuke turned sharply, his Sharingan glaring, unleashing a chilling gaze that felled the attacker, the Kusanagi sword ruthlessly piercing through their chest. At that moment, dozens of kunai embedded with explosive tags flew from all directions, enveloping Sasuke in the shadows of impending explosion. Did we succeed? A root ninja anxiously glanced towards the billowing smoke at the center of the blast. As his voice faded, a colossal purple skeleton gradually emerged from the mist, intricately entwined with complex veins, ultimately coalescing into a majestic purple giant, the Susanoo of Sasuke. This spectacle astounded all the root ninjas present. They were bewildered by the sheer magnitude of this power, and fear and despair began to permeate the crowd. Do not retreat. Eliminate him. A leading ninja bellowed, halting the panicked retreat while hurling sharp kunai towards the Susanoo. The purple giant drew back its bow, unleashing arrows capable of annihilating everything. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, those root elites who could not escape were instantly reduced to ash. Water release, water dragon bullet. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. Fire release, great fireball technique. Faced with an overwhelming barrage of ninjutsu, the Susanoo stood resolute, an indomitable fortress. The resistance of the root ninjas seemed utterly futile. They could only helplessly watch their comrades fall one by one, powerless to intervene. Ninjutsu, super beast imitation. Sai mounted a giant bird crafted from chakra, challenging the Susanoo with his unique technique. However, several ferocious lions merely left faint ink marks upon colliding with the Susanoo's defenses, appearing utterly insignificant. Sasuke again drew his bow, targeting Sai, lion's main technique. At a critical moment, Jiraiya appeared, his signature white hair successfully thwarting Sasuke's assault. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan throbbed painfully from overuse, blood trickling through his fingers as the Susanoo slowly dissipated. Through blurred vision, he caught sight of Jiraiya. "Sasuke, you've grown so powerful," Jiraiya remarked, tucking away his hair, his gaze a mix of pride and concern. He looked at the once impulsive boy who now stood independently, feeling a rush of emotions. Sasuke returned to Naruto's side, tossing him to Jiraiya. Jiraiya caught Naruto securely, relieved to confirm his safety. Naruto pursued Sasuke, reminiscent of his past chase after Orochimaru. "Long time no see, Jiraiya." A familiar, chilling voice resonated as Orochimaru, pale of complexion, gradually emerged from the ground. Jiraiya regarded his former comrade with a complex expression. "The world believes you to be dead. It seems you still live. Ha. Even in death, I would not perish." Orochimaru's sinister laughter echoed, his slit pupils scanning the gathered root ninjas, a smirk playing on his lips. Danzo's machinations are truly nostalgic. With that, the ground began to writhe as if it were alive, and suddenly, countless thick serpents surged forth, their gaping maws swiftly devouring the root ninjas one by one, only to silently retreat back underground. Not a single root ninja was spared, including Sai, all captured as fresh research material for Orochimaru. Orochimaru you. Jiraiya could only watch helplessly as his fellow villagers fell victim to this madness. Despite his disdain for the root, "Jiraiya, you should be grateful to me. I have weakened Danzo's power, ensuring he can no longer hinder Tsunade." Orochimaru turned away, casting a cold smile at Jiraiya. "Sasuke, let us depart," he called softly, to which Sasuke coldly responded, promptly utilizing a jutsu, and the two vanished in an instant. Orochimaru. "Sasuke, who exactly are you?" Jiraiya murmured, watching their retreating figures. Ultimately, he could only leave quietly with Naruto. Upon learning of the events, Danzo's fury nearly consumed his rationality. Over 100 elite root ninjas, including the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, had been obliterated without a shred of resistance. He had once interrogated Jiraiya, only to receive a silence in return. In his wrath, he shattered everything in the room, venting his dissatisfaction and resentment. With a significant loss of power, and Tsunade not being as compliant as Hiruzen Sarutobi, she would never allow herself to expand the root. Amidst his anger, he felt more discontent and fear. Danzo took a deep breath to steady his raging heart, but he would not relent. The greater the challenge, the more he would strive to overcome it. Thus, he secretly penned a confidential letter, instructing his most trusted confidant to deliver it to Hanzo in the land of Rain. "Kirby Sage, teach me how to train." Upon awakening, Naruto immediately sought out Jiraiya, eager for instruction. His reunion with Sasuke had revealed the immense gap in their abilities. Where he once could hold his own, he now found himself easily defeated. Thus, he was desperate to enhance his strength and bring Sasuke back. Jiraiya remained silent, gazing at Naruto. At this juncture, Jiraiya was in search of the prophesied child, and to him, Naruto was akin to a cherished grandson. His desire was purely altruistic. He wished for Naruto to grow up carefree and joyous. Therefore, he deliberately refrained from imposing the burdens of the outside world upon Naruto, choosing instead to silently guard and accompany him, witnessing each moment of his growth. Yet, Seeing Naruto's current state reminded him of his own past. With a gentle sigh, he affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, a smile gracing his lips. There's no helping it. Follow me. With that, he turned and stepped into the golden glow of the setting sun. Glancing back at the still-dazed Naruto, softly calling out, "Let us begin our training." "That's amazing, pervy sage. Wait for me." Upon hearing this, Naruto's face instantly lit up with a brilliant smile as he hurried to keep pace with Jiraiya. In the sunset, their silhouettes gradually elongated. Chapter 42, Kakuzu and Heiden. Within an underground trading post, Kakuzu exchanged a cold corpse for a hefty bounty. As usual, he opened a box, revealing a stack of cash. Among these bills lay a special piece of paper inscribed with a mysterious message. Kakuzu's keen gaze swiftly captured every detail, silently committing the words to memory before departing the premises. Outside, a young man stood quietly, his silver hair billowing gently in the wind, clad in a pristine high-collared robe, with bandages conspicuously wrapped around his mouth. "Kakuzu, have you completed your tasks? It is now my turn to execute my plan." Upon hearing this, Kakuzu replied steadily, "I'm afraid you'll have to wait, Heiden. The leader has ordered to first capture the two Jinchuriki." I understand," Heiden responded, his momentary displeasure quickly fading. This guy always had such an inflated sense of self-importance. In contrast, I prefer Heiden's character, though it's unfortunate. Kakuzu recalled Heiden being thoroughly defeated by Li Xian. The two searched for the Jinchuriki, eventually discovering her presence within a shadowy cluster of buildings. "You think you've cornered me, but in truth, I led you here." The Jinchuriki smirked mockingly. With that, she swiftly formed hand seals, shattering the exit and sealing off their retreat. "Now that I know you are members of Akatsuki, I cannot allow you to leave." The path was blocked. Faced with the sudden turn of events, Heiden remained unfazed. "Just as I intended." Kakuzu appeared even more composed, unperturbed by the threat posed by the Jinchuriki. "I wager the name of the two-tails Jinchuriki. I will kill you." The Jinchuriki, furious, vowed to eliminate the two. Before her words could fully escape, she perfectly transformed into her tailed beast form, her massive figure awe-inspiring, chakra surging forth. The battle erupted instantly, with Heiden swiftly employing his steel shield and swift escape techniques to enhance his defenses, nimbly dodging the Jinchuriki's fierce onslaught. Fire release, head hardening. Wind release, pressure damage. Lightning release, false darkness. Jonin did not hold back, activating 3 masks simultaneously. The intertwining of the advanced ninjutsu, fire, wind, and lightning release formed an intricate web that even the wood golem found difficult to withstand. The entire structure collapsed amidst their fierce clash, raising clouds of dust. Wind release, thundercloud resonance. Wind release, storm dragon. At a pivotal moment, Bairuho unleashed the ultimate secret art of wind release, summoning cumulonimbus clouds to unleash devastating lightning strikes directly onto the wood golem. After hours of combat, Jonin lost a heart, and Bairuho severed a hand, ultimately subduing the wood golem. It seemed the battle had reached its conclusion. The figure of Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground, his voice low. "Next. I shall seek the next target. The two-tails Jinchuriki will be entrusted to me. I must first pursue the last bloodline limit. Only then can I attain true immortality." Bairuho's words were laced with insatiable desire, his thoughts inevitably drifting towards his final target, Hitaki Kakashi. He continued, "Coincidentally, Jonin is also heading to the Land of Fire. My objective lies there as well. Compared to the heavily guarded Konoha, I am aware of a more promising location for the bloodline limit." Zetsu had stored the wood golem and gazed deeply at Bairuho before slowly asking, "What place do you speak of?" Bairuho's gaze fixated on Zetsu, yearning for the answer. "The land of rice, the Sound Village. Several bloodline limit ninjas, there are remnants left by Orochimaru." "Ah, the Sound Village founded by Orochimaru," Bairuho murmured, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes at the mention of Orochimaru's name. Despite the outside world's rumors of Orochimaru's demise, he scoffed at the notion. Originally a ninja from Konoha, Bairuho was a friend of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, yet he felt overshadowed by their talents, simmering with discontent. To compensate for his innate shortcomings, he secretly researched the fusion ninjutsu, Kishoten, which drew the attention of the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who dispatched the legendary 3 to hunt him down. But he managed to escape. Now his Kishoten technique had absorbed 4 bloodline limits. Upon acquiring the last one, he would achieve true immortality. Shall we see if this old friend is truly dead? Jonin, will you accompany me? Bairuho turned his gaze towards Jonin. As long as the payment is secured. Everything is negotiable, Jonin replied, his words as direct and pragmatic as ever. To him, everything in this world was subject to the measure of money. In the land of lightning, at the Raikage's office in Kimimaro, a sense of urgency permeated the air. Lord Ei, we have an emergency outside the village. A group claiming to be from the Sound Village has requested an audience and has taken the Darui squad hostage. Mabu, a competent woman with white hair and dark skin, entered the room, her tone laced with urgency. What? Those scoundrels dare to challenge me. Upon hearing this, Ei's eyes flashed with anger. He abruptly stood, unleashing a tempest of fury. With a deafening roar, he smashed the sturdy wooden table before him into splinters, then removed the Raikage hat that symbolized his authority. He dashed towards the village entrance, determined to confront these audacious intruders personally. The elite Raikage's bodyguard unit, led by the Jonin Ki, closely followed Ei's movements, vowing to protect the Raikage's safety while upholding the honor of Kimimaro. At the village entrance, the atmosphere was tense. Junmaru, the trusted captain of Xuan's bodyguard, remained calm and composed despite the encirclement by Ei and numerous Kimimaro ninjas. Raikage-sama, I come on behalf of Lord Su to return your envoy, even though they have invaded our forbidden grounds. Damn it, what is your name? Are you declaring war against Kimimaro? Ei's eyes widened in fury, his fists clenched tightly. He could not fathom how this insignificant Sound Village dared to oppose Kimimaro. I am Junmaru, captain of Lord Su's bodyguard. Lord Su specifically sent me to deliver a gift to Raikage-sama, with the condition that you retain Samui. Lord Su believes you will agree. As Junmaru spoke, he slowly unfurled a scroll in his hand. However, Ei was not about to let him open the scroll with ease. He moved to intervene. Just then, Moyo Kotomaru and two others silently activated their curse marks, forming the four purple flames formation, isolating the Raikage from the outside. The formation lasted only a brief moment before dissipating. And as confusion spread, an unprecedented malevolent force accompanied by thick smoke surged forth. It was a colossal creature known as Morio, standing before Kimimaro, with Junmaru and his companions standing proudly above it. What shocked Ei even more was when Junmaru threw out another summoning scroll, forming numerous clay warriors that descended from the heavens. Under Morio's control, they assembled into an invincible undead army. These warriors boasted incredible defenses and unimaginable strength, even when destroyed. They could resurrect in a matter of moments, as if they were endless. What is this bizarre power? Ei's expression grew increasingly grave. This creature felt more perilous than the Eight Tails. Chapter 43. The disturbance of the Sound Village. Morio's roar echoed through the sky. Its gigantic dragon made of concentrated chakra swept mercilessly towards the ninjas of Kimimaro, each strike resulting in devastating casualties, leaving chaos in its wake. Faced with this indiscriminate terror, the wrath of the fourth Raikage, Ei, erupted like a volcano. Quick, summoned by to confront this beast. He commanded his subordinates. Lightning release, level 1000 Chidori. Raikage Ei soared into action, his clothes shredding amidst the violent lightning, his body enveloped in dazzling electric light, resembling a descending thunder god. He concentrated the utmost power of electricity into his palm, transforming it into a razor-sharp lightning blade, striking fiercely towards Morio's head. Sensing the imminent threat, Morio swiftly altered its strategy, its tendrils morphing into a colossal chakra dragon, lunging at the Raikage with the intent to devour him. The Raikage's speed was extraordinary. Despite Morio's rapid onslaught, he managed to inflict a gash with his lightning blade. Yet, in an instant, Morio reverted to its original form, releasing a deafening roar and launching an even more frenzied assault on the Raikage. The purple chakra dragon poured down like a torrential storm, effortlessly obliterating all obstacles in its path. The Raikage understood that a direct confrontation was not wise. He continued to evade Morio's attacks, utilizing his remarkable taijutsu and lightning prowess. In a fierce clash, the Raikage seized one of Morio's tendrils, exerting all his strength to sever it. Morio let out a pained cry and unleashed an even larger chakra dragon, sending the Raikage hurtling through the air like a meteor, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater, dust swirling around him. Struggling to rise from the pit, the Raikage felt excruciating pain throughout his body. Just then, the tailed beast transformed Killer Bee arrived, positioning himself protectively in front of the Raikage, engaging Morio in a fierce battle. Lord Ei, he rushed forward, inquiring about the Raikage's condition. It's nothing serious, just a minor injury. Retreat for now. We cannot afford to engage in a futile war of attrition with these immortal puppets. The Raikage, gritting his teeth against the pain, decisively ordered a retreat to avoid unnecessary losses. Raikage-sama, please carefully consider our terms. Otherwise, we shall periodically release Morio. And only Lady Tsunade can seal it completely. Junmaru coldly threatened from a distance. They quickly retreated using the flying thunder god technique, taking the creature Morio with them, leaving chaos and devastation in their wake. As he surveyed the aftermath, Raikage Ei seethed with anger. Today's battle had inflicted heavy losses on Kimimaro, while the enemy had suffered almost no damage. Thankfully, the Sound Village's assault had only occurred outside the village, sparing innocent civilians. What is going on with that octopus monster? Like the Eshioni? Killer Bee, returning to his usual form, approached the Raikage. Can you articulate the situation now that we are out? I have finally made it out. I must go perform. Kira abruptly vanished like a rogue wind, traversing the bustling streets with the intention of spontaneously hosting a personal concert. At this moment, the fourth Raikage had no inclination to entertain his antics. He instructed his subordinates to clean up the aftermath and, burdened with a heavy heart, returned to his office with a grim demeanor. My lord, I apologize for underestimating the enemy and falling into their ambush, which has brought disaster upon the village. Darui half knelt before the fourth Raikage, his voice laden with guilt and remorse. This is not your fault, Darui. The enemy was simply too cunning. And I did not foresee that the Sound Village had such capabilities, the fourth Raikage replied, taking a deep breath to calm the turmoil within him. My lord, should we consider taking military action against the Land of Rice? However, given its geographical proximity to the Land of Fire, such a move could provoke a conflict among the great nations. Mabui analyzed the current situation, her tone tinged with concern. The Raikage, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation, his gaze profound as he weighed the pros and cons of each decision. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, a ninja hurriedly burst in, delivering shocking news. By the order of Lord Mu, she is missing. This revelation struck the Raikage like a bolt from the blue, shattering the fragile calm he had barely maintained. He sprang to his feet, fury igniting within him as he bellowed, "Fool! Go find out who is responsible at once." With that, he struck the sturdy desk, reducing it to splinters in his wrath. "Reporting to you, my lord. The truth has yet to be uncovered," the ninja replied. "Head bowed. Immediately investigate. No matter who the perpetrator is, they shall pay a heavy price." The Raikage's roar echoed within the office. Amidst his fury, his gaze swept over the somewhat dazed Samui. Once his emotions had settled, he turned to Darui and expressed his confusion. "Since the Sound Village has already captured you and released you, why do they demand Samui specifically?" The Raikage was genuinely perplexed by the Sound Village's peculiar maneuvers. Could Samui possess some significant secret? Darui hesitated, his gaze flitting between Samui and the fourth Raikage, seemingly struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Speak freely, do not hesitate." "Darui," the Raikage urged, his brow furrowing slightly. "Yes, my lord. I suspect that the apparent leader of the Sound Village, Li Xian, seems to have taken an interest in Samui. However, my observation suggests that Li Xian is merely a puppet. The true power lies with a young man named Yakushi Kabuto. He has inherited Orochimaru's legacy, and I sense a dangerous aura about him, rivaling even that of the Raikage." The Raikage nodded in understanding before remarking, "So, this is why the Sound Village would risk offending us for the sake of a puppet? Perhaps they aim to showcase their strength. After all, they are reluctant to easily part with their scientific advancements. Their choice to attack outside the village rather than within indicates they do not wish to escalate matters." Kishi interjected, further analyzing the situation. The Raikage scoffed, barely able to contain his anger. A mere small nation dares to provoke the Cloud Village. They cannot expect to get away with this. They want us to surrender someone? It shall not be so simple. He attempted to slam his hand down in frustration, only to realize the desk had already been reduced to rubble, prompting him to awkwardly retract his hand. "We must also investigate the whereabouts of Lord Mu," the Raikage added. "I have some leads regarding Lord Mu," Darui quickly responded. "Speak, Darui," the Raikage urged. The Kazekage of the Sand Village was attacked by the Akatsuki organization, and the tailed beast was captured. Alongside Lord Mu, other tailed beasts are also missing. This matter is likely connected to the Akatsuki. Your analysis is quite plausible, Darui. The Raikage acknowledged, promptly establishing an investigative team to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki. Simultaneously, we must keep a close watch on the captured tailed beasts to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Just as everyone prepared to disperse, Samui suddenly stepped forward. Raikage-sama, please allow me to go to the Sound Village. The Raikage was taken aback, spinning around to glare at her, his voice sharp. Samui, do you understand what you are saying? The Cloud Village is not to be trifled with. I will not agree. Unfazed, Samui replied calmly, my lord. If sacrificing myself can bring about peace and tranquility, I believe it is worth it. I am aware of the Sound Village's power. Their strength far exceeds what the outside world perceives. The specter of the undead army, the 3 mysterious women, and the enigmatic Yakushi Kabuto, should they come into conflict, would result in mutual destruction. The consequences would not only spell disaster, but could also jeopardize the land of lightnings standing among the 5 great nations. Thus, sacrificing myself is the most prudent choice. I will not agree, the Raikage stated flatly. Samui bowed once more, her words earnest. Please, my lord, grant my request. It is my personal wish. The Raikage gazed at his loyal subordinate, his heart a tumult of emotions. Finally, he sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. I shall consider this matter further. Additionally, his gaze sharpened. Dispatch someone to Konoha to hold them accountable. The Sound Village was established by Orochimaru, a rogue ninja from Konoha. We must ascertain their stance. In the land of rain, within Amigakure, the incessant drizzle caressed the surroundings, rendering time itself soft and languid. Atop a towering spire, Pain and Conan stood side by side, their figures appearing particularly solitary yet formidable against the backdrop of rain. A mysterious man adorned with a swirling mask emerged from the shadows, adding an unspoken tension to the tranquil scene. Kisame and Itachi have successfully captured the 2 tails, and now we have also acquired the 4 tails. With the previous captures of the 5 tails, 7 tails, and 1 tail, we currently possess 5-tailed beasts, the masked man intoned, his voice deep and resonant, as if echoing from the abyss. I shall take charge of the 3 tails, while you handle the 6 tails and 8 tails. Itachi and Kisame will pursue the 9 tails. Soon, we will realize true peace, Nagato, Conan. Indeed, the 6 tails Jinchuriki has already appeared. I will proceed to capture it at once. Pain replied impassively. May all go smoothly, the masked man remarked, his figure gradually dissolving into the void. In the land of rice, within the residence of Li Xian in the Sound Village, he reprimanded Sasuke. How many times must I tell you? Do not use the Mangekyo Sharingan so frequently. Do you wish to become blind? Li Xian fixed his displeased gaze upon Sasuke, who lowered his head, unable to meet Li Xian's eyes. Despite his admonishments, Li Xian gathered a warm flow infused with sage chakra, Hashirama cells, and energy from the Guru or directing it into Sasuke's eyes. A refreshing sensation spread instantly, slightly restoring Sasuke's vision, though the damage from overusing the Mangekyo was beyond even Li Xian's full reversal. I understand your eagerness to settle your grievances with Itachi, but the time is not ripe. Wait until you master Sage Mode and defeat him in a more formidable manner. Then, your words will carry greater weight, Li Xian said, withdrawing his hand and slowly returning to the sofa, while a nearby Taiya gently massaged his shoulders. Li Xian increasingly felt himself slipping, as the summer star had passed the position of star shadow to her son On. Just days prior, she had arrived in the Sound Village and moved into Li Xian's compound. Zixuan, having learned of the situation, refrained from saying much, only expressing her desire to return to the land of the dead and her unwillingness to see Li Xian again. As she emerged from her room after packing her belongings, her eyes reflected a myriad of complex emotions. Passing by Li Xian, she deliberately ignored his presence and merely stated, "Excuse me, you are blocking the way." Upon hearing this, Li Xian gently set down the teacup in his hand, glancing at the few meters that separated him from Zixuan, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. I have already clarified that there is nothing between me and Summer Star, he patiently explained, his tone tinged with helplessness. Humph, now that she's moved in, what more can you argue? Zixuan's words dripped with evident jealousy as she angrily took a seat on the opposite side of Li Xian, throwing her luggage onto the table to vent her frustrations. You brought her here yourself. If you dislike it, then send her away. Li Xian maintained his composure, savoring his tea as if the turmoil around him was of no concern. Do you think I wouldn't dare? I'll have her leave right now. Zixuan, filled with rage, stood up and marched towards Summer Star's courtyard. Do as you please, but be prepared. You may not be her match, Li Xian remarked with a smile. You can go to hell. Xuan, exasperated, hurled a piece of luggage at Li Xian, who deftly dodged it. Master, I shall take my leave, Sasuke observed the scene. Understanding that this was not a place to linger, and quickly sought an excuse to exit this tempestuous environment. Yes, focus on perfecting your sage mode, and remember to balance work and rest. Li Xian nodded in agreement, as Sasuke fled the sudden upheaval as if granted a reprieve. Women are truly troublesome. Even a powerful man like Master cannot handle them. It's better to be alone. Sasuke, what a coincidence to see you here. A new cinema has opened nearby. Let's go watch a movie together. Hyuka's delighted voice broke through Sasuke's thoughts as she gracefully approached him, naturally linking her arm with his. Get away. I have no time right now. Sasuke replied coldly, gently disengaging from Hyuka's grasp and continuing on his way without pause. Hyuka had long since grown accustomed to Sasuke's aloofness. Undeterred, she followed him closely, her unwavering smile and resilient spirit embodying her silent companionship. Li Xian, meanwhile, relished the soothing massage of the dragonfly. Since the establishment of the office team led by Hong Lian, which successfully set the development of Sound Ninja Village on the right track, Li Xian had finally managed to extricate himself from the burdensome affairs and began to enjoy a leisurely life. I still have matters to attend to. Feel free to cause a ruckus at home, but do not venture outside the village. It is not peaceful out there. After uttering this, he noticed Xuan pouting, clearly still harboring grievances. In response to her sulking, Li Xian merely smiled faintly, shook his head gently, and then vanished in an instant, leaving Xuan alone at the table, stubbornly expressing her discontent by resting her head on her arms. Hey, Kakuzu, what exactly is your intention in bringing me to this place? Bairuhu followed Kakuzu into Sound Ninja Village. Had he not once been a ninja of Konoha, he would have thought he had arrived in Konoha itself. Aren't you eager to meet Orochimaru? He is currently hidden within the research facility of Sound Ninja Village. I can take you to him. Kakuzu's voice was as calm as still water. Orochimaru is really still alive. I knew that slippery snake wouldn't die easily, Bairuhu smirked, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, observing the seemingly weak defensive forces around him. How can the defense here be so feeble yet maintain its current prosperity? Why have the other great nations not taken action? Why is the land of fire, so close at hand, turning a blind eye to this place? How does Sound Ninja Village manage to uphold this tranquility and prosperity right under the noses of the great nations? You'll find out once you go in. Kakuzu halted before the entrance of the research facility, turning to Bairuhu. Bairuhu's alertness surged to its peak as he scanned the two seemingly fragile guards, and then looked at Kakuzu's icy visage, an ominous premonition swelling within him. I suddenly don't want to meet Orochimaru anymore. Let's go back. How can that be? Now that you've come, wouldn't it be a waste not to take a look inside? A rare smile appeared on Kakuzu's face, which Bairuhu found to be exceedingly strange. You think you can leave after coming this far? You might as well stay and be my dog. Kakuzu's inner thoughts were filled with amusement. He didn't want to suffer alone and aimed to ensnare another. Kakuzu, what do you mean? Bairuhu's tone grew stern as he quickly adjusted his demeanor to face the impending crisis. Despite his confidence that ninjutsu would not affect him, he felt compelled to exercise extra caution in this peculiar Sound Ninja Village. My boss wants to see you. You'll know once you step inside. Kakuzu's tone remained flat. Bairuhu furrowed his brows, took a deep breath, and stepped through the door of the research facility. It's just Orochimaru. I've seen him before. Thus, he entered the seemingly ordinary research facility alongside Kakuzu. The world behind the door shifted instantly, as if they had traversed through time and space, arriving in a colossal cavern where the silence was so profound that only their heartbeats could be heard, and the sense of impending danger peaked at that moment. Chapter 45. Bairuhu's collapse. Kakuzu, what is this place? Bairuhu suddenly turned around, seeing Kakuzu already retreating several meters away, his eyes as cold as ice, causing a tightening in Bairuhu's chest. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, he wasted no time in employing the summoning technique. Blood dripped from his fingertips as he tapped the ground, and in an instant, swirling smoke enveloped the area, revealing a bizarre beast composed of bird wings, a hound's body, and a two-headed serpent's head, appearing fierce and imposing. Kakuzu, how dare you betray the organization? Bairuhu stood atop the summoned beast, looking down at Kakuzu with disdain, confident that he could absorb Kakuzu's ninjutsu, thus dismissing him entirely. I only believe in money. How can someone like me be accused of betrayal? Kakuzu's tone was indifferent. Perfect. I shall rid the organization of you, the traitor, and make you part of my eternal power. Kakuzu, you should be grateful for the opportunity to experience true immortality. Bairuhu suddenly tore off his mask, revealing a face twisted into a more grotesque visage, his mouth stretching unreasonably back to his neck, emitting a disconcerting, manic laugh as he fixated on Kakuzu. Humph, poor fool, you remain ensnared in your self-spun illusions. Kakuzu retorted coldly, aware that Bairu's ninjutsu countered his own, and thus he refrained from attacking, slowly retreating while remaining vigilant. Bairuhu misinterpreted this as Kakuzu's fear, his laughter growing increasingly maniacal as he appeared to have secured victory. You, an old relic of over 100 years, are nothing more than this. Are you afraid? Haha. Has anyone ever told you that your laughter is quite unpleasant? At that moment, a gentle yet confident voice emerged from behind Kakuzu as Li Xian stepped forward, a smile gracing his face, his gaze calm as he looked at Bairuhu. Upon seeing Li Xian, Bairuhu's expression shifted dramatically, an inexplicable unease washing over him. You are the boss Kakuzu mentioned? Where is Orochimaru? Bairuhu inquired tentatively, his heart tumultuous. Orochimaru? He should be too busy to meet you right now, Li Xian replied nonchalantly, gradually approaching Bairuhu and adding, I have heard that your Ghost Yarrow technique, which combines 5 bloodline limits, can grant immortality. Is that true? Heh. Do you wish to become part of my body as well? As Li Xian pressed forward, Bairuhu's fear and anxiety intensified, though he maintained a facade of calmness. I can offer you the 5th bloodline limit, on the condition that you pledge your loyalty to me. Li Xian halted 3 meters away from Bairuhu and added, Moreover, I do not favor conversing while looking up at others. Having spoken, he gently clapped his hands, causing the ceiling of the cave to collapse with a thunderous roar. A colossal hand, formed from the art of wood release, descended abruptly, shattering Bairuhu's summoned beast and pinning it firmly to the ground, rendering it immobile. Li Xian stepped onto the ear of Bairuhu, looking down with an indifferent tone. This manner of communication is far more to my liking. Who exactly are you? Bairuhu, thoroughly subdued and incapable of resistance, struggled to raise his head, gazing at the imperious Li Xian, filled with confusion and dread. The one who can bestow upon you eternal life, provided your Guayaro truly possesses the qualities you claim. Li Xian stated leisurely, then lightly clapped his hands, revealing a clone adorned with the kaleidoscopic Sharingan on the ground. This is your welcome gift, Bairuhu. Let me witness your worth. Should you fail to impress me, I shall take your life. He cast the clone before Bairuhu and simultaneously released his restraints. Huh. I hope you do not come to regret this. Bairuhu, mustering his strength, fixed his gaze upon Li Xian and upon his tacit approval, activated his forbidden technique to devour the kaleidoscopic Sharingan clone. As the jutsu completed, tendrils of chakra resembling living beings wriggled beneath him, slowly enveloping and consuming the clone. A torrent of unprecedented chakra surged forth from Bairuhu's body. At this moment, I shall transcend into the supreme existence. Bairuhu laughed maniacally. Radiant halos symbolizing the 5 great bloodline limits coalesced above him, ultimately merging into a singular force, heralding the ultimate elevation of his power. Ha. It is too late for you to regret now. I shall show you the epitome of strength. Bairuhu's form transformed, shedding his grotesque visage for flowing hair and a handsome countenance, exuding an otherworldly essence. In return for your assistance in achieving perfection, I shall grant you a swift end. From this moment forth, the world shall kneel before me. Transformed, Bairuhu regarded Li Xian from a near-divine height. Li Xian's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the slightly anxious Kakuzu beside him, before redirecting his focus back to Bairuhu, gently shaking his head. Have I mentioned that I dislike speaking while looking up at others? Without waiting for Bairuhu's response, Li Xian instantly activated Sage Mode, ensnaring Bairuhu firmly in his grasp with a technique. Subsequently, in a flash, Li Xian thrust several black rods imbued with Sage Chakra into Bairuhu's body, pinning him to the ground like a cage. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Bairuhu felt the world spinning, once again forced to the ground by Li Xian. Impossible. Why? I am the most perfect existence. It must be that you have tampered with it. That Sharingan bloodline limit is far from perfect. Bairuhu struggled, looking up at Li Xian with disbelief and despair in his eyes, faced with an unbearable reality. Individuals often reveal their most vulnerable selves. Bairuhu, your roars and hysteria are merely impotent rage. Honestly, you are far inferior to Orochimaru, Li Xian remarked to Bai Lu, who was on the brink of madness. Upon hearing Li Xian compare him unfavorably to Orochimaru, Bai Lu's defenses crumbled in an instant, and he retorted furiously, "What do you know? Those born standing on the peaks cannot comprehend the struggles we endure in the mire. I have nothing. I can only rely on my relentless efforts. Yet I can never catch up to them. Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, people only know the names of the 3 legendary ninjas. What am I to them? I poured everything into forbidden techniques, ultimately creating the Guayaro technique, even betraying my village, all to find my place in this cursed world. To you, all of this seems as inconsequential as an ant." Bai Lu's voice gradually fell to a somber tone, laden with endless sorrow and despair. His pursuit of power was merely to prove he was not inferior to the 3 legendary ninjas. Faced with reality, he could not accept that what he believed to be a perfect form was no more than an ant before Li Xian. How could this not shatter him? Compared to Orochimaru, you lack that subversive madness. In relation to Tsunade, your origin and background have already sealed your limitations. As for Jiraiya, your vision and charisma fall far short. Perhaps, in certain aspects, you share some similarities with Kakuzu. Both of you possess an almost obsessive pursuit of something. Li Xian nonchalantly released his hold on Bai Lu, shaking his head, his tone tinged with a hint of irony and helplessness. Kakuzu, suddenly mentioned, felt a twinge of awkwardness but soon let it go, for in his world, only money was eternal. Is this fate? Bai Lu's current mindset had descended into a profound silence. The arrogance and defiance of yesteryears had evaporated. Li Xian ceased further words, believing it best to leave such a person to Orochimaru, who was adept at understanding and manipulation. Thus, he turned to Kakuzu and instructed, "Kakuzu, take him to see Orochimaru." With that, Li Xian departed. Chapter 46. The Decision of Shiori Xing upon returning home. Li Xian encountered Shiori Xing waiting by the door. Her gaze seemed to carry a multitude of unsaid words, evidently eager to confide in him. He glanced around, relieved not to find Xuan, the little jealous one, and then stepped into the courtyard, gently saying to Shiori Xing, "Please, speak your mind." After a moment of silence, Shiori Xing delicately took Li Xian's outer garment, carefully hanging it on the coat rack beside the door, then followed his steps into the living room. The indoor light was soft, yet the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. "What are you doing? If you have something to say, please do so. This is the living room," Li Xian said, somewhat bewildered, gazing at Shiori Xing, who was loosening her clothing. "Are all ninja girls this bold?" He felt the need to clarify once more that a lack of emotional foundation would not lead to happiness, if it were merely for desire. The Hidden Sound village was not lacking in beautiful women. However, Shiori Xing seemed unfazed. Her heart harbored a singular thought. Only by forging a close bond with Li Xian could she protect all she cherished. "Lord Xian, do you fear a weak woman like me? Damn, you better not regret this." Li Xian found himself cornered, with nowhere to retreat, gazing into her resolute eyes, and ultimately succumbed. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and lifted Shiori Xing into his arms, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to instantaneously return to his room. The ensuing moments were dreamlike, enchanting, and beautiful. Xuan awoke from her slumber, tears silently streaming down her cheeks, though she quickly wiped them away. She possesses the extraordinary ability to foresee the future, yet this is merely the beginning. The road ahead is still long, and she must remain resilient. Meanwhile, in the room of Tomo, she tosses and turns, struggling to find sleep. Unconsciously, her hand reaches beneath the covers, her cheeks flushed with warmth. The following day, Li Xian rises with a refreshing vigor. As is his custom, he relishes the breakfast meticulously prepared by Tomo. However, he suddenly perceives that her demeanor is rather peculiar. Whenever her gaze meets his, a blush involuntarily spreads across her face, her eyes concealing an ineffable sorrow and shyness. "Tomo, are you feeling unwell? Would you like me to check on you?" Li Xian inquires with genuine concern as he gently extends his hand to her forehead to gauge her temperature. "I'm fine," Tomo quickly replies, her voice tinged with a hint of anxiety and embarrassment, touched deeply by Li Xian's unexpected display of intimacy. The blush on her cheeks deepens, almost as if it could bleed. "What's that scent?" At that moment, a peculiar fragrance wafts through the air, disrupting the delicate atmosphere between them. Tomo's heart tightens, as if fearing the revelation of a secret, and she hurriedly retreats, her steps faltering and nearly causing her to stumble. "Li Xian, left in a state of confusion, observes her departure but does not dwell on it. He must hasten to the office building. If that girl Xuan catches him, he can only expect trouble. Upon entering the office, Yakushi Kabuto appears at the opportune moment, bearing significant news regarding the dragon vein. Lord Xian, we have obtained precise information about the dragon vein you have been searching for. It lies hidden within the ruins of the ancient Lulan kingdom. Li Xian's eyes brighten at this revelation, promptly instructing Yakushi Kabuto to increase surveillance and planning a mission to seize the dragon vein at the appropriate time. As he peruses the documents on his desk, despite the fact that Honglian and Yakushi Kabuto have managed most matters with great efficiency, he insists on personally reviewing everything to ensure absolute certainty. At that juncture, the figure of Baiju quietly enters the office. Delivering the latest movements of the Akatsuki organization, Lord Xian, Pain has personally initiated the capture of the Six Tails, while Itachi, Uchiha, and Kisame are heading to the Land of Fire to apprehend the Nine Tails. Furthermore, Tobi and Deidara have successfully captured the Three Tails and are advancing toward this location. Oh, has Obito come as well? Li Xian frowned slightly, particularly at the mention of Obito's name. After a moment of contemplation, he states, Obito's abilities are rather troublesome. I cannot guarantee a swift victory. Fortunately, he still needs to conceal his true identity. Perhaps we can exploit that. He then makes a decisive choice. Inform Sasuke to bring Deidara back. Meanwhile, Kabuto, reach out to negotiate with Uchiha Madara. Yakushi Kabuto adjusts his glasses, a confident smile gracing his lips. Yes, Lord Xian. I believe he will not refuse the proposal. Finally, Li Xian turns to Honglian, issuing a command. Honglian, announced that Yakushi Kabuto has defected from the village due to an assassination attempt on the leader, and issue a bounty for him as an S-rank rogue ninja of the Sound Village. Understood, Lord Xian. Though Honglian is filled with questions, she does not dare to challenge any of Li Xian's orders and promptly departs. At the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rice, Deidara, clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, and Tobi, wearing a spiral mask, pause at an intersection. Deidara's arm has already been reattached by Kakuzu. They hesitate, contemplating whether to investigate Orochimaru's whereabouts in the Sound Village or to assist Itachi and Kisame in capturing the Nine Tails. Which direction should we go, Orochimaru or the Nine Tails? Deidara's seniority prompts Tobi to inquire through his mask. Which path is best? Deidara ponders, gazing toward both directions. He then leaps gracefully onto the back of a giant bird crafted from clay, choosing the direction of the Sound Village, taking to the skies. Wait for me, Deidara-senpai. Tobi swiftly follows, awkwardly leaping onto another giant bird, trailing Deidara through the air. As they soar toward the Sound Village, an unexpected guest intercepts them, Sasuke Uchiha. He stands proudly atop a giant eagle, his gaze piercing, seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions. Are you Sasuke? You certainly resemble Itachi. Tobi's voice carries a hint of amusement, while Sasuke's silence thickens the atmosphere. With a sly smile, he leaps from the giant bird, disappearing into the nearby dense forest. Chapter 47. Sasuke vs. Deidara. Sasuke's eyes, reminiscent of Itachi's, are quite bothersome. Deidara swiftly forms hand seals, directing the nearby clay bird to launch a surprise attack on Sasuke. With a thunderous roar, the clay bird erupts just as it nears Sasuke, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust and obscuring visibility. Deidara gazes proudly at his creation, feeling in complete control. In this brief moment of relaxation, a bolt of lightning pierces through the smoke, the Chidori piercing directly toward Deidara. He narrowly evades this lethal strike, but the clay bird beneath him is not so fortunate, splitting in two, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground, landing right beside Tobi. Impressive as always, Tobi exclaims in admiration from a distance, watching the spectacle unfold. Enough of that. Deidara responds irritably to Tobi's remarks, his gaze fixated on the slowly descending Sasuke, particularly those three Tomo Sharingan eyes. We're being stared at by an incredible set of eyes, Tobi. Indeed, Deidara acknowledges gravely. It seems we're in for a serious confrontation, senpai. However, do remember to apologize to Itachi afterward. Tobi's voice chimes through his mask. Just an arrogant brat relying on his lineage. Faced with Sasuke's cold gaze, Deidara's heart stirs, recalling his once proud art, which proved feeble against Itachi, ultimately leading him to join the Akatsuki. Sasuke's expression sharpens, and in an instant, he closes the distance between them, his Kusanagi sword enveloped in lightning, descending with unstoppable force. How swift! Deidara exclaims, employing his remarkable reflexes to retreat just in time, while the Kusanagi sword pierces through Tobi's body. Sasuke casts a cold glance at Tobi. To him, the presence of the other is as inconsequential as air. Then, like lightning, he charges at Deidara once more. You little brat. Huh. As Deidara sees Sasuke approaching, a cold smile creeps onto his lips, and he swiftly releases a swarm of C1 clay spiders, attempting to weave a web of explosives around Sasuke. However, Sasuke's agility is unparalleled. He halts abruptly, his wrist flicking, unleashing countless Chidori Sunban that pierce through the clay spiders, neutralizing their explosive potential. Humph. Now you shall witness the true essence of art. Deidara snorts, reaching into his pocket to consume clay, which rapidly transforms into a magnificent giant clay dragon, C2 Dragon. There it is, one of my signature techniques, C2 Dragon. Tobi exclaims in genuine admiration. Deidara leaps onto the dragon's back, looking down at Tobi with a hint of pride. Do you understand now, Tobi? This is the true meaning of art. Tobi nods with a smile. Of course, senpai. Leave the next steps to me. The two share a seamless understanding. Deidara swiftly forms hand seals as the giant dragon opens its mouth, spewing forth countless clay landmines. Let me show you the power of my art, senpai. As Tobi confidently faces the incoming Sasuke, he taunts. Before you know it, a smaller dragon will be unleashed. Racing straight for Sasuke, as swift as lightning, Sasuke swiftly evaded the assault of the small dragon, its movements seemingly guided by an unseen intelligence as it rapidly adjusted its trajectory in relentless pursuit. Seizing the opportunity, Deidara shouted, "Now?" At that moment, the small dragon detonated upon nearing Sasuke, unleashing a tremendous force of destruction. Yet, with remarkable agility, Sasuke narrowly dodged the shockwave of the explosion, his garments torn by the residual blast. Meanwhile, the figure of Akatsuki had vanished, evidently to set traps. Sasuke remained unfazed, channeling his chakra as the Chidori spear in his hand elongated like a living entity, aiming directly at the colossal dragon controlled by Deidara. In response, Deidara adeptly maneuvered the dragon into the air, skillfully avoiding Sasuke's assault. Is 5 meters truly your limit? That technique belongs to Kakashi, right? It can extend and be thrown. Its shape-shifting is quite impressive. He mused from his aerial vantage point, while forming more seals to conjure an even larger clay dragon. This new creation dwarfed the previous one in power. Just as Deidara prepared to strike a decisive blow, Sasuke's Chidori spear unexpectedly elongated at an astonishing speed, slashing through one of the dragon's wings like a swift serpent, catching Deidara off guard and darkening his expression. The uncontrolled dragon plummeted to the ground, and Deidara followed suit, staring incredulously at Sasuke. How could this happen? Wasn't that 5 meters your limit? He questioned, bewildered. I've completed all the clay landmines. Akatsuki's head emerged from the ground, announcing with pride. His pride froze in shock as he witnessed Deidara's imminent crash. Well done, Akatsuki. Deidara praised him quickly, demonstrating remarkable adaptability as he used the small dragon's previous explosion as a cushion, landing safely and casting an appreciative glance towards Akatsuki. He once again plunged his hands into his pouch, greedily consuming clay, intent on summoning the C2 dragon to deliver a devastating blow to Sasuke from the skies. Sasuke would not remain passive. Although Li Xian had advised him against using the Mangekyo Sharingan recklessly, his own strength was formidable. Lightning release. False darkness. With swift hand seals, an overwhelming surge of lightning erupted from his palm, raging forth like an enraged dragon towards Deidara and Akatsuki. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Deidara was forced to abandon the C2 dragon, retreating to evade the fierce lightning. Akatsuki, get out of the way, he warned as he withdrew, his gaze fixed intently on Sasuke, realizing that the landmines set by Akatsuki were rendered ineffective against Sasuke's tremendous lightning power. Summoning technique. Sasuke bit his fingertip, using his blood as a medium, and with a swift motion, he struck the ground. Instantly, thick smoke billowed, revealing the immense form of Manda, coiling at Sasuke's feet. Sasuke entered sage mode, his eyes transforming into serpent-like orbs, exuding an aura of authority and coldness. Sasuke had indeed grown to such an extent that he seemed a match for Itachi. Akatsuki, hidden behind his mask, watched Sasuke with tumultuous emotions, contemplating strategies against him. Manda, have you been summoned just for this enemy before you? Manda looked down upon Deidara with disdain. Silence, Manda. Do you wish to face more suffering? Sasuke stood atop Manda, his tone indifferent. Manda, though seething with indignation, dared not speak, recalling the times he had been outmatched by the duo of Li Xian and Sasuke. Ha, you little brat. You truly infuriate me. Deidara laughed in anger, once again consuming clay to launch a more ferocious assault. Several gigantic clay centipedes erupted from the earth, charging towards Manda with destructive force. Manda, fully prepared, surged forth like a tempest, annihilating the clay centipedes with unmatched strength, albeit sustaining considerable damage himself. Seizing the moment, Sasuke closed in on Deidara. The three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly as the Raijin sword in his hand crackled with lightning, piercing accurately through Deidara's chest. Chapter 48. Deidara's Breach of Defense. This is the sight that drives me mad, you two brothers. Deidara's eyes widened in fury as he locked gazes with the cold-faced Sasuke, roaring, "Stop pretending to be cool. Those eyes, those calm, unsettling eyes, are infuriating. As if they deny my art. I cannot forgive those eyes. They show not a hint of appreciation for my artistry." Sasuke responded with his signature indifference. Viewing Deidara's fury as nothing more than an inconsequential farce, he approached Deidara slowly. "I do not know what you are talking about. I do not regard such things at all." As he spoke, Sasuke moved closer, preparing to subdue him. "You don't even intend to use your Sharingan? You truly underestimate me." Deidara thought bitterly, mustering his last ounce of strength to tear open his shirt, revealing a massive mouth intricately stitched together across his chest. This was his final art. An attempt to self-destruct and take his enemy with him. Sasuke's movements were swifter. He silently placed a hand upon Deidara's shoulder. Sage art, twin snake imprisonment. The sealing technique activated instantly, binding Deidara's power and will. At that moment, even moving his eyes became an arduous task for Deidara, as he glared furiously at Sasuke. Am I to be denied the chance to display my ultimate art? How infuriating. Deidara truly felt his world shatter, his spirit extinguished. The Uchiha brothers seemed to be his destined nemesis. Suddenly, Akatsuki appeared, witnessing this scene with shock. "Senpai." Sasuke's gaze shifted instantly to the masked figure, suppressing his inner fury as he coldly regarded Akatsuki. "Ah, what terrifying eyes. Please spare me." Akatsuki, feeling the chill of Sasuke's gaze, swiftly concealed himself behind a tree, fearfully observing Sasuke. "I can tell you where Itachi is. Please do not kill me." Akatsuki's voice trembled. Sasuke's disdainful gaze swept over Akatsuki, silently admiring Obito's superb acting skills. "The one who slaughtered my clan will eventually meet his demise at my hands. Reveal Itachi's whereabouts, and I shall spare your life." Sasuke's voice was frigid as he slowly withdrew the Raijin sword embedded in Deidara, its tip now aimed at Akatsuki, devoid of warmth. Akatsuki hastily replied, "Itachi and Kisame are on a mission within the Land of Fire." In that moment, seizing the opportunity while Sasuke was distracted, he vanished in a flash. "Forgive me, Deidara-senpai." Sasuke watched the direction in which Akatsuki fled, inhaling deeply before summoning a giant serpent that swallowed Deidara whole, transporting him back to the Sound Village. Meanwhile, Konoha dispatched a search team, led by Kakashi and Yamato, to track down Itachi and Kisame within the Land of Fire. Sound Village. Sasuke presented the captured Deidara before Li Xian. "Master, I have brought back Deidara." "Well done, you've worked hard." Li Xian nodded in approval, gently patting Sasuke's shoulder. His eyes filled with gratification. He then approached Deidara, skillfully lifting the seals that bound him, simultaneously confiscating Deidara's clay. "Hey, who are you?" Deidara, now free but still restrained, widened his eyes, filled with curiosity and confusion regarding Li Xian's identity. In his perception, Sound Village is established by Orochimaru, and the character of Li Xian hardly stirs any waves within the ninja world. "Deidara, allow me to introduce you to someone." A faint smile curled at the corners of Li Xian's mouth as he casually placed his hand on Deidara's shoulder, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. In a twist of space and a dance of light and shadow, the two found themselves in a different realm. "What on earth have you brought me to this place for?" Deidara exclaimed, startled by the sudden shift. As his vision cleared, he realized he stood in a meticulously crafted puppet workshop, where the sounds of industrious craftsmen mingled with the clamor of machinery. "Hey, I'm talking to you." "Humph." Another pretentious individual. Seeing Li Xian ignore him, Deidara's anger began to simmer. Along the way, he noticed several ninjas bowing respectfully to Li Xian, transporting various metallic materials clearly intended for puppet construction. As they ventured deeper, Li Xian led Deidara to a research room guarded closely by metal puppets. As the door creaked open, an astonishing sight met Deidara's gaze. "Scorpion, what are you doing here? I thought you were gone." Deidara's voice trembled with excitement as he gazed incredulously at Scorpion, who was engrossed in puppet making. Though Scorpion's form had transformed from his previous self, the unique artistic aura remained unchanged as he pursued a new path with renewed vigor. "Ah, Deidara, it appears you two have fallen into his grasp," Scorpion remarked, his eyes flickering with surprise before settling back into calmness. "Scorpion, why are you here?" Deidara pressed again. Scorpion looked up at Li Xian and then turned back to Deidara with a self-deprecating smile. "I've been coerced into labor by a certain unscrupulous individual." There was a hint of resignation in Scorpion's words, but more so an acceptance of his current circumstances. "You scoundrel! How dare you reduce Scorpion's artistry to mere tools? That is the greatest insult to art. You are more detestable than the Uchiha brothers." Deidara erupted in fury, unable to accept this reality, his anger toward Li Xian reaching its zenith. Li Xian merely smiled indifferently, unfazed. "Enough, Deidara," Scorpion interjected, soothing him. "Here, I have found my stage. My art has received unprecedented recognition and development. You should see how it is influencing the world in a new manner." He gestured to the bustling scene around them, where puppets of his design were being widely utilized across various fields, bridging art and life. Scorpion had grown accustomed to this life, developing a sense of belonging here. Faced with Scorpion's encouragement and the reality presented before him, Deidara's inner fury began to subside. "Scorpion," Deidara observed the sincerity in Scorpion's expression and tone, and after a long pause, he continued, "I am genuinely delighted for your artistic journey, but for me, the purest and most perfect art in the world is the explosive beauty that bursts forth in an instant, captivating the heart." With that, Deidara burst into laughter, a sound tinged with defiance and provocation as he cast a contemptuous glance at Li Xian. "Just an uncultured Philistine who cannot comprehend the essence of art." "Deidara, I have a question for you," Li Xian said, sensing their conversation had reached a lull. Without waiting for Deidara's response, he continued, "I am curious. Given that you could become the Kazekage and bask in the office's comforts, why do you choose to play with clay?" Scorpion nearly burst into laughter at this remark, stifling his amusement as he witnessed Deidara's fuming expression. Deidara's eyes widened, glaring at Li Xian as if to consume him with his gaze. "You bastard! What do you know? The pursuit of art is the highest realm that transcends all mundane constraints. I exist solely for explosions, for the madness of art." Chapter 49. I am not a devil. In the face of Deidara's furious shout, Li Xian remained unusually calm. He gently shook his head and said, "All right, Deidara. Let us make a wager. If you can injure me within 10 seconds using all your strength, I will acknowledge your art and grant you your freedom. However, if I subdue you within that time, I will also acknowledge your art, but you must use it to serve me." Upon hearing this, Deidara's lips twitched slightly, and a complex emotion flickered in his wild eyes. He stared at Li Xian, his gaze reminiscent of Itachi's from his memories, radiating absolute confidence and disdain for his art. "Umph, you dare to underestimate my art? Then let me show you what true explosive aesthetics are. Very well, let me see to what extent your aesthetics have reached." With that, Li Xian vanished in a flash, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Deidara to a desolate, uninhabited wasteland. "Begin your performance, Deidara." Li Xian released Deidara from his constraints and returned the clay to him. "Humph, your confidence is truly infuriating," Deidara smirked provocatively, swiftly reaching into the clay pouch, his palms greedily consuming the clay, instantly creating a safe distance between them. He then began to weave hand seals rapidly, summoning clay spiders and centipedes that approached Li Xian at an astonishing speed. "Huh!" With a low shout from Deidara, the clay creations exploded into dazzling light upon reaching Li Xian. Yet, aside from the dispersing smoke, Li Xian remained unscathed, not even the hem of his clothing disturbed. "You have 5 seconds left." Li Xian's gaze was tranquil as he observed Deidara soaring high on his C2 dragon. C4 Garuda. "Huh!" Deidara hurled a massive clay clone from the sky, his proudest creation, which detonated instantly. This time, there was no earth-shattering roar, only an invisible force spreading forth. C4 Garuda. In its unique manner, allowed the tiny clay spiders to infiltrate everything around, preparing for a devastating strike at the cellular level. Ha ha ha, now you have nowhere to escape. My art will make you vanish completely. Do you acknowledge it now? Deidara's confident laughter echoed across the empty space as he watched Li Xian's body begin to disintegrate. Yet in the final 2 seconds, Deidara's smile began to freeze. A sudden flash of light cut through the air, and a shuriken inscribed with strange markings appeared silently beside him, a chilling threat looming. Oh no! Deidara's heart sank, realizing it was too late to turn back. Li Xian's figure materialized before him like a specter, easily subduing him, the shuriken's tip pressing against Deidara's throat, a gentle push away from life and death. Once again, my art is so easily underestimated. Deidara expressed his frustration and disappointment, his eyes twitching slightly. From Itachi to Sasuke, and now to Li Xian, his art had failed to astonish them. Let me show you my ultimate art. Deidara tore open his clothing, preparing to self-detonate and unleash his ultimate creation. However, Li Xian would not allow him the opportunity for self-destruction, as that would be a waste. He decisively sealed away the chakra within Deidara, addressing him. I cannot bear to see you self-destruct. Why not use your art for something meaningful, Deidara? Faced with Li Xian's persuasion, Deidara's heart was already filled with wounds. And he stubbornly retorted, Humph, what could you possibly understand? My art serves no one, nor will it become your tool. His gaze was hollow, as if he had lost all passion for the world. Your artistry possesses the power to cleave mountains and forge pathways, erecting bridges that connect the hearts of individuals. What a magnificent spectacle that would be. Countless souls would harbor profound respect for your creations, as your art would truly resonate in every corner of this world. Speaking thus, Li Xian employed the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly transporting Deidara to the ground. Deidara gazed at Li Xian, his inner defenses beginning to falter. Yet, the long-held pride and rebelliousness made it difficult for him to relinquish his guard immediately, and he retorted defiantly, Don't be ridiculous. You expect me to labor for you using my art? Don't flatter yourself. Very well. I shall permanently strip you of your clay bombs, leaving you to witness others wielding explosive power while you are left with nothing but regret. I trust you will ultimately make a wise choice. Li Xian's gaze suddenly deepened, and his smile grew increasingly cruel. You cannot treat my art in such a manner. Deidara felt a surge of fear as he looked at Li Xian, unable to fathom the notion of losing his art, and he could hardly bear the helplessness and sorrow of being a mere observer. Consider it, for I am not an entirely heartless being. A smile graced Li Xian's lips. He knew Deidara was terrified. Deidara was not one to fear death. If threatened with a resurrection technique, he would likely become exhilarated. Only the deprivation of his art would instill genuine fear within him. He returned with Deidara to the village, arranging for proper guardianship while awaiting the artist's decision. You are not keeping your word, Shikaru Islandheim exclaimed with a mix of anger and playful reproach, intercepting Li Xian as he entered the office building. Gently poking his chest with her fingertip, her bright eyes reflected a touch of dissatisfaction. You promised to take us out for fun. How much time has passed? Do you think I am easy to bully and that you intend to break your promise? Cough. Cough. It's simply that the time has not yet come. Furthermore, the outside is fraught with danger, filled with nefarious individuals who delight in preying on children. Li Xian awkwardly cleared his throat as he looked at the lowly-like Shikaru Islandheim. Do you truly consider me a child? I am older than you, you know. You are the one who fails to keep your word. With her hands on her hips, Shikaru Islandheim leaned closer to Li Xian's face. Oh, then I am curious to know just how old you are. Li Xian's gaze flickered over Shikaru Islandheim's still maturing figure, a playful smile gracing his lips. Humph, a girl's age cannot be casually shared. Shikaru Islandheim, noticing his gaze, felt her cheeks warm and stood a bit taller, protesting. Heh, I can guess without you saying a word. Li Xian chuckled lightly, extending his hand to gently ruffle her hair, his tone softening. How about this? You guide Sasuke in mastering sage mode, and once he has perfected it, I will take you all out. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished in a flash, leaving behind only a resonant laugh echoing in the air. That infuriating Xian. He always slips away just like that. Shikaru Islandheim waved her fists in the direction of Li Xian's departure. Having concluded a day of toil, the moment Li Xian stepped through the door of his home, it felt as though all his weariness had been alleviated by the gentle smile of Xia Rixing. Tired, are you? I specially prepared your favorite dinner. She thoughtfully took his outer garment from him, speaking softly. Then, She tenderly led him into the living room, using her agile hands to gently massage his shoulders, each motion perfectly calibrated to bring Li Xian an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Chapter 50. Searching for Uchiha Itachi, where is Tsubakahime? After enjoying a warm dinner, Li Xian suddenly realized that the little girl who usually busied herself for him was absent. She must be in her room. Xia Rixing smiled, nestled against Li Xian's shoulder, the faint aroma of her hair causing his heart to flutter slightly as he silently admired the allure of a mature woman. I will go check on her. She is not usually like this. Li Xian gently bid farewell to Xia Rixing, deciding to see Tsubakahime personally. Arriving at Tsubakahime's door, he knocked softly, concern lacing his voice. Tsubakahime, are you in there? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, Lord Xian. A faint, trembling voice came from within. Li Xian sensed something was amiss and pushed the door open, only to find Tsubakahime pale, her eyes slightly red, as if she had just been crying. His brow furrowed in worry as he urgently inquired, "What happened? Did someone bully you?" No. Tsubakahime lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze, gently shaking her head, yet reluctant to reveal the truth. What on earth is wrong? After patiently coaxing her, Tsubakahime finally summoned the courage to speak, her voice quivering. I am just a bit sad. I can no longer serve Lord Xian. What do you mean? Li Xian grasped Tsubakahime's wrist, checking for any signs of physical distress. Tsubakahime lowered her head again, a hint of grievance in her tone as she explained, Lady Xia Rixing does not allow me to wash or cook for you anymore. I fear I cannot stay by your side. Ah, is that so? Li Xian smiled reassuringly, comforting Tsubakahime. Is that all? I thought something serious had occurred. Rest assured. As long as you do not leave of your own accord, I will not cast you away. I will never leave Lord Xian. Tsubakahime exclaimed, suddenly raising her head to fix her gaze upon Li Xian, speaking each word with earnestness. I understand. You may continue to do as you please. I will speak to Xia Rixing about this. For now, you should rest well. He gently stroked Tsubakahime's head. Tsubakahime nodded joyfully, her heart brimming with sweetness and reassurance. How delightful it feels to be needed. After reassuring Tsubakahime, Li Xian made his way towards Ziyuan's room. A sense of melancholy mixed with a hint of apprehension filled him. He was uncertain how to approach Ziyuan, who had been unusually quiet all day. He felt a pang of concern for her. Cough. Ziyuan, are you in there? I'm coming in. He knocked gently on the door, calling out. After a brief silence, Ziyuan's somewhat cold voice pierced through the air to reach his ears. Who are you? I don't know you. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open, and his eyes fell upon Ziyuan's solitary figure, her back turned to him as she sat quietly on the edge of the bed, appearing as if she were in her own world. Ziyuan, it is my fault. I have caused you distress. Li Xian's voice was gentle. Who let you in? Get out immediately. Ziyuan snapped, her expression inflamed, wishing to avoid seeing him. In the face of Ziyuan's resistance, Li Xian did not retreat, stubbornly approaching her. Ziyuan, please do not be angry, all right? As he spoke, he gently placed his hands on Ziyuan's delicate shoulders. Come now? Xin, please don't be angry. My dear. Ugh. How cheesy. Ziyuan felt uncomfortable from Li Xian's sudden advances, hastily swatting his hands away and turning to face him, her violet eyes filled with reproach. Li Xian chuckled, knowing his methods of comfort might be somewhat clumsy. Haha, I admit I am not particularly skilled at sweet talk, but I genuinely hope you can forgive me. If my presence brings you discomfort, then use this to stab me right in the chest without mercy. Saying this, he produced a sharp shuriken from his pocket and extended it towards Ziyuan, his gaze earnest and resolute. Go fool someone else. You imbecile, even if I did stab you, you would recover in an instant. Ziyuan looked at the shuriken with a mix of exasperation. She was aware of Li Xian's bizarre self-healing ability. Such a punishment would be nothing more than a mere trifle for him. Frustrated, she tossed the shuriken aside. Her anger had already diminished. What she truly desired was for Li Xian to pamper her a bit more, to affirm her significance in his heart. Haha. Then what do you propose I do to earn your forgiveness? Li Xian scratched his head awkwardly, pondering how Senju Hashirama managed to deceive Uchiha Madara. I don't feel like dealing with you today, but I wish to engage with you today. Noticing a softening in Zishuan's demeanor, Li Xian's heart leapt with joy. Seizing the moment, he embraced Zishuan tightly, whispering sweet nothings into her ear. Zishuan, I am aware of my many shortcomings, yet I shall demonstrate my sincerity to you. What are you doing? Zishuan was taken aback by his sudden embrace, struggling to push him away. However, Li Xian's strength was overwhelming. rendering her efforts futile as he pinned her onto the bed. "You scoundrel, let me go?" "Wait." At that moment, a question struck her. "Do you like me more, or her?" "It is undoubtedly you, Xuan." His response came without hesitation, his eyes brimming with affection. In that instant, whatever Xuan said felt right. "Don't be such a rogue. Go easy on me." Xuan's voice trembled, reflecting both a desire to stop Li Xian's actions and an underlying anticipation. Li Xian responded to all her emotions through his actions. The following morning, Li Xian awoke from his dreams with an unprecedented vigor and clarity. Xuan remained lost in slumber beside him, her face adorned with a hint of fatigue. He tiptoed out of the room and made his way to the office. Shortly thereafter, a loyal subordinate hurried in with good news. Deidara had agreed to serve him. "Ah, it seems that the unruly Deidara has also softened. Very well, release him. Let him temporarily follow Scorpion, and once the battle concludes, he shall have his stage to showcase his art." Li Xian instructed the incoming sound ninja. The ninja accepted the order respectfully and exited to fulfill it. At that moment, Hong Lian entered the office, carrying a hefty stack of documents, which she placed on Li Xian's desk. "Lord Xian, the S-rank rogue ninja Yakushi Kabuto has escaped from the land of rice. Our pursuit team has already set out." Li Xian nodded slightly, his gaze profound. "Yes, the act must be convincing. Let the rumors spread far and wide." He casually delegated the specifics to Hong Lian, entrusting her with full responsibility for the arrangements. Afterward, Li Xian made his way to the training ground, where Sasuke was diligently practicing sage techniques under the careful guidance of Shichibukai. He approached, interrupting their training. "Sasuke, Shichibukai, let's pause for a moment." Sasuke, taken aback, looked at Li Xian with a hint of confusion, awaiting his command. "I've told you countless times, do not call me Shichibukai." Shichibukai huffed, hands on her hips, clearly displeased. "All right, Shichibukai." Li Xian chuckled, gently pinching her cheek, ignoring her eye roll, and turned serious as he addressed Sasuke. "It is time to see Itachi. His condition is deteriorating." Those words struck Sasuke like a heavy blow, causing his pupils to constrict and his fists to clench involuntarily. After a brief moment, he took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within. Noticing Sasuke's silence, Li Xian remarked softly, "Prepare yourself. I shall accompany you." Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately turned and left, urgency coursing through him. At last, he would go to find Itachi. "Xian, we want to go too," Shichibukai exclaimed, rushing forward and looking up at Li Xian. Her eyes filled with longing. As soon as she spoke, Tianxin Shunshur and Ruijinji appeared quietly, all three gazing at Li Xian with eager anticipation. "Very well, but you must not stray too far from me." Li Xian consented, primarily concerned that without his guidance, they might run amok, causing trouble for many. Chapter 51. Jiraiya's farewell. In a tavern within the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire, Tsunade sat across from Jiraiya. "So, the leader of Akatsuki is in the Rain Village?" Tsunade gently set down her cup, fixing her gaze on Jiraiya. Indeed, Jiraiya nodded slowly. Their scrutiny of incoming and outgoing personnel is stringent. Even the Chunin exam procedures are challenging to navigate. It is a highly insular village. Tsunade furrowed her brow, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. It seemed unlikely that Akatsuki's leader could operate freely in such a place, precisely because the village is so closed off. It seeks to prevent other nations from uncovering its secrets, executing a thorough blockade to conceal its disgrace. Jiraiya's expression grew serious. Observing Tsunade's puzzled face, he continued, "This nation has endured civil war for ages, leaving the village divided. It is rumored that the leader of one faction is indeed the leader of Akatsuki." Tsunade's complexion shifted, as if memories of her battles on this land resurfaced, the intoxication of alcohol clouding her thoughts. This nation is encircled by the three great powers of fire, earth, and wind. Historically, it has been a battleground between these three nations, leading to perpetual instability and a surge in refugees. Her voice lowered, imbued with a weighty tone. "Therefore, to verify the accuracy of this intelligence, I shall infiltrate for reconnaissance. We will strategize afterward." Jiraiya's tone was resolute. No hardship would deter his resolve. Going alone is far too dangerous. Tsunade immediately objected. "I am one of the legendary three. You should understand the significance of that." Jiraiya met Tsunade's gaze directly. Eventually, they exited the tavern and sat down on a nearby bench to rest. The sunset poured down like molten gold, gently draping over their shoulders. In this tranquil yet slightly melancholic twilight, The laughter of children pierced through the stillness as they frolicked, darting past Tsunade and Jiraiya, leaving behind a trail of melodic giggles. The strength of the leader who commands Akatsuki is beyond estimation. You are essentially walking into the enemy's den. Tsunade's voice was low, her eyes fixed forward. It is nearly time to depart. Jiraiya did not directly address Tsunade's concerns. He slowly rose, striding toward the horizon stained with the colors of dusk. Promise me you will return alive. Tsunade's voice quivered slightly, her hand resting gently on the bench behind her, her gaze becoming somewhat distant. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya paused in his tracks, turning slowly, his gaze softening as it fell upon Tsunade. If you were to perish, Tsunade murmured. Would you weep for me? I would find joy in that. Jiraiya's words carried a hint of jest, attempting to lighten the weight of their impending separation. Yet within his eyes lay sincerity and deep affection. However, I doubt it would be as sorrowful as that time. You fool, Tsunade retorted, a mix of reproach and helplessness in her tone. Then let us wager in your preferred manner. Bet that I will die, for you seem to lose every time. Jiraiya said casually, but when I return alive. He deliberately trailed off, a glint of mischief in his gaze as he stared at Tsunade. Tsunade's pupils quivered slightly. Her face flushing, whether from alcohol or shyness, it was hard to tell. In that moment, no one could fathom the unexpressed emotions swirling within her. Ha ha ha, I'm just joking. I truly appreciate you. Jiraiya's hearty laughter shattered the silence. Tsunade's expression grew complex as she gazed into Jiraiya's eyes, seemingly trying to extract deeper truths from them. A man becomes stronger after being rejected, which means a man who cannot laugh it off is not a true man. Jiraiya quipped, retrieving his novel from his pocket. His tone lighthearted. A man must be strong? Tsunade raised an eyebrow slightly. More or less. And happiness should not be a man's sole pursuit. A faint smile graced Jiraiya's lips. What a show-off. If you don't have any women, you don't even earn the right to be rejected. Tsunade countered with a smile. That is indeed true. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya erupted into laughter, then turned, leaving Tsunade with a carefree silhouette. Silence spread through the air until Tsunade's gaze fell once more upon Jiraiya's receding figure. She softly murmured, if anything arises, contact me immediately through the toad. I will come at once. Worry not. You must not leave the village. The village now revolves around you. Jiraiya turned back, speaking earnestly. As for the Hokage position, there are plenty of candidates. Tsunade remained unconvinced. However, the frequent changes in Hokage will only lead to instability within the village. There is no one more suited for the role than you. What about Kakashi? And Naruto will inevitably become Hokage in time, she added, her words tinged with nostalgia. Her gaze seemingly transcending time to glimpse that future. You truly hold Naruto in high regard. He still has a long way to go, Jiraiya replied solemnly, the setting sun casting a warm glow upon his face, adding a touch of weariness. As night quietly descended, the streetlights flickered to life. The sun having sunk below the horizon, leaving only a remnant of red. I must take my leave, Jiraiya stated, fastening a bundle of scrolls to his waist. Lastly, I must remind you to be wary of Danzo. Understood, Tsunade nodded gravely, her gaze following Jiraiya's elongated silhouette, a tumult of emotions stirring within her. Farewell, Jiraiya. With his back to Tsunade, raised his right hand high, thumb pointing to the sky, as if cheering her on. Tsunade, sensing something, felt her eyes welling up, tears slipping silently down her cheeks. In the land of fire, Xuan, Sasuke, and the three exquisite goddesses arrived at a quaint town. They chose a cozy inn for respite, thanks to White Zetsu's precise intelligence, and thus did not bring along the perceptive Xuan, which left her feeling somewhat miffed. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the window, bathing the room in warmth. Xuan was in no hurry, savoring a rare moment of leisure. The three goddesses, seizing the opportunity to explore, brimmed with curiosity about their surroundings, frolicking through the marketplace, sampling various delicacies, and pausing before intriguing trinkets, their laughter ringing out joyfully. Only Sasuke wore a serious expression, his heart anxious, repeatedly inquiring Xuan about the search for Itachi. Do not fret, little Sasuke, as long as your brother lives. Xuan will be able to bring him back, chirped the goddess Michikazuki, holding 2 steaming skewers while she consoled him, swallowing one skewer whole with a look of satisfaction. Indeed, we have come all this way. We must enjoy ourselves, echoed the goddess Tanshin, deftly licking the large chicken leg in her hand. I've heard the hot springs in the land of soup are quite delightful. Let us go there first, suggested the alluring Ruetian, casting a teasing glance at Li Xian. Sasuke's expression darkened further. Had it not been for his master's presence, he would have long since set off to find Itachi on his own. You three should ease up. Once matters are settled, I will take you to the land of soup for some fun, Li Xian replied, gently pinching Michikazuki's cheek, eliciting a playful pout from her. Oh, stop pinching my face. She feigned annoyance, swatting Li Xian's hand away. Suddenly, Tanshin interjected, a hint of shyness in her tone. You can pinch mine, I don't mind. At her words, the atmosphere froze, all eyes turning toward Tanshin, who realized her slip. Her cheeks flushing crimson as she quickly covered her mouth. Chapter 52. The Duel of Brothers. Li Xian regarded Tanshin with a hint of confusion, pondering what thoughts occupied her mind. Following the clues provided by White Zetsu, they located a hideout of the Akatsuki within the Land of Fire. Sasuke, here lies the clue left by Itachi for you. You shall proceed alone from here, Li Xian said, halting in his tracks. Understood, Sasuke nodded gently, making his way into the depths of the hideout. A figure draped in a black cloak adorned with red clouds emerged silently from the shadows. His profound Sharingan resembling the brightest stars in the night sky, instantly capturing Sasuke's attention. It is I, Sasuke. As the distance closed, Sasuke recognized the figure before him, Uchiha Itachi, the elder brother he both despised and revered. Sasuke's Sharingan flared open, its cold light intertwining with Itachi's gaze. A tempest brewing within him, tumultuous and restless. You have indeed grown taller. Itachi's voice remained calm, as if everything lay within his grasp. You, on the other hand, have not changed at all. Your icy demeanor persists. Sasuke's response was equally indifferent, yet concealed a labyrinth of complex emotions. Why not charge in like you used to? You know nothing of me. You are entirely unaware, Itachi. Sasuke retorted coldly, and before his words faded, he surged toward Itachi like a bolt of lightning. His three-tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly, unleashing astounding ocular power. With a thunderous crash, his Kusanagi sword, enveloped in lightning, severed Itachi's arm with precise determination. Where is your true self? I have come to find you. Itachi's form shattered into countless crows, circling above Sasuke, leaving behind a simple remark. You have grown stronger. Sasuke, come to the Uchiha hideout for a resolution. The crows then scattered, dissolving into the night. Sasuke emerged from the hideout, his expression grave as he approached Li Xian. Master, I have found Itachi's trail. Let us depart. At the appropriate moment, you shall administer this to him, Li Xian said, handing over a vial containing a special potion developed by Orochimaru based on Grial energy. Thank you, Master. Sasuke clutched the vial tightly, filled with anticipation as he sped off toward the clue left by Itachi. Xian, given little Sasuke's current strength, he can manage on his own. Why not let us explore elsewhere? Michikazuki proposed, watching Sasuke's retreating figure. You may not comprehend how formidable healthy Itachi is. He stands on the same level as Jiraiya, Minato, and Madara. Li Xian gently shook his head, chuckling heartily. Michikazuki looked bewildered. Xian, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. It's nothing, just a jest. I am not overly concerned for Sasuke's safety. I merely wish to observe, Li Xian replied with a light laugh, then leaped into action, following Sasuke. He did not directly intervene in this fraternal confrontation, but instead found a hidden spot with the three goddesses, watching everything unfold through the images relayed by Black Zetsu. In another unseen corner, White Zetsu held a camera, capturing the standoff between the Uchiha brothers. Black Zetsu, why are we doing this? White Zetsu inquired, puzzled. Do not ask so many questions, just follow orders. Remember to capture every crucial moment, Black Zetsu impatiently urged, his gaze fixed on the Uchiha brothers. How far can your Sharingan see? Uchiha Itachi sat steadily upon a cold stone chair, his gaze fixed upon Sasuke, standing below. A smirk danced on Sasuke's lips, which soon erupted into raucous laughter, as if to release the pent-up emotions he had long suppressed. Itachi, you remain as self-righteous as ever. You inquire how far my eyes can see, but what of yours? With that, Sasuke's eyes widened, the tomo transforming into a dazzling six-pointed star, directed at Itachi. A ripple of unease stirred within Itachi's calm demeanor, revealing a faint flicker of surprise beneath his composed facade. He swiftly adjusted his emotions, pondering silently. Has Sasuke truly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Has he indeed embarked on that solitary and dark path? Yet, he soon dismissed his own speculation. After all, He had only recently met Naruto. It seems you have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke. Itachi's voice was deep and complex, imbued with both pride for his brother's growth and anxiety for the uncertain future. The Mangekyo Sharingan, from the moment it is opened, begins its descent into darkness. The more it is used, the more it becomes sealed, and one day, the Mangekyo will inevitably lose its light. What do you wish to convey? Sasuke replied, his countenance as cold as ice, responding with detached indifference. Sasuke, you are a new light to me. You are my counterpart. Itachi's emotions suddenly surged, and he stood up, laughing maniacally, his eyes transforming into the pinwheel-shaped Mangekyo, facing Sasuke from afar. The original Uchiha clan would fight among friends for the Mangekyo Sharingan, killing their own brothers in pursuit of eternal ocular power, taking pride in such a grotesque legacy. From the moment you were born into this clan, you were ensnared in a fate drenched in blood. His gaze was filled with both fervor and anguish, torn by memories of the past. Come, my brother. Let me kill you and free you from the clan's destiny, and seize the change for myself, liberating myself from these constraints. To Itachi's words, Sasuke merely scoffed. Itachi, conceal your clumsy theatrics. I have seen through you with these eyes. He cast a disdainful glance at Itachi, and in a flash, his form moved, the Chidori piercing through the air like lightning, accurately penetrating Itachi's heart. Yet, in that instant, Itachi's figure transformed into countless crows, merely a crow clone. Sasuke swiftly turned, using the body flicker technique to evade Itachi's ambush, simultaneously forming hand signs to unleash the Chidori stream, lightning erupting in a frenzy, enveloping the surrounding space in chaos. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Immediately, the shuriken in his hand transformed into countless replicas, raining down upon Itachi's true form like a torrential storm. Sasuke's vision was suddenly drenched in crimson, realizing he had fallen into Itachi's genjutsu. Indeed, Itachi's ocular power was as profound as ever. Nevertheless, Sasuke maintained his composure, and almost instantaneously, he entered sage mode. Serpentine shadows began to emerge in his eyes, a unique mark bestowed upon him by the sage chakra. The sage chakra within him surged, harmonizing with the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, swiftly shattering Itachi's Tsukuyomi. As Itachi's Tsukuyomi world crumbled, his own eyes suffered a tremendous backlash, causing him unbearable pain as he clutched his face to alleviate the agony. When his gaze refocused, he beheld Sasuke, now transformed into sage mode. An indescribable blend of shock and pride overwhelming him. Sasuke, your rate of growth far exceeds my expectations. Before Itachi could finish his thought, Sasuke's Chidori streaked through the air like lightning, aimed directly at his chest. Itachi coughed up blood, his body gradually morphing into a swarm of crows. His true form appearing behind Sasuke, cold kunai poised at Sasuke's back. However, your experience still lacks refinement. You are far too presumptuous, Itachi. Sasuke's form suddenly materialized above Itachi. Two colossal serpents of sage chakra soaring into the air, tightly binding Itachi's body. Previously restrained by Itachi's kunai, Sasuke transformed in an instant into a fierce bolt of lightning, enveloping Itachi in a paralyzing electric net. Coupled with the constraining sage serpents, Itachi's true form was utterly immobilized. At that moment, Sasuke's Kusanagi sword blazed with radiant lightning, accurately piercing through Itachi's shoulder. Just as his hand, imbued with sealing marks, was about to touch Itachi, an ominous black flame suddenly erupted in his palm. Itachi's right eye bled at that moment. Sasuke was inwardly astonished. Even in such dire straits, Itachi could still wield Amaterasu. In response, his Susanoo manifested, the Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly, extinguishing Itachi's Amaterasu and rebounding that power back upon him. Itachi was no ordinary opponent. With remarkable skill, he swiftly broke free from all restraints, creating a safe distance between himself and Sasuke. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Itachi quickly formed hand signs, spewing forth a massive fireball, blazing like the sun, intensely scorching. Sage art, fire style, great fire annihilation. Sasuke countered with an even more formidable fire jutsu, transforming the entire battlefield into an inferno. The roaring flames consumed everything like an enraged beast, rendering the Uchiha stronghold feeble in the face of such power. In the blink of an eye, the structure was reduced to ashes. However, Sasuke knew that Itachi would not be so easily defeated. Indeed, amidst the flames, a towering red giant emerged. one hand wielding the Yata mirror, the other grasping the Totsuka blade, sharp and formidable, a perfect balance of offense and defense. This was Itachi's Susanoo, its black and red cloud cloak now tattered. Humph, are you not afraid of dying now? Sasuke's admonition was laced with complex emotions as he summoned a purple giant, drawing a bow and aiming its arrow directly at Itachi. Seeing Sasuke command Susanoo with such proficiency stirred within Itachi an indescribable excitement and pride. The intensity of this emotion overwhelmed him, causing him to spit out blood, his body staggering as he neared collapse. This was precisely what he had hoped for. His brother's growth had surpassed his wildest expectations. Sasuke, witnessing Itachi's bloodied state, felt a surge of urgency. He wished to conclude the battle swiftly, but hesitated to truly harm this person connected to him by blood. He quickly formed hand signs, the sage chakra from the Ryuchi cave surging into Susanoo, rendering the purple giant even more formidable. The arrow, imbued with destructive power, soared through the air, barreling towards the red giant. With the absolute defense of the Yata mirror, Itachi barely withstood the blow, yet the immense impact left cracks on the mirror, marking an unprecedented injury. He coughed up blood once more, his body swaying, vision growing dim, yet a satisfied smile crept upon his lips. He held no regrets. His brother had truly stepped ahead of him. Sasuke's Susanoo evolved into its fourth form, rooted with feet planted firmly, enveloped in the brilliance of sage chakra. He leaped lightly. Arriving before Itachi, he tightly bound Itachi's Susanoo with his bow, while the sealing power of the sage chakra began to entwine around it, gradually constraining Itachi's Susanoo. Itachi's ocular power had nearly depleted. The Totsuka blade hung limply, and the red Susanoo began to dissipate. He trudged towards Sasuke, each step heavy yet resolute. Sasuke also retracted his Susanoo, his eyes pained from the overuse of ocular power, blood trickling down his cheeks. He gasped for breath, casting a complex gaze at the approaching Itachi. Observing the live broadcast of the conflict, Li Xian found himself at a loss for words. The two brothers were on the verge of blinding themselves. Little Sasuke's mastery of sage mode is becoming increasingly adept. Xian, will you not step in to assist your disciple? Mikoto, watching from the sidelines, was deeply moved by the battle between the brothers. It's fine. Sasuke has his own plans. Li Xian smiled calmly, harboring absolute trust in Sasuke. He would not intervene in their matters unless another party interfered. With that thought, his eyes narrowed slightly, hoping that the hidden figure would refrain from any underhanded antics. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to eliminate him and instigate the fourth great ninja war himself. Under the protection of Li Xian and the three divine beings' sage art barrier, everything was well within his control. No one can easily enter this place, the battlefield. Uchiha Itachi struggled to reach his brother, Uchiha Sasuke, his arms trembling as he slowly raised them, fingers slightly curled, yearning to bridge the years of estrangement and gently touch his brother's forehead. Yet, Sasuke seized Itachi's wrist with force. Itachi, at this moment, I have no desire to hear your words. Without hesitation, he wielded Senjutsu chakra, conjuring two colossal serpents that bound Itachi tightly. He then produced a potion given to him by Li Xian and forcibly administered it to Itachi. Miraculously, the potion took effect, and signs of revival began to manifest in Itachi's body. Although his vision remained clouded, the vitality of life was gradually returning. Sasuke released his hold, allowing Itachi to collapse weakly to the ground while he stood by, his expression stern. Sasuke, you have truly grown stronger, Itachi observed, gazing at the brother who was no longer the boy he once knew. His heart brimmed with unspoken words, yet he was at a loss for how to express them. He had nearly surmised the truth. Suddenly, Sasuke delivered a powerful punch to Itachi's cheek, sending him flying several meters. Struggling, Itachi propped himself up with his elbow. Looking at Sasuke with faint words, it seems you have uncovered some truths. Who revealed them to you? That is of no significance, Itachi. Sasuke's voice was icy. In my eyes, you are merely a shadow driven by cowardice, choosing to evade responsibility. For the sake of so-called righteousness, you pushed your own kin into the abyss, even killing our parents with your own hands. Uchiha Sasuke, you, and Uchiha Obito, two cowards and one tyrant. You are unworthy of the Uchiha clan. Itachi's pupils constricted, his heart battered by disbelief as he gazed at Sasuke. Uchiha Obito? I thought he was already. Could it be that the one who claims to be Madara is actually Obito? Are you shocked? When I discovered the truth, my expression mirrored yours, Itachi. As Sasuke spoke, He continued to strike Itachi, tears mingling with blood. Why, Itachi? Why didn't you kill me too? Danzo used me as leverage to force your hand. That old man never intended for you to make a choice. He always sought the annihilation of the entire Uchiha clan. He never anticipated that you would ally with the one who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, and together you would eradicate our clan. The upper echelons of Konoha have completely manipulated you, Itachi. Enduring the physical pain, Itachi was engulfed in inner torment. I'm sorry, Sasuke, he whispered. Each word a drop of blood and tears from his heart. Chapter 54. I will love you forever. Sasuke seemed to have expended all his strength. Collapsing weakly to the side, his gaze hollow as he spoke slowly. Konoha never considers whether the Uchiha wish to take a stand. They do not seek to resolve issues. They only desire to eliminate the Uchiha. To them, you are an exceptionally useful pawn, an executioner burdened with the blood debt of your family. His laughter turned sorrowful. Ironically, the name Konoha was bestowed by Uchiha Madara. The founding principle of Konoha was to protect family, yet you killed your family for the sake of Konoha. Itachi stared at Sasuke, observing the mingling of tears and blood, his heart swelling with unexpressed emotions, ultimately dissolving into a silent sigh. Sasuke, He attempted to speak, but found his words woefully inadequate in this moment. Sasuke smiled bitterly, a smile laced with mockery of reality and helplessness towards his brother's actions. You, who believed that awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan would grant you clarity, viewed the rest of the Uchiha as mere rabble, unworthy of salvation. Realizing your time is limited, you imposed this mission upon me, binding my fate to that of Konoha, in exchange for the Uchiha's meager survival. You even entrusted me to Naruto, binding me to Konoha, lest the Uchiha clan face utter ruin. Fury reignited in Sasuke's eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan gleaming with emotion, as he grasped Itachi by the collar, demanding, Did you ever consider my feelings? Did you think of the ordinary members of our family, the innocents who never awakened the Sharingan, who are not even ninjas? Uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters were all slain by your hands, and you personally killed our parents. I will never forgive you for this, Itachi. I'm sorry, Sasuke, Itachi uttered, each syllable excavated from his heart, his apology insufficient to remedy the harm done to his brother. This guilt and pain he had borne for far too long. Seeing his brother's growth, he felt he had nothing left to cling to. Ha! Sasuke's laughter held both sarcasm towards Itachi and a sense of helplessness towards fate. In your eyes, the Uchiha's rebellion would lead to Konoha's downfall by other ninja villages. Konoha must not fall to the Uchiha. In Konoha's perspective, you are a hero sacrificing personal honor for the peace of the ninja world. What a noble sacrifice, what a beautiful lie. His tone grew progressively colder, like a knife, slicing through Itachi. I am not as grand as you, Itachi, nor will I impose your principles upon me. I adhere to one principle, life for a life. Debts must be repaid. With that, Sasuke radiated a powerful aura as he activated Sage Mode, sealing Itachi's chakra. Itachi offered no resistance, gazing at the transformed Sasuke, a serene smile gracing his lips. Sasuke, regardless of who informed you of these truths, I am grateful to them. Just as you said, I am but an arrogant coward, believing I could see everything clearly, convinced of my omnipotence. It was this blind confidence that led to my fear of failure, deluding myself into believing failure was impossible. This self-deception caused me to lose trust in others' strength. Itachi's gaze softened upon Sasuke, his smile imbued with tenderness. I became ensnared in my own obsession, in this regard. I am far inferior to you, Sasuke. I once viewed you as a child, a fragile being in need of my protection. In the past, I failed to acknowledge your strength. Now you can see me clearly, possessing what I lack. I always lied to you, pushing you away with these hands, unwilling to involve you. Itachi embraced the back of Sasuke's head, resting their foreheads together, gently saying, But now I realize. Perhaps you once possessed the power to change our parents, to alter the Uchiha. If I had approached you on equal footing from the beginning to discuss the truth, I, the failure, could say nothing that you would heed. It is okay if you never forgive me. No matter how you transform in the future, I will always love you. Itachi's words were like a gentle spring breeze, gradually dissipating Sasuke's rage, replaced by an inexplicable complexity of emotions. He stared blankly at Itachi, memories of their shared past unfolding like a tapestry in his mind. I say, you two brothers have had enough. It is not a matter of life and death. As long as you are alive, the future holds infinite possibilities. Li Xian's figure appeared abruptly, watching the two as if on the brink of eternal separation, feeling somewhat speechless. Master, Sasuke snapped back to reality, looking at Li Xian with deep gratitude. This time, his bow was heartfelt. What is this? I am not accustomed to such gestures. Li Xian furrowed his brow, helping Sasuke to his feet before turning to Itachi. Sasuke knows more than you realize. As for whether he shares it with you, that is his decision. Your choices are your own. I see. Although our paths have crossed before, I genuinely appreciate your care and guidance towards Sasuke. The weasel seemed to comprehend, slowly shifting his gaze from Li Xian to Sasuke, warmth filling his eyes. From this day forth, regardless of the path Sasuke chooses, I shall stand by his side. That would be most splendid, Sasuke. I shall take my leave now. The matters ahead are for you to arrange, Li Xian remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he patted Sasuke's shoulder. Ding! The SSR level hidden task, the Weeping Crow, has been completed. The reward is an upgrade to the Reincarnation Eye, unlocking the full-body Susanoo. System, could you not directly grant me the Six Paths mode? The system remained silent. Yet this time it was no longer a mere trivial system. The reward was somewhat satisfactory. He returned to the place where the three divine maidens resided. The deity of Ichikishima sat on the ground, cradling her cheeks in her hands, her face betraying a hint of undeniable boredom. Upon seeing Li Xian's return, a flash of joy graced her features, blooming like a spring breeze across her brow. She hastily attempted to rise, but her prolonged squatting left her legs numb. And as she spoke, her body involuntarily leaned forward, toppling into Li Xian's embrace. Be careful, little island maiden, Li Xian exclaimed, swiftly catching her. Once stabilized, she did not release her hold, snuggling closer to Li Xian, her small hand gripping his sleeve tightly. My legs are so numb. I feel as though I can hardly walk, she pouted, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Is it that serious? Let me check your condition, Li Xian replied, gently grasping her wrist, his brow furrowing in confusion. Her health appeared robust. However, the Ichikishima maiden playfully smiled, retracting her hand and wrapping her arms around Li Xian's waist. Her voice laced with a hint of allure. Oh, this minor issue is hardly noticeable. I simply feel a bit dizzy. Would you carry me for a while? Although Li Xian found her actions somewhat abrupt, he chose not to delve deeper, merely chuckling and bending down to allow her to climb onto his back. This scene captivated the nearby Tianxin divine maiden, who observed with keen interest, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes, as if she had learned a new skill from it. The deity of Ruijinshi, feeling somewhat speechless, understood her companion's nature and contemplated suggesting that she carry her instead. However, sensing something, the Ichikishima maiden turned back, shooting a sharp glance at Ruijinshi. Receiving the warning, Ruijinshi wisely opted for silence. She glanced at Tianxin divine maiden, who was gazing at Li Xian with a dreamy expression, her body slightly trembling, her legs unconsciously tightening. What sort of people are these? Ruijinshi thought to herself, inwardly lamenting their increasingly outrageous behavior. With a soft sigh, she chose to follow behind them, heading toward the long-desired land of hot springs. Chapter 55, Jiraiya's Awakening in the Rain Village. Jiraiya infiltrated the territory only to be discovered, leading to a fierce battle with Nagato, whom he mistakenly believed to be his former disciple. Under the cover of Gamaken, Jiraiya activated Sage Mode. Assisted by the two great Toad Sages, he unleashed the Toad Song, decisively defeating 3 of Pain's bodies. Gazing at the body deeply impaled by his enormous sword, Jiraiya's face was a tapestry of complex emotions as he murmured, "It is all over." The 2 Toad Sages, suffering from the backlash of the illusion, began to cough violently, as if even breathing had become an arduous task. "Are you both all right?" Jiraiya inquired with concern. "The song of this illusion places a tremendous burden on the throat," the Sage of Deep Work replied, his voice tinged with fatigue. "Keeping pace with that child's father is no easy feat. My throat feels as if it may shatter from the strain, and my jaw is growing slack from the frequent stretching. More wrinkles are surely on the way." The Sage of Jimai added with a hint of melancholy. Jiraiya gently turned. "I am truly sorry. You should rest well afterward." Reflecting on his hand and disposing of what he believed to be the destined child, Nagato, he murmured, "Thus, I have made my choice." As he stepped toward the end of the long corridor, an unexpected chill coiled around his spine like a venomous serpent. "Do not let your guard down, Jiraiya-sensei. This is what you taught me." A familiar yet strange voice echoed in his ears, followed by the deafening sound of an explosion. The assault by the Azura Path of Pain struck Jiraiya, sending him flying and breaking his left arm. What is happening? The Sage of Deep Work exclaimed in shock as another pain with the Rinnegan emerged, his confusion mingling with anger. Unlike the three he had just defeated, this one was presumably summoned through the prior summoning technique. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, his gaze sharp as he attempted to make sense of the chaos. Had they prepared before we cast our illusion? The Sage of Deep Work analyzed gravely. It seems they were indeed prepared, as they were engulfed in astonishment and contemplation. Several shadows leaped from the ruins of the collapsed buildings, landing steadily before Jiraiya and the Toad Sages. Pain of the Six Paths, here to pay my respects. The declaration of the Deva Path resonated in the air, 6 pairs of Rinnegan glimmering with a chilling light. 6 of them. There are actually 6? The Sage of Deep Work's eyes widened in disbelief, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The 3 we just killed are still alive? The Jimai Sage, perched on Jiraiya's shoulder, gasped upon seeing those familiar yet eerie faces. They must have been revived by the newly summoned ones. Is there truly a technique capable of completely reviving the dead? Are these beings even human? The Jimai Sage questioned. Pain, who exactly are you? Jiraiya fixated on the 6 figures ahead, each word laced with his inner turmoil and confusion. Pain is the collective name for the 6 of us, the Deva Path replied expressionlessly. Why do all 6 of you possess the Rinnegan? His pupils constricted suddenly, as if he had caught a glimpse of something in those cold eyes. Are you Yahiko? How can this be? Yahiko is supposed to be dead. And that pair of eyes, did it see the shadow of Yahiko within me? How astute, my former teacher, the Deva Path stated. However, Yahiko has long since perished. The one standing here is Pain. I've had enough of this nonsense. Why do you have the Rinnegan? Jiraiya's emotions surged uncontrollably, his voice tinged with anger and disappointment. What is happening, little Jiraiya? The Sage of Deep Work questioned anxiously, his gaze flitting between the 6 figures in search of answers. There is a former disciple of mine among them, but that child does not possess the Rinnegan, Jiraiya explained. What on earth is happening? There are even 2 prophesied children among them? The Jimai Sage inquired, perplexed. No, that is not right. Jiraiya inhaled deeply, striving to regain clarity. Upon seeing the Rinnegan, I hastily assumed that individual was Nagato, but he feels different from the Nagato I once knew. Upon closer inspection, none of these 6 resemble Nagato. Yet, one bears a resemblance to Yahiko. Is it Yahiko or Nagato? His heart was tumultuous as he desperately sought to unveil the layers of mystery. Jiraiya, having lost an arm and hindered in movement, could not form seals fluidly. He yearned to uncover the true identity of Pain, even if it meant fighting with all his might against the 6. He navigated through the barrage of attacks, locking onto the Deva Path. Jiraiya lunged forward with a powerful punch aimed at the Deva Path. However, the formidable blow was effortlessly neutralized by the Deva Path. Yahiko, why do you possess Nagato's Rinnegan? Jiraiya sought answers from Pain of the 6 paths. Even if you were to uncover such truths, you would still be unable to defeat us, came the cold reply from Pain, as he deftly ensnared Jiraiya's wrist, flinging him mercilessly away. Seizing the opportunity, the Azura Path unleashed a barrage of missiles, hurtling toward Jiraiya through the sky. With remarkable agility and years of combat experience, Jiraiya artfully evaded the lethal projectiles in a series of deft leaps. Little Jiraiya, surrender. This is a power beyond your capacity to confront, echoed the voice of Sage Jiraiya, filled with concern and urgency, warning that continuing the battle would be futile. Yet, Jiraiya's gaze was resolute, more steadfast than ever. I must uncover their secrets, even if it means perishing alongside them. At that moment, Pain displayed his terrifying ability to manipulate gravity, effortlessly drawing a massive wall toward Jiraiya and crashing it into the water. Utilizing this momentum, Jiraiya submerged, stealthily pulling the animal path into his barrier. Within the confines of the barrier, Jiraiya struck decisively, delivering a devastating Rasengan to the animal path, sending it plummeting into its own stomach acid. Upon returning to the shore, he gazed at the slowly sinking enemy, panting and catching his breath. Well done, little Jiraiya, praised Sage Fukasaku, though this moment of triumph was fleeting. The submerged animal path reemerged, wielding a black chakra rod as its final counterattack. Jiraiya exerted all his strength to defend, yet was still pierced through the right arm and shoulder, blood staining his garments. Are you all right, kid? Sage Jiraiya's voice resonated with concern in his ears. Jiraiya gritted his teeth against the pain, managing to snap the chakra rod. but the chaos within his chakra left him feeling unprecedentedly weak. Is my chakra in disarray? Could this be the cause? Sage Fukasaku swiftly extracted the chakra rod from Jiraiya's body, his brow furrowed. These beings wield powers too strange. Even their weapons are extraordinary. Sage Jiraiya gazed at the corpse of the animal path, a grave expression crossing his face. These entities are no longer human. They must be something else entirely. Chapter 56. The frog at the bottom of the well meets its end in the sea. Jiraiya strained against the chakra rod embedded in his arm. Recalling the intelligence he had gathered since infiltrating Amigakure, gradually sketching a vague outline in his mind, when he witnessed the forehead protector of the animal path fall away, revealing the prominent kunai scar on its brow, his pupils constricted in realization. The floodgates of memory burst open. That very scar was a mark left from an encounter with a ninja of the Wind Demon clan during his past travels, one he had inflicted himself. I remember now. Jiraiya's voice was low, tinged with the relief of revelation. This person is not Nagato. What on earth is happening? Sage Fukasaku inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. I have faced this man before. The scar on his forehead is my doing, Jiraiya explained slowly. Then why is this person here? Sage Jiraiya continued, equally puzzled. Sage Fukasaku sighed, sensing the complexity of the situation and lamenting. The truth about pain is becoming increasingly unclear. Yet Jiraiya had already made his decision. He recalled the prophecy of the great sage Fukasaku and recognized that this moment was pivotal in his destiny. Please return. I must confirm certain matters. His tone was resolute. Prepared for the worst. No. If you go now, you will surely be killed. We must retreat while they remain unaware. Sage Fukasaku urged, his eyes filled with worry. Although venturing out now could indeed lead to his demise, it might also provide clarity on the enemy's true identity. If he missed this opportunity, the chance to discern the truth about pain could vanish forever. Jiraiya resolved to uncover the intelligence about pain. This is the decisive moment foretold by the great sage Fukasaku. Dear brother and sister, please bring back the current information regarding pain and this corpse. He addressed the two sage toads, then instructed Tsunade. This task can be entrusted to the mother of my children. Sage Fukasaku interrupted Jiraiya, choosing to remain by his side. However, a warm surge of emotion welled within Jiraiya, mingled with reluctance. Return before dinner. Sage Jiraiya understood his partner's intent, and, having made his decision, no longer pressed the matter. Yes, after this, I will return to dine with little Jiraiya. Sage Fukasaku nodded. Grateful. Jiraiya recognized the peril of this venture and could only express his thanks to Sage Fukasaku for accompanying him into danger. He emerged from the barrier, observing the movements of the various pains from the shadows. Subsequently, he launched a Wind Demon Shuriken at the Azura Path. The unique visual sharing ability among the pains allowed the Azura Path to easily perceive the threat, effortlessly evading the lethal strike. Almost simultaneously, the other four pains and the Azura Path sensed Jiraiya's presence, swiftly adjusting their formation to encircle him. A flicker of concern crossed Jiraiya's eyes, yet he remained steadfast, a sense of clarity washing over him. He scrutinized the once familiar faces, each stirring memories deep within him. Indeed, it is as I suspected, he murmured, the enigma surrounding Pain's true identity becoming as clear as day. Yet he found himself in an even more perilous situation. The four Pains seemed to receive a silent command, launching themselves into the air simultaneously like four streaks of black lightning, hurtling toward Jiraiya. Meanwhile, the submerged Azura Path executed a silent ambush, delivering a swift chop that severed Jiraiya's throat. In quick succession, several chakra rods pierced Jiraiya's back, pinning him firmly against the cold surface of the water. Jiraiya's vision began to blur, and the anxious calls of Sage Fukasaku faded into a distant murmur, becoming increasingly indistinct. His heart brimmed with regret and dissatisfaction over unfinished business. He must convey the vital information regarding pain to Sage Fukasaku. The rupture of his throat silenced him, and consciousness ebbed away like the retreating tide. Am I to die? Have I failed? In that fleeting moment, as his life approached its end, Jiraiya's thoughts spun like a kaleidoscope, replaying moments from his past. The value of a ninja's life is not determined by how long one survives, but by the deeds accomplished beforehand. In retrospect, my life has been fraught with failures. I have been persistently rejected by Tsunade and failed to stop my friend Orochimaru. I could not even protect my disciples or my teacher. Compared to the legacies of the Hokage, my actions seem utterly trivial, mere trivialities. I, too, wish to die like the Hokage of old. The brilliance of a story is ultimately judged by its conclusion, and even failure can hold a certain charm. I have always believed that these trials would hone my spirit, allowing me to endure to this day. In contrast, I long to achieve a grand feat that would overshadow all my past failures, to die as a great ninja. It should have been thus, yet I find myself facing such an end. The great sage Fukasaku prophesied that I am the harbinger of change. The choices I make determine the stability or destruction of the ninja world. Here, to defeat pain and thwart Akatsuki, to save the ninja realm. Yet even this choice has failed. What a disgrace. I never imagined this would be the conclusion of Jiraiya's heroic tale. Truly, what a tedious story. Naruto, in retrospect. You are like the protagonist of that novel, inheriting the faith and aspirations of Minato and Kushina. Honest and forthright, unwavering in your vows, and never yielding in the face of adversity. If this is indeed your ninja way, Naruto, as your mentor, how could I ever consider surrendering? If you seek a reason, know that the path of a disciple must surely follow that of the master. Jiraiya, enduring his excruciating pain, gradually raised his trembling arm. With a mere exchange of glances, Sage Fukasaku understood his intent. He swiftly shed his garments and leapt before Jiraiya, turning his back to him. Summoning the last remnants of chakra within him, Jiraiya, fueled by unwavering determination, inscribed vital intelligence regarding pain onto Sage Fukasaku's back, conveying his final contribution to the future of the ninja world. Indeed, such tenacity must be addressed. Though pain had departed, he unexpectedly sensed Jiraiya's lingering vitality and resolved to bring this battle to a decisive end. Without a doubt, you are the prophesied child, Naruto. I entrust everything to you henceforth. With his last ounce of strength, Jiraiya shielded Sage Fukasaku's retreat, while he himself became one with the vast, boundless sea, a solitary wave dissolving into its depths. The tale of Jiraiya heroically unfolds, culminating in this final chapter. Akin to a frog at the bottom of a well meeting the ocean's embrace, his form gradually sank, consumed entirely by the profound darkness. In this moment of despair, a colossal serpent unexpectedly emerged, swiftly engulfing Jiraiya whole. Subsequently, the serpent dissipated into a wisp of smoke, vanishing below the horizon. Meanwhile, in the distant land of hot water, Li Xian received an unexpected notification from the system. Ding. The task the frog at the bottom of the well has been completed. Reward, Sage Mode of Mount Mayaboku. This sudden reward left Li Xian both amused and bewildered. Chapter 57. The Wild Princess Ruijin Xian, What Troubles You? The curious and innocent gaze of Ichikuchijima fell upon Li Xian, sensing his unease. Nothing much, just recalling some unpleasant memories, Li Xian replied, gently shaking his head to mask the turmoil within. Let us visit the hot springs together. Perhaps it will help lighten your mood, suggested Tien Shinheim, her cheeks slightly flushed, her voice soft. Sure, Li Xian acquiesced succinctly, proceeding into the male-only hot spring area. Observing this, Tien Shinheim discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Ichikuchijima, and together they cast a barrier, isolating this realm from the outside world to ensure their privacy. Ruijin, witnessing their actions, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "You two are quite something. Are you coming or not? I can see through your little schemes." Ichikuchijima shot a disdainful glance at Ruijin before gracefully approaching the hot spring's edge where Li Xian was. Following closely, Tien Shinheim, barely able to contain her excitement, nearly matched Ichikuchijima's stride as they entered the hot spring, eagerness evident in her demeanor. Ruijin, her expression complex, glanced around to confirm no one was watching, bit her lip in determination, and stepped into the misty warmth of the hot spring. At this moment, Li Xian luxuriated in the embrace of the hot spring, relishing this rare tranquility and relaxation. However, this peace was short-lived. As two small white serpents silently infiltrated the waters, Li Xian sensed an unusual presence. Alert! He turned his head to survey the surroundings, only to find swirling mist and no sign of life. Just as he prepared to exhale in relief, Ichikuchijima and Tien Shinheim appeared beside him like ethereal phantoms. Their enchanting presence quickened his heartbeat and left him momentarily dazed. "What are you doing here? This is not your place," Li Xian protested, rubbing his nose. His cheeks flushed as he cast a stern gaze at them. They shyly lowered their heads, slowly inching closer. "We wish to invite you to play a game." Ichikuchijima mustered her courage, her voice barely audible, her blush deepening. "What sort of game?" Li Xian inquired, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he subtly stepped back. His movement startled the quietly advancing Rinnegan, shifting the atmosphere to one of tension and subtlety. This thrilling confrontation endured for a full day and night. Ultimately, Li Xian emerged victorious through unwavering resolve and exceptional strategy. The toll was steep. It felt as if all strength had been drained from his body. Li Xian, enduring waves of pain in his abdomen, exited the room into an uninhabited space. White Absolute appeared silently from the ground, reporting in a low tone, "Lord Xian, after thorough searching, the exact location of the ancient country of Lulan has been found. The dragon vein you seek is sealed beneath that land. Additionally, Konoha has received word of Jiraiya's demise." "Understood. I shall return immediately to prepare for the search of the dragon vein." Li Xian nodded, briefly instructing White Absolute to withdraw. As night enveloped the world, Rinnegan was the first to awaken from slumber, the last rays of the setting sun filtering through the window, gently illuminating her flawless skin and accentuating her breathtaking curves. An indescribable emotion surged within her, and she could hardly believe the depths of her own fervor. This thought brought a seductive blush to her cheeks, her heartbeat quickening. Just as she was lost in her musings, Li Xian entered, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Rinnegan's captivating figure before gently inquiring, "You're awake. Shall we go out for something to eat?" Rinnegan softly shook her head, her eyes brimming with affection and tenderness for Li Xian as she extended her delicate hand, yearning for his embrace and comfort. Faced with Rinnegan's reliance, Li Xian felt a mix of helplessness and warmth. He gently lifted her, dressed her appropriately, and then took her out to dine, also bringing back food for the still slumbering Ichikachijima and Tianshinheim. That night was tranquil and heartwarming. The three divine princesses refrained from entangling him further, instead surrendering to a peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, as Li Xian drifted into slumber, in Orochimaru's research base within the village of Sound, a massive serpent materialized before him, spitting forth a battered and unconscious Jiraiya. Under Orochimaru's cold gaze, several intricate robotic puppets sprang into action, carefully lifting Jiraiya into a treatment chamber. Subsequently, a series of high-tech medical devices activated, connecting various instruments to Jiraiya's battered form. "You truly are in a dire state, Jiraiya," Orochimaru remarked, his voice low and complex, as he extended his long tongue to moisten his parched lips. Reflecting on the once-cherished comrade who now lay at death's door, memories flooded back like a tide, from their naive beginnings to their growth under Sarutobi Hiruzen's guidance. Surviving countless life and death missions together, ultimately earning the title of the Legendary Three. Each moment replayed vividly in his mind, clear yet distant. Orochimaru recalled a particularly absurd yet unforgettable experience, having believed Jiraiya's whimsical tales and disguised himself as a villain to assist in wooing Tsunade, nearly facing death at her furious hands. Yet, as he succumbed to the allure of forbidden techniques, straying from Konoha, the paths between him and Jiraiya diverged. Nevertheless, Jiraiya never ceased his search for him, hoping to guide him back to the right path. In a fierce battle, the three of them fell into an ambush by the Hidden Rock village, facing imminent demise. Orochimaru, in a bid for self-preservation, chose to abandon the gravely injured Jiraiya. Yet, even in his final moments, Jiraiya maintained his trust, offering an encouraging thumbs up. "What a fool you are, Jiraiya. Were it not for Lord Xian's foresight, you would likely have perished long ago. Even the reanimation jutsu would not suffice to bring you back to this world," Orochimaru muttered to himself. As Orochimaru was lost in his intricate thoughts, Sasuke and Itachi returned to the Sound Village with Kisame Hoshigaki. "Mr. Xuan, this place appears to be even more prosperous than Konoha. It seems that this Xuan is quite an impressive figure," Kisame remarked, gazing at the flourishing village. "Indeed, it is remarkable that he has developed an obscure small nation's ninja village to such an extent," Itachi concurred. Upon hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, having contributed to the prosperity of the Sound Village. Chapter 58. News of the Aitsuki clan. "Lord Sasuke, you have returned." As the group approached the office building, several ninjas, upon spotting Sasuke, rushed forward to greet him. Sasuke responded with his customary indifference, giving a slight nod. Every corner of the building was aware that Sasuke was not only an exceptionally powerful ninja, but also Lord Xuan's most esteemed disciple, hence their evident respect for him. Itachi observed quietly from the side, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Sasuke led them into the conference room, where Itachi and Kisame unexpectedly encountered several familiar faces: Deidara, Scorpion, Kakuzu, and Heiden. Deidara, Scorpion, Kakuzu, and Heiden. What a delightful surprise to see you all here, Kisame exclaimed. A hint of astonishment in his voice, especially at Scorpion's presence. Hadn't he been dead? Itachi, Kisame? Deidara expressed his own surprise at their appearance. Scorpion and Kakuzu remained relatively composed, fully aware that with Li Xuan's cunning methods, he would not let such valuable talents slip away. Heiden, on the other hand, appeared detached, currently at a crossroads in life. Having been persuaded by Orochimaru to temporarily set aside his past and join Li Xuan's ranks, he was more of an observer, curious about where Li Xuan might lead them. Though once members of the Akatsuki organization, they now found themselves in the same room, yet struggling to find common ground, exchanging only a few pleasantries before falling into silence, awaiting the forthcoming arrangements. A subtle and slightly awkward atmosphere pervaded the air. At that moment, Li Xuan's figure entered the conference room like the dawn's light. "Everyone is here," he said with a smile, his gaze sweeping over each of the shadow-level powers present, signaling for everyone to take their seats. His capable assistant, Hong Lian, swiftly stepped forward, distributing several highly classified documents to those present. The documents contained some of the most secretive chapters in ninja history, including Uchiha Madara and Obito's Moon Eye Plan. The attendees quickly perused the materials, their expressions varying. Sasuke remained expressionless, having already known all of this. Scorpion and Deidara appeared indifferent, concerned only with their art. Heiden seemed to regard it all with a sense of disillusionment, uninterested in the conflicts. Kakuzu was solely focused on money, while Itachi, though outwardly calm, felt a tempest raging within. Only the earnest Kisame was visibly affected, realizing that the blood mist in the Mist Village was a result of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito's actions, which had destroyed his hometown and his own life. Li Xuan understood that these individuals thought differently from the average person, otherwise they would not have joined the Akatsuki. Thus, he did not overly concern himself with their reactions, instead focusing on Itachi and Kisame. "Itachi, Kisame, how will you choose?" He lightly tapped the table, awaiting their response. "I wish to know what your plan entails," Itachi inquired, having reined in his inner turmoil before posing the question to Li Xuan. Kisame's gaze flickered between Itachi and Li Xuan, clearly intrigued by Li Xuan's plan as well. Faced with their scrutiny, Li Xuan did not rush to respond. Rather, after a moment of contemplation, he slowly stated, "What I am about to share may completely overturn your existing perceptions of the ninja world. Therefore, I require absolute obedience and trust." His gaze turned icy, compelling everyone present to focus intently. This is a tale of an extraterrestrial race colonizing planets. Li Xuan's words struck like thunder, resonating in everyone's ears as he gradually unveiled a shocking secret. As the narrative unfolded, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on their faces. The shock they felt difficult to articulate. They began to comprehend that the world they inhabited was far more complex and perilous than they had previously imagined. Uchiha Itachi was the first to recover from his astonishment, furrowing his brow. "If all of this is true, then what we are about to face will be an unprecedented catastrophe, the scale of which far exceeds any previous ninja world war. This is not merely a conflict between ninjas, it concerns the fate of all living beings in the world." Li Xuan nodded in affirmation, adding, "Indeed, the Aitsuki clan has not entirely relinquished their ambitions. Besides Kagaya, another formidable figure named Aitsuki Kinshiki lurks in the shadows. He possesses immeasurable strength, as well as millennia of wisdom and cunning." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere felt suffused with an invisible pressure. Countless possible counterstrategies flashed through Itachi's mind. "Can you provide us with a rough assessment of this Aitsuki Kinshiki strength?" Itachi's voice, though calm, betrayed an urgency and unease that he could not conceal. Li Xuan pondered for a moment before replying. "With my abilities, I could easily defeat everyone present. However, I cannot guarantee victory against a fully powered Aitsuki Kinshiki. Furthermore, the Aitsuki clan will not remain idle. They are likely to dispatch even more powerful reinforcements. Ninjutsu is ineffective against them. Only taijutsu and senjutsu can barely contend. And each of them possesses extraordinarily peculiar abilities, most of which include space-time techniques, with the Rinnegan as an innate gift." His words detonated like a series of cannon blasts, relentlessly assaulting the psychological defenses of those present. Scorpion and Deidara, two ninjas whose lives revolved around art, were compelled to acknowledge that the Akatsuki clan's might was insurmountable compared to their cherished art. Heiden, too, felt a sense of insignificance and helplessness, prompting him to reassess his past pursuits and convictions. However, there is no need for excessive worry. We still have time to strategize. As long as you follow my arrangements. There may yet be opportunities for resistance, Xuan reassured them, seeking to bolster their morale. Damn the Akatsuki clan. Their existence is a blatant affront to my artistic philosophy. I will make them witness the pinnacle of my art. Deidara, filled with fervor, stood upon the table's edge, his words brimming with passion. After a brief emotional upheaval, he not only regained his former confidence, but also ignited an unprecedented fervor within himself. He vowed to showcase the ultimate allure of his art to these extraterrestrial visitors. I wholly concur. Their existence is undoubtedly an insult to my eternal pursuit of beauty, Scorpion echoed, resonating with Deidara. I too wish to seize this opportunity to see how far I can go. Heiden's eyes shimmered with newfound resolve, having discovered fresh motivation and purpose. Determined to prove himself in this unparalleled challenge. The encounter with extraterrestrials sounds quite intriguing, Kisame mused, gripping his sword tightly, his blood boiling with anticipation for the battles to come. As long as the payment is right, I shall gladly serve, Kakuzu remarked, his tone somewhat detached, yet nonetheless a form of commitment. Chapter 59, Aitsuki Kinshiki? After a moment of silence, Itachi's gaze softly settled on Sasuke before he made his decision. He rose to his feet and faced Xuan, stating, I will take on the task of locating Aitsuki Kinshiki. Itachi, with urgency, called out to Sasuke, fully aware of the perilous nature of the task at hand, and unwilling to allow Itachi to once again find himself in jeopardy. Yet, Itachi gently interrupted him, saying, Sasuke, each individual has their own mission and path. I still have the capacity to contribute to this world. This is my choice. Sasuke hesitated, but Itachi merely shook his head, signaling him to refrain from further protest. Xian fixed a deep gaze upon Uchiha Itachi and nodded slightly, stating, currently, Aitsuki Ishiki is far from his peak. As long as we act with caution, there is no need to worry about safety. Since you have made your choice, I shall provide you with some intelligence. Remember to be discreet and avoid alarming the enemy. Itachi solemnly nodded in understanding. Additionally, I have instructed Orochimaru to extract blood samples from you and Sasuke to cultivate 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. In due time, you will be able to transplant these eyes and gain the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Xian elaborated. Thus, each of you should proceed with your respective tasks, preparing for the enemies that lie ahead. As for the matters concerning Obito and Madara, leave that to Sasuke and me. After delivering these words, Xian turned and departed from the conference room, handing Itachi a detailed dossier regarding Aitsuki Ishiki. Upon leaving the conference room, Xian arrived at Orochimaru's research facility. At that moment, Jiraiya had awakened from his stupor, though he remained unable to move due to his injuries. Through Orochimaru's communication device, he was informed of the happenings in the conference room, his face displaying a myriad of complex emotions. Xiankuan, you have arrived, Orochimaru remarked, glancing at Xian as he stepped over the threshold. Xian nodded gently, then turned his gaze toward Jiraiya, inquiring, how is your recovery progressing? Jiraiya maintained a contemplative demeanor, lost in the overwhelming sea of intelligence about the Akatsuki clan. This scene aroused suspicion within Xian, prompting him to cast a questioning glance at Orochimaru. He must still be processing the information he received about the Akatsuki clan, Orochimaru mused, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he anticipated his old friend's response. Xian chose not to disturb Jiraiya further and proceeded to assign a series of tasks to Orochimaru. Just as Xian was about to depart, his eyes flickered back to Jiraiya, and a sudden playful thought crossed his mind. He mused aloud, Konoha must have received the news of your demise by now. If I were to go and eliminate Iruka in front of Naruto, would that not alter the course of his life? Although spoken lightly, the words rippled through the air like a stone cast into still waters. Hey, don't joke about such things, Jiraiya exclaimed, glaring at Xian with irritation, as if warning him against reckless behavior. I believe it would be worth a try, Xian replied, seemingly disregarding Jiraiya's words as he muttered to himself and exited the research facility, leaving Jiraiya in a state of anxious dismay. Hey, Xian, you can't be serious. Please don't do that. Jiraiya struggled to rise from his wheelchair to stop Li Xian, but alas, his legs betrayed him, causing him to stumble and fall, eliciting a cry of pain. What a foolish Jiraiya, Orochimaru observed with a smirk, watching the scene unfold before immersing himself back into his research. Unexpectedly, Li Xian returned, not with the intention of confronting Jiraiya, but rather to speak with Orochimaru. What of that child who draws? Li Xian inquired pointedly, as Sai still held utility for him. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, led Li Xian to a concealed chamber where Sai resided. After some persuasion from Orochimaru, Sai had liberated himself from the confines of the Root organization, becoming a valuable assistant to Orochimaru. Before I head to the Dragon Vein, I must first visit Konoha, Li Xian stated, fixing his gaze upon Sai. I will position him beside Danzo as a pawn. As for that old coot Danzo, let Sasuke and the others handle him. What business does Shinkuin have in Konoha? Orochimaru queried. Li Xian turned, his eyes deep with intent. I intend to liberate a caged bird. Do you have any matters to attend to? If it is convenient for you, I have a disciple there. Please bring her out as well, Orochimaru replied, licking his dry lips. Li Xian nodded in agreement and departed from the chamber. Upon returning home, he quickly organized his belongings. Xia Rixing gently helped him into more comfortable attire. Her eyes filled with reluctance as she softly urged, "Take care, and I shall await your return." Li Xian felt a warmth swell within him at her words, tenderly caressing her cheek as he replied, "Rest assured, I shall exercise caution." Just as he was about to step out, Xuan, resembling a startled fawn, suddenly darted out from the side, gripping his sleeve tightly, tears welling in her eyes before silently cascading down her cheeks, her face etched with sorrow. "What is the matter? Why are you crying? Have you been wronged?" Li Xian's heart tightened, mistakenly believing that Xuan felt aggrieved by his decision to bring back the 3 divine maidens. A wave of guilt washing over him. "I am sorry." He gently wiped her tears, attempting to comfort her. Xuan shook her head softly, her tears continuing to flow as she choked out, "No, it's just that I don't want you to leave. Please don't go this time." Her voice brimmed with pleading and helplessness, tugging at Li Xian's heartstrings. Li Xian was aware of Xuan's prophetic abilities and her aversion to such powers. Thus, he intentionally avoided mentioning the matter in her presence. "Xuan, have you foreseen something?" Xuan remained silent, tears streaming down her face as she clung to his sleeve tighter, as if her grip alone could prevent his departure. He gently embraced Xuan, soothingly assuring her, "Do not fear, Xuan. Fate is not immutable. It lies within my grasp. Did you not say that releasing the Wraith world would lead to destruction? Now, the Wraith is being led by Junmaro to obliterate Yunin village. Trust me, I will return safely." To ease Xuan's anxiety, he added, "When I return, we shall plan our future together and raise a brood of adorable little ones, shall we? Go to hell. Who wants to have children with you?" Though intended to amuse her, Xuan's face flushed with embarrassment, and she playfully punched him. However, under Li Xian's patient reassurance, she eventually ceased her tears. "You must return unscathed. Otherwise, I shall never forgive you," Xuan called out to Li Xian's receding figure, pouring all her reluctance and hope into her words. Li Xian, with his back to her, gently waved his hand, his tone filled with warmth. "Understood. Hurry back. The wind is strong outside." Xuan stood alone, watching until he vanished from her sight. Sometime later, Li Xian arrived in Konoha, the evening sun casting its golden rays upon the village gates. Disguised as a traveling merchant, his heavy cart seemed to bear countless stories as he approached the grand entrance. The gatekeepers, still the same guardians of Konoha, Steel and Kamizuki Izumi, conducted their routine checks, and after a brief exchange, Li Xian successfully entered the village. A wave of nostalgia washing over him. This was his second visit to this land since his arrival. Strolling through Konoha, he found himself in front of the renowned Ichiraku ramen shop. The unique and enticing aroma wafted through the air, tugging at his taste buds like an invisible string. The shop was bustling with warmth. Several ninjas from Konoha gathered around a table, relishing the simple yet exquisite flavors. The proprietor, Ichiraku, and his daughter, Ayam, greeted each patron with their signature warm smiles. Li Xian gently set down his cart and ordered a bowl of the signature ramen, when a sudden thought emerged. He inquired earnestly, "Are you the Aitsuki Ichiraku?" The sudden inquiry caused a slight tremor in the spoon held by Ichiraku, who turned in astonishment to gaze at Li Xian, a flicker of confusion dancing in his eyes. Gradually, Ichiraku's usually half-closed eyes fully opened, revealing only ordinary irises, not the coveted Rinnegan Li Xian had anticipated. Li Xian offered a gentle smile, subtly shaking his head to indicate that all was well, and continued to indulge in the ramen before him. After the meal, Li Xian strolled along the streets of Konoha, the twilight casting a soft golden hue over everything. He made his way toward the Hyuga clan while savoring the unique charm and allure of the village. At that moment, a familiar figure caught his eye. With striking blonde hair that stood out amidst the crowd, it was Naruto Uzumaki, appearing as though he were a marionette devoid of its soul. His steps heavy and his gaze vacant. Li Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Naruto had likely just learned of Jiraiya's demise. He decided to observe silently, postponing his visit to the Hyuga clan. Hey, Naruto, a man with a scar across his nose, Irika, appeared before him. Would you like to talk? How about some Ichiraku ramen? He extended an invitation to Naruto, hoping to comfort him with food and companionship. Never mind, Naruto replied, his head lowered, clearly engulfed in profound sorrow, lacking the heart for any conversation. Chapter 60. Neji's choice. Li Xian watched this scene unfold, a sudden thought striking him. If he were to eliminate Irika before Naruto's eyes, perhaps Konoha would implode without Pain's interference. The plan to capture the tailed beasts could be expedited, the shadows within him awakening quietly as dark chakra coalesced in his palm, his gaze icy and sharp. Locking onto Irika. No, it is not yet the opportune moment. Just as this impulsive thought was about to translate into action, Li Xian jolted back to awareness. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Irika and Naruto had already moved on, and as Li Xian prepared to leave, a figure as swift as the wind stood in his path. It was Kakashi, gently closing his book, his eyes gleaming with sharpness, as if he could read one's innermost thoughts. Kakashi's gaze, keen as that of a hawk, fixed intently on Li Xian. I have not seen you before. Your identity is likely far more complex than it appears. Ah, dear ninja, you misunderstand. I am merely an ordinary traveling merchant, here to procure goods for my village. Li Xian maintained his warm smile, as soothing as a gentle spring breeze, responding nonchalantly. With that, he deliberately produced a formal identification from within his clothing to affirm his innocence. If you are merely a common merchant, then proceed. Otherwise, Kakashi's tone remained indifferent. Li Xian nodded with a smile as he brushed past Kakashi, as if the encounter were nothing more than a misunderstanding. As night fell like ink, silence enveloping all, he stealthily infiltrated the Hyuga clan's territory. Entering sage mode, he navigated the area undetected, making a beeline for Neji's residence. You have finally arrived. Neji's voice was calm yet tinged with relief, as if he had anticipated this moment. The door creaked open softly, revealing Li Xian, whose expression was complex. It seems you have come to a realization. This is not the place for conversation. We should leave. Li Xian's gaze swept over Neji's already packed belongings. Just as they prepared to depart, the tranquility was shattered by the appearance of Hinata. Neji brother, where are you going? The girl's voice rang clear and curious, tightening Neji's heart as he glanced nervously at Li Xian. He quickly regained his composure, speaking gently to Hinata. Hinata, why are you still awake? I have urgent matters to attend to. You should rest. With that, he activated his Byakugan, pinpointing Hinata's chakra point to lull her into a peaceful slumber. Miss Hinata, where have you gone? The servants of the Hyuga clan soon discovered her absence, their anxious calls echoing in the night, causing quite a disturbance. We've stirred the grass and startled the snake. We must leave now, Li Xian urged, seizing Neji's arm as he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Their figures vanishing in an instant. When they reappeared, they found themselves in an open space outside Konoha. Why not leave directly? Neji looked at Li Xian in confusion. I still need to take someone with me. Just wait a moment. Li Xian explained, handing Neji a kunai inscribed with special markings, before vanishing once more into the night. He infiltrated Konoha again, seeking the presence of Anko. At that moment, chaos reigned within the Hyuga clan's territory. Hayashi was frantic, overwhelmed by the fainting of his beloved daughter Hinata and Neji's mysterious disappearance. He had urgently reported the situation to Tsunade, prompting heightened vigilance across the village, where every rustle was met with heightened sensitivity. Meanwhile, Naruto was sharing popsicles with Irika when he learned of Neji's disappearance. Without a moment's sorrow, he immediately joined the search party for Neji. On the other side, utilizing the mark left by Orochimaru, Li Xian swiftly pinpointed Anko's location. She and a group of Chunin were searching every nook and cranny for potential threats. Seizing the opportunity, he acted decisively, incapacitating the Chunin within moments, silently appearing before Anko. I have been entrusted to bring you to someone. It would be wise not to resist. He deftly sidestepped Anko's surprise attack, swiftly moving behind her. His arm encircling her neck, a cold kunai pressed against her throat, rendering her immobile. A flicker of shock and fear crossed Anko's eyes as she attempted to speak. Li Xian activated the cursed seal, immediately sealing Anko's chakra flow. Just as he prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave, a kunai suddenly sliced through the air, aimed directly at him. In that fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of Kakashi's figure. The Flying Thunder God technique activated. Their figures disappeared in an instant, leaving a shocked Kakashi behind. When Li Xian returned to Neji, he sensed someone approaching, his nerves tightening. But he relaxed upon seeing Li Xian. He glanced at Li Xian, who was accompanied by Anko, his expression curious but tinged with contempt. Aware of Li Xian's previous coercion of Summer Star. Why are you looking at me like that? I am merely acting on someone else's behalf. Li Xian explained in response to Neji's scrutiny. Neji merely gave him a look that questioned his trustworthiness and said nothing more. Seeing this, Li Xian shrugged, adopting an air of indifference. He led both of them to the borders of the Land of Fire. Wait here, Sasuke will come to assist you. This woman is wanted by Orochimaru. Her chakra is sealed by me, so you need not worry about her. At the mention of Orochimaru, a tremor of fear flickered in Anko's eyes. Are you not returning with us? Neji inquired after a moment's hesitation. I have some matters to attend to. I should be back within 2 days if all goes well. Orochimaru will arrange things for you. Sensing that Team Hawk was nearing, Li Xian waved at Neji and, like a swift wind, dashed toward the direction of the ancient nation of Lulan. After a day of travel, Li Xian entered the heart of the desert, where the sand swirled around him. Unsure of how to unravel the seal of the dragon vein, he decided to wait patiently for the centipede to break the seal, allowing him to reap the rewards directly. Master Xian, the centipede has arrived at the location of the dragon vein seal. Baiju emerged from the sands like a specter, quietly delivering the latest intelligence to Li Xian. Pain was preparing to set off to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in Konoha, while Obito was personally heading to the Land of Lightning to seize the Eight Tails. Orochimaru, bearing gifts, had also formed an alliance with Obito. Li Xian nodded slightly. Yes, let Heiju proceed with the plan as usual. With that, he vanished, instantly traversing to the ruins of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Upon entering the core area of the Dragon Vein Seal, Li Xian sensed an unprecedented surge of overwhelming energy, as if the very fabric of time and space trembled. Baizu had completed his mission, the seal was broken, and an irresistible force of time and space swept toward him like a tidal wave, pulling him into an infinite vortex. Faced with this sudden power, Li Xian chose not to resist, for he had already formulated a plan in his mind. If all went as expected, he would be transported back to the era before Minato became Hokage. As the time portal gradually closed, the scene before him unfolded like a painting. In its place was a vibrant world overflowing with vitality, filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. The air imbued with the purest essence of nature. Li Xian couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling refreshed. Just as he prepared to search for the dragon vein in Lulan, an unusual sight caught his attention, leaving him momentarily stunned. Not far away, a colossal tree shot up from the ground, piercing the clouds like a giant pillar, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. His pupils constricted, cold sweat trickling down his brow, as an ominous premonition surged within him. Could it be that Heiju's plan had already commenced? Or had he inadvertently traversed to the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War? But he quickly dismissed his speculation, for before this giant tree stood a graceful figure clad in white, resembling fresh snow, with long hair cascading like a flowing waterfall, curiously observing him. Isn't that Kagaya Aitsuki? Li Xian's thoughts raced. This tree must be the god tree. This is a disaster. Kagaya gazed at the unexpected visitor, ripples of curiosity stirring within her. The natives within 100 miles of the god tree had long been eliminated. Why was he here? While curiosity bubbled, she also felt a sense of caution, as a deadly bone weapon silently coalesced in her palm. Wait, don't, Li Xian exclaimed, catching Kagaya's intent with his sharp eyes, anxiety flooding his heart. He pondered that fighting might not end well and decided to leverage his strengths to handle this extraterrestrial woman. Calm down, I am an alien too. His words were sincere. Yet Kaguya appeared perplexed, her brow furrowing slightly as the deadly weapon dissipated. Li Xian sighed in relief. I hail from the distant M78 nebula, named Diga. It is a pleasure to meet you. With that, he activated Sage Mode, horns sprouting from his head, his gaze pure and harmless. Kaguya frowned slightly, remaining silent. Could it be a language barrier? Noticing her continued silence, Li Xian speculated and began to use exaggerated body language to convey his meaning. His antics were comical and monkey-like, inadvertently eliciting a slight smile from Kaguya, illuminating her face with a beauty akin to the plum blossoms of winter, breathtaking and pure, leaving Li Xian momentarily entranced. I can understand what you say. Kaguya's voice finally rang out, regaining her aloofness yet retaining a unique charm, akin to a gentle stream flowing in the Moon Palace. Melodious and delightful. Li Xian's heart leaped with joy at her words, and he tentatively responded, That's wonderful. I am merely passing through, harboring no ill will. Kaguya shook her head gently, her gaze drifting past Li Xian, ultimately fixating on the god tree. Her expression revealed no emotional fluctuations. She neither commanded him to leave nor invited him to stay. Alone, she had guarded the god tree, enduring long and solitary years, with only loneliness as her constant companion. Now, an unoffensive native had appeared in her world, brightening her lengthy and monotonous existence, slightly alleviating her boredom. Li Xian's mind raced, torn between seeking a way back and waiting to claim the god tree's fruit. Well, I suppose I'll take it one step at a time. It seems the system is as silent as the grave. As night enveloped the land, adorned with twinkling stars, Li Xian felt hunger gnawing at him. The god tree was devoid of life. After hours of searching, he finally caught a few rabbits and returned to the base of the god tree, not far from Kaguya. Kaguya, intrigued, tilted her head slightly to observe his actions. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Li Xian swiftly formed hand seals, a blazing fireball soaring into the air, igniting a pile of kindling. Under the flickering light, he adeptly prepared the wild rabbits, the aroma wafting through the air. It was rather impolite to roast a rabbit in the presence of the goddess of the moon, and a flicker of displeasure crossed Kaguya's brow, although she remained silent, merely observing. Soon, the tantalizing scent of roasted meat awakened Kaguya's dormant taste buds, and even she found it hard to resist the allure. Watching Li Xian devour the meat, an inexplicable impulse surged within her to sample the enticing delicacy. She parted her lips slightly, unconsciously swallowing, and took a step closer to Li Xian. Sensing her approach, Li Xian paused momentarily in his actions. Would you like some? He smiled, extending the half-eaten rabbit toward her, testing her reaction. Kaguya eyed the somewhat unkempt rabbit with disdain, her brows furrowing slightly, her gaze quickly shifting to another golden, delectable rabbit, her meaning clear. What do you mean? You want this one? Then you must share half of the god tree's fruit with me. Maintaining a facade of nonchalance, Li Xian offered her the other roasted rabbit, smiling. Would you prefer this one? Take it. Kaguya took the roasted rabbit, initially maintaining some reserve, but the allure of the food proved too strong to resist, and she quickly let herself indulge. Kaguya's manner of eating was no different from that of an ordinary person. Li Xian chuckled and turned to a flat area, preparing to construct a temporary dwelling. Wood style, 4 pillars house technique. He clapped his hands, and a splendid wooden villa manifested before him. Pleased, Li Xian nodded and entered the house. Kaguya observed everything with newfound wonder, her eyes sparkling with unprecedented curiosity and exploration. Without hesitation, she set down her roasted rabbit, wiped the grease from her lips, and dashed into the new house. What are you doing? This is my house. There was a commotion within, and Li Xian was unceremoniously thrown out, landing on the ground in sheer rage. However, upon seeing the deadly weapon in Kaguya's hand, he quickly changed his tone. I meant to say this is a house I specifically built for you. Do you like it? You just wait. I will get back at you, and you will be obedient. He forced a smile, secretly vowing to reclaim his dignity. Kaguya paid him no mind, turning to enter the house, firmly shutting the door behind her. Li Xian had no choice but to expend some chakra to recreate a dwelling. After wandering around the house for a while, Kaguya eventually lay down on the luxurious wooden bed, relaxing her weary body and mind. As the novelty wore off, she found it difficult to sleep, tossing and turning until she finally rose and exited the door. Upon seeing another wooden villa beside her, she paused in surprise, then walked over to the god tree. She stood there quietly, her gaze fixed vacantly upon the divine tree. The following day, Li Xian awoke from a beautiful dream, invigorated and full of spirit. He planned to search for a way back while awaiting the maturation of the divine tree, hoping to seize an opportunity. Stepping outside, his eyes inadvertently fell upon Hui Yi, still standing in a daze before the divine tree. Li Xian smirked, reflecting on how he had lost his home only to remain exposed to the elements outside. He paid no heed to Hui Yi and chose a direction to explore, eager to discover the uniqueness of this world and concurrently seek a route back. Disguised as a merchant, he traversed various nations, not only to gather intelligence but also to immerse himself in the customs and culture of a millennium ago. Yet, each night, he would return beside the divine tree, bringing back supplies and food. Hui Yi seemed to have grown accustomed to Li Xian's presence. Whenever he cooked, she would instinctively approach to share in the meal, often taking some supplies for herself and mimicking his usage of them. Initially, Li Xian resisted, finding it unfair that this extraterrestrial being was freeloading. However, over time, he grew accustomed to her presence, treating her as a pet. During this period, many who had heard the legends of the divine tree came to visit, believing that wishes made beneath it would come true. Li Xian, however, sent them all away. After shooing away another group, he shook his head in exasperation, wondering who spread such ridiculous rumors. It was only his benevolence that led him to take a few possessions, while Hui Yi would have given everything away. Hui Yi was quite displeased with Li Xian for dismissing her offerings, yet she took no action, knowing these visitors would ultimately become nourishment for the divine tree. Chapter 62. Finding him, she sat alone beneath her eaves, gazing quietly at the starry sky. Li Xian noticed that Hui Yi had been watching the stars with increasing frequency, aware of her worries. He gently approached and sat beside her. Hui Yi did not turn her head. She recognized him and continued to stare blankly at the stars, an air of subtle sorrow etched upon her features. What is so captivating about the stars? You look at them every day, yet you see nothing new, Li Xian remarked, breaking the silence. Hui Yi cast a sidelong glance at him, rolling her eyes without a word, though her inherent disdain was lost on Li Xian. He chuckled softly and continued. Are you homesick? To be honest, I too long to return to my homeland, the M78 Nebula, where my family and friends reside. Hui Yi gently shook her head, her movements betraying a barely perceptible tremor, before lowering her gaze and wrapping her arms around her knees as if to envelop herself entirely. Observing her vulnerable demeanor, Li Xian suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to protect her, instinctively raising his hand before halting just shy of touching her, ultimately choosing to remain silently by her side. As the night air grew cooler, carrying a biting chill, Hui Yi instinctively tightened her clothing and buried her head deeper within it. Cough. Do extraterrestrials catch cold? Li Xian teased lightly, provoking a glare of displeasure from Hui Yi. He smiled awkwardly, shedding his outer garment and draping it gently over her shoulders. In the moonlight, his figure appeared especially tall and warm, as if capable of dispelling all cold and solitude. Hui Yi looked up at him, the soft moonlight casting a silvery glow around him, bringing her an unprecedented sense of peace and warmth to her lonely heart. I'm heading back to rest. I'll be out again tomorrow. You should get some sleep. It's chilly outside, Li Xian said softly before turning to leave. Hui Yi watched his retreating figure, and the sense of security that had just blossomed within her dissipated instantly. Grasping tightly to his garment, still imbued with his warmth, she sought solace in the cold night. The next morning, as usual, Li Xian stepped out of his home, yet a ripple of unease washed over him as he noticed Hui Yi's absence beneath the divine tree. Typically, she steadfastly guarded the tree. He activated his perception abilities to search. To his astonishment, he discovered Hui Yi had returned to her room to rest. Curled up in slumber, still draped in the coat he had left behind. He shook his head gently and instantly vanished using his flying thunder god technique. By afternoon, as the sunlight softened, Hui Yi stirred from her sleep, her first instinct to rush out of her room, her gaze anxiously scanning for the divine tree. After searching around, she confirmed that, as usual, he had gone out, and a wave of inexplicable emptiness and worry surged within her. After a moment's hesitation, Hui Yi summoned her courage and quietly entered Li Xian's room. The interior was in disarray, much like her own, and as she casually glanced around, she was inexplicably drawn to lie upon the bed he had slept in, where his lingering scent provided her with an unparalleled sense of comfort. Thus, she drifted back into dreams until the night cloaked the world in darkness and stars filled the sky. Upon awakening once more, she found herself enveloped in pitch blackness. jolting upright to scan her surroundings, a wave of unease washing over her. Bursting out of the door, she found no sign of Li Xian in the night. Fear and loss gripped her heart tightly. Time and again she searched, yet she could not detect his presence. Looking up at the divine tree, Hui Yi resolved to leave and find him. Navigating through dense woods and crossing streams, her silhouette traversed the night, her mind consumed with a singular thought, to find him. After an indeterminate period, a flicker of firelight appeared in the distance, resembling a beacon where shadows seemed to dance. She dashed toward the light, pushing through bamboo groves, arriving at a clearing illuminated by flames. However, before her stood a group of soldiers, torches in hand, their demeanor fiercely protective. And the one she sought was not among them. Instantly, feelings of disappointment and fear overwhelmed her. "Who are you? Are you a spy from a rival nation?" The leader of the soldiers barked, encircling Hui Yi. Hui Yi was not one to be trifled with. Her eyes turned sharp, ready to strike. "Please do not be alarmed. Are you alone? It appears you are searching for someone," spoke a figure, the emperor of the ancestral nation, exuding charisma and wisdom. Hearing his words, the murderous intent in Hui Yi began to dissipate, and she nodded gently. "I am the emperor of the ancestral nation. I appreciate your attention." Hui Yi was indifferent to his self-introduction, her expression remaining stoic. The emperor, noticing her enchanting beauty, offered a warm invitation. "It is late, and it is unsafe for you to be out alone. Come with me, and I will arrange for people to help you find your companion at dawn." Hui Yi regarded this seemingly trustworthy emperor, weighing her options before finally nodding in agreement. A satisfied smile crept across the emperor's face as he personally guided Hui Yi back to his residence. "Say, my friend, are you not afraid of death?" Before the words could fully escape his lips, Li Xian emerged silently from the shadows, like a specter, positioning himself protectively between Hui Yi and the emperor of the ancestral nation. Li Xian gently shielded her behind him, his eyes narrowed, gaze sharp as he fixed upon the emperor. The surrounding soldiers of the ancestral nation, perceiving the threat, quickly formed a menacing perimeter around Li Xian. In Hui Ye's world, all that remained was Li Xian's silhouette. She focused intently on him, a wave of unprecedented tranquility and reliance surging within her. Unconsciously, she leaned closer, wrapping her arms around his waist, the warmth he exuded dispelling all her anxieties. Li Xian felt the warmth and closeness emanating from behind him, stirring a ripple of confusion in his heart. Why was this woman suddenly so affectionate? Given the current circumstances, he could not afford to ponder this further. With a casual wave of his hand, an inexplicable force surged forth, lifting all the soldiers present, including the exalted emperor, into the air, restoring tranquility to the scene. Turning to face Hui Yi, his tone bore a hint of reproach and helplessness. "Are you a fool? When they told you to leave, did you really follow them?" Hui Yi simply gazed at him silently. From the moment he appeared, her heart had been filled with him, longing only to return to the divine tree by his side. Faced with Hui Ye's sudden infatuation and dependence, Li Xian's heart softened, and the two returned to the wooden villa together. Upon entering, he retrieved various items from the scroll he carried, deliberately selecting a delicate doll and gently handing it to Hui Yi. His delay in this journey was due to encountering the White Snake Sage, who revealed the key to returning to their original timeline, though they still needed to find the toad pill. Unexpectedly, during this prolonged absence, Hui Yi, the sweet and naive girl, had nearly been deceived. "This is for you. I found it charming and bought it," he said. "I might return late in the future, but you need not worry. There is hardly anyone in this world who can harm me." "I understand," Hui Yi replied, tightly clutching the doll, her heart brimming with joy as she nodded. Though she did not particularly like dolls, this was a gift from him. Chapter 63. Attachment. Li Xian found himself without a home, as his bed had once again been claimed by Hui Yi. She curled up on the bed, holding the doll, sleeping soundly, not wishing to disturb her sweet dreams. He quietly stepped out of the room. Gazing at the dazzling starry sky, Li Xian reflected on the day's events. During the day, he had visited the Dragon Cave and encountered the White Snake Sage. At that time, the sage was still a small white snake. Only after he demonstrated the sage mode of the Dragon Cave did she finally believe his words and revealed the method to return to his original timeline. It required the convergence of the three great Holy Land Sage energy to open the time portal, and they needed the key to the portal to return. Furthermore, they must not significantly alter the timeline, lest unpredictable changes occur. With this thought, Li Xian sighed softly. The hope of obtaining the fruit of the divine tree was now futile. As for Hui Yi, he decided to spend the remaining time with her. The following day, Hui Yi awoke from her sweet dreams to find Li Xian bustling outside. This serene and warm scene filled her with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Unlike previous days, Li Xian did not leave the house today, which surprised and delighted Hui Yi. She quietly exited her room, stealthily following behind Li Xian, watching him prepare a sumptuous breakfast. Do you have something to do? Li Xian noticed her presence and turned around, questioning with mild curiosity. Hui Yi gently shook her head, gazing at him with eyes full of wonder and tenderness. He smiled slightly, choosing not to inquire further, and continued with his tasks. Soon, a table laden with delectable dishes was presented before Hui Yi. The two sat together, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. After the meal, Hui Yi caressed her slightly bulging belly and turned to Li Xian. Aren't you going out today? There's nothing to do today, so I won't be going out. Li Xian replied, shaking his head. He then took Hui Yi to an open field, preparing to teach her some combat techniques. I will teach you some methods of combat now. Under Hui Yi's puzzled yet eager gaze, Li Xian began his instruction. First, I shall teach you the basics of ninjutsu hand seals. He patiently explained and demonstrated the 12 hand seals required for ninjutsu. Then, taking a deep breath, he swiftly formed the seals and shouted, Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted, instantly creating a deep crater in the woods ahead, flames roaring fiercely. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. He then executed the water release, summoning a water dragon that soared into the sky, extinguishing the raging flames. Li Xian looked at Hui Yi with pride, seemingly awaiting her admiration. To his surprise, Hui Yi effortlessly learned the water release, conjuring a water dragon that flooded the space before them. She raised an eyebrow playfully at Li Xian's slightly stiff expression. Her confidence and talent compelled Li Xian to acknowledge that she was indeed a prodigy. Humph, don't get too proud too soon. The real challenge is yet to come. Li Xian retorted, not willing to be outdone. In the ensuing hours, he not only imparted the essence of the 5 elemental ninjutsu to Hui Yi, but also generously shared the flying thunder god technique. At this time, Hui Yi had not yet consumed the fruit of the divine tree and had not awakened her Rinnegan or Sharingan, thus unable to master the ultimate techniques. However, with her astonishing learning ability, she soon grasped the flying thunder god technique. Finally, Li Xian taught Hui Yi the sage mode. Their sparring grew increasingly intense, as he continuously taught her various tactics and offensive methods, resulting in a significant enhancement of her combat capabilities in a short span of time. After a month of companionship, Li Xian packed his belongings and turned to Hui Yi, saying, Hui Yi, I must go out today and may return late, so do not worry. Upon hearing this, Hui Yi looked up in shock, her clear eyes filled with confusion and concern. Throughout this month, he had not left, continually teaching her combat skills. She keenly sensed something amiss, as if foreseeing his departure, and became despondent, purposely struggling to learn the skills until she ultimately resisted learning altogether. Are you angry? I will study hard. Hui Yi's voice trembled slightly, tears welling in her eyes. She seemed to sense that his departure might mean never seeing him again, and that fear and reluctance transformed into tears that silently rolled down her cheeks. What are you thinking? I'm just going out. It's not like I won't come back. If you don't want to learn, then don't. I won't be upset. Please don't cry. Li Xian felt a pang in his heart and quickly stepped forward, gently wiping away the tear stains from her face with his fingertips. Hui Yi's hands trembled slightly as she tightly grasped his hand, filled with affection. She softly rubbed her cheek against his palm, silently expressing her unwillingness to part, each subtle movement revealing her deep reluctance and attachment. I won't leave without saying goodbye, rest assured. His words were like a gentle spring breeze, warm and reassuring, gradually calming the tumult within Hui Yi's heart. Seeing her begin to settle down, Li Xian felt a measure of relief, though the weight of impending separation still pressed heavily on him. Once he confirmed that Hui Yi had peacefully fallen asleep, he took a deep breath, and in an instant, the flying thunder god technique transported him across mountains and rivers to the dragon cave. At this time, the 3 divine maidens had not yet been born. The place was exceptionally quiet, inhabited only by a few giant pythons and the white snake sage. You've arrived. The white snake sage lifted her head slightly upon seeing Li Xian, her tongue flickering. Yes, we mustn't delay. Take me to Myoko Mountain, Li Xian stated directly. Not so fast. Let us first go to the wet bone forest to find the slug. She is more amenable than the toad pill, the white snake sage suggested. Shaking her head. Very well, Li Xian nodded in agreement. Guided by the white snake sage, he ventured into the wet bone forest, the most mysterious of the three great holy lands. It was dark and humid, the air thick with a pungent acidic mist. Every inch of land saturated with the corrosive passage of time and the secrets of nature. Countless tiny slugs scurried about, serving not only as guardians of this land, but also as the manifestations of the slug sage. Among them, a particularly striking little slug, with its uniquely gentle voice, addressed the unexpected visitor. Wanderer from afar, what brings you to the wet bone forest? Just as Li Xian was about to speak, the white serpent sage on his shoulder interjected, saying, Slug, this young man hails from the future, seeking a way to return to his original timeline, and hopes for your assistance. Upon hearing this, the little slug's gaze flitted between Li Xian and the white serpent sage, before it responded softly, I see, please follow me. Gratefully, Li Xian nodded in thanks and followed the little slug deeper into the wet bone forest. As they ventured further, the surrounding dampness and corrosive atmosphere intensified, as if the very air were eroding everything in its path. Had it not been for Li Xian entering sage mode, enveloped in the protective embrace of natural energy, he would have likely succumbed to the relentless corrosion. The wet bone forest truly lived up to its name. After a strenuous journey, they finally arrived before the physical manifestation of the slug sage. It was a colossal being, its size awe-inspiring. This is akin to the complete Susanoo. Li Xian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Traveler from afar, I am already aware of your intentions, the slug sage spoke in its uniquely gentle tone. Then I must trouble you, Li Xian replied with a slight bow. The slug sage gently divided itself, a small slug slowly crawling up Li Xian's body, guiding him into the training journey of the wet bone forest sage mode. Do not resist, feel the natural energy here, and I will assist you in mastering the sage mode of the wet bone forest. Li Xian offered no resistance, fully surrendering his body and mind to the chakra transmitted by the slug sage. As the slug sage guided him, the surrounding natural energy began to converge upon him fervently, a sensation both agonizing and filled with hope. The corrosive acid gnawed at his skin, inflicting indescribable pain, yet simultaneously, a soothing healing force quietly emerged, attempting to mend these wounds. Please, endure, and sincerely feel the natural energy. It will heal your pain. The slug sage's voice was like a gentle spring breeze. Li Xian gritted his teeth, gradually learning how to harness the coexistence of this corrosive and healing energy through sheer willpower. Time seemed to lose its meaning in that moment, both lengthy and fleeting. When Li Xian finally mastered the sage mode of the wet bone forest, mysterious patterns akin to those on Senju Hashirama's forehead emerged. In that instant, he was able to wield would-release sage techniques with ease, augmented by the complete Susanoo granted by his Rinnegan, allowing him to summon the great Buddha of Susanoo alone. I can assist you only up to this point. To open the time-space gate, the sage mode of Myaboka Mountain is also required, along with the key from Kimimaro. The slug sage's voice carried a hint of weariness. Thank you. I shall forever remember your kindness. Li Xian expressed his gratitude once more before departing the wet bone forest with the white serpent sage. Honestly, I truly dislike being around that slug. It makes me feel uncomfortable, the white serpent sage remarked, frowning. I appreciate your efforts, Li Xian replied gratefully. I only agreed to help because of your care for my child. The white serpent sage swayed gently, its tongue flicking as it shifted the topic. Now we must head to Myaboka Mountain. That obstinate fellow, Kimimaro, is not easy to converse with. It's all right. If we can negotiate, we shall, and if not, we'll compel him until he complies, Li Xian responded nonchalantly. Ha ha ha, your character aligns perfectly with the style of my dragon cave. I like it. The white serpent sage laughed heartily as they proceeded to the final sacred site, Myaboka Mountain. Myaboka Mountain stood in stark contrast to the gloomy dragon cave and the damp, wet bone forest, resembling a beautifully crafted natural painting. Each inch of land brimming with vibrant life and harmonious beauty. At the mountain gate, a massive toad guardian stood watch, and upon seeing the uninvited guest, it immediately raised its weapon, sternly commanding, Halt. This is the realm of Myaboka Mountain. What is your purpose here? I come to visit the toad sage, Kimimaro. With a request, Li Xian replied respectfully yet assertively. The great toad scrutinized Li Xian, particularly noticing the relaxed white serpent sage perched upon his shoulder, its gaze sharpening slightly. "Please wait. I shall notify the great sage," it said before swiftly leaping into the mountain to deliver the message. Shortly thereafter, Gamamaru appeared, accompanied by several large toads. The atmosphere suddenly growing solemn. "Ah, white serpent sage, long time no see." Gamamaru acknowledged the white serpent sage without overt surprise, as if everything were as he anticipated. "Gamamaru, you remain unchanged. I am not here to quarrel today." This young man hails from a distant future, yearning to return to his own timeline, and seeks your aid. The white serpent sage articulated. From the future?" Gamamaru's gaze fell upon Li Xian, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized him, before seemingly uncovering some extraordinary secret. His eyes widening and voice trembling. "You are not of this world." These words echoed like thunder in Li Xian's heart, as he never imagined that the secret buried deep within him would be laid bare by Gamamaru. Although turmoil surged within, he outwardly maintained his composure. An uncontrollable killing intent began to stir deep within him. Just as the tension reached its zenith, the white serpent sage interjected. "What nonsense are you spouting, Gamamaru? I have already told you he comes from the future." Gamamaru gradually regained his composure, his gaze profound. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke gravely. "I can help you return, but you must prevent that outsider from siphoning the energy of this world." Li Xian's eyes narrowed, knowing he referred to Kaguya. Yet he did not immediately respond, instead countering. "What do you mean by stopping her?" Gamamaru took a deep breath, his expression laden with worry. "What she brings is akin to a bottomless abyss, devouring every ounce of vitality from this land. Mountains and rivers will wither, and all living beings will become nourishment for that entity. You must stop her, otherwise, this world will cease to exist, and you will ultimately meet your demise." Li Xian gently shook his head, his tone indifferent. "Toad Sage, I merely wish to return to my original timeline. Stopping her is not my responsibility. And you should know that the world exists a millennium later. Precisely because you possess this power, you should step forward. Your actions will determine the fates of countless lives. Mitigating unnecessary sacrifices. This is not only a duty but an act of compassion," Gamamaru insisted, a flicker of urgency in his eyes. "What does that have to do with me?" Li Xian replied with a faint smile. "If that is the case, then I am powerless to assist." Gamamaru sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. "Toad Sage, I hope you deliberate carefully. Making decisions that significantly impact the future is not wise." Li Xian's gaze sharpened suddenly. As he activated Sage Mode, a powerful pressure radiating from him that made the very space tremble, causing even the large toads of Mayaboka Mountain to feel immobilized. "But your very presence has already altered the future. Now, regardless of the choice made, it is inconsequential. You must take responsibility for your actions." Gamamaru's voice rose suddenly, sternly addressing Li Xian. "Since our perspectives differ, there is nothing more to discuss. If the toads of Mayaboka Mountain were to perish, I believe you would agree." With that, Li Xian clasped his hands together, a torrent of chakra surging forth like a raging river. Sage art would release true thousands' hands. In an instant, a colossal wooden Buddha, nearly 1,000 meters high, rose from the ground, its formidable presence shaking the heavens and the earth. Following this, Li Xian activated his Rinnegan, and golden Susanoo armor enveloped the Buddha, creating a majestic Susanoo Buddha that towered over Myoki Mountain. Its imposing figure left all the frogs present in awe. Gamamaru, having never witnessed such a sight, was rendered speechless by the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Susanoo Buddha. Even the white serpent sage perched on Li Xian's shoulder was taken aback. "Kid Xian, your abilities are indeed somewhat extraordinary," he remarked. Chapter 65. The Aitsuki-style Li Xian stood atop the Buddha, adopting a perspective that looked down upon all beings, and proclaimed loudly to Gamamaru, "Great Sage Frog, I shall count to 3. After the third count, Myoki Mountain will cease to exist." As his deep and resolute counting began, beads of sweat formed on Gamamaru's forehead. 1. By the time Li Xian reached the second count, Gamamaru finally made a decision. "Stop, young man. I will grant your request and lend you my assistance." Hearing this, Li Xian smiled with satisfaction, retracting the Susanoo Buddha and gracefully landing before Gamamaru. "It seems you are not as obstinate as I thought, Gamamaru. Young man, I agree to help you, but please refrain from making any further alterations to the future," Gamamaru responded, clearly displeased with Li Xian's actions. However, Given the disparity in their powers, he had no choice but to acquiesce. With a mere thought, Li Xian could obliterate Myoki Mountain. It appears you have mastered the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave and Wetbone Forest, but you still need to cultivate the Sage Mode of Myoki Mountain. Gather the chakra of the 3 great sacred lands, and I will give you the key to open the time-space gate to return to your own era. Gamma-Maru advised earnestly. It's not that complicated. Just hand me the key directly, Li Xian replied, activating the Sage Mode of Myoki Mountain. The area around his eyes glowing with an orange hue, his pupils transforming into the shape of a frog. I didn't expect you to have already learned the Sage Mode of Myoki Mountain. It must be fate, Gamma-Maru observed, astonished, before slowly exhaling an ancient scroll from his mouth. This is the key to the time-space gate. Gather the chakra of the 3 great sacred lands into this scroll, and you will be able to unlock the time-space gate. Gamma-Maru tossed the scroll to Li Xian, his tone carrying a hint of relief. Though it's been somewhat unpleasant, thank you nonetheless. Li Xian accepted the scroll without lingering, expressing his gratitude to Gamma-Maru before departing from Myoki Mountain. You now possess the means to return. I shall head back to the Dragon Cave, the White Serpent Sage remarked, flicking its tongue. Yes, thank you once again for your assistance. Li Xian nodded in response, and then the White Serpent Sage transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing into the air. He could now choose to return to his era at any moment, yet he had yet to determine how to bid farewell to Kaguya. His emotions surged like a tidal wave, the time spent with Kaguya having quietly taken root in his heart. Initially, it was merely to seize the fruit of the divine tree, but now, he found himself harboring complex feelings for her. Wandering along the path, he felt a mixture of confusion and reluctance. Well, we shall meet again in the days to come, Li Xian consoled himself, a flicker of hope for the future. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Kaguya's side. At that moment, just as he was about to depart, an unusual figure caught his eye. A man donned in a pure white feathered robe, marked with the symbol 4 beneath his left eye, and a striking black line on his chin, brushed past him. Chizuru? It shouldn't be Aitsuki style, he thought, his heart tightening as he quickly recognized that this individual was none other than Aitsuki Shinjutsu, who was currently revealing himself in the guise of Chizuru. To find Aitsuki Shinjutsu here was unexpected. He was still in a weakened state and had another 10 tails. It seemed fortune had favored him without effort. Li Xian immediately appeared before Chizuru, blocking his path. Do you have business with me? Aitsuki Shinjutsu inquired, astonishment flickering across his face. He was still in the identity of Chizuru and knew that aside from the traitor Kaguya, no one on this planet could discern his true identity. It's a small matter, Li Xian replied with a faint smile. I desire your other 10 tails. The cost will be your life spared. At these words, Aitsuki Shinjutsu's pupils constricted, his shock evident. He never imagined that a native of this planet could uncover his secrets and audaciously make such a demand. How did you learn of my identity? Did that traitor Kaguya tell you? Aitsuki Shinjutsu's voice carried a tone of clear astonishment as he struggled to maintain his composure. That is of no concern to you. Li Xian gently shook his head, activating the Dragon Cave Sage Mode, an enigmatic aura enveloping him. He gripped a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God symbol, his gaze vigilant, ever watchful of Aitsuki Shinjutsu's movements. Now, you have 2 choices: surrender the 10 tails willingly, or I shall take matters into my own hands. Though he appeared calm, he felt no inclination to let his guard down. The Aitsuki clan excelled in space-time ninjutsu, renowned for their escape techniques. However, they often looked down upon fleeing. Aitsuki Shinjutsu realized he was in dire straits. He was still quite weak, and this temporary body could not contain his full power from his prime. Yet, he had no intention of sitting idly by, activating the form of Katsukiya within him. A sinister black staff materialized in his hand, and he dashed toward Li Xian like a specter, delivering a heavy blow aimed at his head. Li Xian's reaction was equally swift. His Rinnegan flared open, unleashing a repulsive force powerful enough to shake the heavens, sending Aitsuki Shinjutsu flying several meters away. Immediately, he flicked his wrist, and countless kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God symbol rained down, intricately weaving the battlefield into a complex space-time network, ensuring his invincibility. How could you possess our clan's abilities? Aitsuki Shinjutsu steadied himself, gazing at Li Xian's Rinnegan, his astonishment beyond words. Li Xian smiled faintly, unaffected by Aitsuki Shinjutsu's shock. His body seemed to meld with the air, appearing silently behind his enemy in the next instant. Conventional ninjutsu proved ineffective against Akatsuki Shinjutsu, who decisively adopted a more direct and effective strategy, launching a lethal assault through the flawless combination of sage arts and taijutsu. The black staff in his hand lunged toward Akatsuki Shinjutsu's heart like a striking serpent. Akatsuki Shinjutsu was not one to be trifled with. His pupils constricted, reacting with astonishing swiftness, effortlessly countering Li Xian's assault with the black staff and kicking him away in one fluid motion. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with Li Xian's figure darting between realms, intertwining with the kunai in the air. He unleashed a torrent of black chakra rods, attempting to seal off all of Akatsuki Shinjutsu's escape routes. Aware that he could not afford to engage in a protracted battle, Akatsuki Shinjutsu instantly activated Katsuki II, his body transforming dramatically as Akatsuki clan's iconic horns sprouted from his head, granting him a qualitative leap in both power and speed. He pursued Li Xian like a bolt of lightning, the two clashing fiercely in the confined space, each encounter causing the very air to tremble. After dozens of intense exchanges, they temporarily created distance between them. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xian unleashed his ninjutsu, torrents of flames surging toward Akatsuki Shinjutsu. Akatsuki Ishiki swiftly utilized a wedge to absorb the flames. However, the sage technique chakra within caused his progress to be sluggish, rendering his body temporarily rigid. In that moment of opportunity, Li Xian teleported behind Ishiki, delivering a fatal strike with the chakra black rod in his hand. Ishiki activated his eye technique, Shinjutsu, Baiku, causing the black rod in Li Xian's hand to vanish, only to be replaced by his own body being pierced by the enemy's black rods. Chapter 66. The defeat is inevitable, yet that was merely Li Xian's shadow clone. Utilizing the earth release, heart decapitation technique, the real Li Xian had already concealed himself underground, dragging Akatsuki Ishiki into the earth, immobilizing him. Meanwhile, another shadow clone appeared in Ishiki's blind spot, brandishing a kunai aimed at his vital point. Ishiki once again demonstrated his formidable abilities, instantly shrinking his form to evade the attack and retaliating in kind, filling Li Xian's shadow clone with black rods. Faced with such a cunning and powerful adversary, Li Xian remained utterly composed. He raised his hand, invoking the universal pull technique, attracting all nearby objects towards him. Simultaneously, lightning flickered in his other hand, ready to unleash a devastating thunderstorm. At that moment, his sage mode perception allowed him to detect a subtle yet swift threat. Countless tiny black rods, akin to venomous serpents in the shadows, silently aimed to invade his body. In the blink of an eye, he employed the flying thunder god technique to instantaneously shift, causing several black rods to appear and fall to the ground. The crisis was not yet averted. The sky and earth seemed to be torn asunder by an invisible hand, as Akatsuki Ishiki's Daikokutten materialized. The immense black cube, imbued with destructive power, vowed to obliterate Li Xian entirely. Once again, Li Xian flickered, reappearing several dozen meters away, where Ishiki awaited him. In an instant, Li Xian was pierced by dense black rods, as if nailed to an invisible cross, rendering him immobile. Ishiki regarded Li Xian with a haughty expression, his voice cold. "I have long seen through your ploy. It is a technique for traversing the battlefield through marked spaces, is it not?" With that, he slowly raised the chakra black rod in his hand, pointing it directly at Li Xian's heart. "No matter who you are, I shall not kill you. My current vessel is nearing its end, and you shall serve as the perfect container for my rebirth. What gives you the notion that you have one?" In the face of such seemingly hopeless circumstances, Li Xian not only remained unperturbed, but even bore a faint, serene smile. Sage art, white light technique. Before his words faded, a dazzling light accompanied by a piercing sound instantaneously robbed Akatsuki Ishiki of his sight and hearing, while inflicting intense pain within his body. Sage art, dragon of the celestial river. A colossal dragon, brimming with overwhelming sage chakra, roared and devoured Akatsuki Ishiki whole. As the aftermath of the white light technique settled and tranquility returned, Li Xian's demeanor grew increasingly grave. He had not captured Akatsuki Ishiki. Indeed, a rift in space quietly opened, and Ishiki emerged, his gaze more resolute than ever, for Kagaya's body had reached its limit, and Li Xian had become his sole hope. He hesitated no longer, fully unleashing his power, determined to seize Li Xian's body and achieve his perfect rebirth. Time was of the essence. He needed a swift resolution. Gazing upon the fully realized form of Akatsuki Ishiki, Li Xian furrowed his brow slightly. This was the most formidable opponent he had ever faced, compelling him to exert every ounce of his strength. Ninja techniques had become irrelevant against Akatsuki Ishiki. Drawing a deep breath, Li Xian brought his palms together and bellowed, "Sage art, true thousand hands of wood release." In an instant, a towering wood release giant Buddha rose from the ground, adorned with the golden Susanoo armor granted by the Rinnegan, shimmering in the sunlight, resembling a deity's descent. Faced with this awe-inspiring sight, Akatsuki Ishiki merely cast a casual glance. The nearly 1,000-meter-tall Susanoo-clad Buddha appeared trivial in his eyes. A commendable ability, but nothing more. Summon the Great Enlightenment. Li Xian roared, unleashing countless golden fists upon the diminutive Akatsuki Ishiki. Ishiki expanded his form, shifting rapidly, skillfully navigating between the giant fists, evading each blow with precision. Even the overwhelming golden fists struggled to graze him. When escape was impossible, he summoned the black cube to shield himself from the onslaught of fists. The once invincible Susanoo-clad Buddha could not inflict any harm upon Akatsuki Ishiki, akin to using an anti-aircraft gun to swat a fly. Li Xian displayed no sign of panic, remaining composed as he awaited Ishiki's counterattack. In an instant, Akatsuki Ishiki closed the distance, his fist imbued with fierce momentum, aimed directly at Li Xian's face. At that critical moment, Li Xian activated the Sage mode of Miyaboku Mountain, gently waving his arm to block Ishiki's heavy punch with astonishing speed and strength. They engaged in hand-to-hand combat atop the giant Buddha, with fists roaring and feet intertwining, each collision producing deafening sonic booms that seemed to shake the very fabric of space. Akatsuki Ishiki's abilities were enigmatic, occasionally shrinking to evade attacks, then expanding to deliver lethal blows, excelling at launching surprise strikes with his black rods from unexpected angles. In contrast, Li Xian relied on the keen insight and masterful martial arts afforded by Sage mode to navigate each perilous encounter. The clash intensified, with neither side yielding an inch. Li Xian possessed a vast reservoir of chakra, while Akatsuki Ishiki drew upon the chakra of the 10 tails as his inexhaustible source. Their fierce battle resembled an apocalyptic scene, with the heavens changing hue, and the sun and moon seemingly dimming their light. The struggle raged from midday into the night. The once unstoppable, towering Susanoo-clad Buddha ultimately shattered under their unmatched might, scattering debris across the ground. At this moment, both warriors had expended their utmost effort. Li Xian's chakra neared depletion. He breathed heavily, gazing at the equally fatigued Akatsuki Ishiki, sincerely proclaiming, "Among all my adversaries, I shall deem you the strongest." Akatsuki Ishiki's emotions contrasted sharply with Li Xian's. As the battle dragged on, his condition deteriorated. With only 2 days of life remaining, he feared he might not endure even half a day longer. He yearned for a swift conclusion. With a furious roar, Akatsuki Ishiki poured all his strength into a barrage of chakra black rods that fell upon Li Xian like a torrential downpour. Shinra Tensei. In response to this overwhelming assault, Li Xian too refused to back down, concentrating his chakra and using powerful repulsion to deflect the incoming black rods one by one. However, amidst this relentless barrage, Akatsuki Ishiki stealthily approached Li Xian, seizing him with the intent to cast him into another dimension. This tactic had been attempted multiple times, yet Li Xian had consistently evaded it with the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet this time, Li Xian did not escape. He followed Akatsuki Ishiki into the alternate space. Within the alternate dimension, the black cubes surged like a tidal wave, the oppressive atmosphere suffocating. Li Xian reacted swiftly, scattering kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God marks like petals from a celestial maiden, simultaneously using Shinra Tensei to momentarily stave off the assault of the cubes. Seizing this brief respite, he employed the Flying Thunder God technique to instantaneously shift, evading the multitude of traps laid by Akatsuki Ishiki. Yet, Ishiki had long anticipated his arrival, setting an impeccably crafted snare. As Li Xian emerged, countless chakra black rods pierced his body like venomous serpents. Akatsuki Ishiki no longer afforded Li Xian any opportunity for resistance, completely sealing off his chakra flow. At this moment, Li Xian could only helplessly kneel on the ground, Even the slightest tremor of his fingers seemed to betray his utter lack of strength. His complexion was pale with fear, his gaze fixed upon the imposing figure of Akatsuki Ishiki, who radiated an overwhelming aura. Your defeat is inevitable. Prepare to become the vessel for my perfect reincarnation. Akatsuki Ishiki's voice bore a hint of frailty. Though his body was nearing its limit, his movements remained swift as he inscribed the mark of the wedge upon Li Xian, which represented the hope of his rebirth. After completing this act, he appeared to release a heavy burden, a smile of relief gracing his lips as his gaze returned to Li Xian. His original form began to crumble like sand, signaling the end of his life. You have won, but I wish to know, where have you hidden the other 10 tails? Li Xian stared at the wedge mark in his palm, his tone laced with a faint plea. It resides within this alternate dimension, Akatsuki Ishiki revealed without concealment. Although your consciousness is about to fade, you will become the vessel for my rebirth. Once I am successfully reincarnated, I shall devour the fruit of the divine tree, sow seeds across the universe, and reap boundless fruits. You will witness it all alongside me, ultimately becoming a god. Upon receiving this crucial information, a smile flickered across Li Xian's face. He suddenly lifted his head, locking eyes with the vanishing Akatsuki Ishiki, and softly said, "Are you so certain of your victory? I was merely deceiving you." At these words, a look of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the disintegrating Akatsuki Ishiki. It was only as his soul and data slowly merged into the depths of Li Xian's consciousness that he comprehended the meaning behind Li Xian's words. He found himself in an unprecedented realm of darkness, where a towering, grotesque figure gazed greedily at him, as if intending to devour all living beings. The breath of death had silently approached, offering no chance for struggle. Under the invisible blade of the Grim Reaper, Akatsuki Ishiki's soul was entirely reaped, dissolving into nothingness. After confirming the complete disappearance of Akatsuki Ishiki, Li Xian murmured to himself, "The Grim Reaper is indeed useful, though I wonder if there are any hidden dangers." No need to dwell on it any longer. With matters having reached this point, further worries would prove futile. He gazed at the wedge mark in his hand, a satisfied smile blooming upon his face. It was yet another affirmation of his strength. He clasped the hand that bore the abilities of Akatsuki Ishiki's wedge and, through subtle fluctuations of perception, located the whereabouts of the 10 tails. Before him lay a small 10 tails bound by a multitude of black chakra rods. Upon seeing Li Xian, its eyes reflected confusion, as if the individual before it were not the same person. Nevertheless, it disregarded this uncertainty, unable to move. Yet it did not hesitate to roar at Li Xian, threatening, "I'll take you down." Li Xian approached the small 10 tails and gave it a resounding slap on the head, causing it to instantly quiet down, for he had employed a wood release technique. "All right, I shall release you now, but you must not defy my will. Otherwise, I will confine you here just like Ishiki," Li Xian said, stroking the small 10 tails head. The creature seemed to comprehend, nodding in agreement. Though still a juvenile, it was a massive beast comparable to an ordinary-tailed beast. As the seal was lifted, the small 10 tails regained its freedom, howling joyously towards the sky, its voice filled with the exuberance of rebirth and wildness. It immediately chose to rebel, lunging at Li Xian with intent to bite. "I knew you were a rebellious one." Li Xian had anticipated this, swiftly retreating and forming hand seals, commanding, "Sage art, true 1,000 hands of wood release." The colossal figure of the Susanoo descended with a thunderous roar, golden hands raining down like a torrential storm, enveloping the small 10 tails in shadows of fists, its cries echoing in the air. Ultimately, it surrendered. The small 10 tails shrank dramatically, transforming into a docile little dog, curling up at Li Xian's feet, expressing its submission to its new master through action. "Good, you know how to concede. You will follow me from now on. But you must obey." Li Xian patted its head, believing in the principle of giving a sweet reward after a reprimand. He conjured a chakra fruit infused with sage energy and grial energy, tossing it to the small 10 tails. The creature excitedly swallowed it whole, its tail wagging joyfully as it circled around Li Xian, seemingly expressing boundless gratitude and loyalty. "That's enough for now. Behave well, and I shall reward you further." Li Xian gently patted the small 10 tails head, then utilized the power of Akatsuki Ishiki's wedge to open a portal to the alternate space. Returning to the ruins left in the aftermath of battle, the surrounding mountains and rivers had transformed beyond recognition. Now, he needed to return to Kaguya, otherwise, She would soon become anxious again. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, Li Xian's figure instantly traversed the boundaries of space, landing steadily beneath the divine tree. Kaguya was curled up alone in the shadow of the eaves, tightly clutching a doll, her gaze hollow as she stared into the distance. Sensing a subtle shift in the air, Kaguya suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with surprise. She disregarded everything and discarded the doll. Leaping into Li Xian's familiar embrace like a bird returning to its nest, her arms wrapped tightly around his waist. Longing to etch this warmth and reliance into her heart forever, greedily inhaling the unique scent that belonged to him, the most comforting aroma in her world. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback by this sudden embrace. His suspended hand hesitated for a moment, but ultimately enveloped Kaguya gently. No words were necessary. At this moment, they understood each other implicitly. Time seemed to freeze, the radiant moonlight cascading down, draping the lovers in a silvery veil, creating a beautifully poetic scene. Feelings blossomed, and this moment could not be squandered. He gently lifted Kaguya's chin, his deep, tender gaze reflecting warmth. Under Kaguya's slightly bewildered yet expectant gaze, he slowly leaned in, their lips finally brushing against her soft, inviting mouth. This kiss was like a spring breeze sweeping across a frozen lake, stirring ripples and awakening the most genuine emotions deep within Kaguya's heart. Feeling the warmth upon her lips, Kaguya's eyes widened in surprise, a faint blush creeping upon her cheeks. Her heartbeat quickened as her hands instinctively climbed around Li Xian's neck, transitioning from initial passivity to actively reciprocating. Their breaths intertwined, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. It was not until Li Xian, gasping for air, had to part their lips that they noticed the enticing sheen upon them. Li Xian, slightly flustered, found his lips swollen. Feeling a mix of pride and disbelief at having yielded to the naive Kaguya, he began to patiently guide Kaguya, encouraging her to gradually open her heart and savor this closeness and happiness. At this moment, the moon seemed to shyly retreat behind the clouds, reluctant to interrupt the sweet moments shared by the lovers. The following day, Li Xian gazed at the slumbering Kaguya in his embrace, a tumult of complex emotions swirling within him. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall of stars, soft and pure, gently resting upon his chest, each strand radiating a soft glow akin to moonlight. Kaguya's unparalleled beauty appeared even more serene under the tender caress of the morning light, a faint blush lingering on her cheeks like a blossoming peach flower, adding an indescribable charm to her visage. Li Xian felt a ripple in his heart. He would soon return to his original timeline and would be able to see Kaguya again. Yet, for her, it would be a cruel fate, having to endure the long and lonely passage of a millennium. This sacrifice and torment weighed heavily upon him, filling him with unprecedented guilt and sorrow. It seemed he had altered some aspects of future destiny, yet he remained uncertain of the unforeseen changes that might unfold. Would the Sage of Six Paths and his brother still appear? Chapter 68. The direct pinnacle match despite the turmoil and reluctance swirling within him. Li Xian resolved to cherish every moment spent with Kaguya. He quietly slipped out of bed, careful not to disturb the slumbering beauty, and meticulously prepared a sumptuous breakfast, hoping that this gesture would alleviate his inner guilt. In the days that followed, Li Xian utilized his shadow clones to safeguard the divine tree, while dedicating himself wholly to Kaguya, guiding her to explore every corner of the world, from towering mountains to babbling brooks, from bustling towns to serene villages, leaving behind echoes of their laughter. As time passed, Li Xian found it increasingly difficult to sever his feelings for Kaguya, who, in turn, developed a profound attachment to him. In her world, it seemed that only Li Xian remained, rendering thoughts of the divine tree's fruit and the Aitsuki clan utterly insignificant. Reality, however, is often cruel. One tranquil evening, he prepared a lavish dinner, sharing one last romantic moment with Kaguya beneath the moonlight. At the table, they exchanged silent glances that spoke volumes. After the meal, Kaguya nestled in Li Xian's embrace as usual, her eyes reflecting an endless affection for him. Faced with such deep emotion, Li Xian's heart was heavy with bitterness and helplessness. After a moment of silence, he summoned the courage to speak. Kaguya, if one day I quietly disappear from your world, do not worry, we shall meet again. At these words, Kaguya's complexion drained of color. Confusion flickered in her eyes as her hands instinctively clutched his arm, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. What are you saying, Xian? Why can't I understand? She trembled, her voice quavering. Li Xian inhaled deeply. I must leave. I do not belong here. I must return to my former world. Please, tell me you're joking. Kagaya's face turned as pale as a sheet, tears welling in her eyes. She shook her head vigorously, desperately trying to dispel the sudden despair. You're lying. It's impossible for you to just abandon me. Her words were laced with a choking sob, as if she were on the verge of being consumed by despair. Watching Kagaya weep, Li Xian's heart ached. He gently cupped her face, tenderly wiping away her tears with his fingertips, his own eyes filled with reluctance. Trust me, Kagaya. Every parting is but a prelude to a better reunion. In the distant future, when I cross the boundaries of time and space to stand before you once more, I vow to protect you, never to part again. Kagaya's heart was enveloped in fear and sorrow. She could not accept any consolation and merely shook her head fiercely, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. If you leave me now, I swear I will transform this pain into strength, ensuring you regret it for a lifetime. She had resolved to do whatever it took to keep Li Xian by her side. I'm sorry, even if you hate me or refuse to forgive me. We will meet again. When that time comes, you can do as you wish. Li Xian's heart was profoundly moved, gently extricating himself from Kagaya's embrace. He fought back the tears threatening to spill. Summoning the small ten-tails from another dimension, he entrusted it to Kagaya. The Aitsuki clan has been vanquished, and this is the ten-tails they had hidden. I leave it with you. Kagaya gazed at the small ten-tails in her hands, her initial shock quickly giving way to a surge of emotions. Without a second thought, she lunged back into Li Xian's arms, her tears mingling with her pleas. Please, don't leave me. I promise I will obey you. I don't want the ten-tails or the divine tree's fruit. I just want you to stay. Her voice was choked with helplessness. With a heavy heart, Li Xian pushed Kagaya away, turning to depart, unwilling to look back. He feared that if he lingered, he would succumb to the tender affection swelling within him, recklessly choosing to remain at Kagaya's side. Yet, the intensifying sense of impending crisis struck him like a hammer, compelling him to leave this place immediately and without hesitation. He activated Sage Mode, intending to hypnotize Kagaya, but alas, he had taught her Sage Mode. His techniques were futile against her. Shaking his head in resignation, he muttered, having a wife too strong is not always a blessing. Ultimately, he resorted to using Shomyo Baikana, quietly slipping away. I will not let you depart. You cannot abandon me. Kagaya's eyes transformed, her Byakugan flaring to life as she expertly activated Sage Mode, using the Flying Thunder God technique to lock onto Li Xian's figure. In an instant, she had pinned him down. Seeing Kagaya atop him, Li Xian felt a headache coming on, regretting having taught her these skills. Now, there was no escape. With matters having reached this point, regret was futile. Li Xian steeled himself and simultaneously activated the Three Holy Land Sage Mode. As he unfurled a scroll, chakra surged into it, and with a flash of peculiar light, a portal to an unknown realm materialized before him. Only he could see the time-space door. Kagaya remained oblivious. Just as Li Xian prepared to transform into dust and traverse the portal, an ominous premonition pierced him like ice. Oh, I hope I'm not interrupting anything. A chilling voice boomed like thunder in their ears. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, the air charged with an oppressive weight. As the voice faded, a man clad in white feathers, adorned with the distinctive horns of the Akatsuki clan, emerged from the void. His gaze was sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of perceiving all things, regarding Li Xian and Kagaya with the scrutiny of a deity surveying ants. Indeed, something has gone awry. The wedge is embedded within you. Yet I can no longer sense its presence, he remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the wedge mark on Li Xian's hand before shifting his attention to the trembling Kagaya. His tone was commanding. You have betrayed the Akatsuki clan, Kagaya. With that, his gaze fell upon the small ten-tails nearby, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. Since the ten-tails is here, you shall personally feed it. As for this individual, he harbors a wealth of energy, perfect to nourish the sapling. This was not a question, but an inescapable decree, each word ringing like a hammer against their hearts. Kagaya, do you know this man? Li Xian positioned himself protectively behind Kagaya, his tone calm. Inside, a storm raged. He pondered. Things have gone awry. This individual should not be here at this time. Did my actions inadvertently bring him here? He was the brother of Aitsuki Kagaya, the esteemed Aitsuki Zanki, a high-ranking member of their clan. Kagaya's voice trembled, betraying her fear as she faced Zanki, feeling an unprecedented dread and helplessness that stifled any thoughts of resistance. This is dire. Li Xian sensed the overwhelming pressure. Why was it not Momoshiki or Kinshiki, but rather a high-ranking Aitsuki? Was this a direct assault on the pinnacle match? When the opportunity arises, flee quickly. I can handle him, Li Xian reassured Kaguya lightly. However, facing the imperious demeanor of Aitsuki Zanki, Li Xian could not help but feel a flicker of seriousness in his gaze. Kaguya shook her head, choosing to stand by Li Xian's side. With Zanki personally present, where could they possibly escape? Better to be with the one she loved. Why won't this woman listen? Li Xian inwardly sighed, knowing that complaints at this moment were futile. All he could do was give his all to honor this deep affection. Chapter 69. The Invincible Aitsuki Fire Release. Great Fire Annihilation. With a low shout, Li Xian swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted like a raging dragon, intent on consuming all in its path. Aitsuki Zanki merely waved his hand with a nonchalance that belied the cataclysmic flames, which were effortlessly absorbed, as if the very flames themselves submitted to his formidable power. Utilizing the cover of the inferno, Li Xian silently scattered countless kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God's seal, meticulously crafting a spatial barrier that would soon take form. In the next moment, the fusion of the Flying Thunder God technique and his essence allowed him to appear beside Aitsuki Zanki like a specter, as a black rod of chakra pierced through his foe's corporeal form in an instant. Yet, Aitsuki Zanki's might exceeded all expectations. His figure seemed to shimmer like an illusory image, effortlessly diffusing the lethal strike, and what had been impaled transformed bizarrely into Li Xian himself. In his astonishment, Li Xian witnessed Aitsuki Zanki raise his hand once more, summoning a thunderbolt of unparalleled ferocity from the heavens, its force magnitudes more powerful than Sasuke's Kirin. At this critical juncture, Kaguya manifested before Li Xian with the Flying Thunder God, her Byakugan fully activated, unleashing the 80 Gods vacuum attack. A force potent enough to shake the very fabric of existence, which she utilized to disperse the apocalyptic thunder. Aitsuki Zanki's relentless assault surged forth like a tide, as a colossal truth-seeking orb, brimming with destructive energy, suddenly materialized before them, erupting violently. The cataclysmic explosion enveloped both Li Xian and Kaguya. In the face of despair, Li Xian's Rinnegan flared with power, generating a formidable repulsive force that temporarily staved off the orb's detonation. Concurrently, leveraging the capabilities of a unique space technique, the two vanished instantaneously, entering an alternate dimension. Aitsuki Zanki was overwhelmingly powerful. His every move threatened to annihilate all. Had he not desired to siphon the energy of this planet, Li Xian had no doubt that he would have obliterated it in an instant. Disregarding the fact that Kaguya had yet to consume the fruit of the divine tree, even if she had, she would not stand a chance against Aitsuki Zanki. What troubled him further was Zanki's unfathomable abilities, capable of effortlessly distorting reality, rendering attacks intangible and deflecting them. With each strike came thunderous lightning and the colossal truth-seeking orb. His strikes were swift, precise, and lethal. Without the Rinnegan and his unique spatial abilities, Li Xian was certain he would have been gravely wounded, if not killed. As time pressed on, Li Xian rapidly considered countermeasures. They needed a plan, for failure would beckon unimaginable calamity. Kaguya shortly used the Flying Thunder God to consume the fruit. I will hold him off, Li Xian instructed. However, the fruit was not yet ripe, and Kaguya, though her lips twitched, had silently resolved to give the fruit to Li Xian. Unaware of the turmoil within her heart, Li Xian continued, "We cannot afford to hesitate. Your consuming the fruit for immortality is our only slim chance of survival. Otherwise, we risk peril together." Understood, Kaguya nodded, her unwavering trust in Li Xian evident, especially upon realizing he too was in danger. As a powerful spatial disturbance rippled through the alternate dimension, Li Xian keenly sensed Aitsuki Zanki's approach. "He's here. We must make haste to exit," he urged without hesitation, opening a portal to the outside world. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Kaguya vanished in an instant using the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving Li Xian alone to confront the formidable adversary. "Now that the hindrance is gone, I can finally engage you fully," Li Xian declared, stretching his limbs as he gazed at the gradually materializing Aitsuki Zanki, his voice brimming with combat spirit. "A mere insect dares to challenge the majesty of the divine?" Zanki's voice was cold and arrogant, his eyes a stark contrast, one black as night, the other pure as snow. Having consumed numerous divine tree fruits, he stood but a step away from becoming a being akin to Akatsuki Kagaya. Words are easy to speak. Li Xian remained unfazed, swiftly forming hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, the alternate dimension was filled with his shadow clones. Densely packed like stars in the night sky. Multiple shadow clone technique combined with the great box of heaven, unleashed. Countless black cubes coalesced from the void, carrying a destructive force toward Aitsuki Zanki. Yet, with a mere flick of his wrist, Zanki effortlessly deflected the heavy cubes as if they were nothing more than foam. Immediately after, thousands of Li Xian's shadow clones activated Sage Mode, each conjuring a massive super-tailed beast bomb, roaring forth like an overwhelming storm toward Aitsuki Zanki. Humph. No matter how many there are, they remain mere insects, Zanki sneered, as the truth-seeking orb surrounding him expanded instantaneously, transforming into a colossal sea urchin-like shield. Its myriad sharp spikes shattering all clones and their respective bombs in an instant. Witnessing this, Li Xian felt a chill of realization. This is proving to be troublesome. It seems I cannot breach his defenses, and his ability to counter is overwhelmingly formidable. Rapidly, he calculated his next move. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the black rod through the air like a meteor piercing the night, aiming toward the heavens. The lesser divine technique activated, and the black rod expanded, transforming into a colossal staff of destruction, mercilessly striking the suspended truth-seeking orb. The skies were torn asunder by a thunderous roar, the chakra surged like a tempest, and upon contact, the black rod shattered into countless fragments, while the seemingly indestructible truth-seeking orb began to fracture like a spider's web. As the orb's exterior crumbled, Aitsuki Zanki's figure gradually became visible, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips, his gaze filled with disdain for Li Xian. Though you may command unique abilities, in the face of absolute power, you are but an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly deluded. In response to the provocation, Li Xian's Rinnegan activated, the depths of his pupils swirling like a galaxy, and he snorted coldly, unleashing the universal pull, distorting space as if an invisible hand grasped Aitsuki Zanki, drawing him closer. Simultaneously, with his other hand, he swiftly formed seals and called out, "Would release, cutting technique." Instantly, the earth trembled, and numerous thick wooden spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through Aitsuki Zanki's form, voraciously siphoning his chakra. The wooden spikes expanded rapidly, splitting into more branches that wreaked havoc within him. Yet, an unexpected twist occurred. The Aitsuki Zanki, pierced by the wooden technique, transformed in an instant into Li Xian. The true Aitsuki Zanki appeared nearby like a specter, his gaze icy, as if he could see through all illusions. Blood trickled from Li Xian's lips, evidently wounded by this sudden turn of events. He swiftly retracted the wood release, activating his body's powerful self-healing abilities, witnessing his wound heal at an observable rate. This predicament ignited a fierce anger within him, as he marveled inwardly. Aitsuki Zanki's abilities are utterly outrageous. Is this an enhanced version of his Neji? How can I possibly contend with this? Chapter 70. Consuming the divine tree fruit while he could retreat to his original timeline, Kagaya would undoubtedly perish if he did so. Opposite him, Aitsuki Zanki did not rush to attack. He regarded Li Xian with the disdain of one observing the futile struggles of an insignificant insect. Sage Art, Bright Spirit Gate. Li Xian activated the sage mode of the wet-bone forest, his hands coming together in a powerful prayer, summoning several enormous wooden torii gates that thunderously descended from the sky, intent on suppressing Aitsuki Zanki. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, this assault was reduced to mere dust. I shall see how much longer you can struggle. Aitsuki Zanki hovered in the air, gazing down with an air of superiority, his voice laced with both scorn and anticipation. Faced with such dire straits, Li Xian swiftly transitioned into the Sannin mode of Myoma Mountain, simultaneously activating the formidable powers of the Aitsuki's wedge. The chakra of yin-yang release coalesced in his hand, forming a pitch-black rod that shimmered with brilliance. With a single hand, he rapidly formed seals, instantly creating hundreds of shadow clones imbued with the flying thunder god mark, surging forth like a tempest from all directions, overwhelming Aitsuki Zanki. However, Zanki's strength surpassed all expectations. With a mere casual gesture, a hurricane powerful enough to obliterate everything swept through the realm. The hundreds of Li Xian's shadow clones crumbled before this force, swiftly devoured. Sweat trickled down Li Xian's forehead. The Akatsuki before him was far beyond what he could contend with. Each of the opponent's strikes harbored world-ending power, rendering any offensive futile, even capable of being rebounded. Yet he did not despair. He keenly discerned a crucial piece of information. The seemingly despair-inducing enhanced version of Izanagi employed by Akatsuki Zanki appeared to have a cooldown period, although the exact duration remained uncertain. Thus, he resolved to adopt a strategy of saturation strikes, persistently probing for openings. He suddenly drew a flying thunder god kunai. Hurling it skyward, the kunai seemed to have been imbued with life, tracing a brilliant arc through the air. As it began its slow descent, he moved with remarkable swiftness. The moment he activated the lesser version of the Pigu, his body transformed into minuscule particles, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Simultaneously, the Great Box of Heaven initiated. In an instant, several deep black cubes surged forth from the void, converging like a cage to tightly encircle Akatsuki Zanki. Shortly thereafter, dozens of black rods infused with yin-yang released chakra manifested, piercing into Zanki's form and binding his movements securely. The black cubes abruptly contracted, intent on crushing Zanki into oblivion. Just as the situation seemed to be settled, an unexpected twist occurred. Zanki's form dissipated like a reflection on water, replaced by Li Xian himself, as the lethal black rods mercilessly pierced through his chest. At that moment, the flying thunder god kunai hovered in midair, leveraging his extraordinary reflexes. Li Xian instantly transported himself to the side of the kunai in that fleeting moment. Almost simultaneously, the sage power of the dragon cave surged within him, and a colossal serpent erupted from his back, opening its gaping maw to launch a fatal assault on Akatsuki Zanki. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Zanki waved his hands, manifesting a radiant truth-seeking orb that enveloped him entirely, successfully withstanding the serpent's ferocious bite. Yet, from the serpent's mouth, a mark of the flying thunder god kunai quietly emerged. As the truth-seeking orb took form, the kunai slipped through the cracks, reaching Zanki's side. Immediately, Li Xian's figure appeared like a specter beside the kunai, as the lesser version of the Pigu and the black rods of yin-yang release resumed their relentless assault, piercing through Akatsuki Zanki's body once more. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, completed within mere seconds, as Li Xian finally managed to injure this formidable adversary. So it is. Your technique bears a brief interval. Li Xian gazed at Akatsuki Zanki, who was pierced by the yin-yang release rods, his expression one of astonishment. And a cryptic smile graced his lips. Without waiting for Zanki to respond, he felt the surge of sage chakra within him, conjuring two even more massive serpents that opened their enormous jaws, sealing Zanki completely. Yet, in that decisive moment, an astonishing substitution occurred. Li Xian himself became the target of the seal. Damn, so close, Li Xian lamented, promptly relinquishing the sage mode of the dragon cave, his eyes filled with frustration. Akatsuki Zanki withdrew the black rods from his body, his gaze seething with anger. He had never anticipated being wounded by a seemingly insignificant being. However, he quickly regained his composure, looking down upon Li Xian with an air of superiority. You are the first ant to dare challenge a deity. Your demise shall be the greatest reward for your audacity. In response to Zanki's arrogant words, Li Xian couldn't help but scoff. Huh. You who call yourself a deity are no different from the melodramatic Nagato. Zanki's brow furrowed, unfamiliar with the name Nagato, but he could distinctly sense the mockery and provocation in Li Xian's words. Before an immortal god, your struggles, as insignificant as a mayfly, are utterly meaningless. Zanki's tone was authoritative. He then coalesced a swelling, truth-seeking orb in his hand, its destructive power sufficient to shake the very world. Li Xian had no doubt that this strike could obliterate the alternate space. He dared not withstand it directly, swiftly opening a portal to the alternate dimension, narrowly escaping the deadly blow. As his form vanished, a thunderous sound of spatial rupture erupted behind him. Without needing to look back, he knew the destruction of the alternate space was inevitable. Upon re-entering the main world, Kaguya sensed his presence and, with the activation of the flying thunder god, arrived at his side in an instant. Concern filled her eyes. Xian, are you all right? She gently assisted Li Xian, her face etched with worry. Of course, I am unscathed. I am invincible. By the way, why haven't you consumed the fruit yet? Li Xian casually shook his head, despite his clothing being slightly disheveled from the earlier impact. His gaze remained resolute. He soon noticed that Kaguya had not activated the Rinne Sharingan, realizing she had not partaken of the God Tree fruit. Kaguya fell silent, suddenly. Her Byakugan activated, utilizing its insight and her exquisite acupuncture techniques to immobilize Li Xian in an instant. In his astonished gaze, Kaguya resolutely forced the God Tree fruit into his mouth. At that moment, Li Xian's pupils dilated as he felt an unprecedented surge of power stirring within him. Glancing at Kaguya, who was in tears, an ominous premonition surged within him. I'm sorry, Xian. You have now consumed the God Tree fruit and gained the power of immortality. Depart from here and return to your original timeline. Farewell, I shall always love you. Kaguya's voice trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks as she kissed Li Xian with deep affection. Then, accompanied by the small ten tails, she vanished into a distant place beyond his reach, facing Aitsuki Zanki alone. Kaguya, you foolish woman, what are you doing? Come back. Li Xian finally broke free from his constraints and, staring in the direction Kaguya had departed, shouted in anger. He understood that Kaguya had chosen to sacrifice herself for his safety, but this profound affection only deepened his anguish. You foolish woman, I swear, once I find you, I shall give you a good scolding. The mark of the flying thunder god he left on Kaguya seemed to have been erased, and Li Xian lost the means to trace her. Chapter 71. The Power of the Rinnegan. Li Xian gazed at the bright moon in the night sky, consumed by the desire to find Kaguya. As the Rinnegan slowly materialized on his forehead, the powers of the three great holy lands activated simultaneously. His Rinnegan radiated a soft blue glow, mysterious patterns adorned his brow, and dragon-like horns sprouted from his head. In that moment, he resembled a deity descending upon the mortal realm. With this formidable perception, Li Xian swiftly pinpointed Kaguya's location, a hidden space existing between reality and the alternate dimension, likely where Aitsuki Zanki and Kaguya had first arrived. Just as he was about to seek Kaguya, Kimimaro suddenly appeared to obstruct him. Young man, you have altered the future. This is the unpredictable anomaly that arises when the external enemies should not have appeared. I have no time for your nonsense. Li Xian's gaze was icy, dismissing Kimimaro's words. Do not be anxious, for the celestial being is immensely powerful, nearly impossible to vanquish. The most effective method is to seal him away, and fortuitously. I possess a technique for sealing formidable foes. The words of Gamabunta conveyed an unprecedented seriousness. However, this method must be executed simultaneously by two mighty individuals, and I cannot guarantee a complete seal. Why waste time with words? Quickly disclose this method to me, or it will be too late when Kaguya encounters trouble. Li Xian urged, his heart racing with urgency. Understanding the pressing nature of time, Gamabunta produced an ancient scroll from his mouth and solemnly handed it to Li Xian. The fate of the world now rests in your hands. How you choose to act is crucial. After leaving this profound statement, Gamabunta vanished silently. Clutching the scroll tightly, Li Xian transformed into a streak of light, heading straight for Kaguya's location. Along the way, he memorized the sealing technique with utmost haste. At last, he arrived at a desolate area, where his forehead's Rinnegan gleamed brilliantly, and the gate of time and space thunderously opened as he stepped into the alternate realm without hesitation. The moment he entered the other dimension, the sight before him rendered him speechless. The small tentails had reverted to its colossal form, firmly bound by Aitsuki Zanki with a chakra black rod, and Kaguya was in grave peril, about to be used as sustenance for the tentails. Release her, you wretched beast. Li Xian bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder, activating the underworld's path to swiftly rescue Kaguya from danger. Aitsuki Zanki reacted with remarkable speed, attempting to seize Li Xian. Li Xian's Rinnegan flared open, unleashing the power of the celestial deity, dragging Aitsuki Zanki into the world of magma. Ah, is that the new ability of that eye? Aitsuki Zanki murmured, undeterred by the extreme heat. Even if Li Xian had consumed the God Tree's fruit, he was confident in his ability to reclaim chakra and restart the God Tree's plan. In the silver-clad world of ice and snow, Li Xian embraced the newly reunited Kaguya, suddenly appearing in this dreamlike realm. In Kaguya's gaze intertwined disbelief and profound worry. Her joy stemmed from their reunion, while her concern was for Li Xian's safety. Do not speak now. I am quite upset. Li Xian's expression remained unfazed as he instructed, Hurry and learn this sealing technique. Once the crisis is averted, I shall deal with you. He promptly handed the sealing scroll to Kaguya. Then in a flash, he crossed the boundaries of space, returning to the intensely heated magma world. I was just about to seek you out, but since you have appeared, I shall reclaim the chakra from your body. Aitsuki Zanki's tone was indifferent. He found Li Xian's ability to traverse space troublesome, yet it was merely a minor inconvenience. He resolved to take things a bit more seriously. With a slow opening of a purple glowing Rinnegan on his forehead, the world seemed to shift in hue, and Li Xian felt an indescribable pressure enveloping him. All resistance melted away under the gaze of those eyes, rendering his efforts and struggles impotent. Since you have mastered the celestial deity, I shall turn your reality into a mere illusion. Upon finishing his words, Aitsuki Zanki raised his hand, and in an instant, countless Tao orbs containing supreme power coalesced into a pillar, encasing Li Xian like a prison. Li Xian was astonished to discover that the underworld's path and the celestial deity were rendered ineffective at that moment, and an unprecedented sense of despair surged within him. This is utterly hopeless. I have underestimated him. His powers are far too formidable. Aitsuki Zanki swiftly pinpointed Kaguya's location, activating the underworld's path and effortlessly capturing the panicked Kaguya before him, while the Ten Tails was also easily ensnared. Every move flowed seamlessly, without flaw. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, everyone was transported to an expansive, desolate desert, where the winds of yellow sand added a touch of desolation and solitude. Witnessing all of this, Li Xian felt ripples of realization regarding Aitsuki Zanki's unfathomable abilities. Yet he did not give up. He silently contemplated how to validate his conjectures and seek a path to resolution. Would release, would dragon technique. His sage mode still active, he clapped his hands. And in an instant, the earth trembled as a magnificent wood dragon erupted from the sands, its massive jaws wide open, aiming to devour Aitsuki Zanki. Immediately following this, would release, wood golem technique. The body of the wood dragon expanded dramatically, transforming into a towering wood golem, its fists roaring with the force to obliterate worlds. Crashing down upon Aitsuki Zanki, the distortion of reality manifested abruptly, altering the predetermined scene, as Kaguya was struck away by the golem's massive fist. Li Xian had already discerned Aitsuki Zanki's trick of rewriting reality. This attack was merely a feint and would not harm Kaguya. Aitsuki Zanki did not anticipate that Li Xian still had the strength to resist. As his inky black eyes swiftly rotated, the Tao or prison confining Li Xian transformed. Myriad sharp spikes erupting like bamboo shoots after rain, piercing through Li Xian. As smoke erupted, Li Xian's form transformed into a piece of decayed wood, effortlessly evading this lethal strike with a simple substitution technique. Seizing the opportunity, he approached Aitsuki Zanki like a specter. The black rod, composed of chakra and yin-yang release, pointed like the scythe of death at Aitsuki Zanki's heart. Just as he was about to succeed, Aitsuki Zanki's Rinnegan flared brilliantly, and the black rod transformed into an ineffectual wooden stick. The substitution technique became useless, and Li Xian's expression turned grave. Sage art, would release, cutting technique. He shouted, the wooden stick erupting with sharp wooden spikes that raced into Aitsuki Zanki's body, greedily consuming his chakra, growing wildly until it eventually exploded within. Aitsuki Zanki's ability to rewrite reality had not yet recovered, and the scales of victory seemed to tip in Li Xian's favor. Yet in an instant, the pierced body morphed into decayed wood, and Li Xian was struck with a realization of the terrifying power of Aitsuki Zanki's Rinnegan. It could record the techniques it observed, sealing and transforming them into his own abilities. Chapter 72. Annihilation. Amidst his shock, Aitsuki Zanki had silently appeared behind him, the spiked Tao orb piercing through his chest in an attempt to replay the previous scene. Smoke billowed again, revealing that Li Xian was merely a shadow clone. His true self had long since escaped into the yellow sands, waiting for the opportune moment, armed with a Tao or blade empowered by sage techniques, sharp beyond measure, slashing off Aitsuki Zanki's arm. Then, a colossal Rinnegan imbued with sage power struck Aitsuki Zanki's face with the force of thunder, raising clouds of dust and echoing booms. As the dust settled, Li Xian gazed at Aitsuki Zanki shrouded in swirling smoke, understanding the principle that where there is smoke, there is no harm. Indeed, Aitsuki Zanki was unscathed, while the massive Ten Tails lay nearby, gasping for breath, yet its vitality remained remarkably resilient. "You insignificant insect have thoroughly enraged me." Aitsuki Zanki's fury surged, ready to unleash an onslaught capable of obliterating everything. At that moment, a flicker of ethereal light appeared in the sky, as Kagaya descended like the brightest star in the night, suddenly arriving above the battlefield. Her Byakugan flared wide open, instantly locking onto her target, and the 80 Gods vacuum attack, brimming with destructive power, ruthlessly struck Aitsuki Zanki. Faced with this sudden assault, Aitsuki Zanki had no choice but to hastily condense the Tao orbs into an impenetrable sphere as his last line of defense. Meanwhile, Kagaya seized this opportunity, swiftly appearing beside Li Xian, and the two stood shoulder to shoulder. This fellow's ability can distort reality and rebound all damage, yet there is a 5-second gap. With the eye on his forehead, it can be shortened to 3 seconds. Furthermore, he can temporarily seal and rewrite the techniques recorded by his Rinnegan as his own abilities. Li Xian spoke at an astonishing speed, meticulously analyzing the enemy's abilities and weaknesses to Kagaya. Upon hearing this, Kagaya's expression grew increasingly grave. Suddenly, Li Xian gently embraced her and placed a tender kiss upon her lips. Initially, Kagaya's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes flickering with a mix of shyness and confusion, and she shot him a playful glare, thinking it was inappropriate to be affectionate at such a moment. However, she soon discerned the vital information conveyed through that soft touch, and her demeanor instantly shifted to one of seriousness. "Let us begin." With a hushed command from Li Xian, their coordination became as fluid as flowing water. Within Li Xian, 3 celestial modes activated simultaneously, transforming his martial prowess. Aitsuki Zanki was not particularly strong in physical combat. He had always avoided direct confrontation with Li Xian, preferring to utilize his unique abilities and techniques to resolve crises. Yet, faced with Li Xian's unstoppable offensive, he surprisingly chose to stand firm, not retreating or dodging. Li Xian's seemingly casual yet devastating punch struck like a thunderbolt, instantly piercing Aitsuki Zanki's chest. As that earth-shattering blow broke through his chest, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Aitsuki Zanki's form was instantly rewritten, morphing into Kagaya's likeness, and just as Zanki's smile emerged, Kagaya's pierced body dissipated into mist, revealing it to be merely a shadow clone. Her real body utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind Aitsuki Zanki, her weapon aimed directly at his heart. Aitsuki Zanki quickly raised the truth-seeking ball to defend against this lethal strike. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, Li Xian unleashed the celestial technique, Truth-Seeking Ball Spiral Shuriken. With a low chant, a shuriken infused with world-destroying power flew forth, hurtling toward Aitsuki Zanki with unstoppable force. Sensing this destructive energy, Zanki's pupils constricted as he attempted to escape into another dimension. Realizing his intent to flee, Li Xian's ability, the Yellow Springs of Biryosaka, had already been restored. A hand crackling with yin-yang thunder emerged from the void, slamming down on Zanki's face just as the truth-seeking ball spiral shuriken detonated, allowing Zanki to experience true agony. The upper half of his body was obliterated. "Now, Kagaya," Li Xian shouted, their minds in perfect sync as they appeared on either side of Zanki's remaining form. One wielded the power of Yang, while the other commanded the power of Yin, together chanting an ancient incantation, celestial technique, 6 paths of Earth Explosion Star. As their energies converged, the heavens seemed to tear apart, forming a colossal black sphere that engulfed Zanki's last struggles and despair into an abyss of darkness. The vast desert was violently stirred by an invisible force, tons of sand being consumed by an unprecedented gravitational pull, coalescing into a storm reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. This tempest gradually condensed into an immense sphere, securely sealing Aitsuki Zanki within. Grasping Kagaya's hand and ensuring the inclusion of the small Ten-Tails, Li Xian utilized the power of the heavens to transcend the boundaries of time and space, returning to the icy realm. He collapsed upon the frigid snow, his strength seemingly drained, this battle having nearly exhausted all his energy and will. "It's finally over," he murmured, as he basked in the afterglow of victory. Preparing to catch his breath, Kagaya suddenly lunged into his embrace, tears streaming down her face like a string of pearls. She nestled against him, her voice choked with emotion. "I can finally be with you forever, Xian." Li Xian gently embraced her, softly replying, "Call me husband, and you must apologize for your earlier foolishness." Husband, Kagaya's voice was as soft as a whisper. Her head bowed in shyness as she leaned against his shoulder to apologize. I'm sorry. Her tone carried a hint of playfulness, banishing the shadows from Li Xian's heart. But a mere apology is insufficient. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Li Xian's mouth as he leaned closer to Kagaya's ear, whispering sweetly. Kagaya's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, feeling overwhelmed. She ultimately buried her head in Li Xian's embrace and nodded gently. Li Xian was in high spirits, eager to tease Kagaya. Just as he prepared to lift her away, an unexpected disturbance arose. The space around them began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Alarm bells rang in Li Xian's mind. He instantly grasped the gravity of the situation and, without hesitation, swiftly led Kagaya away from their original position. The spot they had just occupied was abruptly torn apart by an overwhelming surge of energy, leaving behind a gaping chasm of unfathomable depth. What on earth is happening? Kagaya, nestled in Li Xian's arms, looked up with confusion and fear. Li Xian's expression turned grave as he softly explained, that fiend has not been sealed. The method of the toad was indeed unreliable. As his words fell, a figure emerged from the smoke, Akatsuki Zanki, no longer bearing the calm demeanor he once had. He now sported grotesque horns on his forehead, his visage twisted, covered in mysterious runes, his form even more imposing, exuding an aura of despair. He gazed at Li Xian, madness flickering in his eyes as he sneered, Humph, mere ants dare to think they can seal me? I have changed my mind. I shall make you experience a fate worse than death. In an instant, Akatsuki Zanki appeared before Li Xian, swinging a fist that distorted the very fabric of space. Before Kagaya could react, Li Xian's body was torn away by an invisible force and sent flying. Immediately after, Zanki conjured a truth-seeking ball spear, thrusting it through Li Xian's chest. Simultaneously, he struck the ground, causing numerous truth-seeking ball spikes to erupt, obliterating Li Xian's flesh and blood with almost no chance of recovery. Chapter 73. The Grim Reaper comes to work. Xian. Kagaya watched helplessly as Li Xian disintegrated under Akatsuki Zanki's destructive power. At that moment, her heart felt as though it had been torn asunder, despair flooding over her like a relentless tide. She collapsed to the ground, her strength seemingly drained, leaving only hollow eyes and endless sorrow. Akatsuki Zanki's cold gaze swept over her, a contemptuous smile forming as a black rod of truth-seeking ball pierced Kagaya's body, pinning her in place, immobile. You coward. If you have the guts, come at me, don't harm her. Li Xian's voice echoed in the void. His form had not truly vanished, as the shattered remnants of his flesh transformed into countless shadow clones, roaring as they surged toward Akatsuki Zanki from all directions. Zanki's hand grasped the air, instantly coalescing the truth-seeking ball into a spear. Like a war god descending, he navigated through the shadow clones, each thrust of the spear embodying world-shattering power, obliterating the clones one by one, his might unparalleled. In the chaos of battle, Li Xian seized the opportunity to use the yellow springs of Biryosaka to rescue Kagaya from peril, releasing her from the constraints of the truth-seeking balls. At this moment, Akatsuki Zanki had dispatched all the shadow clones and suddenly appeared before Li Xian, his speed astonishing, his truth-seeking ball spear aimed directly at Li Xian's eyes, causing the space to tremble under its force. Just as the spear was about to pierce his eye socket, a powerful repulsive force erupted from Li Xian's Rinnegan, attempting to block the fatal strike, but it could only withstand for a brief moment. Fortunately, this bought him time to activate the yellow springs of Biryosaka, allowing him to whisk Kagaya away to a location several kilometers away. Gazing at the now nearly invincible Akatsuki Zanki, Li Xian's expression darkened. This fiend has activated his battle form. He is truly impossible to kill or defeat. Moreover, sealing him is out of the question. This is genuinely troubling. The situation was dire, as the relentless assault of Akatsuki Kagaya approached with alarming speed. Li Xian swiftly activated the yellow spring Biryosaka once more, propelling Kagaya into its depths. She had no time to express her joy at his survival before being swept into the vortex of time and space. Her spirits plummeted instantly. In that fleeting moment, she caught a glimpse of Li Xian's whispered farewell, his lips forming the words, "My beloved, I will love you forever." This sentiment pierced through her cold despair like the last rays of warm sunlight, yet it shattered her heart irrevocably. Within the icy expanse, Li Xian found himself impaled by Kagaya's long spear, which greedily consumed his chakra, each drop of energy lost, further diminishing his vitality. He could do little but despairingly witness his life slipping away, rendered powerless to even move. Your life force and chakra are remarkably unique. Nearly rivaling the high-ranking members of our clan, Aitsuki Kagaya's voice was laced with unmasked delight, taken aback by the unexpected strength of Li Xian's chakra. "Do not revel too soon, for I shall take you down with me," he retorted, his voice weak yet resolute, embodying an unyielding spirit that echoed the sacrifice of Minato sealing the Nine Tails. In a final surge of strength, he spat defiantly at Kagaya. The Grim Reaper has come to do its work. He invoked the forbidden technique, the impure world reincarnation. As the incantation resonated, a terrifying force from the underworld descended. He offered his own soul as a sacrifice, determined to take Kagaya down with him. Feeling the chilling presence behind him, a smile of relief crossed his face. Who would have thought that I, of all people, would fight for another? Kagaya. His eyelids grew heavy, consciousness fading as he bore witness to the Grim Reaper's banquet. The entity greedily consumed his soul, its grotesque visage adorned with a twisted smile of satisfaction, as if fulfilling a long-held desire. In stark contrast, Kagaya's expression morphed into one of unprecedented terror and despair, her soul writhing beneath the Reaper's claws, ultimately succumbing to the inevitable fate of being devoured. Kagaya's soul was a delicacy for the Grim Reaper, which savaged and consumed their essences, leaving Li Xian to sink into an abyss of darkness. The Reaper, momentarily sated, paused, revealing a contemplative demeanor as it expelled a pure essence of soul before vanishing into thin air. In the desolate realm of ice and snow, only the diminutive Tintails remained.
Curled and trembling in solitude, after an indeterminate duration, it finally overcame its fear, struggling to rise, once assured of the absence of threats.
It scampered to the remains of Li Xian and Aitsuki Kagaya. With a turn of its 9-tomo Sharingan, it opened its maw wide, devouring their bodies whole. After a hearty feast, it contentedly patted its round belly, releasing a deep belch. Within the Tintails, an unprecedented surge of power erupted, akin to the stars bursting forth at the dawn of creation, tearing apart the very fabric of reality around it. The ice-constructed world began to collapse, engulfed by profound darkness, followed by a blinding light that illuminated the skies like a volcanic eruption, shattering the fragile space as if it were glass under the force of this energy. The Tintails was suddenly swept into the chaotic vortex of space, suffering a fate worse than death. In that moment, it regretted its insatiable gluttony and the heavy price it had paid. In a realm beyond, Kagaya stood in silence, unable to sense Li Xian's presence. Her gaze hollow and filled with despair, as if the vibrancy of the world had been extinguished from her sight. An indescribable sorrow shattered her spirit, akin to the brightest star in the night sky suddenly falling, leaving behind only an expanse of desolate darkness. She remained motionless, like a statue forgotten by time. Day after day, year after year, until the passage of time transformed her into an enigmatic goddess figure. The emergence of this statue inspired awe among the populace. They revered it as the goddess of the moon, believing it to be a divine protection and blessing bestowed upon them, flocking to worship and pray for fortune. The construction of temples and the rising of incense further elevated this faith, rendering the moon goddess an inviolable sacred entity in the hearts of the people. One fateful day, an enormous beast appeared, voraciously consuming the energies of nature, yet curiously sparing human life. However, this unending hunger disrupted the natural order, leading to calamities and suffering, as humanity helplessly watched their world spiral towards destruction. Chapter 74. The replanting of the divine tree. On this day, a young woman clad in a flowing white robe, possessing an ethereal beauty, entered the temple of the moon goddess. She removed her hood, revealing eyes as cold and piercing as a serpent's, before casting an illusion that lulled all worshippers into slumber. Her complex gaze fell upon the statue as she murmured, "What you have brought forth is destroying the world. Only you can halt this calamity." The statue remained silent, isolated from the world, indifferent to everything. The white-clad woman was the White Snake Sage, who sighed heavily at the sight. "Even if you have no attachment to this land, it bears the memories you once shared. If the world perishes, so too will your legacy." Her words seemed to resonate deep within the statue, unleashing a powerful and vengeful aura that caused it to tremble violently before ultimately shattering. Amidst the swirling dust, A stunning woman clad in white feathers emerged, her hair as radiant as snow. She gently opened her flawless eyes, glancing with subtle grace before fixing her gaze upon the white snake sage. When their eyes met, an oppressive tension filled the air. Please, do not be angered. Though Xian has perished, your womb still carries his child. Upon hearing of Li Xian and the unborn child, Kagaya's fury and despair gradually gave way to reason. She retracted her lethal intent, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. Ultimately, Kagaya said nothing, merely casting a profound glance at the white snake sage before transforming into a streak of light, hurtling towards a specific direction. The white snake sage watched Kagaya's retreating form, feeling an immense weight lift from her shoulders, her heart a tumult of emotions. She exhaled a deep sigh, recognizing her mission nearing completion, and it was time to return to the dragon cave. Guided by her acute sensitivity to the Ten Tails chakra, Kagaya effortlessly tracked its location. The Ten Tails, now even more colossal, ravenously consumed the lakes, swiftly transforming the once vibrant waters into a desolate desert. When its massive eyes caught sight of this uninvited guest, it initially displayed shock and fear. Attempting to flee, however, it quickly regained its arrogance, unleashing a deafening roar. Then, gathering a colossal tailed beast ball in its maw, it launched the devastating projectile towards Kagaya. Unfazed, she activated her Byakugan, perceiving the impending assault, and employed the Flying Thunder God technique, effortlessly evading the cataclysmic force of the tailed beast ball. In almost the same instant, she appeared above the forehead of the Ten Tails, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows akin to a tempest, each strike precise and lethal, leaving the Ten Tails dazed and struggling to withstand the onslaught. The tailed beast ball erupted in the distance with an earth-shattering roar, a colossal mushroom cloud soaring into the sky, accompanied by a devastating shockwave that ravaged the surroundings, annihilating all in its path and leaving behind a harrowing crater. Although the Ten Tails was gravely injured, its fury and unwillingness to submit drove it to retaliate fiercely, delivering a heavy palm strike toward Kagaya. Yet, Kagaya deftly evaded the danger using the Flying Thunder God technique, simultaneously entering Sage mode and conjuring a colossal Rasengan of several dozen meters in diameter, imbued with cataclysmic force, which she forcefully slammed down upon the Ten Tails' head, pinning it firmly to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Kagaya waved her hands, summoning a multitude of yin-yang release black rods that surged forth like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, penetrating the Ten Tails' form with impeccable precision, binding it securely. The Ten Tails finally relinquished its resistance, cradling its head in defeat, preparing to endure the onslaught. Kagaya held the tip of the bone-chilling weapon before the Ten Tails' eyes, a memento left by Li Xian and a representation of her vengeful resolve. In that moment, Kagaya made a decision. She would replant the God Tree, devour its fruits, traverse the cosmos in search of planets teeming with life, repeat the process of planting the fruits, and ultimately return to the Aitsuki clan to fulfill her grand revenge. To transform the Ten Tails into the God Tree, a member of the Aitsuki clan must be sacrificed. Thus, she first needed to find a suitable individual to implant the seal. Sacrificing the Ten Tails itself, and ultimately using the seal to resurrect and consume the God Tree's fruit. Just as Kagaya was about to embark on her quest for a fitting candidate, the Ten Tails expelled the corpse of the devoured Aitsuki Zanki. This entity was too difficult to digest, hence it was regurgitated, and curiously, Li Xian's body had inexplicably vanished, explaining why it was still so feeble. Upon witnessing the corpse of Aitsuki Zanki, Kagaya's heart twisted in anguish. A tidal wave of rage surged within her. It was this individual who had slain her beloved. However, venting her wrath upon a lifeless corpse served no purpose. Indifferently, she extracted chakra from Aitsuki Zanki's body, siphoning some of its power and unlocking its alternate dimension. Within, she discovered the seed of the God Tree that Zanki had carried, the other Ten Tails. She returned to the original site where she had planted the God Tree and offered Zanki's body as a sacrifice to this Ten Tails, transforming it into the God Tree planted there. Xian, she whispered, reminiscing about that unforgettable time. She and Akatsuki Ishiki had been tasked with planting the God Tree on this planet. Faced with the grotesque Ten Tails, she felt an overwhelming resistance, unwilling to become a sacrificial victim. At a critical moment, she ambushed Akatsuki Ishiki, sacrificing him to plant the Ten Tails. secretly planning to enjoy the god tree's fruits alone once they ripened, ultimately escaping the pursuit of the Akatsuki clan. During those days, Kaguya existed in endless waiting and fear. Each day, she stood guard beneath the god tree, simultaneously yearning for the fruits to mature while remaining vigilant against the tracking of the Akatsuki clan. Until the arrival of that man, who pierced through her grim world like a ray of warm sunlight, bringing unprecedented color. He always spoke of strange things, prepared delectable meals, and engaged her in conversation. His companionship brought her a sense of tranquility she had never known before. Gradually, she became accustomed to his presence, even realizing she could not imagine life without him. Whenever he was not by her side, she felt a profound unease. His presence brought her peace. Ultimately, she entrusted him with everything. He spoke of departing, returning to his rightful place, assuring her they would meet again and never be separated. Desperate, she tried to hold him back. At the moment Akatsuki Zenki appeared, she lost all support and hope. If only she had not chosen to keep him, perhaps he would not have perished. Dead. This thought sliced through her heart like a sharp blade, leaving innumerable scars that were difficult to heal. Kaguya's expression suddenly turned frenzied, but just then, the new life within her stirred, bringing her back to clarity. Husband, I miss you. Kaguya ultimately slumped weakly beneath the eaves, clutching her knees tightly, burying her head deeply between her legs as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. Time passed swiftly, and Kaguya once again stood guard by the god tree, as if returning to those dark days. Kaguya gave birth to Li Xian's offspring, a pair of twin brothers named Yu-E and Yu-Yuan. She imparted all her ninjutsu to them, nurturing them as they grew. In the endless waiting and guarding, Kaguya's heart was filled only with deep hatred for the Akatsuki clan and longing for Li Xian, leaving her never smiling at Yu-E and Yu-Yuan. Perhaps in anticipation of one day embarking on her path of revenge alone, she concealed all knowledge of Li Xian from her children. Chapter 75. Yu-E and Yu-Yuan. As the years flowed by, Kaguya consumed the fruit of the god tree. Under her unparalleled power, the world was woven into a serene tapestry, the shadows of war thoroughly dispelled. People lived in an almost perfect order, with fewer disputes and more harmony, each fulfilling their roles in a peaceful society. Yu-E and Yu-Yuan grew under Kaguya's care, inheriting their parents' extraordinary bloodlines. Yu-E inherited his father Li Xian's Rinnegan, while Yu-Yuan possessed his mother Kaguya's Byakugan. Together, they served as Kaguya's right and left arms, maintaining the peace and stability of this world. In this absolute dominion of strength, people revered and feared Kaguya. The god tree, like a gluttonous beast, incessantly devoured the world's vitality. Mountains lost their color. Rivers ran increasingly dry, and the natural resources upon which humanity relied continued to dwindle. The great sage Kimimaro of Mayaboku Mountain witnessed the world's transformation and the suffering of humanity. Only by breaking the status quo could salvation be found for the masses. Thus, he turned his gaze toward Yu-E and Yu-Yuan. One day, after a day of toil, Yu-E and Yu-Yuan slowly returned home, their eyes falling upon the solitary figure of Kaguya in the distance. What could mother be gazing at in the starry sky every day? Yu-Yuan asked softly, filled with confusion. She refuses to share anything with us. No one knows what thoughts lie within her heart, Yu-E replied, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness and sentimentality. I believe there are thoughts within her that even we, her two sons, cannot fathom. Let us focus on our own tasks. Perhaps one day mother will share with us. Yu-Yuan sighed and turned away with Yu-E. Meanwhile, Kimimaro finally found his opportunity and approached Yu-E and Yu-Yuan. I am Kimimaro. He introduced himself, his voice carrying an air of mystery. You two must be Yu-E and Yu-Yuan, correct? Big brother, this frog can talk. The sudden voice startled Yu-Yuan, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at the frog before him. Indeed, why can a frog speak? Yu-E mirrored the astonishment, but quickly regained his composure, scrutinizing the unexpected visitor. I am a toad, not a frog, Kimimaro corrected with a slight smile. Come with me. With that, he turned to lead the way. However, to Gamimaru's surprise, Yu-E and Yu-Yuan did not immediately follow. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion and wariness. Who are you? Why should we trust you? Yu-E retorted, his tone tinged with caution. Yes, how do we know you aren't up to some trick? Yu-Yuan echoed in agreement. Faced with the skepticism of the two brothers, Gamimaru remained undeterred. He had to persuade them. The world was on the brink of an unprecedented crisis, and only they could avert it. Trust me, follow me, he urged. Let us first see what lies ahead. Yui and Yuzuru exchanged a determined glance before matching Gamamaru's pace. After a long journey, they arrived at the location of the sacred tree. He halted, slowly pointing toward the towering giant, and asked, "Do you recognize that?" "Of course." Yui nodded. "That place is forbidden," Yuzuru added. Gamamaru's expression turned grave as he turned to them, his eyes heavy with concern. "Have you seen what lies beyond?" "No, we haven't." Yui shook his head, expressing ignorance. "Mother forbids us from approaching there. Everyone must adhere to this rule." Yuzuru echoed softly, a flicker of recollection crossing his eyes. "The true essence of the sacred tree resides there." Gamamaru gazed intently at the tree, which was continuously siphoning the earth's vitality. As long as it stood, the land would wither away. Yui's face registered astonishment, incredulity evident in his gaze as he looked at Gamamaru. How could the sacred tree do that? Yuzuru furrowed his brow in doubt. But the stories we hear are all about how the sacred tree bestows life and prosperity upon this land. Go see for yourselves. Farewell. Gamamaru sighed softly, leaping away with grace. Yui and Yuzuru stood in stunned silence, exchanging glances before departing. Despite their mother Kagaya's warnings against venturing into that taboo territory, Gamamaru's words took root in their hearts like seeds, igniting an irresistible curiosity that compelled them to explore further. That day, after concluding his arduous tasks, Yuzuru strolled over to Yui's side and softly remarked, "The patrol reports from various areas indicate no anomalies." Noticing his elder brother lost in thought, gazing into the distance, Yuzuru called out gently, "Brother, what occupies your mind?" Yui, as if awakening from a dream, gradually focused his gaze and replied, "Oh, it's best if there's nothing amiss." Understanding his brother's unspoken thoughts, Yuzuru tentatively probed, "Brother, are you still pondering what that frog said?" "No, not at all," Yui said, shaking his head lightly, a wry smile forming at the corners of his mouth. His gaze inadvertently drifted below, where a group of people was slowly approaching the sacred tree, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "This is a routine offering to the sacred tree." Yuzuru followed his brother's gaze, trying to soothe his inner turmoil. He caught sight of a familiar figure among the crowd, Yui's beloved, Yuri, standing out radiantly. Yuzuru's heart tightened, and he murmured softly, "Could it be?" "No, it cannot be." Yui, too, noticed her presence, his expression shifting dramatically, almost instinctively rushing towards the gathering. Though Yuzuru wished to stop him, he could only follow closely, chasing after the fleeting silhouette. "Yuri!" Yuzuru called out amidst the throng. The young woman turned at the sound, her gaze gently landing upon the two brothers. "Yui, Yuzuru," she greeted them with a smile that held traces of reluctance and sorrow. Yui, looking at her, felt a tumult of emotions surge within him. After a moment's hesitation, he finally asked, "Where are you going?" "I have received word that it is time for me to offer to the sacred tree," Yuri explained with a soft sigh. "But," Yui's heart tightened further. He yearned to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. "It cannot be helped. This is a decree established long ago by Lady Kagaya," Yuri said gently, unclasping the necklace she wore, which shimmered softly in the sunlight, seemingly carrying countless memories and emotions. She draped it around Yui's neck. "Yui, Yuzuru, though our time together was short, I am grateful to have met you. Do not forget me." With that, she resolutely turned away, not looking back as she walked towards the sacred tree. "Yuri." Yui could not help but call her name again, his outstretched hand freezing in midair. He ultimately did not pursue her, standing silently as he watched her figure fade into the distance. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, leaving the two brothers in a wordless tableau, burdened by an ineffable sorrow. Chapter 76. Gamamaru's plan. As time passed, the days rolled on. The offerings to the sacred tree continued, yet those who had ventured forth like forgotten dust never returned. Yui and Yuzuru could no longer suppress their thirst for the truth and, under the veil of secrecy from Kagaya, made their way to the sacred tree. When the colossal tree appeared before them, it loomed like a silent giant, towering high enough to pierce the heavens, surrounded by an eerie silence devoid of life. Save for the wind whispering through its leaves, echoing lamentations of the past. Yuzuru resolutely activated his Byakugan, the all-seeing eye revealing the inner workings of the tree. The sight before him sent a jolt through his heart. Within the roots of the sacred tree hung countless eerie cocoons, silently suspended and exuding an ominous aura. "Brother!" Yuzuru gasped, and without a second thought, he dashed towards the chilling cocoons. Despite his myriad doubts and anxieties, Yui followed closely, compelled to uncover the truth. Upon reaching the base of the sacred tree, the scene that met their eyes plunged them into despair. Beneath the thick wooden beams lay forms resembling human figures, stripped of freedom and life. The hearts of Yui and Yuzuru sank to the depths of despair. "Brother, open this cocoon," Yuzuru spoke with a quavering voice. Crouching before one of the cocoons, Yui inhaled deeply and with a swift motion summoned a sharp blade of wind to slice through the cocoon. As the shell shattered, a familiar, pallid face emerged, Yuri. Her visage was serene and tranquil, yet her body lay cold and lifeless, devoid of vitality. "Yuri." Yui's call echoed beneath the sacred tree, yet it elicited no response from her. He clutched her lifeless form tightly, tears welling in his eyes before transforming into a roar of grief and fury. He could not comprehend why fate would treat them so cruelly. He could not fathom why their mother, Kaguya, would commit such heinous acts. "This is the truth behind the sacred tree's routine offerings." Yuzuru's voice was heavy with sorrow as he gazed at the countless cocoons surrounding them, his heart brimming with despair and rage. After laying Yuri to rest, the two brothers returned to the place where they had first encountered Kimimaro, burdened by their heavy hearts. "Come out, Kimimaro." Before long, Kimimaro emerged from the water, a glimmer of unnoticeable satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Observing the complex and determined expressions on the brothers' faces, he understood that his plan had taken a crucial step forward. "It seems you truly went," Kimimaro remarked with a mix of calmness and resignation. "Follow me." With that, he leaped ahead, guiding the brothers onward. Yui and Yuzuru followed Kimimaro to Miyaboka Mountain. "Where's this?" Upon entering this realm, Yuzuru was instantly captivated by the breathtaking scenery that unfolded like a painting, and he could not help but inquire softly. Kimimaro responded in his uniquely steady voice. "This is the land of the toads, Miyaboka Mountain, filled with the natural energy known as Senjutsu. Once you master this energy," with a casual gesture, Kimimaro effortlessly lifted a toad statue that resembled a small mountain, declaring, "Even such feats are easily within my capabilities." This scene left Yui and Yutsuin speechless, expressing genuine admiration. "Impressive. Follow me." Kimimaro gently set down the statue and led the two young people into a grand hall. At the center of the hall, a magnificent and resplendent crystal sphere stood silently, emanating a soft and mysterious glow. "This stone is known as the Memory Stone." A hint of reverence colored Kimaro's words. "Memory Stone?" Yui inquired. "It can record everything that happens on Earth," Kimimaro replied, utilizing the power of the Memory Stone to slowly unfold before them a series of scrolls depicting events from the time the divine tree first descended to the present. However, he omitted the story concerning Li Xian, for his existence represented a significant variable. Since Kaguya descended into the mortal realm, she wielded unparalleled power over the earth, and, through the wishes of humanity, gave birth to you two brothers. Yet, ultimately, she turned against humankind. Kimimaro recounted this long-buried history. After hearing this, Yui's expression grew complex as he incredulously pressed, "Where did our mother come from? Why did she protect the divine tree?" "I do not know." Kimimaro shook his head, a fleeting glimmer of inscrutable light appearing in his eyes. "It may be related to her descent from the heavens. The only certainty is that since the divine tree took root, the natural energy of the earth has notably diminished." "How could this happen?" Yui's heart surged with turmoil as he gazed at the necklace in his hand, a gift from Yuji, as if drawing strength and resolve from it. "I need to have a conversation with Mother." Yet, Yutsuin's worries loomed over him like a dark cloud. Kimimaro, too, wore a grave expression, directly cautioning Yui. "Your mother's power is immensely formidable. I do not believe she will patiently converse with you, even though you are her son." "Kimimaro, can you teach me how to use Shanju?" Yui pondered for a moment, seemingly resolved, and addressed Kimimaro. "Brother, are you truly considering opposing Mother?" Yutsuin's anxious gaze remained fixed on his elder brother. "Just in case," Yui sighed softly. "I understand now. Inheriting Kaguya's powers, if you learn to wield Shinsu, it may indeed allow you to contend with her." Kimimaro almost let slip a word, but seeing that Yui and Yutsuin remained unsuspecting, he spoke calmly. "However, teaching you to use Shinsu is indeed a perilous gamble." "Why?" Yui asked, a frown of confusion forming on his brow. "Can you guarantee that once you master Shinsu, you won't become like your mother?" Gamamaru's sharp inquiry cut through the air. Gamamaru. Yui's voice suddenly rose as he approached Gamamaru, his eyes flickering with dangerous light. At this point, are you afraid? What are you saying? Gamamaru retorted, somewhat indignant. Your words are contradictory. Why did you wait for us to arrive? You clearly anticipated that we would oppose Mother. Yui regarded him with a knowing gaze. You, as a human, are quite perceptive. Indeed, I received a revelation. A flicker of surprise crossed Gamamaru's eyes, soon replaced by acceptance. It was a dream. Gamma rarely dreams. And this dream was akin to a prophecy. I saw you battling Kaguya. What was the outcome? Jutsuin interjected anxiously. He likely did not see much. If he had, he would not be afraid. Yui observed Gamamaru's demeanor, his heart already possessing the answer, his words imbued with a knowing calmness. Oh, you truly discern my thoughts. Gamamaru exclaimed, a look of astonishment gracing his face. You are remarkable. From that day forth, the two brothers, under Gamamaru's guidance, diligently practiced Junmusur, nearly forgetting all worldly disturbances. Only Jutsuin occasionally withdrew to his mother, attempting to maintain the bond that was gradually fading. In a distant dragon cave, the white snake sage gazed into the distance, complex emotions flickering in her eyes. She sighed softly, murmuring, Gamamaru. Do you truly fear that Xuan will obliterate your Miao Mu Mountain? Perhaps there will be no Miao Mu Mountain Sanctuary in the future. Chapter 77. I miss you on this day. After patrolling the area, Jutsuin suddenly felt an ancient and powerful aura surge forth like a tide, familiar yet unsettling. He turned abruptly to find Kaguya standing quietly not far away, her countenance austere, resembling unmelting ice in winter, yet cloaked in an otherworldly mystery. Jutsuin quickly adjusted his attire and approached with haste, bowing respectfully, his voice tinged with surprise and reverence. Mother, you have returned. Where is Yui? Kaguya's voice was as cold as a spring, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Her gaze was profound, as if capable of penetrating all illusions. My brother is still patrolling the village, Jutsuin replied, kneeling humbly. Jutsuin, Kaguya's eyes remained frosty as she spoke with a commanding tone. Do not think to hide anything from me. With her words, an unprecedented aura emanated from Kaguya, like the harshest winter wind, instantly enveloping the entire space. Jutsuin felt a heavy pressure descend from above, as if a 1,000-pound weight bore down upon his chest, nearly rendering him breathless. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, splattering onto the icy ground, evaporating without a trace. Beneath the formidable and indifferent aura of his mother, Jutsuin experienced an unparalleled sense of helplessness and insignificance, devoid of any courage to resist. After Yui mastered Shinsu, he arrived at Kaguya's residence alongside Gamamaru. This is as far as we go. Beyond here lies danger. Find a place to hide, Yui instructed solemnly as they reached the edge of their destination. Well, since you intend to confront Kaguya, I cannot imagine the scale of the battle that will ensue. Good luck, brother, Gamamaru nodded in agreement. Waving goodbye to Yui and seeking a safe place to conceal himself, he must observe the unfolding situation at all times. Yui stepped alone into the grand hall where Kaguya resided. He saw Kaguya seated upon her throne, her expression impassive, yet her deep-set eyes betrayed an imperceptible sorrow and pain. She murmured to herself, Xuan, our child has grown. Now he seeks to strike against me, his mother. I am a failed mother. I miss you, mother. Yui gazed into Kaguya's eyes with his reincarnation gaze, his voice calm. Yui, Kaguya's expression remained indifferent. Since Li Xian's departure, her emotions seemed frozen, incapable of expressing anything beyond her usual aloofness. Seeing Yui's pale blue reincarnation eyes, a wave of pain surged within her. You remind me of you, Xuan. You broke the rules and entered the Forbidden Realm, didn't you? You cannot hide this from me. I can read your hearts. Then you must also understand why I am angry with you. Mother, Yui replied coldly. You fell in love with that girl, did you not? Not just her, but all the people of this land. That is my love, mother, Yui declared. As for what you have done in the past, I am well aware. Why commit such terrifying acts? This does not concern you, Kaguya replied, her demeanor icy. Unable to contain his emotions, Yui demanded, Mother, what exactly are you? Where do you come from? Kaguya chose silence, as if all words were powerless to alter the course of fate. Mother, Yui's voice brimmed with pleading. Please cease the offerings to the divine tree. The endless sacrifices and suffering should not continue. No, Kagaya's resolve was unwavering as she rose, exuding an oppressive aura. She sought vengeance. As long as she could obtain power, the cost was of no consequence. Mother, just as Yui was about to offer further advice, Kagaya suddenly launched an attack. She manipulated Yuki to engage in a fierce battle with Yui. The conflict between the two brothers was intense and brutal, each move imbued with helplessness and struggle. The fight escalated from within the palace to the outside. Unable to bear the sight of kin turning against one another, Kagaya released her control over Yuki. Yui, keenly aware of his brother's change, believed it was his love that had reached Yuki, and a warm current surged within him. Yuki, are you all right? He approached to support Yuki, inquiring with concern. Brother, I'm fine. Yuki shook his head, his expression complex. But how shall we face all of this? Just as the brothers basked in the joy of reunion and the uncertainty of the future, Kagaya's figure loomed above them. Yuki, she intoned, her Byakugan and Rinnegan activating simultaneously, her divine presence enveloping them in an unprecedented sense of oppression. The true battle was only just beginning. Mother. Yui's voice was laden with indescribable emotions as he activated Sage Mode, wielding the six-path staff that shone with divine radiance. Yuki too activated his Byakugan, his Sage Mode and the truth-seeking orbs shimmering with an otherworldly brilliance, the spheres floating behind him reminiscent of the most enigmatic stars in the cosmos. The confrontation among the three unfolded, a powerful aura wreaking havoc, causing the earth to tremble, fissures spreading like spider webs, and even the towering mountains quaked under this force. As Kagaya summoned it, the god tree transformed abruptly into the Ten-Tails beast, howling towards the heavens, its roar piercing the clouds and shattering stones, reverberating throughout the universe. What is this? Yui and Yuki gazed in disbelief at the spectacle. Yuki, hold mother off for a moment. I will deal with this monster. Yui quickly focused his mind, channeling unprecedented power through the Rinnegan, conjuring a fully realized Susanoo that stood shoulder to shoulder with the Ten-Tails. A divine warrior engaging in a clash that could shake the very heavens. Yuki, bolstered by Sage Mode and the truth-seeking orbs, resolutely confronted Kagaya. However, with mastery over three forms of Sage Mode and techniques like Flying Thunder God, Kagaya's strength far surpassed her past self. Despite the brothers' valiant resistance, they felt increasingly powerless. Yuki, you are a good child. Just give up. Kagaya's voice was as cold as ice. As her words fell, the 80 God air strike effortlessly scattered Yuki's truth-seeking orbs. She gazed at Yuki, disappointment evident in her eyes. Mother, I am sorry, but I cannot allow you to continue down this path. Yuki's gaze was resolute, his Byakugan, fueled by Sage Mode, radiating an unprecedented brilliance, ultimately transforming into the Rinnegan. Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. He cried out. In an instant, the surrounding truth-seeking orbs seemed to be imbued with life, swirling wildly, converging into a dazzling silver halo, within which a tornado raged, hurtling towards Kagaya. Do you think to defeat me with the power I bestowed upon you? Kagaya scoffed, her form shifting as she activated the space-time technique, Yellow Springs Hirazaka, gliding effortlessly through the rifts in space, casually evading the cataclysmic storm. In a heartbeat, she had silently appeared behind Yuki, fingers poised like claws, aimed at his neck. Yuki reacted swiftly, the truth-seeking orbs behind him weaving into an impenetrable defensive net, fending off Kagaya's assault. However, an inconspicuous kunai from the Flying Thunder God silently approached Yuki's side. In a flash, Kagaya seized Yuki's ankle, slamming him into the ground like a boulder, sending dust swirling and revealing a massive crater. Before Yuki could respond, Kagaya launched her assault. Dozens of Yin-Yang released chakra black rods shooting forth like venomous serpents, firmly pinning Yuki down. She then shifted into the Dragon Cave Sage Mode, a colossal dragon ascending into the sky, sealing Yuki's movements completely. Trapped in dire straits, Yuki gazed into the distance, where his brother Yui was locked in a fierce battle with the Ten-Tails. Chapter 78. Kagaya, Who Crushes All. Kagaya's gaze had shifted past Yuki, locking onto Yui, her eyes cold. There is still one Yui. Both of you brothers are disobedient children. With that, Kagaya activated Yellow Springs Hirazaka once more, her figure flashing as she crossed space, closing in on Yui. The might of the 80 God air strike displayed itself again, instantly dismantling Yui's Susanoo, leaving him perilously exposed. Kagaya approached Yui using the Flying Thunder God technique, but Yui was already aware of her intentions, brandishing the six-paths staff like divine punishment, striking towards Kagaya's imminent position. Yet, Kagaya vanished like a phantom, reappearing directly above Yui. Without hesitation, Yui unleashed Super God Realm, the immense repulsive force surging forth, forcibly pushing Kagaya back. Kagaya's form transformed into a streak of light, leaving a trail of dazzling white radiance in the air, and then thousands of her shadow clones materialized out of thin air, filling the sky, each clone housing the terrifying energy capable of reshaping the world. Witnessing this, Yui fully comprehended the formidable strength of his mother, Kagaya. Yet his eyes held no trace of retreat. Instead, his resolve to fight intensified. Gripping the six-paths staff tightly, he engaged Kagaya in a desperate struggle. This battle raged for an entire half-day. Despite Yui's valiant efforts, he ultimately could not withstand the overwhelming assault from the numerous and powerful shadow clones. His stamina and chakra gradually waned until he could no longer sustain himself, ultimately collapsing weakly. He was successfully subdued by Kagaya's yin-yang release chakra black rods. At this moment, both Yui and Yuki gazed up at their mother, who stood atop the ten tails like a deity, their hearts filled with despair and helplessness. Kagaya was too powerful. What kind of monster had Li Xian created? Observing the turmoil, Gamamaru's expression turned grave. The situation had spiraled out of control, and he had no choice but to intervene. Kagaya, you have altered the trajectory of the world, causing irreversible changes. Please cease this. Gamamaru's words were laced with pleading, yet they could not prevent the impending calamity about to descend upon him. If you wish to see him again. At this life-and-death juncture, Gamamaru's words struck Kagaya like thunder. Her movements halted abruptly, a ripple of emotion crossing her typically serene face. What had she heard? Would she truly see him again? This sudden glimmer of hope illuminated every corner of her heart, like dawn breaking through darkness. She gazed eagerly at Gamamaru, her voice trembling slightly. What did you say? Yui and Yuki were equally bewildered by this unexpected turn of events, having never witnessed their mother in such disarray. Who was this him Gamamaru spoke of? What could elicit such emotion from their mother? The original timeline was altered by him. Originally, you would have been sealed, but his arrival has made you incredibly powerful. Yui and Yuki are no match for you. Seeing Kagaya's expression soften, Gamamaru quickly continued, if you wish to see him again, you must return to the original timeline. Otherwise, he will disappear forever. Upon hearing Gamamaru's words, Kagaya seemed frozen, standing still. As long as she could see him again, she would willingly sacrifice everything, even her life. Quickly tell me how. If you dare deceive me, I will ensure you experience despair worse than death. Kagaya fixed a fierce gaze on Gamamaru, warning him word by word. Sensing the intense killing intent emanating from her, Gamamaru steadied himself and slowly spoke. Simply return the world line to its original node. In the future, he will appear for you, but you must wait for 1,000 years. Upon hearing this, a surge of joy welled within Kagaya as she glimpsed the light of hope. She smiled gently, a smile that held both relief and anticipation. Then, she willingly lifted the suppression on the powers of the two brothers and spoke softly. Yui, Izu, are you not here to save the world? Then seal me away. For the sake of that moment of reunion, all sacrifices seemed trivial. Yui and Yuzuru exchanged puzzled and conflicted glances. Hurry, otherwise, I will continue to bring about the world's destruction, Kagaya threatened, her eyes narrowing. They looked at their mother. Then at Gamamaru, their hearts filled with mixed emotions, but ultimately, under Kagaya's gaze, they made their decision. Mother, forgive us. 6 paths, Earth Explosion Star. The two of them, one to the left and one to the right, unleashed the powers of yin and yang, and with whispered incantations, the 6 paths Earth Explosion Star technique roared to life. Kagaya's body was instantly enveloped by a powerful gravitational force, as if all things were being drawn together, gradually coalescing into a massive sphere, slowly ascending towards the heavens. Just before being sealed, she cast a warning glance at Gamamaru. Gamamaru, if you dare to lie, I will completely flatten your Mayaboka mountain. Meanwhile, on a distant end, a rift to another dimension suddenly opened in the home where Li Xian lived. The small Ten-Tails and the black Zetsu born of yin and yang quietly emerged. They gazed up at the star in the night sky that sealed Kagaya, tears welling in their eyes, their missions clear in their hearts. With Kagaya's sealing, the world returned to tranquility once more. Yui and Yuzuru stood amidst the ruins, filled with confusion and emptiness. Under Gamamaru's guidance, they dispersed the power of the 10 tails, creating 9-tailed beasts. Gamamaru, who exactly is the person you and Mother spoke of? Why does Mother care so much about him, leading her to make such a choice? Yui seemed to feel deceived by Gamamaru, his gaze stern. Gamamaru pondered for a moment before sighing. I'm afraid I cannot tell you that. You must seek the answer yourself. Perhaps you will meet him in the future. Moreover, your mother Kaguya truly is bent on destroying the world, I assure you. I do not deceive you. It had better be so, Gamamaru. If the truth is otherwise, there's no need for Mother to intervene, Yui said, narrowing his Rinnegan eyes. After this series of events, he had learned to think for himself and no longer easily trusted anyone. He looked upon the scarred earth and resolved to first restore this land he cherished. Brother, I wish to go above and accompany Mother. Yuzuru was filled with guilt towards their mother and decided to journey to the moon, to be by that lonely star's side. All right, Yuzuru. I have some matters to attend to first, and then I will seek Mother's forgiveness. Yui nodded, his gaze complex as he looked at his brother. Gamamaru chose to return to Mayaboku Mountain in silence, withholding news of their father. Though he knew that a millennium later, there might be retribution from Li Xian, he bore no regrets. For in his heart, as long as the world could endure, all sacrifices were worthwhile. A millennium passed like a fleeting moment. On a mysterious island in the land of water, several ninjas from the Mist Village solemnly gathered at a graveyard to pay homage to their ancestors. Since the death of the fourth Mizukage, Koki Yakura, the village had been led by Elder Jin, but time was unforgiving. As Elder Jin aged, power shifted to the talented Terumi Mei. It was only a matter of time before she became the fifth Mizukage, and at this moment, she was inspecting this very island. In this cemetery caressed by the sea breeze, a mist ninja stood before a gravestone, paying his respects. Suddenly, an inexplicable tremor emanated from the grave before him. At first, he thought he was imagining things, but after rubbing his eyes, everything returned to calm. Takechi, what's wrong? Asked a concerned companion, noticing his odd demeanor. It's nothing. Perhaps I was seeing things, Takechi replied, but before he could finish, the dormant grave suddenly exploded, sending dust flying and causing him to fall to the ground in shock. My father's grave has blown up? The surrounding ninjas turned their attention to the source of the explosion. A man clad in a pristine white robe, tall and handsome, stood abruptly, confusion and bewilderment in his eyes, murmuring, Who am I? Where am I? Chapter 79. Terumi Mei, who are you? The tense atmosphere permeated the air as an experienced jonin demanded sternly, while the surrounding mist ninjas swiftly encircled the suddenly appeared man, the air thick with tension. Who am I? Faced with the encirclement, the man remained unfazed, as if his thoughts traversed a long slumber. His memories fragmented like a shattered mirror. Though glimmers of light existed, they were difficult to piece together. Yet deep within his soul, a voice urged him that someone very important in his life awaited him. And this mysterious man was Li Xian. Captain, how should we respond? An anxious subordinate inquired. The captain's expression turned grave as he decisively commanded, Subdue him first. Then take him back to the village for Lord Terumi Mei to decide. With that, he struck first, forming hand seals to bind Li Xian with Genjutsu. To everyone's astonishment, an invisible force surged around Li Xian, effortlessly sending the captain flying. The captain plummeted like a fallen star across the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, and had it not been for his companion's timely rescue, he would have perished. Even so, he was gravely injured and unable to move. This scene left all the mist ninjas present in shock. Do you know who I am? Li Xian's thoughts seemed ensnared in dense fog. He slowly turned, and as his profound gaze swept across the gathered mist ninjas, confusion flickered within it. That glance seemed to carry an overwhelming pressure, engulfing everyone in a shroud of invisible fear. Their spirits felt as though they were being dragged into an abyss, their rationality and courage teetering on the brink of collapse. They faced not a mere human, but an ancient beast that had emerged from the depths of time, its majesty enough to intimidate all. Release. Just as they were about to be consumed by this boundless terror, a clear, melodic reprimand rang out like a celestial sound, pulling them back from the edge of despair. Terumi Mei, accompanied by Chojiro and Ao, arrived just in time. Lord Terumi Mei. Takechi's voice trembled with gratitude as he emerged from his state of shock. Filled with admiration for Terumi Mei. What is going on? Terumi Mei inquired, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, finally landing on Li Xian. At that instant, An unprecedented sense of oppression emanated from Li Xian, heavy as a mountain, causing Terumi Mei to feel an overwhelming shock that nearly robbed her of her composure. Who is this person? She forcibly suppressed the turmoil within her heart and pressed further. Takechi and the others exchanged glances, quickly shaking their heads. Their eyes were filled with fear towards Li Xian, and they no longer dared to meet his gaze. Terumi Mei turned her attention to Ao, who nodded and activated his Byakugan. The moment Ao's Byakugan focused on Li Xian, he seemed to glimpse an infinite universe, the immense pressure nearly suffocating him. It was only thanks to Terumi Mei's timely intervention that he narrowly avoided serious injury. Ao, what did you see? Terumi Mei asked. Observing Ao's clothes clinging to him from the sweat of fear, her tone grave. I'm sorry, Lord Terumi Mei. I cannot fathom his existence, Ao replied, his voice trembling. It was evident that the brief contact had left him with an indelible psychological scar, and he no longer dared to peer into the mysterious man with his Byakugan. I ask again, do you know who I am? Li Xian sensed that he had inadvertently instigated a wave of panic among the crowd before him, and he instinctively retracted his presence. Have you lost your memory? Have you even forgotten your own name? Mizuki Main inquired tentatively, her voice embodying a gentle yet magnetic allure. Her intuition informed her that the man standing before her was far from ordinary. If mishandled, this encounter could lead to unforeseeable calamities for herself and the entire Hidden Mist village. Thus, she knew she had to remain utterly vigilant, without a trace of negligence. Yes, I must have lost my memory. I can hardly recall my name. Yet, I feel an urgent sense of something significant that I must accomplish, Li Xian replied, nodding. His gaze clouded with confusion. Upon hearing this, Mizuki Main pondered for a moment before suggesting in an even softer tone, in that case, why not return to the village with me? I will employ all my resources to assist you in uncovering your identity. She was convinced that the arrival of this enigmatic man would herald unprecedented changes for Hidden Mist Village, and the outcome hinged on her ability to navigate this situation. Li Xian hesitated briefly, his eyes drifting between Mizuki Main's alluring figure and her striking beauty, before he ultimately nodded in agreement to accompany her for the time being. Then I shall rely on you, he responded politely. Please, follow me, Mizuki Main replied, a warm smile gracing her lips as she extended her hand. Li Xian followed Mizuki Main back to Hidden Mist Village. Under the governance of Yuan Shi and Mizuki Main, the village had shed the shadows of its turbulent past and was gradually regaining its strength and vitality. Mizuki Main settled Li Xian into her own residence and assigned a gentle young maid to attend to his needs wholeheartedly. Rest assured, you may stay here. I will immediately dispatch personnel to assist you in your investigation, she assured him, her words imbued with the calm and tenderness characteristic of a woman of authority. Seeing Li Xian nod in agreement, she reiterated her instructions to the maid to provide him with the utmost care, leaving no room for oversight. She then made her way to the Water Shadow Tower to report the matter to Elder Yuan Shi. On the way, Nagato expressed his confusion regarding Mizuki Main's decision to bring Li Xian back. Lady Mizuki, why would you bring back that dangerous man? Mizuki Main offered him a gentle smile and replied softly, Nagato, I have my reasons for this decision. You will support me, won't you? Of course. I will steadfastly support you, no matter what, Nagato responded, his cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as he gazed at Mizuki Main's trusting smile. Then, let us not dwell on it further, she instructed. Understood, Nagato nodded. Upon reaching the Water Shadow Tower, Mizuki Main provided a detailed report of the situation to Elder Yuan Shi. After listening, the elder's eyes reflected both reassurance and trust as he spoke. Child, I believe in your judgment. I am growing old. The future of the village rests in your capable hands. With that, he gently placed the conical hat symbolizing the authority and responsibility of the Water Shadow into Mizuki Main's hands. What is this? Mizuki Main asked, her beautiful eyes widening slightly at the sight of the Water Shadow hat. The future belongs to the youth. It is time for us old relics to step aside. Elder Yuan Shi said earnestly, your prestige and strength have long equipped you to assume the role of Water Shadow. I am confident that under your leadership, the village will certainly flourish. Mizuki Main held the Water Shadow hat tightly, feeling the weight of responsibility and mission settle upon her shoulders. As the Water Shadow, she was tasked not only with safeguarding the village's peace and prosperity, but also with guiding Hidden Mist Village towards a brighter future. I will not disappoint you, she earnestly vowed. Chapter 80. Confession. Mizuki Main officially assumed the position of Water Shadow, becoming the 5th Water Shadow of Hidden Mist Village. She promptly dispatched an elite covert team to assist Li Xian in uncovering the truth of his identity. Once all matters were settled, night had fallen. Upon returning to her residence, she discovered that Li Xian was not indoors. "Chiharu, where has he gone?" Mizuki Main softly inquired of the maid beside her. "Lady Water Shadow, that gentleman has been on the rooftop gazing at the moon since finishing his dinner," Chiharu respectfully replied, gesturing toward the solitary figure on the rooftop. "I understand. You may rest now." Mizuki Main gently indicated for Chiharu to take her leave and made her way to the rooftop. The moonlight cascaded like water upon Li Xian, adding an air of mystery and solitude to his already remarkable presence. As she quietly approached, it felt as if she could glimpse the unspoken secrets and sorrows hidden deep within his heart through the soft glow. "Have you recalled anything?" Her voice was soft and warm, laced with a subtle tenderness. Li Xian, pulled from his reverie, shook his head lightly, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. "I have not remembered anything. I just suddenly feel that there is someone very important to me on the moon." "The moon?" Mizuki Main paused momentarily, then smiled. "It seems there resides someone of great significance in your heart." "Perhaps, but I cannot recall who she is, and I can hardly remember my own name," Li Xian admitted, turning his gaze toward Mizuki Main, captivated by her beauty and graceful form. "By the way, congratulations on becoming, Water Shadow." "Thank you. I did not expect you to find out so quickly," Mizuki Main responded softly. "Of course, as soon as Chiharu learned of it, she excitedly rushed to tell me." "She admires you greatly," Li Xian said with a hint of a smile. "Chiharu is a wonderful child. However, becoming Water Shadow also means bearing responsibilities and obligations. I often worry about whether I can fulfill the role," Mizuki Main confessed, standing side by side with Li Xian, her gaze distant, tinged with a hint of anxiety about the future. "You are so capable, and the people here support you wholeheartedly. I believe you will rise to the occasion," Li Xian said gently. At his words, she slightly tilted her head, her sparkling eyes alight with anticipation. Her lips parted, and she softly asked, "Then, will you support me?" Li Xian hesitated for a moment, a playful glint flickering in his eyes as a charming smile graced his lips. "Are you expressing your feelings for me?" "Perhaps," Mizuki Main replied, her eyes gazing into his, filled with warmth and shyness. A blush crept across her cheeks, revealing her inner turmoil. She had dedicated her finest years to the village, yet now, having entered maturity, she still had not found a suitable partner, leading to a sense of urgency and yearning regarding marriage. Encountering a man as formidable yet endearing as Li Xian, her feelings were difficult to suppress. "Have I been turned down?" Mizuki Main mused with a self-deprecating smile, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Observing the stunningly beautiful Mizuki Main, Li Xian felt a ripple of emotion within him. To say he was unaffected would be false. However, he truly was not in the right frame of mind. "At least let me regain my memories first, so I can provide you with a clear answer. Perhaps I am an irredeemable villain?" Mizuki Main looked up at him again, her eyes shimmering like stars as she spoke. "No, my intuition tells me you are not that kind of person. Let us hope I do not betray your trust," Li Xian replied. His gaze returned to the moon in the sky, as if the mere sight of it could uplift his spirits. "Before you regain your memory, how should I address you?" Mizuki Main skillfully shifted the topic, her face lighting up with a confident and warm smile once more. "How about you give me a name?" Li Xian suggested. "Then I shall call you Night Moon, since you are so fond of gazing at the moon," Mizuki Main proposed thoughtfully. "Night Moon is a delightful name." "I shall accept it," Li Xian nodded. "The night has grown late. You should rest early," Mizuki Main advised. As the voice of Terumi Mei faded, she gracefully leaped from the rooftop, leaving behind a trail of laughter reminiscent of silver bells. Watching her retreating figure, Li Xian slowly seated himself, his gaze once more directed towards the luminous moon, as if engaging in a quiet dialogue with a figure deep within his heart, accompanying that sense of solitude and anticipation. In the days that followed, Li Xian found solace in the moon's company, often staying awake until slumber claimed him. Terumi Mei frequently remained by his side, indulging in conversations and occasionally lamenting the burdens of her role as the Water Shadow, sharing trivial matters with him. During the daylight hours, she tirelessly guided Li Xian through the winding streets of the hidden mist village. This intimacy stirred a twinge of jealousy within Chojiro, who could not help but feel a pang of envy. Previously, Terumi Mei would occasionally tease him, rendering him flustered. Now, however, the water shadow's attention and care seemed entirely focused on that man, with meticulous concern. Perhaps it was true that she and Li Xian were a match made in heaven. As Chojuro observed the two walking side by side in the distance, a bittersweet sensation arose within him. Nonetheless, he genuinely wished for Terumi Mei to discover her own happiness. Chojiro, do you have something on your mind? Aoi's voice interrupted his reverie, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Not at all, Chojiro replied, slightly flustered. Aoi sighed softly. It is evident that the water shadow's heart is completely entwined with that man. However, since it is her choice, we must lend our full support. After all, he is quite formidable. As she spoke, Aoi's expression grew grave, recalling the shock she felt upon witnessing Li Xian through her Byakugan. The memory still sent shivers down her spine. She pondered that if that man so desired, the hidden mist village could vanish in an instant. If Terumi Mei were to unite with Li Xian, the dynamics of the hidden mist village, and perhaps even the entire ninja world, could be irrevocably altered. The more she contemplated, the more she appreciated the water shadow's strategic brilliance in binding this enigmatic man with her charm. Are you not attending to your duties? Li Xian turned to Terumi Mei, who had been quietly accompanying him, and inquired softly. I currently have no pressing matters at hand. Those trivialities do not require my direct involvement, she replied with a radiant smile, her beautiful eyes curving like crescent moons as she naturally linked her arm with his. Li Xian felt her softness and attempted to withdraw his arm, only to be gently restrained by Terumi Mei, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Water Shadow, there is an urgent situation. Just as the two were immersed in their warm moment, a member of the Mist's Umbu hurriedly approached. Go ahead with your duties. I shall wander for a while before returning, Li Xian said, discreetly withdrawing his arm. A surge of irritation welled up within Terumi Mei. The urgency of the situation had chosen the very moment of her rendezvous with Li Xian. Very well, I will attend to it now and join you later. She swiftly adjusted her demeanor, wearing a gentle smile as she bid farewell to Li Xian. Upon returning to the Water Shadow building, Terumi Mei internally cursed the sudden emergence of this urgent matter. What is the nature of the emergency? She demanded, suppressing her ire as she entered the hall. The Umbu,
noting the Water Shadow's displeasure, hastily reported, Water Shadow, the latest intelligence indicates that Konoha has suffered a devastating surprise attack from the Akatsuki's leader. What? At this revelation,
Terumi Mei's pupils trembled slightly. She quickly regained her composure and took the intelligence report to study it carefully. Chapter 81. Pain's Invasion Outside Konoha. The 6 paths of Pain made their entrance. The operation was divided into feints and reconnaissance. I shall confirm the situation first. Pain, the Deva path, spoke with a steady and commanding voice to Conan. The feint will be executed by the Azura path, the Animal path, and the Hungry Ghost path, while the exploration will be conducted by the Deva path, the Human path, and the Hell path. Conan, you will be assigned to the exploration team. I understand, she replied. The Deva path of Pain's Rinnegan fixed its gaze upon Konoha. Konoha has erected a spherical barrier both underground and above. For those without permission, any entry will be immediately detected. That is the mechanism in place. Conan furrowed her brows, pondering. According to the combat plan, we will deploy the Animal path from above Konoha to mislead the enemy regarding our numbers and create chaos, waiting for the Animal path to utilize its summoning technique. Pain, the Deva path, affirmed. It seems Itachi and Kisame managed to infiltrate with ease. Recalling how Itachi and Kisame had effortlessly traversed the barrier, a flicker of doubt crossed Conan's eyes. Itachi was once a member of Konoha's Umbu. He knew the secret to bypassing this barrier, and I have my methods. Pain, the Deva path, explained with indifference. From this moment on, let the world experience pain. With a commanding shout from Pain, the Deva path, the Azura path surged forth with explosive force, launching the Animal path high into the skies above Konoha. The Animal path streaked through the night sky like a meteor, aiming directly for the heart of Konoha. The barrier sensed the intruder's presence and immediately triggered an alarm. Meanwhile, inside Konoha, tranquility and harmony reigned, oblivious to the impending storm. Summoning technique. The Animal path landed forcefully within the barrier, slamming its hands against the ground. In an instant, the 6 figures donned in black cloaks adorned with red clouds materialized, revealing the 6 paths of Pain. Scatter, commanded Pain, the Deva path. The 6 figures dispersed like phantoms, launching a comprehensive and fierce assault on Konoha. The sudden calamity caught Konoha off guard. As explosions erupted in rapid succession, flames soared into the sky, buildings crumbled, and dust filled the air. Innocent villagers fled in terror, while the remaining ninjas swiftly regrouped to mount a defense. The missiles from the Azura path fell like torrential rain, while the summoning beasts of the animal path wreaked havoc, delivering unprecedented devastation to Konoha. The Deva path, the human path, the hell path. And Conan interrogated the Konoha ninja for the whereabouts of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto, Uzumaki. Do you not know? Pain, the Deva path, remarked coldly after interrogating a Konoha ninja. His sharp gaze then fixated on a Konoha ninja bearing a scar on his nose. Quickly tell me where the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is, otherwise I shall kill you. The black chakra rod in his hand extended, emanating a chilling threat. This pattern, this guy is from Akatsuki. Irika's heart seized at the sight of the figure cloaked in black adorned with red clouds, realizing he was a member of Akatsuki. Speak, Pain, the Deva path. Coldly commanded Irika. I have nothing to say to someone like you. Irika's voice was resolute, vowing to protect Naruto at all costs. Is that so? Then you are of no use. A flicker of coldness flashed in Pain's eyes as he prepared the chakra rod, aimed directly at Irika's vital points. In that critical moment, a silver figure sliced through the air like lightning. Kakashi arrived just in time, grasping the descending black rod with a speed that left no room for hesitation. Create a diversion, draw their attention, and then conduct a covert search. Kakashi's Sharingan gleamed as he analyzed the enemy's strategy, addressing Irika. Please evacuate the injured swiftly. I will handle this. I understand. Irika realized that remaining would be of no assistance and hurriedly led the injured away. Since that is the case, I ask you again, where's the Nine-Tails? Pain, the Deva path, shifted his focus back to Kakashi, his tone still frigid. Your efforts are futile. The people here are not like ordinary villagers. Even if it costs their lives, none would betray their comrades. Pain, the Deva path, recognized that further dialogue was pointless and kicked towards Kakashi. Kakashi's Sharingan had already perceived the impending attack. He ducked low while rapidly forming hand seals, causing the ground to tremble. Earth release, earth flow wall. In an instant, a wall sculpted with a dog's head erupted from the ground, completely severing Pain's escape route. Unfazed, Pain thrust his black chakra rod directly at Kakashi, the rod mercilessly piercing through his shoulder. Kakashi's Raikiri veered off course due to the interference of the black rods, grazing Pain's ear before striking the sturdy earthen wall. The copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi, indeed an honor to meet. The words of Tendo Pain bore no hint of emotional fluctuation. Where's the Nine-Tails? Kakashi broke free from the chakra black rods, distancing himself from Pain, his gaze sharp. That question is rather foolish. He once again condensed Raikiri and charged towards Pain with unwavering resolve. In the face of Kakashi's assault, Tendo Pain did not retreat. His Rinnegan suddenly flared open, unleashing an irresistible repulsive force that sent Kakashi and his Raikiri flying. The earthen wall behind them was not spared, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Kakashi struggled to rise from the rubble, refraining from any rash movements. He launched a long-range attack using the lightning beast, a colossal wolf of thunder roaring as it pounced towards Pain, only to be effortlessly dispelled by his Shinra Tensei. The ease with which both physical and ninjutsu attacks were repelled felt eerily familiar to Kakashi, his mind drifting back to his battle with Li Xian, where he had encountered the same despairing omnidirectional repulsion. Just as he was lost in thought, Azura Path Pain appeared behind him, flanking him alongside Tendo Pain, plunging Kakashi into dire straits. Fortunately, Akimichi Choza and his son, Akimichi Choji, arrived just in time, igniting a more intense battle. Ultimately, Azura Path was vanquished, leaving Choza gravely injured and unconscious. In the process of protecting Choji, Kakashi resorted to Kimui, exhausting all his chakra and collapsing from fatigue. At this moment, Tsunade, the Hokage, was channeling her chakra through a formation to heal the villagers with the help of the summoning beast, the slug, surrounded by several Umbu members, ensuring her safety. Tendo Pain slowly descended before Tsunade. You are. A flicker of confusion crossed Tsunade's gaze. Long time no see, Lady Tsunade. Tendo Pain's voice was calm and deep, devoid of any emotional tremor. Among the Sannin, you are the last one remaining. I have some words to share with you. I remember now. You were that little brat back then. A complex emotion flickered in Tsunade's eyes, as if recalling something. Do you know him? An Umbu member wearing a bird mask inquired in a low tone, his weapon trembling slightly, ready for any sudden situation. I have a vague impression, Tsunade replied tersely, her gaze never leaving Tendo Pain. Then who is he? The purple-haired Yuzuki Yugao couldn't help but ask. He is the god of order and regulation. Tendo Pain answered the question himself. It seems he is not an ordinary person. The Umbu member with the bird mask found Tendo Pain's assertion rather absurd. Uzumaki Naruto. Where's the Nine Tails? Tendo Pain shifted the topic directly to the crux of the matter. I do not know. Tsunade's response was succinct and resolute, devoid of hesitation or retreat. The capture of the tailed beasts is nearing its conclusion. No matter how you protect the Nine Tails, you cannot alter the outcome. The shadow of war will loom over the land, and we shall harness this turmoil with a new order. Tendo Pain's words revealed a near-cold rationality. Chapter 82. Pain carries rice. Do not harbor any delusions. Tsunade's voice resonated through the skies, her eyes aflame with indomitable spirit. The dignity and responsibility of the five Kage are beyond your comprehension. The peace and stability we have sought for generations shall not be easily shattered by you. Do not be so arrogant. Tendo Pain's gaze sharpened instantly. A powerful chakra surged forth like a tempest, bearing down upon Tsunade and the others. Your peace is violence against us. The actions of Konoha in the past were not entirely correct, but I will never forgive your approach. Yet Tsunade stood undaunted, bracing against this overwhelming pressure. Mind your words. This is the last warning from the divine. Tell me where Naruto is. Tsunade would certainly not reveal Naruto's whereabouts. However, at this moment, Human Path Pain had already learned of Naruto's location from the Silent One. Is he in Miyaboka Mountain? Tendo Pain turned to leave, and the other Pains began to withdraw from Konoha. Lady Tsunade, the priority now is to drive these enemies away while strengthening the village's defenses. Yuzuki Yugao quickly advised Tsunade. May I ask one final question? Tendo Pain, with his back to Tsunade, spoke with an emotionless tone. Before Tsunade could respond, he continued. In the face of overwhelming power, everything becomes meaningless, as proven by your great nations. You still delude yourselves into thinking you are the protagonists of this world, believing that death is far from your reach. So immersed in peace, the slayer shall eventually be slain, and hatred will bind both together. Nonsensical drivel. Tsunade furrowed her brow, interrupting Pain's rhetoric. Our great nations have suffered the same anguish. Do not make excuses to continue such actions. Tsunade's rebuttal pierced through Pain's defenses. He abruptly turned, his Rinnegan gleaming with unprecedented intensity, deeply displeased by Tsunade's words. Ridiculous. Feel the pain. Contemplate the pain. As Pain chanted, his body gradually ascended, resembling a deity, drifting further from the earthly realm. Accept the pain, understand the pain. Tsunade gazed at the fading figure, an ominous premonition swelling within her. She cried out, Wait, Pain. You cannot do this. Tendo Pain ignored Tsunade's plea, continuing the solemn ritual, his voice echoing through the skies. Those who do not know pain cannot comprehend true peace. Tendo Pain had risen high into the air, arms outstretched, overlooking the village of Konoha. From this moment forth, let the world feel suffering. Shinra Tensei. The entire village of Konoha, under Pain's extraordinary power, instantly collapsed, transforming into a vast expanse of ruins, leaving only a massive pit. Sound Village. Before Pain's invasion of Konoha, Orochimaru and the upper echelons had already received wind of the situation. However, the current Orochimaru was but a ghost of the past, making it inconvenient for him to intervene. The actual leader of Sound Village, Li Xian, had been absent for days, leaving no trace. Yet Orochimaru harbored no worries. He was aware that in the current ninja world, no one could rival Li Xian. Uchiha Sasuke now stood as the public leader of Sound Village, with Orochimaru secretly assisting him. Their every action adhered to Li Xian's will. Uchiha Itachi ventured forth alone in search of information regarding Kaguya Aitsuki, unaware that Kaguya had been completely eradicated by Li Xian a millennium prior. Jumaro personally led the Sound Four and the legendary monster, Shoujo, in skirmishes against Cloud Village, yet most clashes remained limited to minor conflicts, failing to stir significant waves. Sound Village now boasted a plethora of powerful individuals. Uchiha Sasuke, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Scorpion, Deidara, Kakuzu, Kisame, and Heiden gathered, bolstered by the three sages of the Dragon Cave and the three divine maidens as guardians. ensuring that any forces attempting to invade Sound Village would be deterred. Notably, Hyuga Neji, with Orochimaru's assistance, had broken free from the curse mark that bound him. At this moment, his eyes were gently wrapped in pristine bandages. Yet the new power emanating from within was undeniable. Orochimaru, observing Neji, wore a satisfied smile, knowing that as Neji adapted to this newfound strength, he would once again shine with the most perfect Byakugan brilliance. All of this was made possible by Li Xian's incredible cellular power. Although Hashirama's cells were powerful, their unruly nature made it impossible for anyone besides Li Xian to fully harness their strength. Orochimaru himself relied on the body of White Zetsu to integrate a portion of Hashirama's cellular energy. In Orochimaru's research on Li Xian's cells, he unexpectedly discovered their astonishing fusion abilities. Not only could they seamlessly integrate various powers, but they also accelerated the cultivation of Sage Mode. This revelation allowed him, who once believed himself destined to be devoid of sage arts, to master the techniques of the Dragon Cave. This discovery filled him with unrestrained joy, prompting him to delve even deeper into the study of Li Xian's cells. Ah, Xian, you have bestowed upon me not only strength, but also endless surprises and possibilities. Orochimaru mused silently. His feelings towards Li Xian were a complex blend of reverence, gratitude, and an ineffable emotional depth. Have you yet found my master? Sasuke suddenly entered Orochimaru's laboratory, his brow furrowed in concern. Since Li Xian's mysterious disappearance, the burdens of Sound Village had weighed heavily on Sasuke's shoulders. A significant strain for one who typically valued freedom and independence. In this critical moment, he felt no one else could shoulder such responsibilities, and thus he had to take on this role. Above all, he was eager to uncover Li Xian's whereabouts. Your eternal Mangekyo Sharingan has been fully integrated, has it not? Orochimaru's gaze shifted slowly to Sasuke's perfectly fused eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Habitually, he flicked his long tongue across his lips and remarked, I have yet to receive any news regarding Xian, not even a hint from Black Zetsu. However, given Xian's prowess, there is little cause for excessive worry. Understood, Sasuke replied with a soft sigh, a glimmer of resignation flashing in his eyes. He then spoke with seriousness. Additionally, I have received intelligence that Pain, the leader of Akatsuki, is planning to assault Konoha to capture the Nine Tails. I sought your counsel on how best to proceed. And what are your intentions? Orochimaru inquired, his piercing eyes narrowing into slits upon hearing this. I plan to personally head to Konoha to collect valuable intelligence and seize the opportunity to deal with Danzo, Sasuke stated, a palpable murderous intent surfacing in his gaze whenever Danzo was mentioned. Count me in, Neji's voice suddenly interjected. You? Sasuke's eyes fell upon Neji's bandaged eyes. Your vision does not seem fully restored yet. It has nearly recovered. Once we reach Konoha, it can be fully unsealed, Neji replied. After a moment's contemplation, Orochimaru nodded, adding a cautionary note, you may proceed, but do not jeopardize Xian's plans out of impulsiveness. Orochimaru, I wish to join as well. Jiraiya burst into the room, appearing hurried and evidently drawn by the news of Pain's impending invasion. You cannot leave the village, Jiraiya. That is a direct order from Xian, Orochimaru remarked with a smile. But Konoha is in danger, and Tsunade. Jiraiya hesitated, well aware of Pain's formidable strength. He felt compelled to return and thwart Pain's advance. Has Xian not returned yet? I must see him. Not yet. My master has instructed that you are to remain here until his return, Sasuke replied, casting a disapproving glance at Jiraiya. And I trust that fellow will be able to handle this crisis. You should have sufficient faith in your own disciple. Jiraiya wrestled internally for a moment before ultimately choosing to trust. He recalled Naruto's unwavering spirit. That boy who was always full of fight and never knew how to give up, and warmth surged within him. With a deep sigh, he said, very well. I will entrust everything to him. For now, I can only believe in my disciple. Naruto, Neji murmured softly, seemingly cheering on Naruto. Let us go then. Orochimaru, I leave the village in your care, Sasuke declared, having embraced Sound Village as his own home, entrusting its protection to Orochimaru before departing. Go, and do bring back those whom Xian needs, Orochimaru replied. Upon arriving at Konoha, Sasuke and Neji were struck by the sight of the once thriving village now reduced to rubble. Although Sasuke was confident in his own abilities, Pain's might still prompted a wave of unease to wash over him. Can you face an adversary of this caliber, Naruto? Neji, Having removed the bandages from his eyes, found that the mark of the caged bird had vanished, and his Byakugan appeared clearer and more profound, as if capable of perceiving all illusions of the world. Hinata, he thought, equally concerned, activating his Byakugan to scan the desolate landscape for familiar faces. Lee, Tinten, and even Gai-sensei seemed to be absent. Perhaps they are on a mission. Hinata, she must be all right. Seeing his sister Hinata safe and sound brought Neji a sense of relief. Sasuke and Neji chose to keep their distance, observing the unfolding events. Just then, Sakura's piercing voice sliced through the air, calling out, "Naruto." They felt a surge of familiar and potent energy emanating from the enormous crater. There stood Naruto, clad in a vibrant red cloak, a scroll at his waist, confidently poised atop Gamabunta's head. Gamabunta stood firmly on the head of Gamaken, flanked by Gamakichi and Gamakuro, while Fukasaku leisurely perched on Naruto's shoulder. What a magnificent sight! Sasuke gazed at his dear friend from afar, his heart a tumult of emotions. Could he truly defeat pain? Even with mastery of Sage Mode from Mount Myaboku, his opponent was the leader of the Akatsuki, a figure of unfathomable strength. I cannot say. Sasuke slowly shook his head. Yet his tone grew resolute. But I believe in him. That guy has never been one to concede defeat easily. He watched Naruto fiercely clash with pain, a smile inadvertently gracing his lips. Indeed, Neji also smiled, his eyes reflecting fond memories of the past. He did defeat me during the Chunin exams, didn't he? That persistence and tenacity are qualities no one can overlook. With that, he gently closed his eyes, silently cheering for Naruto. We have other tasks to attend to. Use your Byakugan to locate Danzo. The mention of Danzo unleashed a wave of murderous intent from Sasuke, startling Neji. Understanding the truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre, Neji empathized with Sasuke's hatred towards Danzo. He closed his eyes in concentration, activating his Byakugan and scanning the surroundings, but found no trace of Danzo. He is not in Konoha, nor are any of Root's members here. Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly, patiently awaiting Neji's next move. I will attempt again using Sage Mode. Neji softly murmured, closing his eyes to draw in natural energy. Before long, a faint gray shadow enveloped his eyes, and small horns sprouted from his forehead. With two ethereal snakes, formed from sage chakra, swirling around him, his aura intensifying. Upon reopening his Byakugan, his vision expanded further. At last, he caught sight of Danzo's presence within the forest behind Hokage Rock. Found him. He seems to be hiding underground, and there are not many of them. Neji pointed in that direction, addressing Sasuke. Thank you. Sasuke nodded in appreciation, his gaze resolute. I will confront Danzo alone. You stay here and remain concealed. I will return swiftly, and we shall complete the task our master entrusted to us. With that, he vanished like a shadow, utilizing the body flicker technique to head straight for Danzo's location. Danzo, today marks your end. Sasuke activated Sage Mode, honing in on Danzo's hidden lair with the precision granted by Sage Chakra. Who goes there? The Root ninjas sensed an unusual disturbance and immediately went on high alert. However, when Sasuke's Sharingan locked onto them, one ninja instantly lost consciousness, plunging into an abyss of darkness. Those eyes belonged to the Uchiha clan, specifically Sasuke Uchiha. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as someone quickly recognized Sasuke's identity, shouting a warning. Do not make eye contact with him. Use ninjutsu to obscure his vision. Under the gaze of those eyes, you stand no chance whatsoever. Amaterasu. Blood streamed from Sasuke's left eye as the black flames of Amaterasu erupted, engulfing all Root ninjas within sight in an inferno of endless fire. Despairing wails echoed through the passage, as none could survive Sasuke's onslaught. He charged forward with unstoppable momentum, ultimately confronting Danzo at the heart of the base. Sasuke Uchiha faced Danzo, who leaned on his cane, observing Sasuke with calm composure, devoid of any trace of panic. The bandages on his right arm had been unraveled, revealing an array of Sharingan that exuded an aura of chilling menace. Sasuke's gaze fell upon those Sharingan, and a tide of murderous intent surged within him. Danzo, I demand retribution for your blood debts. With that, his eyes transformed into a profound kaleidoscope of Sharingan. As the purple Susanoo materialized, imposing and terrifying, the lightning-wreathed Kusanagi sword sliced through the air, and with the utmost speed of the body flicker technique, it cleaved Danzo's body in twain in an instant. Blood gushed forth as Danzo collapsed. Yet, miraculously, his severed body vanished, reappearing in the distance. Sasuke understood. This was Danzo utilizing Izanagi, rendering all his injuries null for a brief period. Sasuke sheathed his sword, refraining from immediate aggression, and instead, calmly observed Danzo's every move. Danzo initiated an offensive, unleashing wind release, vacuum sphere, a barrage of highly compressed chakra orbs shot towards Sasuke like a rapid-fire cannon, each strike possessing the power to tear through the air. Sasuke, with the keen insight of his Sharingan, deftly dodged while closing in on Danzo at astonishing speed, his right hand coalescing into a Chidori blade aimed directly at Danzo's heart. However, the wood release technique, wood gun tree, unleashed by Danzo's right arm obstructed the lethal blow. Sasuke swiftly retreated, leaping into the air and forming hand seals for fire release. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball, radiating intense heat, hurtled forth towards Danzo. Faced with the raging inferno, Danzo employed the substitution jutsu to evade the fireball's direct impact. Yet, Sasuke had already anticipated this, the moment Danzo re-emerged. The Chidori blade was poised to strike, piercing through Danzo's chest with precision. Chapter 84. Underestimating you. Danzo's figure vanished once more, reappearing intact in the distance. Though one of the Sharingan on his arm dimmed, Sasuke Uchiha watched as Danzo gazed upon him, the embodiment of invincibility. His expression shifting subtly with a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. Gradually, he unveiled the bandage from his right eye, revealing a unique Sharingan, its pattern instantly morphing into that of a pinwheel. Kodo Amatsuki, the legendary ocular technique, was about to be unleashed. If he could control Sasuke with this power, he would gain an immensely powerful ally at the level of a Kage. As Kodo Amatsuki activated, Sasuke's gaze froze, as if ensnared by an invisible web, succumbing to profound confusion. By the time he struggled to regain his senses from the haze, he found himself immobile, an overpowering compulsion to obey Danzo's commands taking root within him. Danzo gazed at the Sasuke under his control with satisfaction, brimming with confidence in the ability of Kodo Amatsuki. As he strolled beside Sasuke, intending to speak, he suddenly suffered a grievous blow to his chest. Sasuke's Kusanagi sword had pierced through him. He looked on in disbelief at the sword that had impaled him. What? Why weren't you controlled? Sasuke's true form appeared silently behind him, voice as cold as ice. I've long seen through your tricks. The one who had been manipulated was merely a shadow clone of Sasuke, now dissipating into wisps of smoke. Danzo's figure vanished again, reconstituting in another location. The power of Izanagi manifesting once more, granting him a fleeting reprieve. You are indeed cautious, Danzo, but you cannot win against me. Your fate is to perish at my hands. Sasuke's words dripped with mockery, as the black flames of Amaterasu surged forth like a furious dragon, consuming Danzo in a sea of fire. The black flames scorched Danzo, who writhed and screamed in agony on the ground before being reduced to ashes. However, during the duration of Izanagi, any attack against him proved fruitless. Danzo gazed at his now diminished right arm, missing yet another Sharingan, and perceived the gravity of his predicament. Kodo Amatsuki was still in cool down, and his reserve of Sharingan was rapidly depleting. Furthermore, his losses against Orochimaru and Li Xian had severely weakened Root, while he struggled to expand his power under Tsunade's suppression. Now, he found himself cornered by Sasuke Uchiha. Summoning technique. In a moment of despair, Danzo called forth the Dream Taper in an attempt to turn the tide. The Dream Taper opened its enormous mouth, a powerful suction binding Sasuke tightly. Wind release, vacuum wave. Seizing the opportunity, Danzo maneuvered behind Sasuke. The vacuum wave combined with the Dream Taper's pull pushing Sasuke towards the brink of danger. Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly. As the purple Susanoo transformed into the form of the Crow Tengu, arrows imbued with the power of Tsukuyami launched forth, shattering the Dream Taper and then swiftly aiming at Danzo. One arrow was all it took to reduce Danzo to nothingness. Izanagi activated once more, reviving Danzo, who now wielded a wind-release chakra shuriken aimed at Susanoo. However, he was obliterated by a single punch from Sasuke's Susanoo. Danzo struggled through cycles of death and rebirth, gazing at his last remaining Sharingan, filled with turmoil and unwillingness. He yearned to escape, to flee from Sasuke's relentless pursuit. He had yet to become Hokage, and death was not an option. Sasuke, like the shadow of death, relentlessly hunted Danzo. With each kill, the fury within Sasuke was tempered slightly. Danzo, you cannot escape. Sasuke's voice echoed like the whisper of a specter, instilling fear in Danzo, who could only run with all his might. Finally, Danzo burst forth from the underground. Emerging into the light, he believed he had evaded death, only to find Sasuke's Chidori spear silently closing in, mercilessly piercing through his chest. The last hope he had clung to had long since faded. He had no chance left. Was it an illusion? In that moment, Danzo finally realized that what he thought to be his final hope was but a mere figment. He recalled how fear had prevented him from making a stand, causing him to forfeit the position of Hokage. Becoming Hokage had always been his obsession. Now, faced with Sasuke's vengeance, he abandoned the idea of escape. In a final gambit, Danzo chose to employ the four-symbol seal, intending to perish alongside Sasuke. Sasuke, keenly aware of the impending crisis, instantly used the body flicker technique to evade the lethal seal. Gazing at the small forest engulfed by the sealing technique, Sasuke could not help but feel a lingering unease. Danzo's final struggle proved formidable. With Danzo's demise, the flames of vengeance within Sasuke gradually extinguished, replaced by a sense of confusion. However, recalling his master's teachings, along with the weight of protecting the Hidden Sound village now upon him, he quelled his complex emotions. He would reunite with Neji to fulfill Li Xian's mission. Hinata was currently observing the intense battle between Naruto and Pain. Witnessing Naruto being subdued by Pain tightened his heart. Even more unexpectedly, his sister Hinata charged onto the battlefield alone to confront Pain. At the moment when Pain's black rods were about to pierce Hinata, Neji could no longer suppress his impulse. Ready to rush forward to protect his sister. You must not expose yourself. He was halted by the arrival of Sasuke. But Hinata is in danger. Neji struggled to rescue Hinata. Calm down. As one observes closely, the chakra within her continues to flow. She is not dead. Sasuke swiftly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, calmly analyzing the situation. Upon hearing this, Neji composed himself and turned his gaze back to Hinata, discovering signs of life within her, which alleviated the heavy burden in his heart. However, in that fleeting moment, an ominous aura erupted violently from Naruto, its presence overwhelming. It was the chakra of the Nine Tails. Sasuke sensed this familiar energy and regarded Naruto with a complicated expression. Would he be able to endure this time? He could suppress the Nine Tails with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But now was not the moment for that. Yet, should Naruto truly find himself in dire straits, he would intervene. As Naruto transformed, his tails multiplying, Pain grew increasingly beleaguered. Ultimately, he resorted to the universal pull, generating a singularity that created immense gravitational force, encapsulating the tailed beast Naruto within a miniature moon. Unexpectedly, the power of the Nine Tails within Naruto surged once more, and a bare-tailed nine-tailed fox emerged, poised to break free from the universal pull's constraints. 8 tails danced wildly in the air, the universal pull teetering on the brink of collapse. Had Naruto failed? A fleeting complexity crossed Sasuke's eyes. As he activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, a purple Susanoo began to materialize around him. He was ready to suppress the Nine Tails. Wait, Neji interjected in time. The chakra of the Nine Tails has vanished. Naruto has regained his senses. At this, Sasuke shifted his gaze back to the universal pull, observing a lucid Naruto standing firmly atop it, his eyes fixed intently on Pain. So this is how it is. I underestimated you, Naruto, Sasuke mused. A hint of satisfaction curling at the corners of his mouth, his spirits lifted. Let us proceed. It is our turn to act. Indeed, Neji nodded in agreement, activating his Byakugan and Sage Mode to swiftly pinpoint Nagato's location. Under the cover of Sage Mode, they approached their target stealthily, concealing their presence. Soon, Naruto too arrived, entering the vast tree camouflaged by Konan's paper jutsu. After a tense exchange of words, Naruto successfully persuaded Nagato. Nagato employed the rebirth technique, reviving those he had slain in Konoha. At that moment, his life hung by a thread, on the brink of departing this world. Just then, Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji burst in unexpectedly. Uchiha Sasuke, and the boy of the Hyuga clan with the Byakugan, what are you doing here? Konan questioned, her paper shurikens poised for attack. Please, do not act rashly. I cannot guarantee that unfortunate events will not unfold. We merely wish to introduce you to someone, Sasuke stated, his demeanor stern. Sasuke? Neji? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as confusion flooded his mind. Why? Why are you here? This is none of your concern, Naruto, Sasuke replied coldly, unwilling to engage further. Sasuke, Naruto's expression dimmed momentarily before he turned his attention to Neji, his emotions surging as he demanded, "Neji, why did you leave the village? Why?" He rushed towards the two, eager to question their motives and bring them back. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Neji struck decisively, prompting Naruto to instinctively evade. However, the blow shattered the paper construct of the giant tree. Paper shards flew through the air, igniting a fierce battle. Konan's paper shurikens cascaded like rain, targeting Sasuke and Neji. Sage Art, Heavenly Life. A flawless shield enveloped Neji, neutralizing all incoming attacks. Sasuke, agile as ever, darted through Konan's defenses, closing in on the restrained Nagato. He sealed Nagato's movements with Sage Art and swiftly administered a potion to prolong Nagato's life. So fast, Konan marveled, yet she dared not act recklessly, especially with Neji, the formidable Byakugan user, watching closely. "Sasuke, Neji, what are you doing?" Naruto's thoughts were a tangled mess as he looked at his two companions, feeling both joy and sorrow. "Naruto, you are not yet worthy to speak with me. Speak to me again when you have fully mastered the power of the 9 tails," Sasuke replied coldly, denying Naruto any chance for rebuttal. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, chakra surging within him. A towering, complete Susanoo manifested before Naruto, a manifestation of divine might. What is this? Naruto's earlier resolve to confront Sasuke with force dissipated as he confronted the insurmountable chasm between them once more. His clenched fists gradually relaxed, filled with confusion and uncertainty. Sasuke had always been ahead of him, and no matter how hard he strived, reality would cruelly remind him of his limitations. "Sasuke, you are right. I truly do not deserve to speak with you now." Naruto's voice was low, tinged with profound defeat. Sasuke regarded Naruto with a complex expression, mistakenly believing he had relinquished hope. "However, I will never give up easily. I will strive to catch up with you. Sasuke, Neji, I will defeat you both and bring you back to the village. To forge ahead and honor my words is my ninja way." Naruto reignited his fighting spirit, his chest swelling with determination as he gave Sasuke and Neji a thumbs up, his face illuminated by a resolute smile. Do as you wish." A subtle, almost imperceptible smile graced Sasuke's lips as he slowly closed his eyes, the Susanoo dissipating gracefully to the ground. Turning to Konan, he said, "If you wish to save Nagato, you must accompany us. Someone wishes to meet you." Upon hearing that Nagato still had a chance at life and witnessing Sasuke holding the unconscious Nagato, Konan's excitement was palpable, and she nodded in agreement. Sasuke and Neji took Nagato and Konan back to the Sound Village, leaving Naruto standing alone, frozen in place. Upon arriving at the Sound Village, Konan was astonished to see Yahiko's remains still present. When she confronted Orochimaru, her shock was palpable. "Orochimaru, you are still alive?" Her gaze hardened as she assumed a battle stance, recalling that Orochimaru had once joined Akatsuki to obtain Nagato's Rinnegan. Regret washed over her, now in enemy territory. The threat was dire. "It's been a while, Konan," Orochimaru replied, his signature cold smile surfacing, though his eyes were fixed on the unconscious Nagato. The Rinnegan a mere fleeting interest for him now, as he pursued higher ambitions. "Do not be alarmed. I am here on behalf of someone to treat Nagato." "Why should I trust you, Orochimaru?" Konan retorted, her guard unwavering, prepared to fight if necessary. But then, a familiar voice broke through. "Konan, rest assured. Orochimaru is indeed here to save Nagato." Jiraiya's sudden appearance left Konan stunned, disbelief flooding her expression. "Sensei? You?" Confusion clouded her mind. Had Nagato not ended Jiraiya's life himself? How could he possibly be here? The circumstances were convoluted, and Jiraiya simply summarized, "I was rescued by a man named Li Xian. Treating Nagato and bringing you back was also his intention." Jiraiya's words carried a weight of complexity. Konan suppressed her inner turmoil and cautiously inquired, "Why did this Li Xian choose to save you and Nagato?" "I am uncertain of his motives, but according to him, an immensely powerful enemy will emerge in the future, and he seeks to unite all possible forces to confront these extraterrestrial foes." After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya explained to Konan, "An enemy from beyond the heavens?" Hearing this, Konan appeared even more perplexed. "Indeed, such matters can be elaborated upon later with you and Nagato. For now, we must focus on treating Nagato." "You are right. We should attend to Nagato first." Konan nodded in agreement, choosing to trust Jiraiya's judgment. "I beg you, Orochimaru," she implored softly. A sinister smile crept across Orochimaru's face as he replied, "There is no issue in treating Nagato, but I must take this pair of Rinnegan." "No, that belongs to Nagato. And you cannot take it without permission," Conan instinctively objected, but was interrupted by Jiraiya's timely intervention. "Conan, those eyes do not belong to him." "What do you mean?" Jiraiya continued, "The true owner of these Rinnegan is Uchiha Obito. Due to the implications for Su's plan, they cannot remain with Nagato." Orochimaru's voice was low and gravelly. "Let me explain," Jiraiya said, noticing Conan's furrowed brow. "In order to realize the Eye of the Moon plan, Uchiha Obito secretly implanted his Rinnegan into Nagato's body while he was still a child, manipulating him through Uchiha Obito to execute the scheme of capturing the tailed beasts. The mysterious masked man you encountered is, in fact, Uchiha Obito. The real Uchiha Madara has long since perished. His goal was to have Uchiha Obito control Nagato and use the Rinnegan to resurrect him, thereby executing the Eye of the Moon plan himself." Jiraiya's words were laden with deep resignation and a sigh, revealing that, ultimately, both Uchiha Obito and Nagato were mere tools utilized by Madara. How could this be? Conan's eyes flashed with shock and sorrow upon hearing this revelation. In the end, their battles and beliefs had merely rendered them instruments for another's ambitions. "Sensei Jiraiya, how did you come to know all of this?" Conan's voice trembled slightly, tinged with self-mockery as she posed her question. "All of this was revealed to me by Su," Jiraiya responded. "Su? How could he possibly know these things?" Conan expressed a profound curiosity and confusion regarding this figure named Li Su. "That fellow is quite enigmatic, seemingly aware of everyone's affairs. If I had not seen him with my own eyes several times, I would have thought him an omniscient deity," Jiraiya remarked, a hint of complexity evident in his gaze when he mentioned Li Su. "Sensei Jiraiya, I wish to meet him," Conan implored, gazing at Nagato, who was being taken away by Orochimaru for treatment. "Unfortunately, that may not be possible at the moment, as we have yet to ascertain his whereabouts," Jiraiya regretfully replied. "I see. If there is an opportunity, please do introduce me to him," she requested. "Certainly," Jiraiya nodded, then offered comfort. "Do not worry about Nagato. You should go and rest. I will inform you when he awakens." "Thank you, Sensei Jiraiya," Conan said, casting one last glance at the direction of Orochimaru's operating room before departing from the research facility. At that moment, Orochimaru had extracted the Rinnegan from Nagato's body, temporarily replacing it with a pair of ordinary eyes. After completing this task, he entered a concealed chamber, carrying the Rinnegan with him. "Orochimaru, have you brought the item?" A deep voice resonated from within the shadows of the chamber. "I have. Have you yet located Su?" Orochimaru inquired as he handed the Rinnegan to the figure cloaked in darkness, known as Kaguya. "Not yet, but I believe I will find him soon. I can sense Lord Su's presence." Kaguya's voice conveyed a hint of anticipation. "That is splendid. With Su around, we can better control the situation." Though Orochimaru was confident in Li Su's abilities, the news of his continued existence stirred excitement within him. "I will deliver the Rinnegan to Obito. This individual still possesses value," Kaguya remarked, gradually fading into the shadows. Some time later, deep within a hidden base, Obito was engulfed in melancholy. He had just received word that Pain's mission to capture the Nine Tails had failed and that the Rinnegan had been employed. Pain was now dead, leaving him isolated. Although he still had Kaguya and his treacherous partner, Kabuto, neither of them shared his true intentions. The original plan was to utilize his fellow clansman, Uchiha Sasuke, as an ally. However, he was taken aback to discover that Uchiha Itachi had not perished. The brothers' collaboration yielded no advantage for him, forcing him to abandon that strategy. He had personally gone to capture the Eight Tails, but returned merely with a fragment of its tentacle. His attempt to seize the Rinnegan from Konan in the Rain Village yielded no results, and he had seen no one. Fortunately, Kaguya ultimately retrieved the Rinnegan, alleviating some of his disheartened spirits. As long as the Rinnegan remained, he could summon the Outer Path Golem and, thereby, control the other seven-tailed beasts. Coupled with the meticulously cultivated army of 100,000 white Zetsus and Kabuto's mastery of the impure world reincarnation technique, Obito felt a rekindling of hope and firmly believed he could bring the plan to fruition. Now, the timing was nearly ripe. He, Uchiha Obito, was about to declare war on the 5 great nations. In the Land of Water, within the Mizukage building, Terumi May sat upright at her desk, perusing the urgent intelligence presented by an Umbu member. "Yamiyu is actually the leader of the Sound Village?" A tumult of emotions surged within her, and a hint of indescribable sentiment flickered in her gaze. This is confirmed. Lord Yumyu's true name is Li Su, and he was once the leader of the Sound Village. However, the current leader is Uchiha Sasuke, and the Sound Village is brewing to become the sixth great nation, the Umbu captain reported in a steady tone. I understand. You may leave now, Terumi May said with a wave of her hand, and the captain exited, leaving the room in tranquility. Mizuki-sama, what should we do now? Ao inquired, his expression grave. My thoughts are currently quite disordered. I need to reflect, Terumi May replied, resting her hand against her forehead as if to organize her chaotic thoughts. Additionally, I have received word that Inoki, the Kazekage of the Stone Village, has sent inquiries regarding our stance on the rise of the Sound Village. Old Fox Inoki cannot abide the ascent of smaller nations. What opinion could I possibly have? Terumi May remarked with a sardonic smile, noticing Ao's hesitation to speak. Ao, I am uncertain of how others perceive me, but you are aware of Su's strength. We cannot make a miscalculation, otherwise, the Mist Village will cease to exist. Ao shook his head, evidently sensing that Mizuki-sama had misinterpreted his concerns. Mizuki-sama, I have long understood that. My worries do not stem from that, he clarified, expressing his unwavering confidence in Li Su's capabilities. I would rather offend the other four nations than provoke Li Su. The fourth Hokage from the Cloud Village has also inquired about our position. They have had some minor skirmishes with the Sound Village, but I have heard that his brother, Killer Bee, has been captured by members of Akatsuki. They are now convening a 5 Kage summit to discuss a strategy against Akatsuki, with the meeting set to take place in the Land of Iron. Akatsuki. Terumi May's lovely brows furrowed slightly at the mention of the name, as if dark clouds had overshadowed her thoughts, bringing unease. This Akatsuki organization truly is a destabilizing factor within the ninja world. A 5 Kage summit, then? Very well. Let us proceed. She rose to her feet, issuing commands. Ao, bring Chojuro along with me to attend the 5 Kage summit. The rest must ensure the village's safety. Understood. Ao and Chojuro replied in unison. As night fell, Terumi May returned home to find Li Su, as usual, atop the roof beneath the glowing moon. She quietly approached and sat beside him, offering silent companionship. You seem troubled, Li Su remarked, sensing her presence and gently turning his head to meet her gaze. This woman, enveloped in an aura of mature charm, had accompanied him day after day. Any normal man would have been melted by her tenderness, though it could also be interpreted as a literal melting. A series of events has transpired, prompting me to leave the village for a while. The voice of Konomi May was as gentle as the breeze. Do you need my assistance? Li Xian inquired without delving into the reasons behind her departure, simply asking if she required help. No, it's just a minor matter, Konomi May replied, shaking her head softly, her emotions tangled and complex. Initially, she had intended to use this man to bolster the strength of Mist Hidden Village. However, during their time spent together, she quietly developed feelings for him. This entanglement of emotions left her both hesitant and anxious, fearing that once Li Xian regained his memories, he might drift away from her. Yayue, she softly uttered the name, her eyes filled with sincerity and anticipation. If I have inadvertently hurt your heart, would you forgive me? Huh, why do you say that? Li Xian furrowed his brow, puzzled by her words, patiently waiting for further clarification. Just answer me first, she insisted. Have you fallen for someone else? He half-joked, unaware that his words would elicit a strong reaction from Konomi May. You know that's not what I meant. Konomi May glared at him. What was this man thinking? Did he believe her to be that kind of woman? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, even envisioning melting him away. I was just joking, Li Xian chuckled softly. At that moment, Konomi May shed her usual stern demeanor, revealing a more delicate side, which made him feel a sense of intimacy. Have you discovered my true identity? He shifted the topic, speaking calmly. How did you know? Konomi May's mouth fell slightly open in surprise, a hint of panic evident in her eyes. Just a guess, Li Xian replied with a casual smile. Well, since you already know, I must inform you. Your real name is Li Xian, and you were once the leader of Sound Hidden Village, Konomi May confessed, her tone tinged with resignation and relief. Li Xian, leader of Sound Hidden Village. These words gradually pieced together in his mind, fragments of memory becoming clearer. Yet, just as he was about to grasp the truth, a sudden wave of intense pain struck him, nearly choking him. Cold sweat dripped down, soaking his collar. Seeing him in agony, Konomi Mei felt a pang of sorrow in her heart and quickly supported him, gently soothing. If you cannot remember, do not force it. Let us return and rest. She carefully assisted him back inside. Chapter 87. I accompany you. Konomi Mei brought Li Xian into the room and handed him a cup of warm tea. Then she turned to Chi Hui beside her, instructing, Chi Hui, you should rest now. I will take care of things here. Yes, Lady Mizukage. Chi Hui obediently bowed and quietly withdrew. Konomi Mei personally helped Li Xian drink the comforting tea. Her tone filled with concern. Do you feel any better? Since you cannot recall for now, do not dwell on it. In time, it will improve. She gently smoothed the furrowed lines on his brow, trying to dispel the gloom in his heart. I'm feeling much better, thank you. Li Xian gently moved her hand away, an action that conveyed a subtle sense of distance. This gesture made Konomi Mei's heart tremble. An invisible force seemed to coalesce in her chest, evoking an indescribable pang of sorrow. She forced a smile to mask the turmoil within. That's good. Please rest well. I will take my leave now. Call for me if you need anything. Turning away, her silhouette appeared somewhat desolate, her nose tinged with a hint of sadness. Tears welling in her eyes, yet held back with great effort. Li Xian gazed at her receding figure, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. After spending this time together, how could he be unaware of her affections? The absence of memory rendered him hesitant to make promises, fearing he would betray such deep feelings. Ultimately, he could only let out a soft sigh, allowing his thoughts to swirl in his mind. Those vague memories seemed on the verge of surfacing, but always eluded him, leaving him in confusion. A sharp headache interrupted his reverie, prompting him to close his eyes and let his weary body succumb to slumber, hoping to find a glimmer of answers in his dreams. The next day, Konomi Mei awoke early, having hardly slept the previous night. She mourned throughout the night, her heart yearning for a semblance of comfort or a plea for her to stay. To her dismay, he had not come at all. What did she mean to him? A heartless man. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, deciding to ignore him for the entire day. After breakfast, she stepped out alone, preparing to travel to the Iron Country for the Five Shadows Conference. Chijiro, why hasn't Tao arrived yet? Am I to wait for him? Konomi Mei questioned Chijiro with an irritable tone. Chijiro, keenly sensing the unusual mood of Lady Mizukage, quickly explained, there's still a few minutes left. Ao should be arriving shortly. Arriving later than me. Does he even want to do this? Konomi Mei resembled a scorned wife, finding fault with everyone. Chijiro could only smile cautiously, afraid to provoke Lady Mizukage. Ah, so early, Lady Mizukage, I thought Ao finally rushed in. Chijiro intended to warn Ao about Lady Mizukage's foul mood, but was interrupted by Konomi Mei. Shut up. Ao, I do not wish to hear your voice, otherwise I will kill you. Konomi Mei spoke coldly, almost neurotically. Let us set off, she commanded, walking ahead, her back exuding an air of pride. Chijiro, what is wrong with Lady Mizukage? Who has angered her? Ao cautiously inquired of Chijiro. Before Chijiro could respond, Konomi Mei struck Ao, sending him flying. I said I do not wish to hear your voice. Chijiro, witnessing this scene, felt a lump in his throat, swallowing hard, his heart racing as he considered how to safely navigate the journey ahead. Is this an early onset of menopause? Ao grumbled, lying on the ground with a swollen face, suddenly sensing a fierce killing intent. He turned around trembling, only to see Konomi Mei's eyes ablaze with palpable fury. I will kill you. Moments later, Ao's screams echoed through the forest like a slaughtered pig. Poor thing. Chijiro silently mourned for Ao for 3 seconds, hastily following Konomi Mei's steps. Along the way, Konomi Mei's silence seemed to freeze the air, and Chijiro dared not breathe, fearful of becoming the next target. As they neared the borders of the water country, Konomi Mei's gaze was suddenly drawn to a familiar figure blocking their path. What do you want? Despite her resolve to ignore him, she couldn't resist speaking to him. I'll accompany you. Although my strength may not be significant, I should be able to protect you. Li Xian said softly as he approached Konomi Mei. You are too modest. If your strength is not significant, then I might as well be akin to an ant. Ao couldn't help but interject. Li Xian's gentle gaze was like the warm sun of spring, softly warming Konomi Mei's heart, causing her defenses to slowly melt away. She bit her lip, responding with a hint of contradiction. I don't need you to protect me. Oh, is that so? A glimmer of playful mockery flickered in Li Xian's eyes, soon replaced by a soft sigh. I suppose I was being overly sentimental. He seemed ready to turn away when Konomi Mei abruptly grasped his sleeve. Wait. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she whispered, "Do you truly wish to protect me?" "Of course," Li Xian replied, grasping her hand, offering the most direct affirmation. "Ao, you do not need to accompany me. Return and guard the village." Konomi may turned to Ao, also apologizing for her previous outburst. "And I apologize for my impulsiveness. Yes, Lord Mizukage, and Lord Yakumo, I shall take my leave now. I entrust you to take care of Lord Mizukage." Although Aoi wished to voice his grievances, he refrained, opting instead to respond with utmost respect. Before departing, he cast a significant glance at Chojuro, leaving the latter perplexed about the meaning behind it. It was only during their journey that the implications of Aoi's gaze became apparent. Along the way, Terumi, Mei, and Ritsuki engaged in intimate banter, reminiscent of a couple in love, leaving Chojuro feeling inundated with their displays of affection. They seemed to be on a honeymoon, indulging in food and merriment throughout the trip. Terumi, Mei, and Ritsuki shared a cup of milk tea, while Chojuro consumed two on his own. They fed each other, while Chojuro opted to abstain from eating. "Aoi, perhaps you were right. This is sheer torment for me," he lamented, wishing fervently that Aoi were present instead of himself. At long last, they arrived at the Land of Iron, the venue for the 5 Kage summit. "You are the Mizukage of the Water Country, correct? Lord Mifune and the other Kage have been awaiting your arrival. Please, follow me." A samurai clad in armor, upon recognizing Terumi, Mei, and her entourage, courteously guided them into the conference room. As they entered, a solemn yet dignified atmosphere enveloped them. Seated at the center was the leader of the samurai, Mifune. The 4 Kage were also present, each accompanied by 2 guards. The 4th Hokage, a robust figure with an imposing presence, stood alongside Darui and Kira, both elite from the Land of Lightning. The 3rd Hokage, Anoki, though aged, maintained a vigorous spirit, flanked by his youthful subordinates, Akatsuki and Kuratsuchi. The 4th Kazekage, Gaara, possessed a deep gaze that seemed to pierce into the hearts of those around him, with Kankuro and Temari at his side. The acting Hokage, Kakashi Hitaki, renowned throughout the ninja world, was accompanied by the Jonin Asuma and Guy. As Ritsuki and his companions entered the conference room, which housed the pinnacle of power from the 5 great nations, all eyes instantly converged upon them. Chojuro, for the first time in the presence of so many legendary figures, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. In Chapter 88, the 5 Kage Summit, Kakashi and Gaara immediately recognized Ritsuki, their expressions reflecting astonishment and disbelief. "You know me?" Ritsuki inquired, noticing their bewilderment. "Of course, we know you," Kakashi replied, his brow furrowed with confusion and caution. He found it exceedingly surprising that Ritsuki appeared as a bodyguard for the Mizukage. "What kind of jest is this?" Gaara bluntly questioned, unable to comprehend the implications of Ritsuki's presence. Asuma and Guy also regarded Ritsuki with serious expressions, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Within Konoha's intelligence network, the name Ritsuki was synonymous with extreme danger, comparable to Orochimaru. Lord Jiraiya had advised them to avoid provoking him unless absolutely necessary. "From your reactions, it seems this individual accompanying the Mizukage is no ordinary person," the elderly and composed Inoki observed, noting the expressions of the Hokage and Kazekage. "He is Ritsuki, the former leader of the Sound Village and an associate of Orochimaru." Gaara's impression of Ritsuki was not particularly favorable, and he spoke with a hint of disdain, propping his chin on his hands. "Sound Village? The leader?" The Hokage could no longer contain his anger and shock, abruptly rising to deliver a forceful blow to the table, sending splinters flying. He glared at Terumi, Mei, and demanded, "Mizukage, why are you in the company of the leader of the Sound Village? Do you have some ulterior motive?" "Hokage, this does not concern you. He is my friend," Terumi Mei replied, standing tall and unyielding in the face of the Hokage's accusations. She cast a worried glance at Ritsuki, noticing beads of sweat forming on his forehead, signaling his distress as painful memories surged within him. She grasped his hand tightly, hoping to provide him with some solace in her own way. Each time Ritsuki heard mention of his past, it felt as if his mind was being torn apart by excruciating pain. Fragments of memories surged and collided within him, sometimes merging, sometimes shattering. He shut his eyes tightly, striving to withstand the onslaught emanating from the depths of his soul. "What is your attitude? Mizukage, do you wish to oppose us?" The Hokage threatened, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the Sound Village, having suffered significant losses in previous confrontations. His words aimed to rally the other Kage against Terumi Mei. Despite the competition among the 5 great nations, They all shared a consensus against the rise of a sixth power, which had long been an unspoken understanding. The Mizukage's actions were a blatant provocation against the unspoken rules among the nations, and the Raikage believed he could leverage this opportunity to unite the other three Kage and exert pressure on her. However, those present were astute individuals, not easily swayed by the Raikage's rhetoric. Apologies, but we have just been attacked by the leader of the Akatsuki and are still recovering. Therefore, we neither wish to involve ourselves in the affairs of the Sound Village nor possess the capacity to do so. Moreover, Raikage, your assembly of the 5 Kage summit was intended to address the Akatsuki, was it not? Kakashi asserted firmly and earnestly. Indeed, the Sand Village also has no desire to meddle in such matters and is solely interested in the Akatsuki, Gaara echoed, aligning himself with Konoha. The Raikage's expression shifted, visibly taken aback by their unexpected responses. He pressed his lips together and turned to the taciturn Inoki, inquiring, Tsuchikage, what is your stance? Inoki, a master of subtlety, surveyed the room, first observing Tsurumi's demeanor before assessing Kakashi and Gaara's expressions. It was clear they did not wish to offend the Mizukage, or rather, Ritsuki himself. Recognizing Ritsuki's formidable strength instilled a sense of caution in both Konoha and the Sand Village. Thus, Inoki reached a decision. He spoke slowly. Raikage, please remain calm. The primary focus here is to discuss the Akatsuki, not the Sound Village. Inoki neither explicitly opposed nor supported the Raikage, showcasing his diplomatic finesse. Although the Raikage felt frustrated, he recognized the cunning nature of his peers and suppressed his anger, retaking his seat. Raikage, since you convened this 5 Kage summit with the objective of confronting the more formidable threat of the Akatsuki, I urge you to cease any unnecessary discussions regarding other matters. Mifune interjected, advocating for a return to the summit's purpose. Tsurumi, wholly unconcerned with the surrounding discourse, gently assisted Ritsuki to sit in the place that rightfully belonged to her, striving to ease his discomfort. Kakashi and the others exchanged complex expressions but refrained from intervening. Gaara pretended not to notice, while Inoki feigned ignorance. Suppressing his anger, the Raikage spoke, the Jinchuriki of our Cloud Village, including my brother, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, were captured and killed by the Akatsuki. Furthermore, other nations' Jinchuriki have also been taken. I wish to ask you all, as members of the Akatsuki comprising rogue ninjas from Konoha, the Sand, the Mist, and the Rock, do you have nothing to say? Some of you have even collaborated with the Akatsuki. Gaara's brow furrowed in surprise at the Raikage's statement. I did indeed form an alliance with the Akatsuki, Inoki admitted, his voice resonating throughout the chamber as he faced the scrutiny of the assembled Kage. He continued to explain, in times of peace, military expenditures across nations have drastically decreased, making it financially advantageous to employ mercenaries like the Akatsuki for certain tasks, unlike the Cloud Village, which continues to expand its military even during peacetime. At this point, Inoki cast a glance at the Raikage. Tsuchikage, do not divert the topic. The Raikage thundered, slamming his hand on the table, causing it to vibrate violently. At that moment, Mifune keenly detected Tsurumi's hesitation and timely asked, What troubles you, Lord Mizukage? Kagami sighed softly, finally deciding to speak candidly. In light of this, I shall be forthright as well. We have long harbored suspicions that the 4th Mizukage is being manipulated by someone, and the shadowy figure behind it is likely Akatsuki. This is why the Mist Village wishes to keep the matter under wraps. Hearing this, Raikage crossed his arms, his expression growing more grave. It appears that the shadow of Akatsuki has cast its pall over the entire shinobi world. Before we proceed, let me share what I know. Kakashi interjected at the opportune moment, his tone imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. According to our intelligence, the true leader of the Akatsuki organization is likely Uchiha Obito. This revelation struck the assembly like thunder. What? Both Inoki and Raikage were taken aback, particularly Inoki, who felt an overwhelming shock upon hearing that name. He had thought he was dead. It turns out he is indeed a monster, Inoki murmured to himself. As a leader of a neutral nation, I shall speak, suggested Mifune of the Land of Iron, recognizing the rarity of the 5 Kage gathered together. Before addressing the Akatsuki issue, should we not form a ninja alliance among the 5 great nations? He surveyed the room, awaiting the responses of the Kage. An alliance? Raikage pondered. This is a commendable proposal. The situation is urgent, and we must unite our efforts. Kakashi expressed his support. I am indifferent. But the question remains, to whom shall we entrust the command of this alliance? Inoki articulated his thoughts. The moment Inoki finished speaking, silence enveloped the conference room. Hello? Just as the room fell into silence, a white zetsu suddenly emerged from the ground, flamboyantly spinning and greeting everyone with a provocative posture. Who is this? The assembly was collectively astonished, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. The bodyguards of the 5 Kage acted almost in unison, surrounding the uninvited guest. As the white zetsu spun, its gaze fell upon Li Xian, causing its movements to freeze. A flicker of disbelief crossed its eyes, quickly replaced by a cunning glint. It astutely realized that this might be a part of Lord Xian's scheme. Thus, it wisely chose silence, swiftly conveying the information about Li Xian and the possibility that he was personally executing a plan to the other white zetsu. At the moment of the white zetsu's appearance, a wave of inexplicable familiarity washed over Li Xian, yet it remained elusive like a phantom in the mist. In a flash of distraction from the white zetsu, the irate Raikage struck down with the ferocity of thunder, instantly choking the white zetsu to death. Upon witnessing this hasty demise of the white zetsu, Obito, who had been observing from the shadows, was left speechless. It was time for him to step forward and declare war. Raikage, you acted too rashly. Much valuable intelligence could have been extracted from it, Inoki remarked, gazing at the lifeless white zetsu on the ground, shaking his head. No need for that. I shall inform you myself. At that moment, a figure clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, its face obscured by a swirling mask, abruptly entered the sight of the assembly. My name is Uchiha Obito, he announced in a low, deliberate voice. Every individual present involuntarily tensed, their expressions growing somber. Except for Li Xian, who remained indifferent, more interested in reclaiming his memories than in anything else. He stood like a solitary peak, detached from the storm, casting only a fleeting glance at Obito. Kagami May felt a flicker of concern. After all, she had heard of Uchiha Obito's infamous reputation in the shinobi world. Yet, witnessing Li Xian's calm demeanor inexplicably reassured her. To her, as long as this man was present, any crisis could be effortlessly navigated. I have important matters to announce. Obito's voice resonated once more. After you comprehend this, I have questions for you. What? Raikage inquired in a low tone. My objective concerns the Eye of the Moon plan. Before Obito could finish, Raikage, like a bolt of lightning, launched an attack. His lightning armor enveloped him as he threw a punch at Obito. Yet it struck nothingness, failing to inflict any harm, merely collapsing the wall behind him. Raikage's brow furrowed, astonished by Obito's abilities. The Akatsuki's plan surely cannot be benevolent. This is incomprehensible. Listen attentively to my explanation, Obito continued, disregarding Raikage's aggression. I will determine my next course of action based on your responses. Calm down, Raikage. There is no harm in hearing him out, Inoki remarked, fully aware of Uchiha Obito's inscrutable nature. His astonishment grew as he realized that Obito was indeed alive. A person of your caliber should not need to resort to such roundabout methods. With your capabilities, any plan could be executed. Obito cast a casual glance at Inoki before elaborating slowly. I sustained grave injuries during my battle with the First Hokage. Currently, I lack strength. To put it plainly, I am but a shell. And what is your Eye of the Moon plan? Mifune interjected at the right moment. I wish to articulate this gradually. Let me take a seat first. With someone prompting him, Obito's tone grew more earnest. The Uchiha clan possesses a stone tablet passed down through generations, still hidden beneath Konoha. It bears secrets left by the Sage of Six Paths. Without ocular power, it cannot be deciphered. The content revealed by the Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, and Rinnegan will increase respectively. Your words grow increasingly bizarre. The Sage of Six Paths is merely a mythical figure. Inoki expressed skepticism, evidently questioning this historical account. Obito insisted, this is the truth. The Sage of Six Paths indeed existed and left behind a tablet. Let us not digress. Raikage re-entered the discourse. Fixing his gaze on Obito, what does your plan have to do with the Sage of Six Paths? The sage once saved the world from a monster. A monster? Gaara interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. Gaara, the one tail within you was once part of that monster. It is the amalgamation of all tailed beasts. The entity with the most potent chakra, it is the 10 tails. Obito's narrative moved each person in attendance. Li Xian frowned upon hearing about the 10 tails, sensing a significant connection. Yet he watched Obito's grandstanding in silence. The 1 tail, 9 tails, and indeed all tailed beasts are the products of the 10 tails chakra dispersed. All of this originated from the Sage of Six Paths. He not only protected the world, but also created sealing techniques to confine the Ten Tails within himself, becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Obito, like an ancient storyteller, gradually unveiled the dust-laden history. The Sage of Six Paths was venerated as a deity. Yet the excessively powerful and malevolent chakra of the Ten Tails would inevitably be reawakened after his demise, wreaking havoc upon the world. Thus, before his death, the sage used his final strength to divide the chakra of the Ten Tails into 9 parts, scattering them across the world. So, you wish to gather all the tailed beasts and gain power akin to the Sage of Six Paths? Kakashi's inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. Precisely. Obito did not shy away from the truth. And what do you intend to do once you acquire that power? Revive the Ten Tails, become the new Jinchuriki, and employ the augmented ocular power to initiate infinite Tsukuyomi, casting illusions upon all those on the surface, allowing me to control everyone within the illusion and unify the world into one, a world devoid of barriers and conflict. This is my Eye of the Moon plan, utterly absurd. Rinnegan seethed, convinced that the other had descended into madness. I shall not entrust the world to someone like you. Illusory peace is merely a deception. True peace can only be realized in the real world, Gaara countered sharply. What significance lies in living in such a world? Without dreams. It is merely an act of evasion. Koharamimi finds the thoughts of Uchiha Obito utterly bewildering. Rather than claiming to unify the world, it would be more accurate to say you wish to create a world of your own. Inoki pointedly addressed Obito with a hint of derision. Humph. Obito merely responded with a cold smirk, turning to question the 5 Kage. What contributions have you made? You should have long understood, there exists no hope. Hope exists alongside lies. It is merely a perfunctory deception. Surrender the remaining 8 tails and 9 tails to assist my plan. Otherwise, only war awaits. The 8 tails. What is happening? Rinnegan was taken aback, as the 8 tails had been captured by them. Had it not? The capture of the 8 tails failed. He managed to escape. Truly your brother's doing. Rinnegan, while shocked, began to suspect that Killer Bee had seized the opportunity to flee. Darui and Kira shared expressions of helplessness. That rascal must have taken the chance to run off and enjoy himself. Unforgivable. Rinnegan bellowed, resolute in his intention to teach his brother a severe lesson. Naruto will never be handed over to you. Kakashi stated decisively, refusing to relinquish Naruto. I will not surrender my brother either. Rinnegan asserted his stance. Though I lack power, I control the other tailed beasts. You stand no chance of victory. The 4th Great Ninja War. I hereby declare war. Obito declared with a chilling intent. The 4th Great Ninja War. Are you serious? Inoki's expression grew grave upon hearing this. Obito slowly rose, his tone indifferent. We shall meet on the battlefield next time. As he spoke, his form flickered, preparing to vanish. Chapter 90. Commander-in-Chief of the Ninja Allied Forces. Did I say you could leave? Li Xian remarked coolly. Huang Quan by Ryo Saka suddenly sprang into action, as one of his hands seemed to pierce through the void, firmly grasping the phasing Obito. This move instantly shocked everyone present. The crowd was helpless against Obito's bizarre phasing ability, while Li Xian effortlessly subdued him. A storm brewed within Obito's heart. Since awakening his Kamui, aside from the past defeat at the hands of his former teacher Minato, he had experienced no defeats. Today, facing Li Xian's seemingly casual maneuver, he found himself utterly defenseless, as if his Kamui had lost its efficacy. This shock and fear caused him to break into a sweat. Who are you? Obito attempted to maintain his composure, probing for the other's identity. I have no desire to involve myself in your affairs. It seems you know much. Tell me, who am I? Li Xian countered. Obito was momentarily speechless, inwardly cursing. How could I possibly know who you are? Subsequently, Li Xian gracefully approached Obito, exuding an aura so powerful that it rendered everyone immobile. This young man is remarkably strong, even surpassing Obito. And it is astonishing to discover such a figure hidden in the current ninja world. The rise of Sound Village is undeniably unstoppable. Beads of sweat formed on Inoki's forehead, as the shadows of past dominions by Uchiha Obito resurfaced. Have you truly forgotten your own identity? Are you not the leader of Sound Village? Obito struggled to steady his tumultuous heart, forcing the words out. I know that. A flicker of confusion flashed in Li Xian's eyes. I am asking who I am? What is Sound Village? Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the room, and the crowd exchanged glances. They confirmed that this formidable individual had indeed lost his memory. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Seeing that the masked man genuinely seemed unaware of his true identity, Li Xian ceased his inquiries and released him. He turned back to Koharu Mimi, appearing rather unfazed by the earlier tumult. Obito, shaken, found his meticulously planned introduction rendered farcical due to Li Xian's intervention, leaving him seething with indignation and resentment. After this upheaval, the pressure previously exerted by Uchiha Obito seemed to diminish slightly. The crowd exchanged glances, and their gazes converged on Li Xian, who was in quiet contemplation, the air thick with an unspoken silence. If you possess the power to capture him, why not keep him here? That would prevent the fourth great ninja war from occurring. Just then, an abrupt question shattered the tranquility, only to plunge the surroundings into deeper silence, as if even breathing had become cautious. The crowd turned to seek the source of the audacious query. Li Xian abruptly opened his piercing eyes, locking onto the challenger, Kanjiro, enveloping him in a powerful aura. Kanjiro felt a chill penetrate to his very bones. His body involuntarily trembling, drenched in sweat, his teeth chattering, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat, rendering him voiceless. His mental world seemed to encounter unprecedented turmoil. Teetering on the brink of collapse, with drool escaping from the corner of his mouth. Please stop. This young man meant no harm. It was merely an unintentional slip. Inoki stepped forward, his voice urgent and resolute, pleading for Li Xian to show mercy. Please spare him. Forgive his mistake. I apologize on his behalf. Gaara and Temari quickly noticed Kanjiro's distress, with Gaara rushing forward, trying to awaken him while sincerely apologizing to Li Xian. Temari held her brother tightly, her eyes filled with concern as she implored Li Xian for leniency. Young men should speak with caution, otherwise they may meet an untimely demise. Li Xian withdrew the overwhelming pressure and genjutsu. Following his brush with death, Kanjiro completely reigned in his earlier impetuousness. After experiencing Li Xian's suffocating strength firsthand, Raikage had made a decision. Upon returning to Kumogakure, he would announce a reconciliation with Sound Village, reopening the path to peace, and dispatch Samui as an envoy of friendship between the two nations to demonstrate sincerity. Now, esteemed colleagues, with Uchiha Obito having initiated the Fourth Great Ninja War, the formation of an allied force is of paramount urgency. The question remains, who shall command this alliance? Miura's words were heavy and powerful, drawing the attention of all to this central issue once more. I am too old and lack the energy to lead the ninja alliance. The young Kazekage lacks experience. Therefore, I propose that the command should be selected from among the Raikage, Hokage, and Mizukage. Inoki spoke at an opportune moment, his words embodying both wisdom and fairness. While his gaze subtly shifted between Koharu Mimi and Li Xian, clearly acknowledging the extraordinary relationship between them. Should the Mizukage become the commander of the alliance, then Li Xian, the formidable force of Sound Village, would undoubtedly play a crucial role. I concur, the command of the alliance should be elected from the remaining 3 Kage. My personal choice is Hokage Kakashi. Gaara nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze toward Kakashi. Raikage, who initially aspired to the command position, found himself compelled to reassess the situation in light of Li Xian's sudden appearance and the demonstrated prowess of Mizukage Koharu Mimi. At that moment, a profound silence enveloped the meeting hall as all eyes converged on Koharu Mimi, as if her decision would directly influence the course of the impending conflict. There was an unspoken understanding among them that should Koharu Mimi ascend to the leadership of the allied forces, the support from Li Xian and his Sound Village would be instrumental in securing victory. Moreover, the Sound Village itself represented a formidable force, and its participation would undoubtedly enhance their chances of success. Do you wish to become the commander of the allied forces? Li Xian's voice brushed against Koharu Mimi's thoughts like a gentle morning breeze, softly inquiring. Koharu Mimi's eyes widened slightly, glimmering with confusion and disbelief as she turned toward Li Xian. Me? Do you wish to? As Li Xian confirmed once more. The attention of everyone in the venue converged upon Tsubaki Mei. Tsubaki Mei was well aware of their intentions. As long as she participated as a key force in the allied forces, Li Xian would lend his assistance. Her words betrayed a sense of struggle as she gazed at Li Xian. Do you wish for me to serve as the commander of the allied forces? Li Xian's smile was warm, and he gently shook his head. If you are unwilling, it matters not. I will protect you, no matter what you choose. He leaned closer, his fingertips brushing against Tsubaki Mei's cheek, his tenderness seeming capable of melting away all barriers. Your happiness and freedom will always be my utmost concern. This statement, like a gentle spring breeze, painted a subtle blush upon Tsubaki Mei's cheeks. She shyly lowered her head, softly reproaching, "There are so many people here. Did you have to say that in front of everyone? Must we publicly consume dog food?" The onlookers were somewhat speechless. On cue, Inoki cleared his throat, steering the conversation back on track. "Since Lord Mizukage is disinterested, I propose that Reikage be appointed as the commander of the allied forces, with Hokage as the deputy commander. What do you all think?" His gaze swept across every leader present, awaiting their responses. "I have no objections," Gaara expressed first. "I have no issues either," Kakashi followed suit. And Tsubaki Mei nodded in agreement. "Then it is settled. Reikage will serve as the commander of the Ninja Alliance, with Hokage as the deputy." Thus, Inoki decisively established the new leadership structure of the alliance. "Very well," Reikage nodded. "Let us return immediately to prepare our battle plans." After the meeting concluded, everyone dispersed. Chapter 91. I have returned on the way. Li Xian suddenly halted. He looked at Tsubaki Mei, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "I may need to leave for a while." This statement struck Tsubaki Mei like a thunderclap, causing her heart to tighten. "Where are you going?" Her voice trembled slightly, laden with anxiety and reluctance. "I am going to the Sound Village. Perhaps I can recover my memories there." Li Xian took a deep breath. Yet his gaze remained as gentle as ever. "Do not worry. Regardless of the outcome, I will return to your side." Tsubaki Mei's eyes glistened with tears as she tightly embraced Li Xian, wishing to etch this moment into her heart forever. "Is this your promise?" she softly inquired, her tone imbued with both hope and trepidation. Li Xian nodded earnestly, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. "I will undoubtedly come back for you." Ultimately, amidst their deep, lingering gazes, they slowly parted ways. Li Xian headed towards the Sound Village, while Tsubaki Mei stood rooted in place, watching his receding figure, her heart brimming with both reluctance and anticipation. The present-day Sound Village had transformed into a bustling metropolis, a harmonious blend of ninja culture and technology. Scorpion's puppeteering robots were utilized in various aspects of production and daily life. Deidara led an elite team that laid the first expressway and high-speed railway in the land of rice. Meanwhile, Orochimaru achieved groundbreaking advancements in genetic science, with his in-depth research on Li Xian's cells providing immense power to the ninjas of Sound Village. Kakuzu directly managed the village's finances, counting money until his hands grew weary. Heiden held a significant position at the Ninja Academy, guiding the next generation of ninjas. Kisame was responsible for the village's defense, while Suigetsu, Yugo, and Karen served as Sasuke's guards and aides. Kinshiki, as the frontline commander, led the four Sound Ninja and managed the monstrous entities, safeguarding the village's security and peace. Honglien continued to serve as the head of the administrative team, ensuring the smooth operation of village affairs with her exceptional organizational skills. The three goddesses were stationed at the Ninja Academy, imparting knowledge of sage techniques. Neji, with his outstanding strength and leadership, became the class leader of the upper ninja class. Meanwhile, Jiraiya often wandered around the village, seeking inspiration for his new work, Paradise of Affection. One day, after completing his routine security inspection, Kisame entered the training ground, where young ninjas were diligently honing their skills. Among the crowd, he unexpectedly spotted two familiar figures, Konan and Nagato. Konan was assisting the still-recovering Nagato, both radiating a sense of tranquility and peace that had been long absent. Kisame approached, greeting them. "Konan, Nagato, long time no see." "Kisame, it's been a while." Konan replied with a smile. Nagato appeared to be in much better shape. Kisame observed Nagato walking unaided and could not help but admire Orochimaru's medical prowess. Recently, he had learned that Pain was Nagato and had heard some of their backstory. "Indeed, it's all thanks to Orochimaru," Konan nodded gently, though her eyes still betrayed concern for Nagato's condition. Despite having regained his health, the inner turmoil and confusion within Nagato had not entirely dissipated. He had once believed himself a god destined to save the world, only to discover he was merely a pawn in someone else's game. Just as the trio conversed, an elite ninja from Sound Village hurried over to Kisame, reporting urgently. "Lord Kisame, there is an emergency. Lord Sasuke requests your immediate return." Upon hearing this, Kisame's smile faded as he turned to leave. "You two should come along." The Sound Ninja addressed Konan as well. "Understood," Konan replied, her brow furrowing slightly as she spoke coolly. She supported Nagato as they slowly made their way into the administrative building. subsequently guided by a sound ninja to the conference room. Inside, several familiar faces were already seated, resembling a reunion of old friends. Except for Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Nearly everyone present was known to Conan. Most have arrived. Sasuke, the current leader of Sound Village, began. I just received intel indicating the whereabouts of my master. At this declaration, the room fell silent, a myriad of complex emotions swirling within. Among them were those who had been forcibly recruited by Li Xian for various reasons. Yet, deep down, they harbored an ineffable gratitude towards him. Scorpion, Deidara, Kakuzu, and others were quite satisfied with the current situation. Where is he, and why hasn't he returned? Deidara could no longer contain his curiosity and asked first. Sasuke pondered for a moment before continuing. According to the intel, he was spotted at the 5 Kage summit, serving as the bodyguard of the 5th Mizukage. This revelation plunged the room into a brief silence once more. The 5th Mizukage? Kisame exclaimed in surprise, never having anticipated that the Mist Village had already appointed a 5th Mizukage. Why would he appear as the bodyguard of the 5th Mizukage? Does he have some new plan? Scorpion questioned skeptically. The intel team speculated the same, but I am unaware of my master's current plans, Sasuke admitted, shaking his head. At that moment, Neji interjected, excuse me, but may I ask, is the 5th Mizukage a woman? Is she beautiful? Sasuke frowned, responding, yes, she is a woman named Tsubaki Mei. What does that have to do with anything? That would explain a lot. Neji smiled slightly, as if he had come to a realization. Yet he chose not to elaborate further. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, a sound elite ninja burst in, his face alight with excitement. Lord Sasuke, Lord Xian has returned. What? The words struck like thunder, causing everyone to leap to their feet, and Conan's heart raced with exhilaration, eager to finally meet this enigmatic figure. Sasuke vanished in an instant, desperate to see Li Xian, wishing to be rid of the burdensome title of leader for even a moment. As Li Xian's footsteps drew nearer to Sound Village, his memories surged forth like a tidal wave. At the moment he approached the gates, everything finally became clear. He traversed into the world of Naruto, taking the reins of the Sound Village from Orochimaru and painstakingly sculpting it into its present form. Yet, the memories of the most significant person in his heart remained perpetually elusive. Each attempt to grasp them inflicted an unbearable agony akin to a knife's edge, ultimately compelling him to relinquish the effort. Lord Xian? The gatekeeper of the Sound Ninja was momentarily taken aback, uncertain as he rubbed his eyes, only to confirm the presence of Lord Xian. Lord Xian has returned. This exclamation wafted through the air like a gentle spring breeze caressing a tranquil lake, instantly stirring ripples of excitement among the gatekeeping ninjas, who erupted in jubilant cheers. They hastened to relay this exhilarating news to the village's higher echelons. Yes, I have returned. Li Xian's voice resonated with calm depth, tinged with a barely perceptible nostalgia as he nodded gently and stepped through the long-absent gate. Master. The figure of Uchiha Sasuke materialized like a phantom, his gaze intricate and brimming with uncontainable joy. Indeed, it seems you have grown considerably. A smile graced Li Xian's lips, his eyes reflecting boundless pride. Subsequently, as if awakened by a hidden enchantment, the air around him buzzed with anticipation, and familiar faces emerged one by one. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Scorpion, Deidara, and a host of old friends.